Okay, I think we're live. Let's see if we are. Had a little bit of a blip today with the computer. Seems to be back in order. Get some water. Oh, good afternoon, folks. Assuming we're live. Um, Apologies that I couldn't start earlier in the day, but I really needed a little bit of time for myself and to make the computer a bit more spiff-spoff. Later today, I may be taking the computer down again. I will be getting some a couple new things, hopefully a mouse, because this one has well and truly bit the dust. It just was difficult for me to even start the stream because it's double clicking and clicking randomly when I'm scrolling and causing all kinds of havoc. So I don't want to. Not only do I not want that to happen, I don't want to keep making people car sick, so I will be venturing out to go get a new mouse. Thank you so much for the kind donations that'll help me upgrade the stream. I can't thank everyone enough. Hey, Braden Nelson, welcome. You hope that I'm feeling better today without a headache? Yes, way better than yesterday. Thank you so much. Tracy, welcome. Much love from the UK. Stay strong. Well, thank you so much for expressing support from elsewhere. Tracy, that really helps us to know somebody cares, that the world cares, because so many people are in despair right now. And, we care about the UK and the world too. It's so sad to see what the whole world is going through. We're all in this together, and we'll get through this together with such shows of support. So I think I'm speaking for a lot of people that maybe have not registered and can't comment, but thank you so much. All the well wishes have been so awesome for everybody here. Dana Westry, hi. Glad you're feeling better. Yes. How are you guys doing? Bo, Evelyn, how are you? Hope you got some rest and feeling better. Absolutely. I did wake pretty early, but hit the snooze and got a second nap in, and I'm pretty refreshed. So thank you so much, guys. Scott Pester, welcome. Hi, Kat. Hope you're feeling well today. Yeah, I hope everybody is too. What I would like to do is go out and run my errands and check on a neighbor, and I would like to. It's just down the street. I mean, errands. But make sure everything's okay with people around me. But I want to give a update before I left it on a radio for us to hear about. Oh, and I forgot about the clock. I got to get that clock up. And welcome, JV and Bruno's class, Mr. Bruno's class. If you guys are here, shout out there. This is kind of how it works. I've got my Cal Topo, I got the FLIR cameras, we got our alert cams. We go and monitor the situation through many different ways. We look at Cal Topo and we look at the satellite. We stack our base layers, we get our terrain, and when it gets a little bit more stable, I want to say stasis perhaps is the right word with the fires, a little bit less, crisis-like. I would be happy to start a couple of little teaching sessions so that people here. I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on, gotta mute myself. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, I would be happy to do a little bit of the teaching. That's actually the best part about what I do. It's really grim to be looking at potential impacts and aftermath, and I really do like to feel like I'm empowering people to feel better about themselves, to be fire educated like so many kind firefighters educated me. I just want to pass on the knowledge because I feel way safer having known the basics. And that is all you need. You don't need to take some college courses to kind of understand. Thanks, Bo. Thanks for saying bless you. You don't need to be an expert to understand the basics and to be safe. You do need to be an expert to know how to fight a fire. But in order to have an evacuation plan, a shelter-in-place plan, and just kind of identify your own personal vulnerability and identify whether or not you are a bit more vulnerable than the other people in the same evacuation zone, that sort of thing will give you a huge sense of peace of mind and confidence. You know, the biggest, scariest thing here is not knowing what to do. And when you do know what to do, man, you still feel a little bit of anxiousness. You still feel the concern, of course, but you don't feel helpless. You don't feel terrified. You just go, that's a danger, that's a concern, but I've got the plan. And you're able to do things like sleep well at night, you know, and relax once you've done everything you can do. So, J.E. Cat says, good afternoon. Hey, welcome, Havoc, welcome everybody. Praying for, you know, the other side of the country too. We got water and fire on each side of the country. It's either one or the other. And the rest of the world, of course, is in our thoughts and prayers. And everybody potentially afflicted by COVID. It's just hard times, but we get through them. So what I would like to do is sort of give a little bit of an update and rundown on a couple of things that I have just checked out, and visit the other fires that were unfortunately, you know, still having their own crises over here. But with the poor people over the river complex and the monument to the McFarland must feel terribly left out, and I never wanted them to feel that way, not from me. They're already feeling left out from the response. But when the other days of chaos happened, you know, I hope you forgive me, that was just chaos on the radio. It was extremely hard to keep track of the moment-by-moment threats to life and safety, and personal safety on the Dixie and the monument. So I hope they forgive me. So I do want to start out with a couple of roundup situations, and then leave you guys with the radio playing while I run an errand or two and check on the neighborhood. Haven't really seen my neighbors for like a week sometimes. And then I will return, of course, and then be live to come back with the show. So I hope that gives everybody an idea of what the plan is. And I may return with some things to install in the computer. It'll just depend on how quiet it is. You know, if I'm going to be taking it down or taking it down this evening. So this is all up in the air, but I want to get the clock back here. There we go. It's kind of off kilter. Hang on a second. Let's get this clock going. There we go. It is 1:46 on the 22nd on a Sunday. Now, just first on the Dixie and Caldor, it's much quieter today than yesterday. It doesn't mean that it's quiet. It's quieter. And I just watched the briefing. I have it pretty fresh in my head about the morning operational West Zone update for the Dixie, and they were warning people not to get too complacent. And our favorite weather guy is leaving the he's off the line, and that was his last day. So we'll miss him. He was one of the best straight shooters that CAL FIRE had concerning the Dixie. He was just on point and explained A, B, C, and D. Here's the weather factors. Here's how it'll impact you. Here's what you should be aware of. So hopefully the next person does just as good a job. We do have some winds and such today. They are making Janesville and the Milford area their biggest priority for protection, because we still have a little bit of threat of spotting over from the escarpment, which was down by the Milford area. But they are pretty happy with the way things have gone. So far, so good with the morning update. We've got the winds basically kind of shifting over right any minute now. It's supposed to be occurring around 2. Um, excuse me, I gotta take a drink. Okay, excuse me. And that's part of why I kind of go for long periods of time, several hours in a row. I've got to spare my voice. I think I've been talking for more than 2 weeks straight, 12 hours a day, or even 20 hours at a time. I gotta take speaking breaks every so often. But back to what we were saying here. Um, they are looking at, of course, the issue around the Hamilton Mountains, northeast of Westwood, southwest of Susanville. They were going to be checking out the area. They were, of course, going to be looking at the area by Doe Mountain and making sure that things are okay over there. By sort of by Mineral. They got their hands full with the mountain up north of Mineral, and then over there by, I think, isn't that called Silver Lake, by the lava beds. Those are the areas of concern, as well as trying to look at the Grizzly Heights, or I don't want to get this confused with the Caldor fire. That's a different grizzly, but there's a formation of mountains by Taylorsville, a little section of them, I should say, called the Grizzly area, which that's Plumas County. So they're going to be working on those situations. I have not played anything from Daniel Kern's this morning, if he has an update, so I might check that out. But as you could see, even though there is wind gusts today, the 10-mile-an-hour sustained around 5 p.m.-ish over by the Antelope Lake area, with 34-mile-an-hour gusts. We have a lot lower temperatures, higher humidity, and it is not a red flag day. So fingers crossed, we'll take what we can get. Those are little miniature blessings from Mother Nature and the weather. This is why we didn't see that humidity and lower temperatures. That is a big reason why we didn't see, town erasing activity yesterday on the Dixie and the Caldor. We know we took losses, but we could have had such a worse day yesterday. So I'm definitely going to be back here by 5, to be looking at the situation as the winds pick up on the east side of the Dixie. It gives me a good opportunity to go buy a couple of computer parts if they're in stock and see what goes on there. Over here, I'm just planting the flag and looking at the winds in the monument. It's looking even better. Sorry, not the monument, the Caldor. It's even looking a little bit better with predicted lower wind gusts around 28 miles an hour than even the east flank of the Dixie. But they've had a long time now to be working, especially the last couple of days, to really help the situation by Milford. They are still worried about spotting. They are worried up by Milford that it would get into the sagey, tumbleweed kind of brush, and that could lead to rapid spread because that stuff whooshes up and kind of races across flatlands. It's more like a desert fire up there. However, on flatlands, it's easier to deal with for sure, and it's not the heavy fuels that keep burning and keep burning. That's a game of whack-a-mole up there, where they would just chase around the spots, and hopefully they wouldn't hit, a couple of buildings before they caught up to it. It would be a whack-a-mole game, as far as I can tell, going up there at the Dixie. So this looks pretty consistent with what the wind forecast was on the Caldor yesterday. Yeah, thank you so much for running, people. If you hit the like and subscribe button, that helps me reach people. We don't get political like that. We're able to. The chat rules are, you can take as many shots at the governor as you want because he's been doing shady things. Basically, a lot of my audience is people affected by Paradise and other fires from PG&E, and sign legislation to help limit their liabilities so that the victims don't get as big of a payout. So go ahead and take shots at him all you want, but we don't say left, right, or this political person or that. Is bad to keep the unified. The unified front we need to push for change here. We all got to come together to make a better future. And so we try not to keep it political, but in my opinion, that's not political when you're against corruption. So going to the Caldor and all that, looking at the chat, Isaiah, welcome back. Missed you yesterday. Got to take lunch to my dad over at the office. Thank you for all you do. No, thank you. And Isaiah, go make that GoFundMe so we can get you a pilot's license. You need to go to flight school. Make that GoFundMe. That's an order. Okay, so Isaiah is our wonderful 14-year-old youth volunteer mod, and he wants to be a Hercules pilot to fight fires. I think that's awesome. So if he'll get a GoFundMe together, maybe we can do a fundraiser, because you got to start early to get those reflexes. Start early, driving and flying, right? Bonnie, welcome. Thomas says there's lots of planes flying today. Great. Well, I'm going to leave you guys with that as soon as I do the quick summary. You'll see the airplanes, and we'll hear the pilots. That'll be really, really cool. So I was doing a quick look on the Dixie and not seeing a whole lot. Oh, there's our dead camera. Rip. The Hamilton Mountain is still dead, I believe. It's looking pretty smoky on the Dixie, so I wouldn't imagine there's a whole lot of stuff over there. They said don't count on it really on the Dixie today, but if there's some on the Caldor, that'll be great. So I wanted to do the quick update. Hey, come back to life, Lear. A quick update on the fires before we move. So this was our wind, looking at the wind on the Caldor and the Dixie. Going over by Weaverville, I consistently worry for this town in general, just being by so many fires year after year. And if we look over here, we have the same 5 p.m. Winds pointing almost due east. Pointing, I mean the arrow direction. I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. Wind will be out of the west, pointing almost due east, slightly with a southward bent. So the wind will be blowing to the east-southeast in that direction, and Weaverville is there, right in there in front of the fire. So they've been doing a great job of protecting it so far, so just fingers crossed. Looking nicer here, even though you have higher temps of 87 and 85-ish, and 9-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 29-mile-an-hour gusts around 5. It does back way down to 5 and 3-mile-an-hour sustained winds by the end of the night. So that's also looking, knock on wood, fingers crossed, a lot more mild than it could be. Just a little part of the day, not the entire day. So we can look back real quick. Wind forecasts for other places by where was it? Somerville. Oh gosh, that would be Canada, California. That's Siskiyou County. There we go. So let's go now. So looking at the other rivers complex up here, we've got kind of the same direction, sort of. It's instead of being more the due east, it has a little bit more bent to the south, where the winds will be coming out of the west and pointing east-southeast, with a lot less in the sustained winds. That's looking pretty good. 6 to 7 miles an hour sustained, dying back to 3 by 8. And then the wind really pivots over by Somerville to looking more almost due south, just south-southeast, with a much harder bent by about 8 p.m. And then with full reversal by 11, with the winds blowing to the west by 11, but a lot less gustier. So I just wanted to monitor that situation, and I want to read the outlook as far as InstaWeb is concerned for those forgotten fires. Then we'll go and look at the Caldor and leave you guys with the airplanes. I'll go get my new mouse, and then I'll return. So let's read first about The river complex. Updated 1 hour and 26 minutes ago. Now a reminder. When you do look at InstaWeb and it says updated, it does not tell you which part is updated, and that can be quite confusing. Sometimes I'm halfway through reading an update when I realize it was talking about, when they're saying today, it was talking about yesterday, and it was only updated like with a map. There's these little areas called photographs and map zones here, and you have to kind of carefully read through the information section to see if it's really relevant. So on the river complex, they've got 10% containment, 85,257 acres. Now, this is not the river fire of Placer County. It's the complex. And don't ask me why they named the same, two different fires going at the same time, the same name, but, well, that's what they do. So the Hay Press and a couple others were all kind of grouped under this complex name. And complex just means a couple of other fires that either do grow together or are so close together they kind of have the same name and the same grouping. So the incident overview is the river complex is a group of fires within the Salmon and Scott River Ranger District for the Klamath National Forest. Now, a note on that, since a lot of this is pretty remote, it's unfortunately just, we have to call it like it is, low priority. It's low priority. I'm so sorry to say that, because there's just not as much population out here. Mark Scheinfeld, my good friend with me, is listening to you. He's a pilot and liked your advice to Isaiah. Heck yeah, cool. Sorry, I do try to look back at chat. Yeah, Bonnie, I'll put a donation box up there in a little bit. Dusty Smoke says, yeah, if they just change a couple words on the page, the whole page on the fire is, quote, updated. Thanks for confirming that, Dusty. Bob Fraser says a complex has a unified incident command. Okay, great. Thank you for that info. That's good. That sounds good for organization. Oh, you're watching from Lewiston, next door to Weaverville. Hey, John, thanks very much. We'll be getting down there to the others. I wanted to start with the river. Yeah, so sorry, NM, that you're displaced. Stay strong. And looking back up there, any quick questions? Okay, I'll continue reading. So unfortunately, it is a low priority, and we've been seeing this the last couple of years where they could have gotten a handle on these really quickly if there was enough resources, enough manpower, and enough aircraft, and they were already spread at other fires. And so my heart is absolutely goes out to everybody on the Coast Range and in like Siskiyou County. Year after year, they're facing this. And it's almost to the point where you'd have to hire mercenary fire crews to take care of yourselves out here. With the power company, PG&E, and other lightning strike fires happening at the same time, these fires get dropped and forgotten. If, like last year, they wanted to put more people on these remote area fires, and they had to pull crews off because the Zog fire was started by PG&E's equipment again. And they were like, wait, come back. But by Redding and Red Bluff and those areas, you've got high population centers, and so they reassigned resources. Same thing with the Caldor. Just as the Dixie was seeming like they had enough people to release, the Caldor starts, and it's tragic. So I feel for you guys. So going back up here, fires were discovered after a series of thunderstorms swept through the area, and we were watching that live on our stream when the Dixie was well established, and then we had a series of thunderstorms sweep through, and they started a whole chain of that same night, a whole chain of lightning strikes on the Coast Range and going up towards Oregon, almost due west of the Dixie Fire, then headed north, and nobody was there to attend them. They hit it with aircraft the next couple of days, the McFarland and such, but it takes time. It takes time to get across the valley and reroute resources, and there were not that many to spare. So fires were discovered after a series of lightning storms swept through the area. Numerous lightning strikes ignited dry timber and brush. Now, up here on the river complex, it's a lot more foresty, whereas the McFarland and such down there are kind of in a transition zone of scrub to pine, but up here it's a lot more piney on the river. Most of the fires are quickly discovered and contained, and they did a remarkable job. There were a lot of little itty bitties around here in Siskiyou slash Trinity County area, but they didn't get all of them. So with increased wind and drier conditions, some of the fires increased in size. The complex is being managed by a Type 1 incident commander team due to the wide geographical area and the fire's locations and complexity of fire behavior on very steep and remote terrain. So all fires within the river complex are being managed for full suppression. So that is a good thing that they want them out. They're not doing the, maybe we should let part of the landscape burn thing that rumors have it. They're trying to suppress them, because now is not the time to let any sort of fire will just burn itself out or be uncontained, no matter how much in the quote wilderness it is, because it can become a kraken, a sea monster in size if left unattended, just because of this historic drought. So total personnel on that river complex is only 680 people, but 680 heroes. 10% containment. Fuels involved timber and brush. Now, significant events: overnight fire behavior as of Sunday morning. With cooler temps, all three fires modulated overnight with creeping, backing, and minimal growth. And you know what? They didn't explain what the big three are. I thought they would name them. I can't name them off the top of my head. They were the shoot. Maybe they've got a label here. But I've been covering so many now. They named individual little ones, some of which are scheduled to grow together. What? You'd think InstaWeb would. Here, let me flip to a maps thing. Hopefully it'll just give us a map, and then you can follow along anyway. Where's the map? Okay. It ain't showing the names. All right, but anyway, you guys who are there, you know which ones are affected, and if it's down here, then I'll go ahead and say that. So, yeah, the McCash and Yellow. Okay, so significant events: overnight fire behavior as of Sunday morning with cooler temps, and all the three fires moderated overnight with creeping, backing, and minimal growth. Yay! What a nice blessing. On Saturday, slightly cooler conditions, drift smoke from the McCash fire and lighter winds moderated fire behavior across the fire complex. That was yesterday. Most fire behavior can be described as backing, flanking, and some short-range spotting in the areas experiencing group tree torching, which is a scary phenomenon. Oh, thank you so much, Crosswave, for the thing. I was about to do the missing person special right after this. I'm so glad you're here. You can walk me through it and make sure I'm saying things correctly. I want to check on the person missing in the Caldor, and Crosswave would like me once again to stay tuned. She has a missing loved one that we will go ahead and highlight here on the stream. Thanks all for tuning in. Going back here, I want to finish this up with the river complex real quick. And thank you for your continued support. Most fire behavior can be described as backing, flanking, and some short-range spotting in the areas experiencing group tree torching. Now, JV here, who had called me a bit earlier today, he's an awesome retired fire chief who teaches classes up there by the Shasta area, has answered my question today about what exactly do they mean by short or long range or medium range spotting. And so he says it's a bit of an informal term in general. So short range is like you're holding a fire line like a road, and some embers go past you, and maybe 100 feet away, 200 feet away, there's a little bit of a fire over there. Maybe it's just on the other side of the road. Now, the long range is like something you can't deal with safely, that you may not even want to approach. It's like long range is seeing the embers, little bits of burning branches and stuff flying over your head and lighting the mountaintop on fire above you at a considerable height or distance, or maybe even traveling a few miles, like over a canyon. well beyond where you are. And at that point, there's a really hard decision about should we chase after it. And that's one of the things I was teaching with a video, is that newbies who get their own water truck can sometimes go racing after every spot. Leave the relative safety of a road and go chasing after a spot that seems to be only 200 yards away. And by the time they get there, it's whooshed up into something that's 50 by 50 in feet, climbing trees and blowing back on them. And they retreat, but there's a fire behind them too, and they're the white in the Oreo, so to speak, and that's not what you want to be. So short-range spotting is still a challenge to the line. But long-range spotting is the incredible difficulty that makes all of these fires pretty much impossible to stop with man's effort. And that's not my words, it's a couple fire experts' words, but you can't get in front of the roaring head of the fire when they're doing long-range spotting. You could get trapped, embers going past you, and that's one of the hard things, is that we have to attack the sides of a fire in order to be safe. They get out of the way. The fire crews get out of the way when the fire is roaring to them, and so should civilians. So going back to the river complex here, steep slopes continue to cause rollout spot fires below any mid-slope containment lines. Okay, rollout spot fires. I can now, thanks to JV, explain what that is too, very confidently, and with the help of the other firefighters in chat. So, rollout spot fires. That's with elevation. So little pine cones are acting like little footballs in the way they roll. They just kind of make their way downhill when they're on fire. And if you ever lit a pine cone on fire, you don't need too many of those to start your campfire. They whoosh to life, and they really, really get a fire going underneath your firewood. Some of the best kind of kindling you can have if you get it going. And so these are little mobile fire starters. Even if fire's going up a hill, or an ember lands at the top of a slope, it'll light the tree on fire, and the pine cones will drop off of it, or the pine cones below will catch, and they'll start rolling downhill at the base of the mountain or hill. And that's what a rollout spot fire is. Sometimes it's tumbleweeds in desert conditions, but sometimes it's entire pieces of shattered logs and stuff. So that is a fire from above. That's a certain. It makes it a lot more sketchy and harder to maintain their lines. Steep slopes continue to cause rollout spot fires below mid-slope the containment lines. And so let me draw a picture real quick about what that exactly means. So if you have a road in the middle of the mountain, and you are holding that road, so let's draw something. Here's your mountain, and here's your road. Here's a road, yay! And the fire is blazing up here, and at least it's not going to go down. Well, whoopsie. Here goes your pine cones, starting a fire down here at the valley area. You're like, dang it. So if you see the whole Oreo cookie scenario again, where the firefighters are in between them, now fire can race uphill, because no matter what the wind's really doing, it likes to climb. You see their special danger that they're in. So that's quite a predicament, that making this challenging and dangerous. So steep slopes continue to cause rollout spot fires below any mid-slope containment lines. So crews continue to conduct fire operations to backfire off of the Yellow Jacket Ridge towards the western containment line of Murderer's Gulch. Now, I would love to know the story behind that name, Murderer's Gulch. Anybody know what that's about? Because that sounds very historically interesting to me. The northwest portion of the fire is backing down the slope east of Fishhawk towards Dark Gulch, consuming heavy loads of dead and down fuels. Sounds like that'll blaze up good then for quite a while. Heavy loads of dead and down is dead and down trees. Standing dead trees and downed trees, the dead logs on the ground. Those have to be removed for fire safety. It's one of the main reasons that these fires are getting mega large, out of control, and burning fiercely, to the point where fire crews just back the heck off for their own safety. So they're sounds like they're doing backfiring operations, and that's a great tool. And drawing the picture again, here's your mountain. Whoops, wrong color. Here's your mountain in the black. Here's your mountain, and you got your road. And if the top's on fire anyway, or hill or whatever region, and you made that a really good containment line when it's really, really cool in the night and not windy much at all, they'll start some fires maybe at the base just to burn purposefully, slowly up to this line here. And then they can safely the next day operate with their little trucks. Whoops, that was supposed to be a blue pen. Operate with their little trucks here. Because all the pine cones in the world can go ahead and roll down here now. There's nothing to burn there. They have safety. That's the concept. I'm not saying that's their plan. That's the concept. And that can help keep a lot of communities safe too by doing that around the communities. So I don't know the region. Can't tell you any strategy they may have other than what they're writing here. But this is general concept for the public. Crews remain actively engaged in structure protection in the Somerville, Cecilville, and Upper Coffee Creek Road areas. Oh, and by the way, what I just drew, that's what they did do at the Bobcat Fire. They did that at the Bobcat Fire last year. We saw very good examples of that all over my stream. And people were very, very concerned as the fires approached closer and closer to, say, the Griffith Observatory down there, and is that by Pasadena, right? And that's the way they saved it, is they lit in the cool of the night the hills, the slopes, after making a good line with the road at the top. They lit the slopes on fire so the fire couldn't sweep over when it was high winds. Current weather concerns for the river complex. A weak system will push through the region today, with marginally cool temperatures and dry conditions. No precipitation is expected. Winds are forecast to be west-northwest, meaning going to the south-southeast, and lighter than previous days. Yep, just like we saw in Windy. Smoke from the fires of the river complex plus the McCash fire to the northwest will continue to impact the fire area. The smoke is likely to moderate fire weather potential in the areas where thick smoke lingers into the afternoon. Yay! Smoke will moderate it. That'll just buy them some nice time. Warm and dry conditions are expected for much of the week. Fingers crossed, this will buy them the time they need. Every day they have to do firing ops and make lines in a calm and non-frantic manner is wonderful. Time is mostly what fire crews need. They just need time to make their preparations. That's what they need, and they depend on Mother Nature's mercy for that time. They're helpless, as good as they are and as pro as they are. We saw a lot of super pro, awesome activity, boots on the ground, pulling miracles out of their hats night after night. They still can't do anything if they don't have the right weather. So, planned actions. Continued assessment to the fires and its locations, so they'll look at it. Point protection in Coffee Creek, Somerville, and Cecilville. Road preparation, line improvement, mop-up, and holding actions where possible on this river complex fire. All the divisions are understaffed. All divisions are understaffed. And you know what JV was saying, the retired fire chief? What I was thinking along the lines too, that tons of people have to be thinking, there needs to be a reserve. The retirees know about firefighting. They could do a lot of the desk jobs and the light jobs and the kind of coordination jobs, the radio jobs, the communication jobs. If not, even if you have a bad back or something like that, you could fulfill those roles so the able can go out and assist the crews. We do need the formation of like a reserve team. We really do. That could help so much. I really hope that perhaps California or other states, now would be the time, not, maybe next year. Now would be the time for them to activate such a system and just get it going. Maybe ask the military or National Guard to oversee it, but do something along the lines. There's been so many people coming in the channel saying, I'd like to volunteer and I don't know how, and they're not allowing me. Now would be the time. Now would be the time. So Going back up to the chat, NM says, oh, you have to go? Okay, stay strong. Stay strong. Going back up. Sorry, what, where? Is that person talking about me? Doug Turner, were you talking about somebody else? That's kind of a weird statement. Going back to the chat. So, projected incident activity. 12 hours. In the next 12 hours on the river complex, lighter winds will minimize fire activity overnight with limited perimeter growth. Next 24 hours on the river complex, lighter winds and a stronger inversion will help moderate fire behavior across the complex. Cronan, that's what it was. I knew it sounded like Conan the Barbarian, but it was Cronan. That was the one that I had the most concern of. I think that was the one by Somerville or Hay Press. Okay. The Cronan fire will continue to flank to the west towards the planned control line. The Hay Press will back towards the Cecilville and Callahan Road area. The Hay Press and summer fires will continue to burn around the structures within the Somerville and Upper Coffee Creek Road area. The next 48 hours, predominant spread will be to the east along Coffee Creek Road near Three Sisters Gulch and threatening additional structures along this road system. Hopefully they can protect those. The spread will also continue to the south and east as the main perimeter of the Hay Press fire grows towards the spot fire. The next 72 hours, the last several days of active fire behavior has shown the potential this fire has with clear skies and breezy conditions. The spot fire on the southeast side of the Hay Press has the potential to burn up into the Swift Creek drainage, which has continuous dry fuel bed leading to the community of Trinity Center. So there's a lot at risk here, and they're understaffed. Anticipated after the next 72 hours, critically dry weather conditions, extremely complex terrain. 5+ weeks of the fire season and available resource limitations will allow the Hay Press and summer fires to grow together. This complex will be a long-duration fire with plenty of country to burn and minimal options for containment. There is a high probability that the fire will continue to grow to the east and threaten additional communities of Coffee Creek, Carville, and Trinity Center. That's very grim. But hopefully they can do the structure protection where they just plan for the fire to go around the community and they save as much as they can. And that may be what their strategy is right now. Maybe they're prepping those structures and getting fuels away from them and doing what they can. We can only hope. So the Cronan is at 5,612 acres, 18% containment. The summer is at 20,000 acres, only 2% containment. The Hay Press, 59,108 acres and only 3% containment. Like I said, this is a forgotten fire. It's probably not even mentioned on the news for most of the country. So, going to here, all residents and visitors in the above listed areas should leave the area due to increased fire activity. So, this is Sugar Pine Trailhead. As of Friday, per the Trinity County Sheriff's Office and the County Office of Emergency Services, the end of Coffee Creek Road, west of Sugar Pine Trailhead, remains under evacuation order. While leaving the area, use caution as emergency vehicles assisting with evacuations, structure protection, and fire suppression efforts will be on the roadways. And remember, never drive over a charged up hose line. No matter what, you can ruin the hose. If it's flat, you may have, you wait and you wait for them to tell you whether or not you can drive over it. They may disconnect it. They may gesture you, whatever they want to do, but never drive over a charged hose line. The result will not be good. We've had firefighter deaths before because of a car going over charged hose lines outside of structure fires and compromising their water source on the interior, but wildland firefighting is no different. How long will it take them to go get a new one? Maybe it spreads more than it should because somebody drove over it. So be careful. Whenever you're evacuating and driving around these areas, you may come across a corner and see a hose line. So just be careful. I'm going to go to the monument and read the update on that one. And then we'll go down to McFarland. And then we're going to turn on the radio for the Caldor, and I'll read a little bit about the Caldor first, and then I'll go get my computer supplies and check on my neighbors. So looking back at chat, going up here, if anybody had any, right before I read about the monument, Bob Fraser says dead and down is often measured by tons per acre. 100 tons an acre would be a heavy fuel load. Wow. Yeah, I mean, trees weigh a lot. Have you ever thought about, how all night your campfire can burn, and that's just a couple of split logs that are, a foot and a half long? You ever tried to burn an entire trunk of a tree, and how long that would? You imagine how long that would keep going? Holy mackerel. So, Patricia, hey, welcome back. And Danielle, hey, welcome back. Everybody who I missed, sorry, Cheryl, Bonnie, Slapdash, everybody, thanks for being here. Just Josh, thank you for the link. You're still my right hand man, dude. Thank you for being here every day, providing super links. Yeah, John Trimp says, or Trimpy, sorry, says my heart goes out to all of you, Central Illinois here. Thank you for expressing the support. It really, really helps. So going back up here to chat, did I miss anything before I go? House Taylorsville, we're gonna take a look at that. I promise in the lull of the day to look at the forgotten fires. We'll go back and look at Dixie, Caldor, and then I'll go for a minute. Going back, Dusty says haven't heard any bad news about Taylorsville. There's still fire in the vicinity, but not running through the town. That echoes the sentiment of what the west side morning briefing was, but Taylorsville's technically on the east side. But I'm sure they would have said something about it if there was something terrible. So Kathy Arch says, like to volunteer if you need to have some type of certifications. Knowledge of the incident command system would likely be required. I would like to think to volunteer, you would have to have some sort of certifications. Yeah, I would. A lot of people are certified. The classes are constantly ongoing, like JC's class, JV, sorry. But I mean, there's a lot of just retired firefighters who could do a lot of volunteering just because, it was their career, So incident overview for the monument. Did I miss anything? Dusty says, want to see a spot fire burn in real time. Leak Springs cam on the Caldor is a 1 hour replay, like a classroom example. Okay, let's do that, and I'll get that showing for you as I read the monument fire. We'll go to isn't it Greater Tahoe? Control F, the word Leak Springs. That's the fastest way to find these. So 1 hour time lapse. Wow. Okay. Look at all the aircraft. Yeah, we do have buzzing aircraft. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. We will put on the aircraft pilot chatter as soon as I can get out the door here. I live very fortunately close to a store of computer gear, so I'm just going to go get the pickup. And let's see. Yeah, that little guy just whooshes, doesn't he? Wow. Okay, so let's replay that again. This is where you should watch. This is an example of a spot fire. Look how far away that is. Or I think I'm drawing it to the correct spot here. And I'm going to do the missing persons update too, guys. Don't worry. Barbara, thank you so much for your kind donation. Cute little hippos. Thanks for being here. I'm about to put, before I leave, up the charity links. Mostly we need donations to go to the people affected. I'm okay. I'm not a person who's quote lost, knock on wood. I'm not as afflicted by somebody who's really going through this. I can survive on pocket change, taking time off from working. I can survive on pocket change, whereas the people who are afflicted really need our help. So thank you so much for the little donations. Just pocket change after you've helped the others is all I need. I'm so grateful for everyone though. Looking back here, let's watch this again. Now the spot fire is where embers go up in the wind and they're carried by wind gusts and erratic things, and yep, right there. So what did we just see? We saw a change in the wind, and the embers went as well as I can interpret from here to here, behind that ridge, from up there to there. Did you see how the smoke, just for a moment, went down that direction? Well, embers are traveling with the wind, so smoke direction is where you're going to see spots develop. And the smoke went there. Did anything catch? Did anything catch? There's a wait and see game, and then we got your little smoke. It starts out with that little smoke, that little guy. And so they're constantly looking out for that. That's what these pivoting cameras that drive us nuts, constantly looking around. As it happens that fast, just bam. So when did the smoke go over there? We'll look at the clock. And thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. The smoke drifted that way because of a little bit of a wind change at 1:34. So here we got that little bit of a wind shift just for the moment. And at 1:46, yeah, you can't see anything yet. And then it makes its first appearance. Whoosh! 1:55. It's just happened. Watch that little thing grow to a big guy. Right there. Watch him. Now it's 2:18. Whoosh! It found fuels and wind picked it up. That thing and right behind it. Two different little spots where the wind in the darker area zone and the little smoke zone right here. Whoosh. All it took. And that's the sort of thing where you can know that your property or wherever you are might be spared because, oh, the wind in general is blowing that direction. But there are little shifts throughout the day. Have you ever gone and flown a kite at the beach and then it suddenly shifts and you're struggling to control your kite and keep it from crashing to the ground because it's going off a different way? It can do that for only 5 minutes and really change the landscape and really make you unsafe. And this is how crews get endangered. Well, we can continually monitor that. Let's just keep it on there as I, on the other screen, read about the monument fire. Going back to the chat real quick, and I'll look at the link that Josh just provided. As Sacramento police is on the Dixie Fire, the second largest wildfire in California history. Currently on mutual aid. Praying for containment. Yep, thank you so much, Sacramento police. Looking back here at chat, Kathy Yards, thank you so much for the kind donation. Thanks for all you do to keep us informed. Best I can. Okay, so I apologize I can't be here like every waking hour because my voice will die again. I'm going to try an experiment today. Speaking a little bit, coming back, speaking a little bit. And there were aircraft in front of this camp. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of the aircraft. I do have to read a few more summaries and then do the missing persons moment. And then, of course, I'll, excuse me, pardon my throat. And I'll leave you with the radio. We'll hear those pilots. Okay, the monument fire. Okay, excuse me, pardon me. Hang on. Need that drink. Okay. So I keep getting the two confused, just as a word. I'm goofy like that. I can sometimes say the McFarland when I mean the monument. And so I want to go over here, California, and de-uglify this map for a second. And get over here And this is a guide so that people kind of know what's going on. A lot of people are like, "What's the monument fire?" Unfortunately, and so that's the one over by Weaverville. So, okay, the monument. And David Anderson, welcome. In the 50s and 60s, U.S. Forest Service would use local radio to advertise for firefighter work, report to local unemployment office with boots, gloves, and a change of underwear. And it worked. It worked, yeah. It worked for these fires. I think that's what we should be doing too. Deputize people. Deputize people if you need people to be on patrol and do fire lookout and help, control things. Yeah, we're strapped. We don't have a reserve here. So going back to, Dusty, what Dusty's point was, and we'll continue to look at that compelling image is the spot fires, both of those in front of the frame. In fact, there are two. Both of these spots right here are growing, and we'll, here's the main one. Here's the main one. This is the Leak Springs cam on the Caldor. So I'm going to read about the McFarland as you guys watch that pretty compelling image. There's probably going to be some airplanes flying back and forth. So, but yeah, that's how firefighters can get trapped, and that's exactly what JV was saying today. He was saying that you don't go chasing after spot fires. That's one of the biggest newbie mistakes. You have to make sure you're not going to get trapped in between. You don't want to be the meat in that sandwich. So, Kathy Arch says, Kathryn is my go-to for spot info on Dixie. Best I can. Hubby's been up there since 8 to 4. Oh, thank him for our service. Today's his birthday, and yesterday was our anniversary. He's our hero. Yeah, thank you. He's our hero as well. Thank you, Mr. Arch, if presuming that's his last name, for your service, and happy birthday. Tell him to come back to the stream at 2:34 p.m. Happy birthday. It was a pilot's birthday yesterday on the Caldor, and he goes, "Hi, checking in," and the air attack goes, "Happy birthday." He goes, "Thanks." So, all right, and congrats on your anniversary. So, yeah, hey, Dogecoin, welcome back. So, looking back, Dusty Smoke says actually the big black smoke column behind the front spot is the leading edge of the flank and not a spot. Okay, thank you for that correction. So, the little guy is the spot. Okay, yeah, thanks for that correction. But it's still quite a considerable distance. Quite a considerable distance. Where if somebody was over by that smoke column over there, if the crews were, they might be hitting reverse on the trucks, if somebody was there. Now that development occurred. And everything can change in a moment. Everything can change in a moment. I mean, that flank, I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it come out of the smoke column there. I figured that was the main, and we couldn't even see it back there. This is why the eyes in the skies are so important to keep everybody safe. Those crews can be entrapped, and they have buddies. They have buddies in the sky watching out for them, and they are constantly on the radio, and people at other positions, lookouts, literally from some of these cameras are placed at lookout areas. We see it time and time again on these ridges, where somebody gets up there with binoculars and they're just looking at the landscape, and they've got their radio telling crews what the heck's going on. So, Dusty, you probably heard that from the radio, I imagine. Dusty says, although in this particular case the whole east flank is unmanned, nobody in front of that now. Yikes. I think that's wise. Because it's supposed to be spreading the Caldor towards the northeast and east most actively. Today, the anticipated spread of the Caldor was the east and northeast sections, where it's a lot less of a situation than yesterday, but it's still going to grow today, and so we're keeping an eye on it. Let me read about the other forgotten fires real quick. Now, see, it's a couple hours later, and I was just going to go leave for lunch. I didn't have my breakfast yet. I really have to zip through this. Very sorry. Cause of the monument was lightning. I am reading monument, right? Off screen. Okay. Just like we saw live on our channel, we saw the lightning strike over there, and then all of a sudden reports of smoke next morning on the cams. So Total personnel on the monument is 1,715 people. It is 147,323 acres in size, 16% contained. Now, estimated containment date on that one, November 1st at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. But basically, that is the roundabout way of saying by the time it rains. The rains of November. So fuel's involved, and the thing is Santa Ana wind season and Diablo wind season, which is essentially the same thing, is dry hurricane force winds that come out of the Nevada desert. That begins in October. I hope we don't have another red October, but could be. So the fuels involved. The fire remains squarely within the 2008 Buckhorn, Eagle, Miners, and Cedar Fire footprints. Type of fuels is converted brush and heavy dead and down component. They dominate most of the areas. That's probably because there wasn't salvage logging done on all the previous fires. Sometimes you can't reach all of them, and sometimes the money's not there, or sometimes they're not allowed to by Byzantine laws, red tape. But I would imagine a lot of that is the other dead fuels, just like the Moonlight fire scars screwing up the Dixie. Fuels to the north of Hayfork are characterized as widely spaced mixed conifer and grass. Now, I think Hayfork is going to be our super survival story, because wasn't it threatened last year too, and a year before? They have one super type of town defense, and the little Hayfork camera is still alive and kicking, I believe. And by the way, which direction is the camera pointing? So we see the fire heading to the north. So what we should explain, what me and Dusty were talking about, is this is the flanking edge. The head of the fire is somewhere off that way. These are the sides. These are the sides, the flanks of the fire. So this is heading off to the northeast. Now the wind is what pushes the head around, and the sides are just going up and down hills and slopes, and it's a slower spreading action. But you just saw how the wind changed and just peppered the area over here, and at least one of the spots took hold. That's why it's still continuing to grow, because wind isn't always blowing particularly in one direction. So the monument fire is where what I was explaining is it's kind of like scrubby grasslands and oak trees and chaparral and that sort of thing, where mixed conifers start to kind of grow, but most of the conifers are further north. And the coast range is a lot less steep. I mean, a lot less steep. It's almost like hills, really, compared to like the Sierras and Cascade Mountains. So significant events. Fire is fuels driven, meaning it doesn't even need wind. Fuel driven, basically, it just doesn't even need wind. It's just dry as a bone, and it'll continue to spread around just by vegetation touching each other, that it doesn't need high winds. It doesn't even need low humidity to be rip-roaring through a landscape. It finds fuels and says, oh goody, I can set up shop here for weeks because there's so much dead stuff to burn. Now, a normal wildfire that doesn't reach a lot of dead fuels will rip through an area quickly and go and leave. It has devastation in its wake, but it just burns off the bushes on the ground, the grass, and the limbs off the trees. But it goes by and then boom, it's gone. But it lingers and blazes for weeks or even months if there's dead trees on the ground or standing. That's fuels-driven stuff. And when it's continuously active in an area for weeks, well, it's a ticking time bomb. When is the next wind event? Then it'll explode. All right, so going back to significant events. Fire is fuel-driven, resulting out of extend and extreme enhanced drought. I think they meant out of an extended and extreme / enhanced drought condition. with influence of steep slopes and winds. Fire behavior has picked up the past 2 days on the monument here, with wind shifting out of the west and smoke clearing out on the western perimeter. So, double-edged sword. You can use aircraft if you don't have as much smoke, but that takes the lid off the frying pan and makes it sizzle. So, smoke is a frying pan's lid. Not my words. That's what the behavioral analysts use as a term, and I think it's apt. A number of spot fires have been occurring because somebody needs to grammar check this. It says a number of spot fires have been occurring with a high resistance to control, which is grim for the monument. Elsewhere, limited winds have resulted in smoke remaining over the fire, creating a cap over fire with limited fire behavior, especially in the valley and canyon bottoms. Elsewhere, fire progression was mostly seen in steeper terrain, where backing fire and rollout allowed the fire to make slow progress. Fire has been chunking away. I love their term here, chunking away under a cap of smoke, and concern exists for increased activity when and if the cap is removed over parts of the fire. So there's not that many cams out there. Weaverville has got a cam. In fact, I would like to check on that. Let's duplicate our tab, go to the home button, check out our Weaverville cam, and just see what does it look like out there. Do Control F to search the page, type in Weaver. Hang on a second. Maybe it's not called Weaverville cam. Maybe we just have to go over by it. I thought there was one. What? Am I losing my head around Red Eden? Which one of these is the Weaverville cam? Hang on a second. Red Mountain. Hey, they could do with labeling a couple more of the dang. Okay, our Hay Fork Divide. Hey, it's still alive. Right. Okay. Rainbow Lake. Okay, sorry, I must orient myself. Weaverville is right next to just northwest of Redding. Wow, look at that thing just blowing up over there on the Caldor. Duckett. McCabe. Oregon Mountain. Okay. Madness confirmed. I thought there was a camera that clearly said Weaverville. Sorry about that. Got our Oregon Mountain. Would it be McCabe Ridge? Something like that. So they've got smoke. That's basically the idea is they've got the smoke, and we'll continue to watch that. Places like Hay Fork Divide, heavy smoke. So for now, they got mitigating smoke moderating the situation. It's going to change at 5, as far as we can tell with the weather. So let's go back and look at that craziness. Let's do the last 15 minutes of our spot fires growth and the flank expanding. And that is something to see. And we might see more aircraft here. I'll do a refresh and I'll go back to reading about the monument. Whoa! Speak of the devil! That's one of the DC-10s. Oh boy. Is that 914 or 915? 915 was out for maintenance yesterday. So, Dusty says Caldor, Armstrong 1, lookout cam. East side of the fire. There goes our hero. There goes our DC-10. Woohoo. So yeah, let me quickly do the rundown on the monument and we'll hear about this stuff. You've got a link for me, Dusty? Okay, cool. So tankers are in the house. I did listen to the morning update on the Dixie, and it was like, we're going to have a quieter day, but we'll have to help protect Milford from potential for spotting over there and taking off in the sagey stuff. Okay, let's look at the last hour of the Armstrong. We are covering the Caldor, but I promised a couple of things before we go back to it. At 5 o'clock today, we're going to have some pretty significant winds affecting the West Coast range fires and the Caldor as well, so I want to get back to them. So there's aircraft all over this one too. So we are looking towards the north here. So the Caldor continues to march towards the north and go towards the east, and we'll be on that next. So the column in the upper right is stuff heading towards Tahoe. Yeah. And I was talking with somebody about Tahoe today, and I promised, guys, we're coming right back to the Caldor. This is last couple of hours there. We're coming back, so we're looking at it. And I'm going to read about the rest of the monument. Weather concerns on the monument fire. Observed weather: heavy smoke blanketed the fire in the morning with cooler temps in the lower to mid-50s and good humidity recovery. Under light to rain-driven winds, smoke thinned across Branch 1 during the early afternoon as west to northwest winds increased across ridges. High temperatures ranged in the mid to upper 80s, where smoke thinned to the 70s under persistent smoke. Minimum humidity on the monument fire. Yes, I forget which one I'm reading about. Now I lost my place. I had to scroll up. Minimum humidity ranged from 20 to 35%. Forecasted weather: smoke will settle across the fire again tonight. Minimum temperatures in the 50s. Moderate humidity recover will continue with maximum values of 40 to 60% on the monument fire, but this is gradual downward trend as the weak east winds develop across ridges. If somebody has a link to a Caldor fire update, there's another. Woo! Wow, there's another beautiful DC-10 coming in lower and lower. There she is. Pretty sweet. So we'll continue to look at that. Back reading summary of the monument fire. Sunday outlook. Widespread, more persistent smoke is expected with weaker, mainly to rain-driven winds. Excuse me, I got to sneeze. Oh, sorry. Fake sneeze. Can't do it. Oh, but I mute myself when I try to sneeze in your face. Temperatures will be slightly warmer and minimum humidity a little lower on Sunday with highs in the upper 70s to 80s, near 70 across ridges under the smoke. Minimum humidity will range in the upper teens to 30%. Upper Canyon winds will develop mid to late afternoon with peak gusts of 15 miles an hour. Look at that splash! We had a retardant splash right there on that little spot, or in front of it, actually. Goodness. Cool. Our boys and our women in action here. So up Canyon winds will develop mid to late afternoon with peak gusts near 15 miles per hour, when winds will quickly relax after sunset, come down Canyon by midnight, with light east wind across the ridges with associated moderate to poor humidity recovery. So there will be activity and growth today on the monument and the river complex. So we have projected activity and this and that. They plan to provide structure defense for the communities of Burnt Ranch, Friedrich Road, Cedar Flat, and Underwood Mountain. They'll patrol and mop up along Corral Bottom Road and 47 and Prodigy Site. They'll monitor the monument fire on the north side of the Trinity River around Ironside Mountain. They'll patrol and secure current fire line around structures within the communities of Don Juan Point, east through Big Flat, along Highway 299 corridor. They'll monitor the west side of the New River drainage for any spots. Scout for opportunities for indirect line north of the New River from Happy Camp Mountain to the confluence of the Trinity. They'll take action on all spots across west. That's on all spots that land west of the New River. New River. They'll prepare structures along the New River from Five Waters northward. They'll provide structured defense for the communities from Helena east to Junction City and north along Canyon Creek, and east fork of the north fork of the Trinity. They'll finish handline, from Canyon Creek west to indirect dozer line along the ridges around Helena. They'll continue to prep structures in Canyon Creek, meaning they affect the fire to get there. They'll evaluate options for managing fire to keep it from progressing east of the east fork of the north fork. So they don't want it to go east of the east fork of the north fork. I'm just going to let you guys puzzle that out because that seems like that may have been a typo. And impacting values at risk to the east. This may include burning out along Hobo Gulch Road and further evaluating need for dozer line along Backbone Ridge within Trinity Alps Wilderness. Hold, mop up, and patrol fire lines along the Trinity River south to the Hawker Meadow. They'll prep the structures along west of Dutch Creek Road. They'll verify contingency lines north of Highway 3 from Jordan Road to Maxwell Creek Road. They'll continue firing operations as approved by the Operations Section Chief. And a strategic planning meeting scheduled for Saturday with completion of PACE map and draft long-term strategic analysis. Okay, well that was yesterday. So parts of these things are just not updated very often. In the next 12 hours on the monument, expect active fire growth in areas where smoke clears and the influence of critically dry fuels with influence of northwesterly flow. High resistance to control is being realized on spot fires and slopovers. Dry conditions will contribute to potential for spotting and rapid uphill runs. So they have their hands full. It is not safe to be in that general region with conditions like that. I know how driving through that region is. You're driving on a hillside through canyons and gulches. They have a nightmarish situation trying to be anywhere near it with just interpreting that and knowing the region. There's a high probability of entrapment. So I don't blame them for just staying out of danger areas, and that's what civilians should do too, under those kind of conditions. Hopefully the weather will be kind enough, especially at night, for them to burn off those hillsides and make roads safe, or at least safer, for them to travel around to respond to those spots. So that was the next 12 hours. The next 12 hours on the monument. Dry conditions will contribute to the potential for spotting and rapid uphill runs. Predominant fire spread is anticipated and well aligned east and west drainages. And what that means, east and west drainages. If wind's blowing towards the east, coming out of the west, blowing to the east, watch out for the drainages, mainly the roads. They go in the drainages, the canyons, that align the same direction. That's where you get the wind tunnel effect and the rapid spread. And when it reaches stuff like these hills, it'll race over and go over the top. So that's why it's so important to continuously, look at things like the satellite. See where the biggest hot spots are and where the communities are, and see, their briefing maps and such. See where they're confident. See where they have black line. But we can see the red here is the last 24 hours as far as looking in here. Actually, yesterday at 3:20 was the red spots indicated activity within the last 24 hours of yesterday. So that's the last 36 hours where they had a lot of fire. But we don't know, of course, if this was firing ops or if this is where the edge of the fire stopped or whatnot, unless you constantly listen to the radio and look at briefings and stuff. And if they decide to tell us where they did fire. That's about it for the monument. They are not saying anything about... Oh, here we go. They are actually. Excuse me. Next 24 hours. Oh, sorry. Projected incident activity. I forgot to read the middle sentence and the next one. Sorry, I didn't scroll up. So in the next 12 hours on the monument, predominant fire spread is anticipated in the well-aligned east-west drainages. Western progression could impact Butte Ranch and the New River drainage. Within the New River drainage, there's potential for slope reversal and progression to the west. So what we would do is this. New river. What is this, the county? Is this Siskiyou? Is that a town or like a drainage? A river. Okay. Is New River a river? That's not it. We're in Mexico, or almost in Mexico. Okay. So that's why I have to put the county. Siskiyou. Isn't it? Sorry, folks. I was hoping it was a little community. That's over by Wairika. That don't make any sense. All right. Well, wherever that is, we can type in Butte Ranch. Oh, my luck, there's 10 of those as well. Okay, here's Butte Ranch. So that's the west edge. That's where they're doing readying for protection. So at least we know where that is. I could zoom in here and see if that's Trinity. Okay. Let me look at chat. Did anybody respond? Yeah, Matt McKay, we're going to look back at Caldor. I've got things to say about that. And let me go back to looking at our airplanes. I don't see anybody answering the question about what New River is, but I'll just continue to read that. We're almost done with the monument here. Within the New River drainage, there's potential for slope reversal and progression to the west. Without the lifting of smoke, minimal fire behavior is expected on the eastern end. So in the next 24 hours on the monument, potential for active fire behavior with high resistance to control in areas where the smoke clears. Expect burn periods to expand with increased ventilation on the western extent of the fire. Anticipate consistent but lighter west-northwest winds to develop during the entire burn period to steer established deep-seated fire mostly west. Mostly west on the 229 around Butte Ranch and New River drainage and south towards Hayfork. So we were just checking the Hayfork cans. They've got their blanket of smoke, but after 5 p.m. we don't know if that's going to still be here. So hang on, little Hayfork. You're the little engine that could. So is the webcams up there. So I hope that satisfies everyone's questions about the monument, and it fulfills my promise to look at that one. The McFarland is the one that we can read about next, and we're going straight towards Caldor. Okay, McFarland is 66% contained and updated 5 hours ago. 985 acres. We're continuing to look at the Caldor, but we're going to do the monument real quick. Nope. McFarland, excuse me. Resources. 819 people on it, 13 hand crews, 74 engines, 7 helicopters, 14 dozers, 22 tenders, 3 masticators. Masticators! Those are the future. Bulldozers, step aside. Masticators are here. It's basically a tractor with a arm at the end that grabs trees or logs or stumps, bushes, has a buzzsaw at the end and a wood chipper, and it'll just turn that into wood chips in no time. It'll fertilize the land, make it more like a bark dust fire on the ground instead of a whipping, raging thing. Clears the vegetation from lines, makes your property and makes the roads fire safe way faster than bulldozers ever could, way better. Those things are marvelous. Lessened winds and a minor marine influence help to keep the fire relatively quiet overnight. I'm reading quickly the McFarland. Crews patrolled their containment lines. They were finding and extinguishing hot spots visible along the fire's edge. Hang on, I gotta sneeze again. One moment. Oh, sorry guys, I mute when I try. Today, crews will work around the Noble Ridge to secure completed line and stop fire spread to the west, and to prioritize securing lines built to protect Platina and the structures in and around Begum Gorge. They will carefully monitor and mop up any hot spots along 36 and Vestal and Wemasole roads. Now that is a word. Wemasole. To the south, the fire line near Tom Head Mountain is complete. Crews are continuing work along the southern edge, where the fire continues to grow slowly towards the Yola Boli Wilderness. I had trouble pronouncing that last year too. Yola Boli. Which one is it? Yola Boli Wilderness? You can't make this up. Yolla Bolly. And the footprint of the Elkhorn fire. The fire continues to grow slowly towards the Yola Boli Wilderness and the footprint of the Elkhorn fire. The weather today is predicted to be similar to yesterday, with potential for terrain-driven winds up to approximately 14 miles an hour on ridge tops. Heavy smoke conversion may help relative humidity, with a minimum of 25 to 30%, but vegetation is still critically dry. Damage assessment's ongoing, and release of info will be available in the next 48 hours. 36 is closed from Highway 3 to Bowman Road. For current information, visit quickmap.dot.ca.gov. Tehama County evacuations in Shasta and all that are basically haven't changed too much, and here's the link if you guys want to know about them. I just want to look down at planned actions. Today, the crews will continue to work Noble Ridge to secure things and prioritize securing the lines to protect Platina and the structures in and around Begum Gorge. They will carefully monitor and mop up any hot spots along 36 and Vestal and Wemasole roads. To the south, the fire line near Tom Head Mountain is complete, and crews are continuing to work the southern edge, where the fire continues to grow slowly towards Yola Boli Wilderness and the footprint of the Elkhorn. Dozers and heavy equipment will continue to reopen dozer lines from last year's August complex, as well as looking for safe opportunities to go direct on the east and southeast portions of that fire. Burnout operations will continue along the east and southeast portions of the fire to prevent spread and improve containment lines. So the thing that I worry about when they're starting to talk about last year's August complex scar is there's no way it's humanly possible to have salvage logged all that dead stuff in the August complex. If it reaches it, people think, oh, well, that area already burned. The fire won't be so bad, right? No. Fires are worse the next year, the year after, and the year after that, because all the trees it killed last year are now dead. So we've had some brush growth this year, and if the brush goes up, it's like stacking kindling at the base of the giant bonfires that every standing dead tree is, called a snag. I don't want to see it in the August complex scar. I really don't. I don't think any of us do. So we'll monitor that situation, though. Okay, that's my wrap up for what was going on the west side of the valley. We're going to go look at the Caldor here, look at the Dixie. Then I got to go get my mouse. Mark Jensen says we just plant trees here. For every tree we plant, 10 burn down, and it doesn't help. Yeah. The poor region around Indian Valley just recovered. It was just starting to really look green again from this stupid 2007 Moonlight Fire. The Moonlight Fire was just starting to get green again. Whoosh. Back to square one. I know. But you know what? There's a lot of solutions here. We can be proactive and we can make lines proactively instead of reactively. Instead of scrambling to get ahead of these fires, we should have some pre-made, and that's what was expressed in chat here, and I completely agree with you. You know, they didn't have any time to go to the east side of the Caldor and make lines. There's no crews there, and there's no time. It just raced up the slope. You know, that's what happens with the Caldor and such. In these rugged Sierras, it just went uphill. This is a gigantic area. This is one heck of a gigantic area. There is nobody that could get to work out here. In front of the fire, they do a calculation. How fast will it get there versus how quickly could we work? And if the answer is no, you won't be able to complete anything before it gets there. Of course, that'll be not the strategy. A different strategy might just be protect structures and let the fire move past them, or it might be just get out of the way as a strategy, or it might be backfires as a strategy. But that kind of answers your question. It's some of the most steep and rugged terrain of the western United States, frankly, and they're going to hit rock. They're hitting rock a lot. At dozers, dozers plow through dirt. You can either choose a road or a soil-filled area to make lines. That's what a line is. What if you hit bare rock? That's extremely challenging out here. A better strategy might be the firing ops. So looking back, I want to read you guys before we read InsaWeb and look at any other things about the Caldor. What I woke up to read this morning. And JV, Mr. Bruno up there, who's a retired fire chief. I had a conversation with him this morning. I read this last of this article to him briefly, and he concurs that Bill Gabbert here with Wildfire Today, wildfiretoday.com, really good resource for news, was talking about the Caldor and basically reading word for word the article here. The northeast side of it ran for more than 4 miles Saturday, growing to 98,000 acres while being pushed by 8 to 10 mile an hour winds out of the southwest, which gusted to 20 miles an hour. Relative humidity measured at the Barney Ridge weather station south of the fire on Omo Ranch Road never dropped below 30%, which likely moderated the spread. Yeah, just like I was saying. That was a lucky break, getting high humidity at least. The fire activity slowed Saturday night as the wind decreased, but spot fires were still occurring. The weather forecast for Sunday is for high temps in the 70s, relative humidity 25 to 32, with afternoon winds becoming 5 to 9 miles an hour with 15 mile an hour gusts. So we know that it's still going to keep growing. The fires along Highway 50, 14 miles southwest of Tahoe, and 36 miles east of the Sacramento suburbs. During a fixed-wing mapping flight at 9:15 Saturday night, Caldor fire was less than a mile from Highway 50 in several places, but was still mostly south of the highway. A significant spot has become established north of the road near Kivers. Remind you, this is an article written earlier today. We're about to look at it, the current right now. Hi Terry. Hey, welcome back. He says, hi guys from the UK. Hope you're well for now. I'm doing much better. I got a lot of rest. So I'm going to read this to you guys as we look at the mesmerizing spreading of spot fire here. We're seeing some aircraft right in front of the cams sometimes, and I'll look back at chat in just a moment, guys. This is what's critical and what's scary. We should be concerned. When experts are saying words like this, they have a penchant for understatement in general. But when they're using terms like this, we got to sit up and pay attention. So, reading the rest of the article on Wildfire Today. Hang up here. As it spread over 4 miles Saturday, there were numerous spot fires. I should actually update something. Static message. Reading about Caldor. And then watching live spot. Okay, that's my updated message. Okay, so people can orient themselves who just walk in here. As it spread over 4 miles Saturday, there were numerous spot fires caused by lofted burning embers out ahead of the main fire. One of the spots southwest of Sciots Camp was documented 1.8 miles from the main front. So I had confirmation today that's basically considered long range. Stuff that's short range is within a couple 100 yards or something. long ranges like half mile, miles, and way over your head, leaping canyons, that sort of thing. So one of the spots was 1.8 miles away from the main front. Firefighters expect the growth to continue Sunday in all the areas, with minimal growth at the southern and eastern portions. So at least there's a plus on that. With major fire growth continuing on the north and northeastern sides, spot fires will occur on the Caldor, half a mile ahead of itself. The probability of ignition is 87%, meaning 87% of lofted firebrands, which means little bits of sticks that are on fire, whipping around in the wind, that land in receptive fuels will ignite that fuel, 87% of them. The wind may clear much of the smoke out, making it possible for air tankers and helicopters to assist, but they may be limited or ineffective due to wind speed. Officials reported that 235 residences have been destroyed, an increase from 56 yesterday. So he did take terrible loss. Resources assigned to the fire Saturday evening included 28 hand crews, 194 fire engines, 22 dozers, 15 water tenders, and 22 helicopters, for a total of 1,603 personnel. And you know what? They needed just as many on the Dixie on this, but there's nobody to send. Had a little bit of a discussion with Mr. Bruno, and he was saying that they really need to talk to the east coast of the United States and see what they can deliver to us. That would be the best course of action. So you guys are inundated with floods, and I know that a lot of fire crews help out with flood disasters, and rescues as well as fires. But as far as the apparatus and such are concerned, at this point, I would be, personally, my view would be that they should be loading up Hercules and airlifting apparatus that the East Coast and South isn't using, and maybe some of the crews, and just landing at McClellan at this point, over by Sacramento. It's that urgent. The situation's that urgent. I don't know if anything like that would happen, but if I was the Empress, that would be my decree. I'd try to make it happen. If we do, that would be good. But I just, the way that things are going right now, we can only hope that there's some sort of a robust, unprecedented response, because that is what we need. A robust, unprecedented response, and one right now. So here's the scary part. Nationally, 26,123 personnel are working on wildfires today. 6 of the 8 military C-130 aircraft equipped with modular airborne firefighting systems, MAFF, which convert them to air tankers, have been activated. Can the fire be stopped? Here we go. Last 2 paragraphs. This is the Caldor. If it has not happened already, by the end of the day on Sunday, the fire will reach 100,000 acres, the threshold to be called a megafire, a status that until a decade ago was also was rare. And I already called this a megafire. Just looking at the rate of spread, I knew it would be one. You just use logical thinking. Will a fire grow? Yes, it will, until something stops it. What stops it? We didn't have anything in the region. So in these conditions and with the weather, we just knew it was going to get huge. Now the last scary paragraph. Under these conditions, with the predicted weather, the heavy fuel loads, and the historically low fuel moistures, there is no possibility of stopping the forward spread of the fire. There's no amount of 747 air tankers or firefighters on the ground that could be effective against the flaming front of this raging inferno. The best they can hope for is to find areas on the heels and flanks, meaning the rear and sides of the fire, where the topography and the vegetation are conducive to constructing indirect or direct fire areas, indirect or direct fire lines. and firing out when appropriate, perhaps at night when the weather conditions are more likely to lead to success. So I'm going to read that again and clarify this. A scary paragraph needs ultra clarification. That's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to read that again and then break that down. Under these conditions, with the predicted weather, and he's talking about the lack of manpower, resources, and apparatus. With the heavy fuel load and the historically dry fuel moistures, there's no possibility of stopping the forward spread, meaning the head of it, where it's marching, where the wind's blowing it. No possibility of stopping the forward spread of the fire. But that doesn't mean forever. It doesn't mean it's going to go running around doing it once forever. Talking about the short term here. And he's talking about where they can find success. He's saying there's no amount of air tankers or firefighters on the ground that could be effective against the flaming front of the raging inferno. And that's true. It's not humanly possible to get in front of it and stop it. It would jump past all lines. It would run up all hills. It would burn up everything in its path at its front, at the raging front of it. So that's why they're not in the front of it. So, best they can hope for is to find areas on the heels and the flanks, the rear of it and the sides, where topography and vegetation are conducive to constructing indirect or direct lines, and firing out when appropriate, perhaps at night, when weather conditions are more likely to lead to success. So, big scary words there, but it's basically true. So, when we look at where the head is going, it's going towards a speed bump in general. We have to verify that now. The speed bump of terrain called the Desolation Wilderness, which is one heck of a rocky outcropping deal. Like just super rocky outcropping, lots of little high lakes and such up here, right? So the head of it, though, will go with the wind direction. Yeah, we're going to look at that in a second with the Dixie. I promised that looking at the Caldor was next. We got airplanes in front of it right now. So, yeah, we do need a miracle. They will try to do what they can. We've seen miracles happen on the Dixie for like 8 days in a row. The midnight miracle where they think that it's going to be gustier at night than it actually is, and then they have some time. The fire kind of slows down and sits there, gets a blanket of smoke on it, chills and relaxes. It goes to the day spa, and then the crews get around it and make good use of things. And here in the Caldor, they've got a bunch of strategies where it doesn't mean that it's a blazing wall of water that consumes everything in its path. A wall of fire. There's always stuff, like little pockets and islands that just don't burn because of luck. As the wind goes past it or burns around it. It's not a solid moving wall. Fires rarely are. And sometimes you'll be like, how did this survive? Sometimes fire crews have prepped the structures well enough, and it got lucky enough, that the fire moved past in a creeping pace instead of a roaring pace at the time that it went through. And creeping is where it's like, just going, a granny in her walker can outrun it, going along the pine needles on the ground. And that would be in the cooler nights on the area where the wind's not directly blowing on it. And so you'll get surprised about some of the things that can survive. And the crews will converge on those areas and wet down buildings. And even at this point, they're even raking and burning around some people's homes for them. And burning a black ring around the homes so that the blowing pine needles can't blow up against a structure and light it from the base, that scenario. So they're doing all that they can. And what this, to super clarify the statement, is talking about like can we stop it and just make it stop? Can we stop it from moving? It doesn't mean there's devastation right in front of everything. It says it's a statement of can we stop it from moving? What they might do with things like Tahoe is go to structure protection, ring the communities and defend the communities. Assemble there and do the battles, wage the wars within the communities. So they even called it the Battle for Janesville this morning. They're continuing to do the Battle for Janesville. And of course, I suppose they meant Milford and the other little places. That's what's going on today. where they've stopped the main part of the fire pretty well above Janesville and Milford, but the embers flowing right past their heads over to the sagey stuff could start rapidly moving, sagey fires, desert movement kind of fires, which will rapidly move, and they would chase after them to try to help the buildings. But that's the name of the game over there at Janesville and Milford right now. So looking back at chat, yeah, we do need a federal declaration with military help and relief crews. We do. I don't know what the heck we're waiting for. Just I have no idea. There's something wrong in our political whatever. It's too many red tape things. There's too many rungs on the ladder that are unnecessary that you have to keep climbing to get anything done. They should remove a lot of that, streamline, and completely radically reform. That's what I would be calling for right now, is radical reform of the system to meet the new threats. The old system might have been okay for the past. It's a new era. We also, on the positive side, need to radically reform the system for the new era of firefighting technology, which will make everything easier in the future. I'm telling you guys, it will be easier in the future, not more difficult. We have more difficult weather, but new technology coming out. We're not quite there yet. That's why we're having a difficult time. It will make things easier, and at some point in the future, I'll explain how. But right now, we need to adapt to overcome, and as the awesome phrase is. So I'm going to go back to chat here quickly, and then we're going to look at things like our satellite and see if we have community updates, and see if we have a InsuWeb weather forecast, and that will show stuff. And then I'm going to take off and try to come back by at least 5. I'll be wandering my neighborhood, doing things like getting my mail, which is probably stuffed full right now, and a couple other things. Can it reach Salt Lake Tahoe? It's a possibility, absolutely. So Josh has a link, okay. So what we were talking about though is we have the possibility, but the probability and the timing is what people don't know about. I mean, what stops fire? It moves until something stops it. So what stops it? Completely impassable terrain, like sheer vertical rock cliffs, like El Capitan. We don't have that here. We have a speed bump in the Rocky Desolation Wilderness, and that's great. And so if fire got up into the Desolation Wilderness, which I think it will, has every chance of it, it'll be in these green pockets that are surrounded by rocks. But that may not be too difficult to control. These embers might, from some locations, it's hard to tell. If I was a pilot flying over, I would kind of be able to tell, but we can't tell. These pockets are at a higher elevation than Tahoe, and there would be a threat of it raining embers on it under certain wind conditions, but I think they might be relatively easy to control if helicopters could splash, dip, splash, dip, splash, dip, splash, depending on terrain and other factors, right? I don't want to be speaking for them, and if anybody is a pilot who might tell me about the feasibility of such a thing, of course, it wouldn't in heavy smoke be too feasible, but those are small pockets of fuels, relatively small ones instead of big ones, which is in South Lake Tahoe's favor. What I think they might try to do is make a super line, something around here by Myers, and they've got options. Let it just point structure protect the communities and try to let the fire go past, or try to stop it. I mean, I'm sure they're going to try to stop it, but they may have to admit it might go past if it ever reached this little area. They might try to burn a lot of the landscape so it can't go past, or has a less likelihood. But when I say go past, I mean something like this in the hills. We do see some good strategies where a lot of little communities do survive, like in Paisley. In Paisley, for the last 2 years, Paisley, Oregon, the fires have gotten right up to its doorstep, even above it, and they protected that town just like perfection. 2 years in a row of extreme conditions, the worst conditions you could possibly have, and they did it. Now, I haven't been here since childhood, I really, you got our spammer back here. That got hidden, right? Cool. Okay. Thank you, Dusty. Um, so we've seen good defense. Hayfork is surviving night after night, and knock on wood, it will tonight. I can't speak at all with any authority about what their strategy might be, but in general, strategies can be kind of let a bit of the landscape burn around to protect the actual structures, protect the actual towns, and then it will move on to wilderness. It might go north and just kind of hug this way, depending on what they're able to do. Can they defend this stuff pretty well? I don't know. I would not know their strategy. Hopefully they'll reveal it with us with some good information, which maybe we have some now. Looking back up, I know Josh has shared some links. I haven't looked at the Caldor today. I have looked at the Dixie meeting this morning, and welcome all. I didn't realize that we have doubled the amount of people in watching the stream. So I just read the forecast and what's going on over at the west side, and now we're going to do the Caldor and the Dixie and take a look. And I got to run some errands. 5 p.m. today, if you don't have time for a whole lot, 5 p.m. today, check back. We're going to have some wind conditions pick up on all of the fires, basically in Northern California. Fernando says, thank you all for the info. Stay safe. Good weather. Peace. Yep. Come back and see us. No taking shots at political figures for divisiveness, except go ahead and take shots at the governor. But the no politics rules is so that we can unite and not tear each other apart. We are all Americans right now, trying to deal with a disaster. This is our Pearl Harbor of the moment. There are no Democrats and Republicans for me right now. There's just effective Americans and people who are cooperating, and good people coming together, and the people who are asleep, in my opinion. And that's the way we got to look at it. Let's put it all down and work together. We have no other choice. That's what the rule's about. There will be no arguments or ineffective talk. It's all brainstorming. It's all sharing information we need, and it's all, the frank talk. I never sugarcoat stuff. I give people the best case scenario, middle, and the worst case scenario, and then everybody should prepare for the worst. And this is in my, I'm fire educated but non-expert opinion. My job here for you guys that I'm trying to provide is to get expert opinions and put it in plain English for you, and then share with you my experiences covering these and studying these as best I can, because the loss of my friend to wildfire, family friend, and almost the loss of my brother in the Paradise Fire a year later is what got me going with this. I found out so many people could have lived if they knew a few things about wildfire and survival. That's the point here. Don't know why this isn't happening 24 hours a day, but I'm trying to pick up the slack that the government and the media is, unable to provide for you. So remember, I'm not a fire expert. I'm a fire educated citizen, but my job is to try to get as much expert opinion as I can and tell you. Only you can make a decision about your safety, and if you should always go with your gut instincts. Do not wait to be told to leave, because we've seen a breakdown of the system of both reverse 911, alerting people. Don't expect to ever be told that you actually do have to leave. You get a bad feeling, you go. That's what I'm trying to teach people. All of these methods, the way that I use satellites, the way I turned on wind graphs, the way I read the reports, the way I listen to the radio, the way I look at all the cams. You need all of those to make an informed decision, all of it. If you are under a watch, consider leaving before you are told. If you're definitely in a dead-end road or something, where it takes a long time to wind your way down to a main road, and there's only one main road out of the area, and you're under watch, I would say to you that you should actually elevate yourself to the mandatory. Elevate yourself one level up than somebody with the fortune of being down by a main road or with multiple ways out. Think for yourselves. You are the ultimate person responsible for your own safety. They're trying to help you. but they can't run around and save everyone. Yesterday we lost 911 on the Caldor, and the day before that we lost that on the Dixie. Don't be able to count. Don't count on being able to call anybody for help. And we have to tell the people who are in the path of this thing and all these wildfires that the potential for fatality events is high. The potential for not only fatality events, but mass fatality events with people not leaving or not being aware is high, just like it was last year. We lost Brush and Berry Creek last year, as people just looked at containment and said, oh, 68% containment, that sounds great. All containment right now, unless it's 100%, I don't even pay attention to it. Do not equate containment with safety, because as they keep subtly saying to the public in subtle one sentences at a time, but read between the lines and bold-faced underline that, it is these flying embers. Lines are meaning less and less. Containment lines are roads, basically big dirt strips. These firebrands, these embers are flying right past them, miles past them. We saw Genesee get in trouble because of long-range spotting from 3 miles away. And even all of a sudden, people are going, oh, Quincy again. Oh, my God. Trust me, it can go even further than that in the high wind conditions. Like if you ever see 55-mile-an-hour wind conditions, 65, holy mackerel. Embers can start fires 10 miles away. And even more in the perfect conditions, downslope, down canyon, Santa Ana's. And we're not at Santa Ana wind season yet. So it doesn't matter if you're in the entire region. I suggest to everyone, be ready for wildfire. Maybe not even this month, maybe not even the next. It could be on your doorstep tomorrow from a car accident or anything in these conditions. We are in extreme drought. Be ready to go and have arrangements. Make your ABC evacuation plans, 3 roads out in 3 different directions, and a D shelter-in-place plan. In case you just see fire on the horizon, you just go outside one day and there's fire coming at you. It could be from lightning, car accident, anything. Like the fly fire, power poles falling over again. The entire state should be absolutely vigilant and ready. Look at Clear Lake, what happened right in the middle of town the other day. So Santa Ana wind season and all that. Now would be the time to, think about your photos, maybe scan them to the computer, have a backup system. Get as much as you can going so that you minimize your potential losses. And think about things. Take photographs of everything you own for insurance claims. Make sure insurance is good. Do everything you can. And then when you have everything, then you are prepared, that's when you can relax. You have your paper maps in your car. You know the way around. You know fire survival. You know how to monitor it. You listen to the radio every day to all the fires near you. The very first sign that anything is wrong, that you need to evacuate and run or shelter, it's going to be on the radio, and that's how I try to keep it on every night. A couple nights of the week. Yep, you shall not pass. Yeah, a couple nights of the week. I just leave. I have to take down the computer for my own purposes, but I try to leave it on 24/7 at night. My super angel mods help us out with that. But I can't stress enough that anything can happen. I mean, even if they save Tahoe or Janesville or anything one day, what happens? What happens if there's another series of lightning strikes? So everything we're talking about right now is for now. Like, it's such and such safe for now, right? Yeah, it's all safety first. You prepare for the worst, then you're prepared for anything. And so there's a fine line. Panic doesn't help anybody, and nobody should ever panic. You should be prepared so you're not scared, and you won't be. If you feel a bit of fear right now, you'll feel a lot less of it making all your preps. So, yeah. Please assume that nobody is coming to help you, as Frank Presley is chiming in here. Yeah, the fire experts here are chiming in. Do not assume people can reach you and help you. There's not enough people. There are not enough people here, and sometimes it's not possible. I won't go into details. That's it. So, going back up here, Thomas Elmore, we left Camino before we were told. Excellent. I commend all of you who have done that and made the best choice possible. That is the best choice. Leaving before you're told because you are intelligent and you have fought hard, the instinct to remain. I mean, there's an instinct, an animal instinct, to defend your home, defend your nest. That's primitive and it's dumb. All of our primitive instincts are stupid. Mankind, we make it by being smart, by using logical thinking. You won't be able to think very logically in a fire. You just have to go with your plan you already made. So make it ahead of time and go with your gut. Even if you're not under a watch area, go with your gut. I've seen them, fire crews in Oregon, make terrible mistakes because county by county, there's a different system for making evacuation orders and different people in charge of it. And that's what's horrible. In one county, in Marion County, there weren't any watches or even mandatory evacuations. And then the county line next door, which was, where was the Beachy Creek County? Anyway, the county next door was mandatory. But the people in Marion County just were not fire aware. That's over by Salem, Oregon's capital. The county next door knew the dangers of fire, but they were slow. And so just past the county line, an entire neighborhood of seniors without cars, a big town of seniors without cars, were wondering if they should evacuate or call for somebody to come get them. I said, yes. I went door to door and told them, yes, leave, go. Because at Paradise, when they finally got information that they should leave, they made calls and nobody could come. Do you have special vulnerability? Do you have livestock? Kids, elderly? Consider yourself a level above whatever you're at if you're near the fires. So, going back here, I need to go and look at we'll do a time lapse of this little spot fire thing. That's the last 3 hours. I'm going to look at the actual updates and see if people have links for me. Josh says the 209 I'm quoting was executed at 12:57 p.m. Okay. 209. I have to go find out what that is. Very sorry. Dusty says this is why they're retreating from the west slope. Okay. Omo Wrench. Okay, let me do a time lapse of that. That is sad. So that's that spot fire in Leak Springs. Let's look at Omo Ranch. Okay. Now, yeah, dig the dump, wetting the tops of trees ahead of the fire. The winds are so dry that wow, holy mackerel. Okay. It's a sad situation there at Omo Ranch Road. Now remember, we're looking over a canyon. If the fire is in those trees, then it's gone past where they want it to. This is looking north, kind of northeast. They want to keep it on the other side of that river there on the canyon, consumed is. So hopefully it won't breach it. But that looks like that might be a new breaking situation. So sorry I didn't look back at chat here. Rowie says it's thick forest on both sides of that rock wilderness section on 50. It could roll right over into the south shore. It depends on the wind. Yeah. So I do believe that South Tahoe could be greatly impacted. The possibility is definitely there. It will be a mix of luck and a mix of desperate maneuvering, desperate work. There's an airplane. Check it out. The airplanes are on it. They're doing what they can. Well, that's a Chinook. Wow. So there's a Chinook here at Omo Ranch Road. And let's see. Yeah, we're trying to take care of the spammers best we can. Josh says 12 hours community at risk, significant threat. Sly Park, Sierra Springs, Sly Park Hills, Somerset, Pleasant Valley, Grizzly Flats, Leone Meadows, Pollock Pine, Spring Valley, Camino, Cedar Grove, Kybers, Whitehall, Strawberry, and Fresh Pond. 72 hours and beyond. Potential threat to Lake Tahoe Basin. Loss of property, critical infrastructure, and resources as possible. Likely impact to tourism, commerce, and continuity of business. Yeah. The mountain towns here are just going to be hurting so bad. It will take so long to recover. Wow, there is a low pass of a passenger jet there. Wow. Let's look at Flight Radar 24 and see which aircraft we got in action, and then look at a bit more of their forecast and/or update for the Caldor. And then I want to look and see if Daniel Kern has anything to say. Oh, I have to log in off screen. Hang on. Has to say about the Genesee area. And his link is in the description of my video. Like, you guys don't have to wait for me to cover stuff. What I want to be teaching, guys, is constantly monitor. That's why I have an elaborate. I have typed 5,000 characters into the description of these videos, where you can monitor the fires for yourself. Like almost all the links that I have, when I ran out of room eventually, but almost all links, almost all of them are to monitoring the fire. And before that we look too much at the aircraft in that situation, I promised to do a missing persons report. We have lots of tankers out there by Nelson's Corner, Happy Valley, and such. So let's look at the current cam of Public Pines. I want to do a quick missing persons update. Quick missing persons update. Whoops, wrong cam. Very sorry. The Caldor webcam, Public Pines. So this is live. Public Pines has got some smoke headed its way. Okay, and so we can look back at the GOES 17. Quite a lot of activity. So here we go. And by 5 p.m. today, might be a bit worse. So here's our flight radar. So we've got the tanker 914 is the one that has just made that low pass over by Lower Ranch Road, probably. And a new tanker 911, tanker 911's coming. That's the DC-10. So let's continue to look at Lower Ranch Road. They're hitting that with where they're hitting that with tankers too. Thank you so much, John, for providing. Excuse me, Josh, for providing all that info to people while I still had other things to talk about. Going back up to the chat, we'll look at Daniel Kern's and Genesee as well. Let me try to get into the email and show the picture with the missing persons before the day heats up. So hang on, let me log in off screen. Okay, and search my mail. Crosswave, okay. Okay, so we will. Do we have any other missing persons that I'm not aware of? We had the gentleman missing from Grizzly Flats area that I would want to check on a thing, but right now we want to look at helping to find Christina. So I have her picture here, and it is unrelated to the fire, I believe, but she's in fire danger zones, and this is also quite important that we would locate and find her. So I'm going to download a couple of pictures here and get them going, and I want to make a separate video as well, just to help. So as people are congregating, in places like shelters and coming together, the likelihood of somebody recognizing a missing person increases, and so that's why it's quite important to do this. So I want to make sure I have the name spelling correct and all that. And let me set up the charity links while I'm quickly doing it. Here's the charity links to the Caldor and the Dixie, and very sad. I'm very sad about that whole situation. I can't put the charity links in the description because those are full of the fire monitoring links, but in the pinned message, please give to the Dixie Fire victims and the Caldor fire victims, and later I'm going to try to get different donation links for everybody out on the west side, you know, the river, the monument, and the McFarland, because they'll need our help too. Yeah, we'll put scanner on in a second, because I have to actually leave and go out the door. I'm going to leave it running. So you're always welcome, guys, to look at the scanner for yourselves. So Broadcastify, Caldor Fire. It's just broadcastify.com, but we will in just a sec. So the missing person, going back here, Christina Zaitsev. So this is her picture. Please, if you see her at an evacuation center, she was last seen in San Juan. Her mom's really worried for her. If anybody has seen her since the 7th of July, please call her mother at 530-955-1123. And I have a couple other images real quick to show, because you know, it's real hard. You know, we try to be a supportive community, and when somebody comes in my channel and says, "Can you show a picture?" Of course I can. You know, of course I can. So let me go back to the other photos. There's a few others that I can show. Oh gosh, I hope I didn't just accidentally close that link. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Okay, here it is. Now I have a couple more updated pictures. And looking at the photo, yeah, I think I have one more show, one more to show, I believe. But yeah, that one is the best. That one that I just showed. I'm a little confused about the rest of the family photos. Very sorry. I don't know if I should be showing those with other family members, because there's some rules about showing children in pictures. But I hope that helps out. Yes, Eastern European. Yes. So, if anyone has seen her, then please, you can come into this chat too and try to tell me about it. But that's Christina. Let's help find her. So, any guess to when this could be 100% contained? No, there's absolutely no guess about that. The rains in November is the only thing that will start, or heavy downpours, tropical downpours, are the only thing that can really stop the forward spread. Now they have corralled it around sensitive areas like the Dixie Fire. You can corral areas, steer a wildfire mostly towards wilderness if you can. You can take steps. You can go around. Yeah, Raymond Avila. I don't think he's still missing. Let's look. Raymond Avila of Greenville. I thought he was found. Let me make sure. Plumas County Sheriff's Office. I'm there right now. Oh, here's the DC-10 in front of it. That's Tinker 911, guys. Did you just see it? Oh, and it's making it splash down there. They're splashing hard as they can over by Omo Ranch. So let me get on Facebook and log in to I don't know why you can't see the Sheriff's County office on Facebook without logging in. That just makes me mad. Right. So this post was made. He said everybody from, let's see, Greenville was located except for Ronald Avila, but that was on the 13th of August. And they never updated this that post. So let me go to the actual sheriff's office, the sheriff's office site. So let's see, there should be a missing persons link. And then we have somebody missing in the Caldor fire. I type in missing person and it just has some random stuff. Really? Bad website design. Wow. if it's even hard for me to find missing person's updates on the sheriff's website, how hard is it for anybody else? They really needed to have updated this. So I actually don't know. Does anybody in chat know? Spam the spammer. I keep doing it. It's a new one. It's a new account. It says unhide user or put user in a timeout. So I don't want to unhide the user in order to hide them on the channel. They're hidden on the channel right now. So I believe it's new accounts. But what you need to do is not just timeout. You have to hit report and you say unwanted commercial content or spam. And that will flag the whole account and hopefully mute them for a bit. But sorry, guys. It is very hard to police and keep track of. What the bots do is they make a new account and they spam you, then they make a new account and they spam you. So thank you so much for the attention to it, mods. It's very hard, and you guys are so crucial to making this happen. I'm so grateful. So I'm so loved, Kim Bauer says. They want me to eat and stay healthy. You're right. Guys, it's 3:52. I haven't eaten. I'm going to quickly do a rundown on what's for my lunch. I'm gonna eat something out. I'll tell you guys when I come back. I'll just get like a super burrito or something. Something healthy and packed full of veggies and meats and cereal grains. So it's already over there. What is already over where? Guys, remember when I scroll up through chat, it may be 8 minutes later, and I'm over there. What? You know what I mean? Please, as much as you can, tell me what is you're referencing. Like, where's the fire going to spread? That's like the #1 question. Which fire? So, oh, Crosswave, welcome. You're back. Okay. That the other pick is Christina and her younger sister Sadie. Okay. Am I to show that one? I mean, do I have the permission? Was that the intention, or the one where she has flowers in her hair? I'm just waiting on a confirmation. It's already over the Consumnes River and up the other side. Okay. So that must be what they're reacting to as a emergency situation. So let's look at Wendy. Okay, maybe I should just listen to the channel. We know that there's a lot of things in danger today. Should I just shut up, go get my mouse, and leave you guys with the radio so that you can follow the rapidly escalating situation here with the Caldor? And I'll come back and see how things have progressed, because I do have to go eat. And if that's what the channel wants, then that sounds good to me, because you're the guys affected. I'm just doing my best here, trying to keep my promises. Okay, I got permission. Okay, so here's once again, help us find Christina, and she's been missing since the 7th, and her mother and family really cares about her. And if you see her on your travels anywhere, she went last seen in San Juan, I believe. She could be at shelters or evacuation centers or at stores. Just keep your eye out. Just keep your eye out. And then the phone number. Sorry, I just showed a second ago. Is sorry. I just read that out and missed it. Whoops, I'm so sorry. But rewind a little bit for the phone number, so sorry about that. So looking back at chat, we may have to turn on the radio to really know what's going on. Alan T, oh my gosh, thank you for your donation. Kathryn, as a volunteer firefighter, I want to thank you for caring and providing the valuable public service. Thank you for the time and effort. No, thank you, sir, for your service. And your kind donation means a lot to me. For everybody, please, I just need pocket change to keep going, and I've gotten quite a bit. please, the donation links to the top of the chat, most should go to the people affected by the fires by far. But in order to keep time off and do this, I do need some income, of course. And I do have a dream to cover this more professionally and have better equipment, and interview survivors and make fire survival training videos and such. If you want to help me towards that camera goal, that's okay. But I would not want that to come at the expense of the people in desperate need. You know, I've got enough of followers now so that just a little bit helps. And so thank you so much. The kind donations. The best donation you can give to me is free. Just hit the like button and the subscribe button and just share me with the people I'm not reaching yet who don't know, who might want or need this information. That's the best thing you can do. That's the main goal here. And teach others. Terry says I have to go to bed. Work late. We'll try to pot over the next week. Hope the fire is gone by then. Be safe, guys. Yep, Terry, come back and see us. And thank you for your kind support. Super Mouse Burrito. Thank you, Wendy Garish, for the burrito. I'm going to go get my burrito and my mouse now. So let me find out speed dial, because let's put the Broadcastify on speed dial. Did you guys want that? Create a poll real quick. Go direct to radio on Caldor? That's the big question. Or I could try to play Daniel Kern's and look at Dixie, but I have a feeling like the radio might be what people want or need right now. So let me go to Broadcastify, turn that on. And you can just type straight into Google the word Broadcastify and then Caldor, and boom, you go right to it. No need for the navigating around the maps. It's called Caldor Fire Operations Live, and we're about to start it. If there is a commercial ad, I'm sorry. I don't have the pro version. It usually starts with it. It's not. Maybe I should buy pro. Let me get this going. You should mostly hear the pilots.
WTA for E3. We just left here, so what is it, 20 minutes? I'll give 10, 15, yes. I'll give 13.
Eight 11. Yeah, show me in route. CFS 195.
And we'll move to a left-hand turn.
Whoa, there's a tanker.
Turn and a load return. Return.
There's our tanker. Okay. As far as I know, we'll have a meeting. 86% yes. Okay, overwhelming. Okay, so I'll talk in between them.
Go, Tanker 5-5, we got disarmed here. We can come around to another line. Beautiful, Tanker.
Okay. All right, the people have spoken. I'll talk in between them, and I'll try to get the latest information on Caldor and try to find out what's the schedule for the meetings. Yeah, I didn't see a lead plane either.
Oko, Placerville, Hello Base, Underground Command. If you're going to send the one that'll be in 30 minutes, I'm just going to keep what I have and rotate out when they're for fuel. For you, I'm at 4,000.
Do you want me to start coming down?
Well, come on down to 4,500 until we have each other inside.
Okay, and I think I'm about your 11 o'clock.
Officer, you got now? 3 Tango Hotel, Helitanker 47, Helitanker 55, Helitanker 61, and then I have 866 and 73 uniform on order coming out to work with this group. Copy, thank you.
Okay, in the background I'm trying to find out information about Dixie and Caldor both.
When we came over there, that Ferrari road looked like it kind of slowed up on its push up there earlier. I think, yeah, but I think the retardant really steered it to where they slowed it up. So plan is more retardant once they call us. We want to pinch it down to the river too, so that way it doesn't outflank and then come back up and do the same thing again.
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds like they're going to try to do a burn show tonight if it works out.
Yep, as long as we can keep this here and it doesn't force their hand, they'll do it tonight instead of earlier.
Okay, sounds good. And then it sounds like the MRB was only to keep up with the 247s and 2 copters is about all they could do.
That's what I heard. That's what we'll do is we'll just keep 2 in there whenever they become back available.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
It's okay. If you don't have it, I was just asking for my essay.
I'm showing 120 now.
Okay, I still have 1,000 or so to descend.
Okay, it's going to end up being a long final. If need be, we can just do a 360 out here. Just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, got a lot of smaller tankers around Lomo.
090. A bit of a right-hand correction on final.
So this is what the fire's doing, is going up the hill out of that ravine, the consumed is.
Not sure exactly where you're talking about.
Okay, let's just do a 360 here. We're not in a big rush.
Okay.
You come around, there's a large white roofed house just to the left of a paved road, and we're going to be just on the right-hand side of the house.
Okay, I think I have that. Good position now.
On the exit, again, 3,300. The exit will both be left-hand turns.
8-9.
Okay, so that's the situation. Thank you so much, Dusty, for the cam link there too. Battling the same situation as yesterday, but it looks a bit more intense.
Off the drop. Go ahead,
Now, eyeballing this, would this be what we were looking at yesterday? Gosh, I keep forgetting. Area
Go off the drop.
southeast of Sweeney?
Angle it a little bit more for that smoke also. This is the line.
Yeah, driving it up here to this area by Steely Fork and Sumnes River. Southeast of Sweeney's Crossing. I don't know how close to Somerset that is.
Okay, it's clear enough to you.
Go ahead. I'll keep this left turn if you want to follow me back around. I'll take a look at the drop.
So this little area,
Yeah.
coal station, that is directly in the path.
Okay, go ahead and continue to hold. We're going to figure out where we're going to put you.
Can you step on, say one more time, Don?
Just a second. We'll figure out where we're going to put you.
All right, do we have eyes on Sly Park?
Think about that, let's go.
Let's look at Sly Park. We
A
can.
bit more right to left. And it was it actually doubled up on the existing retardant and got on the house some.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Grass Valley. Empty.
Got you now. I'm going to start using back around to the right. I'll stay low and no stay out of your way for A2.
A reminder, that's the sun.
At least 20 minutes back to Grass Valley, empty. We're going to do one more drop down this flank and then the dozers can go for it.
Copy 20 minutes for 89 back to Grass Valley and a copy of the dozers, thanks. And just additional Bravo 79, ETA 1640 for your relief.
Dozer is going to be able to get part of the way down, but not all the way down.
Yeah, we were looking at that this morning. It's going to be a hand show on both sides for a little bit of...
Yeah, affirmative.
Trying to find out, Jeff.
8 it is. And we're going to be dropping down in the bottom of a drainage. 3,300 for the exit. It'll clear the train on the exit.
Okay,
you want it on that 090 heading again?
Somerset, okay.
Retardant across the canyon. And then just at coming up on my 12 o'clock, you see there's a red and white tower. Our pattern will be inside of that.
Got it. So are we on base right now?
On the base, yep. And no, we're not in a big rush, so we'll just do, high show me, and then we'll come back around for a live run.
Okay, I can go to work if you want me to, Donnie.
Okay, we'll go ahead and make this a live run. Again, 3,300 for the exit on the far side of the canyon. And we'll try and just roll up to the existing retardant, about 2 to 3 wingspans, the left to right drift. This is the line.
Working with helicopter, they just did their transition. They're going to bump back once you guys are cleared out, and we'll go back to work on whiskey.
Okay, yep, that very bottom part. It's got some heat in the very, very bottom, below the bottom road. That's kind of worried me a little bit.
Yep, got it just where you guys passed over there.
See off to the left of the exit.
Alright, you want me to hit this dozer line?
It's a bottom of the drainage.
You got it, we'll start at the road.
Yep, Creek here, okay.
Now 9 miles to South IP.
So there's 2 different active areas of it.
Hey, the ones that are going to head back to Jackson from here, how would you like me to route them?
Move back over to the right flank.
981, now 3.
Okay, friends, so I'm going to go do my duties.
6,500 miles.
And I'm going to leave you here with this chatter. And if chat is right, if I go around digging stuff, information, I'll get caught in that loop, and I will not eat today. It's already 4 p.m. So I'm going to go and eat and check on my neighbors who are elderly and making sure they're doing okay. Get my mail, come right back, and somebody will be here to make sure the computer's running but not touching it. So, but I'll be right back, guys.
5, we're completed with the fixed wing operation over here on Division Alpha and the Grizzly Flat Road. Last mass is departing the area. Should be no factor for the heli-tankers back to Jackson. They can go direct.
Sounds good, thanks.
The Caldor attack, air taxi 07 on TFR.
Effector rejoin.
Thank you. Number 1.
Sunny Express.
A1, air tax 8,500, you're cleared in 9,500. If you want to stay at 9,000, that's fine. And tankers 7,500, copter's still at 4.5, and we'll be looking for you. Let me know when you're ready for the rundown.
From the west inbound, 9,500. And 2981.
Confirm 29 or 81, air tax 8,500. And with the fixed wing, same lineup, 911, 914. We got maps 1, 4, 5, 8, and 3. Tanker 82 is going to be on a load and return with a trainee. And Tanker 83 is released along with Tanker 89 back to their respective bases. Breaking. And for the rotary wing on station right now, we got, along with Elko and 509, got 3 Tango Hotel. Helitanker 47 is inbound for Jackson for a fuel and return. Helitanker 55, Helitanker 61, Guard 866, and 73 uniform. They're calling for a couple other copters to come out. They haven't spooled up yet from Helibase, no identifiers yet.
Got it.
Still utilizing the South IP, Charlie 5, for what we just got done with. We had to bump down to Division Alpha to deal with a little bit of a breakout pushing towards Grizzly Flat. As you come in, you'll see where we did some retardant work. And they finished that up and kind of checked it up, and they're working back on their previous assignment for that burn show tonight between the drop points we were looking at earlier from 11 to 19.
Got it.
Working master.
With Charlie 5 and work with them on that Division Romeo Papa area as they keep retreating that ridge from Plummer Ridge.
Got it.
And the priorities, they did change a little bit, just kind of got amplified a little bit when they had these hard pushes off of Division Alpha Delta, structure protection, and they pushed pretty hard towards the Ferrari mill. And we started working out of the MRB with the 247s, and that's pretty good success with that, checking it up right now. And El Dorado shots are still over there looking to do a burn show tonight. I'm not sure where they wanted to start off the Ferrari mill road break. Everything else as far as Division Papa and that burn show from the Plummer Ridge Division, their drop point 11 to 19 is still valid. I haven't heard any change on that. And just where we worked just now with tankers, you'll come up and see that. Just made some hard runs at Grizzly Flat, so we hammered it with retardant pretty well, slowed it down, and then recommend putting a couple copters in the drainage there in the consumed and just kind of beating that down on the ground and right at the bottom. It's going to turn into a hand show. And then there's dozers working their way off the top there.
Got it. Any plans to move the copters now with Helco?
I made that contact with Helco, and I told him that the fixed wing is out of the area, he can bump that back, and I'll make sure to reaffirm that he's good with that. I got with operations, they do, if you're able to get a Helco to take a poke out there, but it's pretty soupy and stocked in over there in Division Juliet. They're looking to do a burn show from Pack Saddle to Highway 50. And I'm not sure which forest road they wanted to hang it up on and start building retardant, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to get in there today with the way the smoke's laying over.
Got it.
Same plan we discussed earlier when I came in. Pacific MRB's up, good contact with them. And they're just to be able to keep up with two of the Type 1s. Other than that, they're going to get overtaxed, so we're just utilizing the 247s and then water for everything else.
X285 Central.
Good.
Doing just structure protection and just build boxes around some of the structures with the Type 1s. El Dorado shots are still in there. I think they're doing some prepping as well to start looking at that other burn show they were talking about.
Got it. And for the 47's, got a whole tanker 47, fuel only turn. The others on scene.
Paper.
Line up towards the existing retardant line. To make a run through there and just do it flush.
Gotcha.
So we just got done working that retardant. The two dozers are probably going to get only about halfway down to that 2-track, and then it'll be a hand show from there. And that's where at least a couple copters to support those guys into the evening.
Got it. Just over it now.
Yeah, earlier it was getting a little more spicy than it is now, but it did make a hard run and slowed down at that fed-off piece there. So it's looking a lot better. And it's just that active stuff just where the retardant they rolled up to from there down to the river is kind of the priority to, so it doesn't J-hook us.
Got it.
Okay, this is the line. I'm over the end of the retardant line right here.
Copy. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we did have a law enforcement aircraft come in earlier, Spartan 155, and they just made their way up the 88 corridor. They were no factor, stayed on frequency, and they had good comm.
Got it.
more comfortable ridge crossing altitude.
Okay, I like it, 6100, Master.
Just this Alpha Delta, and the whiskey we've been bumping the coppers back to.
Got it. Just have a couple questions. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Relief for Helco order.
Go with a coverage level 8 and full load. It'll be pretty high drop. We'll have a little bit of left to right. I'll fly the line.
Okay, copy that. We'll go coverage level 8 and we'll do 40, 30, 30 on the speed, please.
40, 30, 30. On the exit, we'll both be left and then exit out 6,500 on load return.
Okay, we'll plan to exit out at 6,500 on our load and return, Master.
Force between the Delta whiskey and that little bit of run we had in Alpha. So if you're able to get the Delco over to take a look, that'd be great. Contact with Helco.
Possible relief at 1910. We'll place the order. If you want to take dispatch, we'll take the fire.
Copy 1910.
Affirmative.
Yeah, copy. And we'll go to the Dorado. Thanks.
Appreciate it, and let me know when you're clear of the TFR.
How's the anchor 47?
First thing I tell off the drill.
Collins for Helco on rotor.
That's How's anchor 47 we're in contact with Helibase.
That was 47?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. See you in a minute.
Go direct to Helco, or I'm working on the side of the fire, but what's the request?
Guard 866 is just off of Pasadena en route to Lumberjack and Jenkins. That's Helco, Guard 866. On rotor.
What we've got, try and hold the retard line we've got rather than going into that smoky hole. When we came by, we saw way down at the other end. It looked like it was bumping the line pretty hard, the retarded line. I'll go ahead and you don't have to follow me down. I'll just try and get us a heading and an altitude, and we can make this kind of a show me.
Okay, Master, we're staying at 6,500 launches. 66, come a little closer, call again. You got the altimeter, but I couldn't hear the rest.
Guard 866, woke up.
Helco, air attack. Helco, air attack on TFR.
Air attack, Helco, go ahead.
Just transitioned in with previous air attack. Looking to move in a couple copters to support Canyon and Whiskey Alpha.
You want to grab 866 right now? He's on our way to us, but he's fresh. You can take him.
Copy, 866. And were you working in there with them before?
Say that again?
Were you working previous Delta, or correction Alpha?
Don't know where they were working the last Helco round, so possibly.
Copy.
Specific start point for you right now.
Copy that 6,000, and then you want us to go straight out on the escape?
Straight out will work great. I'll be your left-hand turn, and just exit out 6,500.
Master.
I'd be working Division Alpha.
Okay, I'll grab 866, head over there.
Thank you.
Yes, 866.
And we're out your right door, a couple miles if you got us. We're going to take you to a different target. We're going to Division Alpha.
I understand, going to Division Alpha for 866, looking for you. I have
head towards Ridge Dip.
Division Alpha, air tag, air ground command.
Air tag, 5 Papa Tango, TFR.
5 Papa Tango, air attack.
Sir, Placerville for Jenkins and Delta.
Altimeter 2981, you cleared in 4,500 below, air taxi 8,500, multiple copters for 4,500 below. Go direct with Helco, have you go to Rotor Victor.
Copy, 8145, going to Victor. Helco, 5 Papa Tango's with you on the rotor.
5 Papa Tango Helco, come over to Ridge Dip. You have 866, turn in from Jenkinson coming this way. We'll meet you at Ridge. I don't know what the target is yet, but it's going to be in Division Alpha.
Okay, we'll be going to Ridge Dip instead.
866, copy. 5 Papa Tango is going to come with us.
866, good copy. We're looking for you right now. We're in route Ridge.
Division Alpha, Helco, air to ground command.
Maps 3, I missed it. I turned in a little bit early. Sorry about that. I'm going to go around.
Air tax 440 is clear to the TFR.
Thank you.
Off IP. 822981. Up to the south IP 7500. You'll be number 3. Right behind map 5.
Cool. Stay to south IP 7500. 2981.
We were hitting Del Rosa earlier, in that same area.
Rosa, I believe, was in Foxtrot, but did they come over here? This is like a task force leader, but is Del Rosa the contact?
Task Force 2.
Task Force 2, we'll go back with him. Force 2, Helco, air to ground command.
Two 91.
Go ahead.
Or Division Alpha, Helco, air to ground command.
Where it's to and through, where we went direct. Progressing the other direction, it's getting kind of murky, so we can either keep reinforcing our direct piece, the check line, or we can start going to work on the dozer line. I'll give you the chosen point.
Very long final. Sorry about that.
Right now with the fixed wing done, if you could take a look over and kind of prioritize for us this canyon that blew out, that was the worry earlier, so I need to see where you think we need to go from here.
I got 2 helicopters in tow, and I was told I think someone wanted some water drops, but I see where it's kind of blowing through a couple of structures. You got a big landing there with some dozers. I imagine that might be your priority?
Yeah, copy that. So, construction is of course priority 1, but we just want to keep it south of the Grizzly flat road, so whatever's going to be what makes the most sense there is where we need to start.
Texas, as far as the smoke, but the dozer line on the ridge is actually clear. Copy. Get back with you. Roger.
If I just extend out here a nice wide downwind, will that work out for you?
Affirmative, coverage level 8, same numbers.
Affirmative. And we'll just be dropping in the same area where map 5 previous dropped.
Copy. What's a good altitude to shoot for?
Oh, we were right there about 5,700. It'll clear the terrain.
Okay, copy all.
Okay, thanks. I'll start making sure.
3020 for maps 5.
On the exit, you can initially be straight out, exit out 6,500. I'll be a left out either way.
Maps 5, copy. And 8665 Bob Tango, which way are you guys going to be turning out of there?
further downwind, so we have a little bit more of a final than that last run. Good.
Bucket ship from you.
Get these two lined out in Alpha, then I'll get right back to you.
Sounds good, thank you, sir.
Task Force 2, Helco. Here's Ground Command.
Go ahead, sir.
Just east of all of those vehicles in that landing, I think that's going to be my target for now, unless you see something else.
No, that works for me. That'd be the drop point 3 you're talking about there. So, yeah, that works. I think, yeah, that sounds good.
Really clear on that last run. Just kind of getting murky a little.
Roger that.
Spot north of a bunch of PG&E vehicles. I'll glide the helicopters in, and you'll see where it's at. You got us in sight. We are 11 o'clock. You'll find a paved road. Follow the paved road up. I got a spot. It'll be out your left door. I'll tuck you in.
Okay, we have you in sight, looking for the paved road.
I used to be flying over it. We're flying it over right now, and we're flying right over the spot. I'll tuck you in.
Okay, we have the paved road in sight, and moving in.
Prior to the smoke, right through here.
Roger, we have the line.
Where's clear air?
5 Tango's out of this.
Down the hill or up the hill?
Keep coming.
Well, we lost the burning, the El Dorado team, so break. I would say paint it wherever it's going to go first, but I'm looking at DP11 down, and I'm clearing the line.
There's no ground contact. I cannot tell if there's anybody down there, but it just showed up, so I don't think anybody is.
We're looking. Hey, clear. Get back to me when the line's clear. Between 11 and 19.
Copy, will do.
And then what we're going to do for both of you is keep looking for spots. There'll probably be more. If not, that big paved road is grizzly flat. We want to keep it on the other side, so keep looking for that stuff.
Okay, copy.
Basic, copy.
Yeah, the burn plan is postponed, moved over to the other side of the fire. Looking at going up on the dozer line, he's going to clear between 11 and drop point 19. Unless you see a higher priority where it's closer to the dozer line. No, we can pre-shoot 11 to 19. Let me find that on my map and make sure I'm in the right spot, and then we'll go from there. Coming over 11 now. Copy, yeah. Drop point 11 will be with the furthest south end of the retardant line project from today. Yeah, show them that we're right over it now.
Okay, yeah, copy that. I'll head that way and see the ground contact, and we'll get things going over there.
Passive low here, 11 to 12 o'clock now. Are you there, A2? I'll keep this left turn. I'm climbing through 6,100 for 6.5. We'll go into coverage level 6 full load, and we'll just, there's area of heavy smoke. We'll try and center your load to the left of that heaviest smoke. I'll try and point it out on final. On the exit, I'll be hard left. You can be the easy left final load return. Yeah.
Between a ridge and that spot, can we use that?
Yep, just talk to 866 through the crossing pattern to use that, or use whatever you want out there.
Okay, yeah, we can hammer that spot real quick if we use this one.
If it doesn't look good, we'll just keep our, because of the smoke, we'll just keep our left-hand turn away from the fire dig.
11 and 19 will go up closer to the dozer line.
You want to Latin long?
Yeah, I don't think I'll have clearance this time. You might go to the east, the DB-12 and DB-12 country.
Continue reinforcing the line for the east, the line cleared.
All of our equipment is at right above DP-11.
Okay, and west of DP-11 towards 9.
That's where we're currently clearing out the grid.
Copy. Got the equipment at DP-11, and I'll take a look at just beyond that, working the ridge line, dozer line to the west.
Looking back, it looked like it drifted right down onto that bulge where the fire was bulging out. It was a nice drop. Those returns, please.
Three Tango Hotel is off the Alpha inbound for fuel.
Three Tango Hotel, you got a hot fuel on return in you?
It'll have to be a shutdown on this one, but we can return.
Okay, let's do that. Fuel on return, please.
Three Tango Hotel.
Charlie 5 air attack.
Okay, I caught part of that conversation, but was that a no-go on 11?
Got all his equipment at drop point 11. Picked that up. The process of clearing between 11 and 19. So, Project B starting just west of drop point 11, and I'll get back with you when he confirms clearance.
Okay, I copy.
All right, we're in at 7,500, 1081, minus 4.
Passes over fuel.
Papa Hotel got it out. Okay, come back around. Let me find you a spot.
Yeah, alright, so I get the up there.
In contact with LB.
Three Tango Hotel, come.
Number the bomb. Now it's the blue and white 205. The one that you're on.
Okay.
Where would you like us?
Charlie 5, showed 24 miles to the IP from that up to the north.
79, 281, 7,500. You'll be number 2 behind mass 4.
Number 2 behind mass 4 at 7,500.
Helco? We have eyes on you, Helco. Okay, come over on this side. You'll see a bunch of transports. I'm trying to make sure it's clear, but just east of the transports, there's some stuff in the vegetation that's flaring up. I'd like to hit that. I'll try to find out if it's clear. 866 on the way.
Attack.
We took a run I'll call it just west of drop point 11. Looks like there's nobody down there, but I'll wait for line clearance. But it's totally doable, and it's going to be a good run.
Copy. I'll get back with you.
Okay, sounds good. We got Bravo 79 coming in, so we'll brief them on this. So we're going to keep hitting the hot stuff first, and then when you give us the line clearance, we'll go to work on the main priorities.
Will do. Can I put 866 in there? I want to make sure no one's in there.
Haven't seen us as of yet.
Tango, so we're in copy with in contact with Passiville.
Air attack copy, thank you.
It's basically at the heel of the fire where the right flank meets the heel. You can go ahead and turn and come up the right flank. We're working just just up the right flank.
Okay, I'll paddle my way towards the right flank after I get to the IP.
We'll swing around and take a look.
That's drop point 11 to 19. We've got a lead plane. Been looking at it.
Okay, well, we'll gum that up. We do have one vehicle that is disabled right at drop point 11. You'll see a black pickup flatbed.
Okay, we'll start just past the black pickup. Rest of the line is clear.
Negative, you'll see our dust storm. We're on our way out.
Copy. Give me a call when that's done.
Okay, sir. And I don't know if you want to try to go out on the black side a little ways interior with this drop to not waste his time in orbit.
So what about just east of those transports? Can I put a helicopter in there? Big landing, lots of vehicles.
Down to 6-5. I'm at your 11 o'clock low.
Charlie 5, map 4, I got you inside. We're down to 6,500.
Station, we can cool that down.
Now?
Out your right door.
Am I lining up on her now?
We lost you behind the smoke. Did you see the gaggle of all the transports in Big Meadow with about 30 vehicles in it?
Okay, yeah, we'll have to turn back around. I think we went too far.
To edge reinforcing some retards where the fires burned through. They've got a couple dozers working and they just want some retards down below them. I'll give you we can make this a live run, and I'll just give you point out where we want the fire, or the retard, once we get on final.
Map 4, that sounds great. What's the heading?
210, and 5,700 will clear the train.
210 and Captain 5,700, mass 4.
On the exit, you can be gentle left. I'll be hard left out of your way, and then exit out 6,500 with Bravo 79 inbound at 75.
Alright, we'll exit 6,500, mass 4.
What speeds would you like?
Let's go 140, 130, 130.
140, 130, 130. Let's go with a coverage level 8 full load.
Copy, coverage level 8 full load, mass 4.
I have been getting a little bit more up air, a little bit of light chop, but the air's been good.
West of Sawdip. Site, we just got to circle around.
Okay, in 5 Papa Tango, you see where he's dropping. He'll be on the south side of the road.
Okay, got him in sight. The north of Sawdip.
Turn away from the smoke. It's a nice, easy turn. I won't get it, turn it in too tight.
Mass 4, copy.
Slow to 130.
Papa Tango, after you're done with that drop, if you think that's checked for a while, just join in with 866. I'm having a hard time getting people on the ground. I'll probably find you a different target.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this one looks pretty good until we get some people in there. If everyone's on the road or on the black side, should be no factor for us, but we'll keep dropping on the hot stuff until you give us clearance.
Okay.
Final, you'll see the smoke furthest to the left will start just prior to that. Right through here.
Mass 4, I have the wind.
Confirm that's clear. Drop point 11 to 19.
Helitanker 47, unreadable, but I think you're checking back in. Come a little bit closer, stay west of Ridge Dip and call when you get a little closer.
Roger, west of Ridge Dip, call closer. 47.
Hey, I got you now, 2981, 4,500, Helco's at 5. Head back to Jenkinson, stay west of Ridge Dip. To Jenkinson, you're going to work with Helitanker 55 and Helitanker 61.
Tango 47, copy all, stay below 4,500.
Hey, when you get over there, can you call the MRB, and if they're good, too, you can go jump in there and continue that plan, that mission you guys were doing?
47, will go.
I'm saying rather did.
Behind that, Bravo 79.
You look at the day, 7,500, 2981 for Tinker 914.
I've got Mass 4 in sight at your 10 o'clock Mass 4, and Bravo 79 is heading to you, done.
Yeah, looking for you, David.
Looks like I'm at your 10 o'clock if you're behind Mass 4. Make that your 2 o'clock.
Paved road, push it or spot it, or you see spots, that was what we want to do. Cool it down.
Okay, and you say further to the east or further to the west?
Further to the east, everything right now from where you're at west is looking good. Just want to focus on the stuff heading east.
Okay, we'll do.
866, same with you. We'll just leave you two working together for now. I'm going to hop over to Whiskey and see if we can help them.
866, Roger.
Force 2, Helco, air to ground command.
At your 2 o'clock high.
Okay, you can come down to 6,500. I'll start a left-hand turn to sort of show me.
Okay, right to that. I'm coming down with you.
We've been doing out here is reinforce. We basically have a retardant line all up this flank about a quarter of the way, but they'd like us to stop that and start reinforcing the dozer line that they just put in.
Okay, getting on your 6 o'clock, and I'm coming down to 6.5. What do you got for speed?
I'm showing 125 right now, picking it up.
Okay, I'm at 135 slowing for you. So bye.
Okay, I'm on a base. I'll show you the dozer line. 5,500 and 210 heading.
Okay, 55 and 210, got it.
You'll be making the first retardant drop on this dozer line. Left-hand side, green side of the dozer line.
Okay, right at that. Good hearing your voice now.
You too, David. It's going to be drop point 11 to drop point 19, if that matters. I don't know.
Okay, DP 11 to DP 19. Got it. Sorry, I'm late. We thought we were going to be broken for a bit.
El Rosa, Helco, air to ground command.
This is the line. The beginning of the line will start right through here, and you'll see the dozer line just off my right side. It's a little bit of a left.
One either type 1 or type 2 to 4449, which is closer to that dip site.
Dip site.
We got a pond on Whiskey that's right around that little mountain and Mill Road.
Leaving at 11, back in rest of the 98 spot.
Okay, just stop it right at being the heaviest smoke there.
Affirmative.
All right, Don, I think I got it there, and I could go and take 914. And again, sorry we were late.
This worked out perfect. We've been using 6s and 8s out here, and they've been doing pretty good. Just your choice with terrain and vegetation type.
Okay, right at that 914. Let's plan on a coverage level 8 for you, and I'll be picking you up here soon. Watch out for Charlie 5 coming your way. I've got both of you inside coverage level 8. I think I'm going to be high at your probably 3 moving to 4 right now. Okay, it's looking perfect there. You can go ahead and join me at 6.5. Do you want to show me on this one? Yeah, just so I can get my eyes on what we're talking about. I'll come on down to 6.5 and I'll watch you go through there once, if that's okay. That sounds perfect. I'll give you a good show me. This is going to be the first drop on this one. You're going to be starting right on the top of the peak, kind of taking this. If you see the smoke out there, we're going to the ridge line. We're right where that smoke is, going towards that, following that ridge line all the way down on the green side of the dozer left side. Handle 2 type 1s.
Copy.
I think it was called
We were dipping out of Perry, sir.
Perry, that's what it was. We'll go to Perry for you.
All right, Perry, working with Del Rosa on the ground.
Base Helco, air to ground command.
Placerville.
Placerville, home base air. What do you have on the deck available?
6 about a minute out, working with you.
7 type 1s, 2 type 2s.
Got a strobe for me?
Air attack TFR when able.
Be great on my 1175 number.
75, got it. I'll do it, David.
Thanks, looking for an area. Alright, 914, this will be the line right through here, heading 240, and you'll see the bug kill. I want you to start right before that.
Pick them up and hand them off to you. And that's working ridge tip.
Slow it up to probably 130, and I hope you catch up once we get on the downwind. Alright, sounds good. I'm just going to go ahead and do 130 all the way back around. You can join me on the downwind at 6,500. You're welcome to fly over the top of it there. I'll do it. Thanks. You bet. 30 in the climb, and I'll hold that 130 till you tell me to pick it up.
Bravo 79, Tanker 911, showing 12 miles in the south ID.
Tanker 911, you are cleared in at 7,000. You got number 2 behind 914, and we'll both be at 6.5. Plan on your coverage level 8, full load 2981.
2981, 7,000, and just behind.
You got it. You want that, sorry, this is 914 for 79. You want that on the green side. That would be the left side of that dozer trail, correct? Affirmative, green side, left side.
Helicopter.
Pick it back up to 150 for you. He works, and you, there is that vehicle in there too, so I saw him, so I'll make sure I stay clear of him. Yep, that's a disabled vehicle, so. Sweet. Tail had a little blue tag on it. Okay.
5 air attack. Frequency change approved. Have a good night. See you, sir.
Here goes. Again, I'll be the hard left. You got the gentle left. Watch out for 911. 141. Lead mass 8, 12 miles southwest. Mass 8, you're cleared at 7,500, 2981. Let's plan on your coverage level 8, full load. You're number 3 behind 914, 911. Cleared in 7,500, 2981, full load, coverage level 8. Cleared in behind 911, mass 8. You're cleared in behind 914 and 911, so you're number 3 behind 911. Clear 3 behind 14 and 11, mass 8. And 914. 14's in position.
Tango Hotel, you calling Elko? It's 2 Hotel Tango calling you, and we've got 30 minutes left on station. 2 Hotel Tango, copy, thank you.
7 knots, just barely quartering. 14. Just starting to pick up the dozer line now. This is the line. I want you to start at this first little bug kill right through here. Do a slight right turning drop if you want to. Turning drop? Yeah, it's after about halfway through it.
449, Elko.
47 and 61, are you guys out to the MRV or are you going to work in the lake? Let's check the MRV. I'm going to give them a call right now and see what's up.
Alright, sounds good. And I'll watch out for 911. 911, you're cleared down to 6,500. Be tagging, extended, bending it to the right for 914's drop. I'm at your 10 o'clock.
Got you in sight, and tag and extend, bend to the right.
You got it, Dan. Now, 914, that was a good start. Good line on that one. Appreciate the help. Bend, load, and return. Dave. We'll see you back in a bit. Load and return McCall on 914.
Okay, sounds good. And 911, you're cleared down to 6.5 with me.
Hey, down to 6.5. Come to you.
Okay, and we'll be just keeping it on the left side, green side of the dozer line as we come through there. On the exit, I'll be a hard left. You got the gentle left.
Okay, copy all.
Okay, I'm at 6.5, doing 140. You want me to go ahead and slow it down a little bit for you?
Slow down, please, and I'll cut you off.
All right, you go ahead and tell me when you want me to pick it back up. I'll slow it down to 120 for you.
Okay.
Okay, and Heli Tanker 5-5, you want to go with 4-7?
That'll probably be good. I'm so far away from it.
4-7, could you relay? We can't hear any of that over here. He's only got one more drop. Okay, what about 6-1? How much you got?
Rosa 866.
Okay, let's take 6-1 with you and go do the retardant mission. I would like to take it down into the drainage to keep that from coming up, if you guys could do that. Stay firm.
Hotel Tango 5-5, we're going to take the right on this one. I will swing around behind you. 150 for you.
Okay.
This is the line. Start here.
Got it. The southwest, correct?
Mass 8, Bravo 79, just on the crosswind now. You can go ahead and once you make that turn all the way around, you can join behind me, 6.5.
Okay, we'll go 6.5. Let me get with air attack and get back to you in just a minute.
Return. Watch out for Mass 8, and he's just coming off my 6 o'clock there. If you want to go ahead and stay at 6,000 to your clear, Sam. Thank you much. Good job, man. All right, Mass 8, Bravo 79. I'm slowing her way down further. You think we'll get in position? I'm at 130 for you now, slowing it down to 105.
Okay, I'll hustle up the turn here.
I'll slow it down to 95 for you, or unless you want me to do a 360.
Yeah, go ahead and do a 360. I got you in sight now.
All right, perfect. Then you can join me at 6.5, starting the hard left for you.
Okay, I'll start down, and I got 911 in sight.
Perfect. Be tagging, extending his line, taking it towards the smoke, keeping on the left side of the dozer line, which is the green side.
Okay, sounds good on the green side, left side.
Left, that'll be the hard left out of the way.
Okay, gentle left for us.
In that area, anywhere we can find heat.
On the 19th, we're starting the top.
863, he'll be coming inbound, Roger 866.
I'll just keep this left turn coming all the way around if you're okay with that.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, sounds good.
Air attack just confirming Kern Valley's near drop point 19.
It's on 12. We're going to have to be a well authority CHP. Like, it's on 12. BOL, Ridgeway Drive at Highway 50, eastbound. CHP advised they stopped a party at the bottom off-ramp. Gave the driver a ticket for trying to get through, sent them westbound Highway 50. They saw the vehicle go back eastbound, missing its passenger. Passengers probably dropped off at Ridgeway and Side Park.
That's 130 for 120.
It shows 97 in the area.
Side Park.
Helco, air attack, TFR.
WMA, approximately 6'2", 175 to 200 pounds. Messy long hair, white shirt, blue pants.
Copy that, we're out that way.
Okay, copy. 866, and then 863 will be yours in whiskey, and in Alpha you have 5 Papa Tango working with 2 Foxtrot. 2, or Task Force 2, I'll take the ones over at Jenkinson.
Copy, 5 Papa Tango, Task Force 2, I'll take 863, and we're on scene 866 currently.
Now, we'll see you in a little bit for that load and return. We'll see you back in a few. How'd everything feel? That was good. Okay, we'll see you soon, man. Alright.
Bye.
I'm sorry, you're still 10-1.
Go ahead, sir. Understand you're working with Task Force 2. Helco's going to take the stuff to the north. We'll have you and 866. Okay, good copy. And confirm you're working Task Force with Task Force 2 in Division Alpha.
Yeah, I was kind of patrolling the north side of this Grizzly Flats Road, looking for spots, and then just anything is heating up in there. Haven't talked to anybody on the ground for a while.
Copy. And you're working out a ridge dip?
This would dip about halfway to ridge dip from here. It was just cut on and half.
Copy. Parry dip. Thanks. Have some for 866?
66, go for Helco.
I thought you heard my call sign.
You're working for air attack now.
866 air attack, Rotor Victor. Go for 866. Yeah, we'll pick you up. Currently working confirm Perry dip and with Del Rosa. Perry dip and Del Rosa 3 Charlie, sir.
And plan on your coverage level maximum full load, left-hand pattern, and it's working on a dozer line, left side, green side, air attack at 8,500. We'll see you here shortly. Take 82 cleared in, 6,500, altimeter 2981. And which side of the fire are you guys working now? Working the right flank out here, just protecting a dozer line. The biggest column that you see coming up at the very beginning out there is where we're working towards. 2. Just a couple miles from the south IP.
Verify 5 on rotor.
Line just west of drop point 11. Then you have Kern Valley working the stuff closest. That's right on the dozer line, drop point 19.
Okay, copy y'all. And then where we're starting here at DP 11, if we get down to DP 19, we want to take this back to the east a little bit, continue supporting this dozer line.
Affirmative. Yeah, wherever it needs return reinforcement from 11 east.
Okay, sounds good.
And let me know how this holds up for you.
So far, so good. I'll let you know the changes.
Thank you.
47's off the drop.
So we're in section 11.
7,000 for you for now. 2981. Plan on your coverage level 8 full load, left-hand pattern, and working on the right flank out here. 7,281 all. Fast 1. Got air attack at 8,500.
26. Air ground tax.
Fire for flames being seen coming out of a PG&E truck Camino School on Snow.
Okay, sorry about that. Thanks.
Tinker 6-1 Helco on the rotor.
Go for early Tinker 6-1.
come to the east side of the lake, a new target for you. I'll bring you over.
Okay, east side of the lake?
Yep, come towards the east. It's going to be Division Foxtrot. I'm talking to the people on the ground.
Okay, east side of the lake.
Got a with some retarded in it. Will that
Federated 2, just go ahead and keep this left turn coming out here into the downwind. You can fall in behind me. I'm doing 120 for you now. On the exit, it'll be a hard left. You'll be a gentle left. You're going to see there's a meadow down there that got painted real heavy, and you'll be starting right after that. You'll see where the end of the Mass 1's drop was.
Delros. Task Force 2.
60, Nose Road, cross Highway 50.
Through the retardant line, where you've been working, just the both side of the drainage.
So Tanker 61 and Helco, you got us. It's going to be out your left door.
Okay, no got you yet.
Keep coming to the east.
Air tag, platform tango, come up on CFR. Papa Tango, air tag.
Yeah, air tag, sorry. Couldn't get to there. Where is this spot you're looking at?
Not a spot, activity just off the rim, tail end of the retardant line, north side of the Conspiracies River.
Okay, third of the way down slope.
Media cell units to that fire unit school.
Spot out just off the edge of the rim, fairly active, eating through the retardant low.
Okay, got it down there.
It's just slightly to the right to stay on the dozer line.
I think it's flopped over. They'll talk you in right out your nose. Going to be coming out your right door.
Below air tax at 8,500. Helco's at 5,000, multiple copters, and tankers 7,500.
Weather unit.
Tax at 8,500. Tankers at 7,500. Multiple copters. New assignment for you, sir. You're working Gulch Dip for Division Whiskey, Division Alpha. You'll be tying in with 5 Papa Tango, working Division Alpha.
Okay, Helco is at full contact Helco on Riverbend.
We've got the 3 folks in here. Helco's got a project up north, so we'll pick you up. We got 5 Papa Tango working out of a new dip near Ridge Dip. And actually, Ridge Dip would work great for you if you're familiar.
Yeah, we haven't been there, but we can go there. We got a long line, so all right, we'll head for Ridge Dip.
Copy. I look for 5 Papa Tango, same target. Contact be Del Rosa on the ground.
Rosa on the ground.
Air attack. Air tanker 5-5. TFR.
Power tanker 5-5 air attack.
Yes, sir, just checking out. Clear the TFR and route to Jackson. I'll be fuel and return, but we'll have to do a quick shutdown.
Copy 8-5. When you made contact with Helibase, a break. Guard 863 air attack TFR.
Guard 863, go ahead.
Contact will be Task Force 2. This target's of opportunity if time with 5 Papa Tango, they can line you out.
Task Force 2, and are they up air to ground tactical?
Affirmative.
863?
5 Papa Tango air attack, copy direct. Copy minus tail number. Guard 863. Copy 863.
I got it, Simon.
Just go ahead and bump up the code till we get further.
better there. And is 866 working in the same area? He just dropped out in front of me. 866, same vicinity. They were working in Whiskey.
So thank you off the drop.
It's all squared away first before we get going. We'll do a break.
At 130 and come back up to 6,300. You can drop me there.
6.3, I'll be right on.
Kern Valley. Bravo 79 on air to ground command. We're bringing the retardant to you on the green side of the dozer line, and we'll get to the end down there, so make sure the line's clear where you guys are at.
Confirm you're working for Division Alpha in Del Rosa.
That's affirmative.
Okay, what dip side are you using?
We're using Perry.
Copy. Same vicinity, you've got a helitanker, or correction, guard 863 inbound and 5 Papa Tango. Be working out a ridge and then same vicinity dip. If you guys can work together.
866, Wilco. Additionally, there's just on the other side of that canyon to the north, there's a large flare-up going. Do you want us to hit that one or just stay on the south side of that drainage?
That flare-up's a new target for 5 Papa Tango, and it will be for 863 when they're on scene. I'll confirm with Del Rosa if I can kick you up there.
Alright, 66 will stay with Del Rosa until you call us over.
Will do. And yeah, down low I do see some flare-up on the Whiskey side too. I will continue working that with yourself, sir. Papa Tango's in the dip.
First one, do you have traffic?
We are in the area of Hazel Street. What is the call?
6-1, Elko, rotor.
484, taken off of a residence.
Right here. We're good for the residence. We'll still be checking for the suspicious mail.
How far?
Out of Perry dip, and be working low, staying on the south side of that drainage. Okay, so he'll stay south, copy.
Yes, better 1020.
On rotor. Yeah, go ahead. You get my retardant? Sir? Okay, cool.
65 radius to 9 there. Central to 65, you copy my last.
Tango's on the drop. Taxi FR.
This 866?
Yeah, it's got 5 Papa Tango working north side of that drainage, keep you south side of that drainage, seeing a void.
866, Roger, sounds good. We'll be left door to left, sir.
Yes, sir, 5 Papa Tango off the drop.
I'll take off.
The black, we're not going to bring the returns that far, so you guys don't need to move those rigs. Okay, this is our first look at it, so just want to make sure. Thanks.
David, 811. Good. The RP left when 4 more PG&E trucks arrived, and they all had fire extinguishers. So it's possibly they all got it out and everyone left. It'll be a PG&E truck with a white water tank behind it.
Run it, Papa. Keep going if that was the plan.
Temper.
Shoot through the retardant, we'll pick that back up.
Traffic control point at Fairplay and Omo Ranch.
Or any type helicopters over in Jenkinson.
2 more any type helicopters, Jenkinson, working Foxtrot.
Division Delta.
Copy, thanks.
2981.
2981, cleared in 6,500, man 5.
Drop altitude is going to be at 5,100 and a heading of 240.
I see, 5,100 and 240, man 5. Received his radio. 10-4, thank you. Central, do you copy that? Alpine is 10-10.
Copy.
Placerville, Helibase, Caldor Air Attack, Air-to-Ground Command. Helibase, Air Attack, Air-to-Ground Command.
Air attack, Placerville.
I'd like to order requesting 2 helicopters any type for water dropping. Division Delta, utilizing Jenkinson dip.
Helicopters, Division Delta, Jenkins, copy.
Guard 863 on the TFR.
Guard 863, air attack.
Yeah, we're coming up on Ridge Dip. Are we doing all our calls on the TFR or on Rotor Vic?
I'll be on Rotor Vic, sir. Switch. You've got my Papa Tango. You've been tying in with him, working Division Alpha.
Copy. Okay. Rotor Vic, thanks.
And Biddy 2 Hotel Tango, it's going to be the stuff you're probably turning for, but the stuff still on top that they shoot through the retardant line.
Guard 863 is coming into the ridge dip from the south.
Air attack, Helco, TFR.
Helco, air attack.
Release for Helco, 1800.
Copy, I'll place the order. Pop Tango's coming out of the dip about 2 miles east of Ridge Dip.
And 5 Papa Tango, Guard 863, I think that's you coming out. We're going to come in and get a bucket, and then we're going to follow you when you come back in.
Okay, gotcha there. Yeah, this dip's not the Ridge Dip proper, but a little to the east of it.
Okay, well, whatever that's called.
Requesting relief, Helco, over the fire, 1800-1800.
All base copies. Yeah, hard left, you got the gentle left. Got a gentle left, or we go straight to it? Yep, we'll go straight to it. Just tag and extend it, keep it on the left side, green side of the dozer line. Green side of the dozer line, Mass 5 will be looking.
On
to the drop.
Lined out with a 26 Charlie to figure out how to get you in there.
Point 2 with me. 6.2. Picking up to 140 for you. Okay.
Now with tanker 47, Helco.
Go ahead.
How much time you got?
Oh, we just got here. We got an hour and a half.
Okay, cool. Are you coming back? Yep, I think I got you right now. So you'll see back to where it drops down into the canyon. Right up above there, it came through the retardant. Let's pick that back up, bring it back into the retardant. Okay, real good.
Showing 8 knots of headwind as we get down there.
To the proper ridge dip, a little farther to the west.
Okay. Yeah, to there. We'll be into that dip behind you here.
Yeah, got you in sight. Yeah, if you just want to lead us, it looks like where you go into that smoke just right off your tail.
Yeah, just off my 6. It's kind of bumping the retardant line, and then down the bottom where there's no retardant.
863, thanks.
And 866 is working the same area, just south side of that valley.
Copy, thanks.
This is the line. Yes. Start right here.
That's starting to heat up pretty good.
When able, air attack.
Look at start point.
Tango Helco. You got a hot fuel in you?
Great line, about a half a load early. Okay, so you can do the gentle left, and we'll go ahead and have plan on your load and return at McFarland. All right, you guys have a good one. Good. Were you going to call our start for us just to clarify the verbiage? Okay, sorry about that. That's okay, not a problem.
You're on rotor Victor as well.
Yeah, about 55 on station. Yes, rotor Victor.
Copy. 5-5, thank you.
Pop Tango's coming onto the drop.
Air attack, Sherriff, Tango Hotel. Hotel air attack.
Sherriff, Tango Hotel departing Placerville, tracking inbound to the foreground.
Altimeter 2981, you're cleared at 4,500 below. Air attack at 8,500, tankers 7,500, multiple copters, multiple tankers. What was your previous assignment, sir?
2981, copy for the traffic, and we were on Delta out of Jenkins Dip.
Copy. We'll have you switch to rotor Victor and contact Helco. You get to ridge dip.
Sherriff, Tango Hotel. Sherriff, Tango Hotel, Helco.
Helco, 3 Tango Hotel. You coming out of Placerville towards Lumber?
Yep, that's correct. Would you like us back at Delta?
Yep, come back, tie in with Helitanker 47, and Helitanker 55 is going to be outbound your way in a sec.
Sherriff, Tango Hotel, copies and tracking inbound for Jenkins.
55 is using the MRB, you'll go to the lake.
Sherriff, Tango Hotel.
Now passenger, we show us back in service.
Coming out to join us, and that was a great drop. You left a rainbow.
I'll look for the pot of gold on the way back. Thanks, Joe. I'll take them.
5 Papa Tango, we're going to get your dip, and we're going to follow you. We're at your 6.
Sounds like you made contact with him.
Okay, sounds good.
Copy that, thanks, yeah. Just stay.
Two Type 2s if available, long line, we'll be working in Division Foxtrot, Jenkinson Dip.
Copy, we'll place the order.
Okay, do it, I'll take him.
Ground command.
Onto the drop, got 866 down there.
Two Type 2 long line copters for the Foxtrot, utilizing Jenkinson Dip.
Placerville copies.
Hotel Tango Air Attack, TFR.
Just a little bit further south than, farther north than we dropped last time, still on the north face of the design off.
Copter, 2 Hotel Tango Air Attack, TFR.
Auto Helco on air to ground command.
Bravo 79 right seat, air attack, TFR, when able.
Air attack, go for Bravo 79.
Just coming over Tango now, understand you had a couple more drops to tie in to drop point 19. Made contact with the ground as well.
Western 11 to put together, heads back, eastbound. Yeah, looking at everything.
Copy. Got you in sight.
When we get over here, I'll let you talk to David and Leslie. Just the paved road up here, or the desert line, which one we want to pre-treat. We're guessing the paved road.
To the east.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I got the gaggle vehicles there, and it looks like 6 dozers that are marching down the line there, plus that dozer is kind of paralleling the hardpack road that the vehicles are on.
We could just maintain separation because it's a little too steep for the hawk, so.
Okay, yeah, I'll make it left hand, colonic turn out of there.
Air tactics.
Highway Tanker 6-1 Helco.
Yes, sir, that was our last drop. We're inbound for fuel.
Highway Tanker 6-1, if you want to come transition over the lake, watch for 3 Tango Hotel coming in from Placerville, and then contact Air Attack. He'll clear you through. Stay west of Ridge Check.
Okay, we'll stay west of Ridge Check. And is it fuel and return or fuel and hold?
Fuel and return.
Okay, we'll fuel and return. Tango is coming onto the drop.
11 east.
Yeah, we copy that, and we see all the vehicles there, and we're thinking of just basically painting from those vehicles to where we started the return line here at DP11.
So copy, we're coming around. You got vehicles east of 11. Confirm.
Affirmative, got those, and that's where we're just thinking of backing up the dozer line to there, and then after that, you've got the dozer lines paralleling the hard pack with some retardant directly on the line in there, so you got a triple line on there anyway.
Copy, I'll reconfirm priorities. Stand by.
Okay, I'm at your 3 o'clock now. I'll just go ahead and show you the line that I'm talking.
3 Tango Hotel, Hilco?
3 Tango Hotel, you'll come out, you'll see the retardant and where it's chewing through it right at the edge of the drainage. We want to stop that.
Is that on the southwestern end?
Yes.
Copy, 3 Tango Hotel.
4 more dozers directly in front of me. Right on the left side is the hardpack road, and what I would like to do is start just a beam on the left side of the dozer line right through here to those vehicles right through here.
Okay, confirm. I'll confirm with the ground, green side of the dozer line, and between that and the hardpack.
You got it. And then I think with having the hardpack, the dozer line that looks like it's about triple wide, as well as the retardant right next to the fire line already, I think that's plenty for them there.
Tanker 6-1, Elko rotor. Yeah, just caution, you got a bunch of helicopters working out of Perry and Ridge and all that stuff over there for your transition back.
We'll keep an eye out. We'll definitely keep it to the west.
The reinforcement's not really needed where that triple is there right now, and you can just go ahead and bring it up to where we started the retardant line just a little bit ago.
Straight Tango. Hotel coming off the drop, didn't see you, that's right.
Where your start point would be.
Okay, I'll show you the start point here. I'm on the downwind now. The start point's going to be right at me in the vehicles on the green side of the dozer line.
863, 5 Pop Tango's looking for you.
863 is down in the canyon right now, so from the
Gotcha.
7 officer drive. Helitanker 47, on your next one, let's go a little bit more west. There's a little road out there I want to tie into, and we'll bring it into that corner.
Keep my turn coming here. What I'd like to do is just go ahead and start right after the vehicles on the green side of the dozer right through here.
I'll confirm with the ground. I like it.
And then that'll meet right to where we started here on the retardant right through here.
Got it. Tango air attack. Here's the ground command. If you had a Bravo 79, you just did a show me looking at paint between the dozer line and the hard pack. Do you have that in sight?
Right, that you're cleared at 6.5, 2981, air tax at 8,500, plan on your coverage level 6, full load, left-hand pattern, be heading about 240, drop altitude 5,100. 2980, 2981, cleared in at 6,500 maps, 4.
Attack Helco, TFR when able.
Helco air attack.
Yeah, Highway Taker 6-1 on his way back to Jackson. Everything going that way, I'm just clearing west of Ridge Dip and all that stuff and to contact you.
Copy, Highway Taker 6-1, that works.
Five Pop Tango's off drop.
El Dorado hot shots, Helco, air to ground command. Alright, so it's getting out of the retardant a little bit. We're bringing it back in, so it just keeps chewing through that. So I imagine once air ops ends, that'll happen. If you get with ops and request this a priority for the night flight, you might have them in here for a little bit as long as the air is good.
Tankers 7,500, multiple copters. We'll have you switch to Rotor Victor and go direct to Helco.
All right, sir. So it's 4,500 below, 2981, and contact Helco.
Affirmative. On Rotor Victor.
And Helco 7-3 uniform, Rotor Victor.
7-3 uniform, Helco.
Yes, sir. We're just off Placerville for the Dickinson. Yes.
Go ahead.
Division Tango is going to give us contact up in that area east of 11. Get back to you with line clearance.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we'll be starting right after their vehicles will be the goal.
Copy. Just west of their vehicles, confirm.
Basically just south. It's heading running north to south.
Copy.
And we can talk to Tango Direct if you'd like.
Tango, you just wanted to get confirmation of our location?
But if you can go direct with Bravo 7 on this frequency, we'll be looking for line clearance.
Okay.
Task Force Leader Tango, Bravo 79 air ground. Command. Paved road makes a big bend there where all the vehicles are parked. We were wanting to tag in on the paved road, take it back down to DP11 where the disabled truck is. Just get that reinforced for you guys, that big dog leg.
Okay, copy that. I'll move any vehicles near that DP11 area then.
Okay, it looks like where you guys are at the fuel break to the paved road, we could maybe put some retard in there, but are you guys needed in there? It's pretty open. Just see what your needs were.
Yeah, I mean, most of our resources are a little bit to the east of DP11, so you're clear to that point. Let me just move some of the transports in. If you guys want to bring it a little bit further to the east, that would work too.
Okay, and talking to Tango proper, it sounds like he wants retarded between the dozer line and the paved road. It's just real skinny and thin in there. We can do it, just see if there's a need with there's like pretty open fuel break in there.
Yeah, hey, Firm. It's pretty open now, but I mean, it wouldn't hurt in case anything pops out.
Okay, I got your lead dozer out there. Maybe we'll start just adjacent to him, green side, and lighten the coverage level up, and just put something in there for you guys for burning.
Okay, that works. That would help out. Thanks, man.
No worries. I want to make sure we're doing and keeping the tankers coming if we need it. So we'll plan on starting at least with lead tankers, lead dozer, working back down.
Okay, copy. I'll let the resources know. Thanks.
I don't think you need to move anybody. We'll start the paved road, beam the vehicles, take it down the 11 on the green side, and then turn around the other way and kind of head east.
Okay, sounds good, man. Thanks.
Just monitor this air to ground in case we need you. Other than that, we'll talk to you a bit.
Yeah, no problem. I'll monitor.
We're at Yankee, Helco.
Affirm, we're en route Dickinson Way Shift.
We're at Yankee, go to Jenkinson, get some water. You're going to be working with 3 Tango Hotel and Heli Tanker 47. And you were out here working already, right?
Affirm, sir.
So same target, keep that thing in check. The 7-3 uniform will be coming out as well.
Will do. Thank you, 4 Yankee.
Okay, 7-3 uniform, you'll work with 4-8 Yankee, who I guess is behind you, and 4-7 and 3 Tango Hotel, same targets.
Out of Paradigm. Air tag 11 November is also inbound. I think it's like. Yeah, we're go direct with Helco, please.
That's where I have the line. Start right here.
Elko.
Go ahead, 247.
See you coming back. You got a couple more joining you at 516, 11 November. We're going to be crossing over to the east side of the lake shortly.
516, 11 November. We'll be looking.
11 November, Elko rotor.
Go ahead for 11 November.
Come to the east side of the lake, watch all the traffic in the lake, and there's wires across the east side and the skinniest part, so watch for those. You're going to work with 516 with a ground contact. It's 26 Charlie.
Yeah, 26 Charlie. Able.
Charlie, Elko on air-to-ground tack. Charlie, Elko, air-to-ground tack.
Guard 866, air attack radar, Victor 1 able. Guard 866, time left on station, sir. Approximately 35 minutes. Thank you.
Kern Valley, Bravo 79, air-to-ground command.
Now.
Okay, just see if that's enough for target heading that way, or if you guys want one more load in there.
863 into the ridge dip.
Go ahead for 11 November.
Bet.
Eco Crew 2, did you copy? The same area that you had a 6-1 in, is that correct?
866 off the drop.
Ground contact. 16 Elko location. Come to the east side of the lake, and you can dip over there on the other side of the wires in that open area.
November, starting to cross the lake, looking for traffic.
Remember, watch out the help. For 516, come to the east side of the lake.
Drop down, crossing over to the east side.
1 November.
Yes, what's the area we're working here? Is this stuff just east of the lake, southeast side?
No, you're going to be up the drainage from the east up to the highest point, or the closer to the highest point, back a big reed rod thing. They got a dozer line that's swapping on them.
Charlie, 516, air to ground.
Hey, 516, Elko. I think you might be in the wrong area.
Elko 516, yep, I see southeast side of the lake, coming up the east side area.
Come more east, come all the way to the lake, past those wires, and then it's going to be up drainage from that. Yeah, that's that. We're up over it.
Roger. 866 imperative for energy. 556 out of the dip.
November, you got 516 in sight?
Okay, thanks for that. 4 Yankee will be a right-hand turn off of the drop here.
coming number 2 on the drop, and we'll be working on the southwestern end, stopping it from going through the retardant.
516, we're out ahead of you. We got you. That's going to be that stuff. Right out your nose up top. He's coming through that clearing in that replot area, and that stuff in the nice. Coverage level 8, full load, mass 8.
And our last drop ended up getting a little bit close to the dozer line, so we just go ahead and pull it away from it just a little bit, staying on the green side.
Okay, 5100, copy.
That's the southernmost smoke. Looks like it's pulling into our pattern up here.
3 Tango Hotel, repeat.
Yeah, that bell's falling into our pattern up here to the northwest.
Okay, copy. Hey, 11 November, you're not working with any of the Type 1s. You're coming well to the northeast.
Okay, copy that. I'm just going to follow the flat cross around back to the lake, and then I'll peel off to the northeast.
Okay, sounds good.
Copter 866, air attack, road Victor when able.
November, just go around the north side of the lake, follow it around to the northeast, and we'll pick you up.
Copy that, on my way. 866, air attack, TFR when able. Air attack guard 866, go ahead. Down low, right in the drainage bottom. You got that?
Tango Hotel on 488. You guys want to like left-hand passage or right-hand?
Air attack guard 866, where you calling us? Hey, firm. Got you headed back to the tip. Looking at the activity down low, right in the drainage bottom. Actually, that whole flank's getting fairly active. It's got room for another ship in there. I think we can sequence another one in there easily. Copy.
Bravo 79 air attack.
Yeah, this being such a short little piece turning the corner up here, do you want me to start turning things off now? I think we got one more drop here to continue this line out to DP11.
I'll confirm. I think the plan was to continue north-northeast from that point. I'll confirm with Tango operations. Get back with you.
November, just had the Cobra up high, coming over the screen part of the lake.
So 11 November, we're just flying by 516.
Okay, if you're looking. 866 in the ferry dip. Not sight yet, just looking. Gotcha there, partner, gotcha. Okay, I'll be right in behind you as soon as I figure out where I'm going.
516, when you come back after that drop, can you show 11 November where the wires are at?
I did see the wires already.
Kathryn, Tango Hotel 48, counter on the ring.
For that, would you like to continue north-northeast of 11 towards 12? take a look at it. Bravo 79, take a look at that, and then confirm the line's clear. 79 air tactics, when able.
Here, go ahead.
He's looking at working back towards drop point 12. It's got a big bend in that proposed dozer line if you got the map up. Section 1920, he's going to confirm line clearance.
Okay, we'll look up for that. Okay, doing 130 now, and just keep the turn coming for you again. I'll be the hard left, you got the gentle left.
Hard left, gentle left, and drop altitude again.
Drop altitude is 5,100.
Copy.
863 air tac TFR.
Air attack 866, you want us working that low hot stuff in the drainage or still with 3 Charlies?
9 right seat, TFR when able. Copy.
And 3 Charlie 866, 1 minute out. Slightly center, 366.
Plan on a load return, we're going to be going the opposite direction. Well, actually, go in the same direction, but trying to lead into our line that we started earlier.
Okay, that's good. Load and return.
How you feeling that one?
That was a good one.
All right, we'll see you soon, man.
See you in a bit. About the most I could bend it there. Hopefully that worked.
Air tac TFR when able.
863, go ahead.
I'm going to move you over to the other side of the drainage to work with guard 866 out of Perry Dip.
Yeah, thank you. That'll work a lot better. We just can't come down like that Huey can, so it'll work better.
Copy, break 866, copy direct.
Air attack, Bravo 79.
Bravo 79 air attack.
We do not have DP12 on our map, so if you can tell me where that one is.
Got it in section 21, just northeast of DP11, 4 miles.
Alright, 4 miles out there. Okay, thanks. That looks to me like that's just about where that, a little bit past where the heaviest dark column's coming up right now then.
Okay, you don't have eyes on that yet, but yeah, the drop point's right where the road comes through to section 21.
Yes.
Way up there coming out to the east looking for that.
Copy, you may see a bend in the proposed dozer line, section 1920, that'd be their priority.
Okay, the biggest bend we have is right there where I was talking about turning that corner to come there for that start point there, but that's definitely not 4 miles.
Camera or something on the front of it.
Bends direct east to west to drop point 12 there.
We'll take a look, thanks.
Looks like something off the front of his truck. It looks like someone out there with blue jeans, and yeah, doesn't look like a fire vehicle to me. That's it's not this. This is a white truck with looks like something on the front of it, like a camera or something. I think it's a dog back camper top. Blue jeans guy with like a flannel shirt.
Be working with you out of a Perry dip in whiskey, or correction, whiskey. Understand 863 is looping in with us, Perry. Firm. 3 Tango 0, what's the drill? Copy. 866 into Perry. 7 Bravo Sierra on TFR. Unit calling air attack on TFR. It's helicopter 7 Bravo Sierra, just off Placerville for the fire. 7 Bravo Sierra, air attack. Altimeter 2981, you cleared at 4,500 below, air attacks at 8,500. Tankers working 7,500. Multiple copters, multiple tankers. Go direct with Helco, switch to Rotor Victor with you, sir. We'll switch to Rotor Victor and out of below 4,500 below 2981, thanks.
That guy is right next to a big log landing. The fire's right below him. I mean, it's pushing the opposite way right now, but if it moved, it would go up to him, and it's kind of right where we would want to put some retardant. Long.
Helco, air attack TFR when able.
Air attack Helco, go ahead.
Got release Helco, 7 Bravo Sierra down if you're looking for you on Rotor Victor.
Okay, and I've been talking with Eldo. There's a private citizen out there right above the fire and right where we're putting retardant in. Looks like he's got some sort of camera apparatus. Told El Dorado about it, but probably shouldn't be there.
I copy. Eldo's in the vicinity.
They're not right there. I made him aware. I was going to give him a lat long. You want it?
Come on, take it.
3841.78 120.34.690.
3841.78 120.34.690.
Abram, top section of section 30.
Got it. 866 air attack. Air attack, do you want us working hot stuff down at the bottom of that drain or stay with 3 Charlie?
Caldor attack, Bravo 79, TFR.
Hot stuff at the bottom of the canyon for 866.
Caldor attack, Bravo 79, right seat on TFR.
Bravo 79, right seat TFR.
The only map I grabbed this morning was the aviation map. So we're in Papa, and I don't have the drop points on there. Is that closer to the Papa November break?
Farther down the canyon. The break. Drop point 12, Papa November break.
Okay, good copy. And we're good till 1930 out here. Running till basically cut off.
Is that a 1930 for relief lead?
A-firm, I believe that's cut off as well. You can check.
Bravo Sierra Helco.
Inbound 4,500 west and north of Jenkins.
Come up to 5,000. We're at 5,500. Get overhead and we'll tell you what we got.
Coming up, let us know when you see.
Mass 3 is 16 miles for South IP. Mass 3, Bravo 79, you're cleared in at 7,000, air attack 8,500, 2981, and let's plan on your coverage level 6 full load. 7,000 and coverage level 6 full load, Mass
3. Use this freak to get Helco lined out real quick.
Do you have the... Go ahead.
It'll be the first drop going this direction, basically working towards where we started the retard line earlier out here on the green side of the dozer line. You're going to be starting right with the dozer line is taking a big bend up here 90 degrees. It's going to be heading at 180. Drop altitude about 6,100. 180, 6,100, fast 3.
Ready.
All working in Delta out of Jenkinson, 3 Tango Hotel, Heli Tinker 47, 73 uniform, 48 Yankee.
Got it.
Heli Tinker 47 using MRB.
All that.
And Heli Tinker 55, 2 Hotel Tango, fuel and return.
Okay, to work Delta.
Working in Delta, Jenkinson dip, still keeping all that stuff in check.
Okay, and just tactics in here, just keeping it out of the structures.
Trying to keep it in place now for their burn off later on.
Okay, any ground crews down here?
Not on site. There's a POV that I've just been talking about and turned in right uphill from where they're dropping. I've given all the information to everybody.
Okay, I got that land long.
Division Foxtrot, east end of the lake, using the east end of the lake up that drainage, working with 20, so Chico Crew 2, we have 516, 11 November.
On your coverage level 6 as well, tag and extended on the off mass 3. It's going to be heading to 180, drop altitude 5,700. 1,500, 2981, coverage level 6, tag and extend, Tinker 914.
Bravo 79, Tanker 911, showing about 15 miles out.
911, we'll have you 7,500 with 914. You're number 3 after Mass 3 at 914. And we're going to have you doing a right-hand pattern once we get in here, going opposite direction, tag and extend and going opposite direction. So I'll give you a good show me once we get in here with you. And 2981, plan on your coverage level 6, full load.
Coverage level 6, full load, number 3, copy everything else, 7,500.
That is that what, 836? You got the numbers?
I believe it was 863 and 866 were in there about an hour ago.
Copy.
And
down there, white truck, a black camper top, it's right above where they're dropping.
Guard 866 and 863 working that activity down low, Consumus, south side.
Where?
Okay, so Elda is down here in Delta, correct?
They are. They're going to be planning to burn this main road here tonight, the dirt road.
Copy and Del Rosa and Whiskey.
Stay firm. And then Chico Crew 2 and Foxtrot over the east side of the lake.
Down to the drainage, south side. It's getting fairly active in there. What's your location, sir?
Okay, the crew's out off the point there, the main ridge, furthest point to the west.
Got it. Down below that.
We'll keep...
Okay, we need to pull up into the black there.
Full right now.
Just kicking up, kind of pushing towards the west a bit.
Then, sir, are you guys tonight or time frame?
Okay, yeah, if they can keep all that at bay so it can't hook around and come back up at Slug Gulch on community, yeah.
Tango for Bravo 79.
Copy and confirm. You guys are, those structures have dozer line around them?
Yeah, firm, there's dozer lines around them, and then we had a dozer line that we put in coming from Stinson out to Slug Gulch there.
Copy.
I'm going to give you the show me here. The funnel will run. Have your camera ready.
Master, I got you inside. I'll slide into position here.
Okay, this is just the show me. I'll come back up and pick you up at 6,600.
Master.
You can come down to 6.6 with me now for the show me.
Master.
Going to have to drag your right wing through the smoke as we come down the fire line there, and then making the left turn, you're going to see a gaggle of vehicles, and just basically starting on the left side of those, you're going to see where the dozer line's right after them. That's your start point right after the vehicles.
Copy.
First Tango Bravo 79.
Papa November break. We can talk, but I didn't know your time frame was for firing because quite a bit of fire in Papa towards the dozer line.
TFR.
Helicopter 509, we transition 7 Bravo Sierra. We have a little bit of time. If anybody would like IR, we can run up the canyon and see if we can see that spot still.
That'd be great. Up at Juliet, I guess. Hotel. Division Hotel.
Well, that's where you make the left turn.
Master.
Actually, I'm sorry, we're going to be on the right side of the vehicles once we get on final there.
Yep, copy that.
2 Hotel Tango's off of Placerville, head back to Kingston.
You're going to see several dozers up here. That's what's making all the dust.
Okay.
Yep, 3 Tango Hotel, H47. 3 uniform 48 Yankee. 2 Hotel Tango.
All the vehicles.
6-3 air attack. Rotor Victor when able.
Go for Bravo 79.
And 3 Charlie 866, about a minute out.
Heading 180, drop out to 5,500.
Minutes. Papa November hasn't been able to do much of that little head of uphill run. We'll see what it does that pitches out and slow down with our target.
Master. I'm coming back up to 6,500. You could join me there at about 140.
Master 3, we'll take speeds of 40, 30, 30 for this.
40, 30, 30 it is. I'll be the hard left. You got the gentle left.
Got a gentle left out on the escape, Master.
914, you'll be tagging extending his. 4 copy.
Structure, looks like it's going to impact them.
Okay, we're working with 3 Charlie now, but yeah, you want De La Rosa?
If you go direct, it looks like it's climbing that slope a little bit structure.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Thanks, sir. On the drop. 5 Pop 10 will be on the drop behind it. 6 north side.
Starting to slow down to 130 for you.
Helitanker 47, Helco.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that you approaching Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
With retardant?
That's affirmative.
Okay, copy. Yeah, these last few drops before sunset 47, I think we're going to look at getting it around a couple of those structures that are close.
You want me to box the houses up on top? Is that what you said?
Yeah, let's take a look at it. I'm coming over, I think before we shut down for the night, I'd like to get these structures protected a little bit, get a little retardant right below them.
I just do 1 drop so you can see it below them.
Okay, we'll follow you in.
4 Yankee off the drop.
863 out of Perry dip.
866 going under dip. Perry.
Go far.
5 Papa Tango air attack.
And last bucket, assuming fuel and return.
From fuel and return. Advise when you made contact with Helibase.
Welcome. Don't think of 2 West just coming in for the dip.
Bravo 79, air ground command.
Oh, it's off my right side.
Level 6. Down to 6.5. I've got you inside. Coverage level 6. Full load. Perfect. I'm at 140, picking it up to 150 when I hit 6.5. We'll meet you 150, 6.5. Alright then, Mastery, good job. Let's plan on that load and return.
Copy, load and return, Mastery, thanks.
Thank you. Alright, 914, just be tag ascended, trying to get it to where we had the line begin out there earlier. See? Heading 180, drop altitude 5,500, that'll be the hard left, you got the gentle left. Gentle left, 5,500, tag ascended.
Okay, 47, yeah, I see where you got retardant below that house. Yeah, you see off my, if you see me, it's off my, about 11 o'clock, I got one line underneath those two houses. Yeah, firm, I see that. Okay, you want me to box in a little bit more? I can do that. Sure, let's give it another shot in there.
10 miles north of the TFR boundary, southbound VFR, 11,000, 1,000 above the smoke.
Okay. Well, it looks like it's spotted to the west. It's making a run. If you guys are still in the area, I'd recommend you move.
Okay, guys are getting in the black, coming up to the buggies now. How far up is it going up towards Alden or Slocum?
What you see out here?
366 is off paired up.
Okay, that's the structure for the point there.
Okay, affirmative.
Copy.
See all the gaggle vehicles down here. And you can see his return line right after that.
40 air attack, TFR. Go for 840 on TFR. Your call, sir? Yeah, firm. We're about 7 miles north of the TFR boundary now, southbound VFR 11,000. Just coming in for a recce of the incident. Altimeter 2981. What altitude do you need, sir? 2981, and we're rotary looking for a spot to let down right now. Probably going to spiral down here, see if we can get under it, and then we'll give you an update. We'll remain north of the TFR until we tell you where we're going to be. 840, altimeter 2981, cleared you through 4,500, air taxi 8,500, tankers working 7,500, multiple copters working 4,500 below. Was that 4,500 for 840?
The return line.
I didn't see it, Dave.
Okay, I'm going to come back around, take a look, and you can come down to 6.6 right now, and I'll just go ahead and keep this turn, take a look to see how much further we have to go.
Okay, down to 6.6, I got you in sight.
Yeah, I'll pick you up in a second here, and this will suffice for a show me for you too.
Okay, I'll keep you in sight.
Working to descend out of 11,000 this time.
For you, betcha. Hey, do you want another one? I think I'm going to want 2 more. We can, thanks. Road return. Thank you.
Take a 5-5 air attack.
Yes, sir, about 2 miles shy of tank check inbound for the MRB.
Altimeter 2981, you're cleared in 4,500 below air tax at 8,500, tankers working 7,500. Have you switched to Rotor Victor, go direct with Helco to MRB.
We didn't have it below 4.5, that's 0.81 over to Rotor Victor.
Mutual aid for Team 1 or all the mutual aid for your entire group?
Entire North Division.
It's going to be heading at 200 now. You're going to see at the end of the line makes it just below our retard line. We're just going to bring it up to that. So it's heading at 200, drop altitude to 5,500.
Okay, I got the gap you're talking about. You just want to splash in there?
If you could just fill the gap, we'll go back and use the rest going directly on the line as we get further up there.
Okay, now I saw the line you were talking about. Yep, we're all ready to go. We'll just give it a splash in there. Coverage level 6.
You got it. Coverage level 6. Fill the gap for me, and then we'll use the rest of it on the rest of the hot spot of the fire up there.
Okay, space is looking good. Ready to go.
Okay, doing 150 for you. I'll do the hard left for the rejoin. It'll come back and just rejoin on a heading of 060.
Rejoin on a heading of 060. You got it.
Perfect.
Are you calling?
Just advise for Helitanker 55. He went direct with you.
Yep, I got him.
Perfect. Great.
Ready for the left turn all the way around? Here it goes.
Copy. Advise when you made contact with Helibase on the outbound. 826 welcome.
Air attack, Del Rosa, air to ground attack.
Go air attack. TFR when able.
Okay.
We got a couple ships headed in, fairly active down here. Alpha Whiskey break. Do you have anything you can kick our way?
Yeah, from I can kick them your way. We'll pass them off to you. Stand by one.
Go air attack. Go again with the identifier.
2 Hotel Tango. They're grabbing water now. We'll send them your way.
Copy. 2 Hotel Tango, and we'll pick them up direct.
Go. Hotel Tango Helco.
Bending it to the right.
Okay.
Water, we're going to send you to Air Attack Division Alpha Whiskey. Affirmative. Pass off air attack at the drainage beyond Division Delta. Air attack Helco, CFR.
Helco air attack. Copy direct.
Contact you at the drainage just south of Delta. He'll cross when he gets the word from you.
Copy.
Man.
Del Rosa air attack.
Okay, I'm grabbing all the guys now. We're going to pull up to that first house there.
Copy.
And then looking at this thing, is it coming up through the block there? On the side that was already...
Yours there.
Drainage, up below the house. Side drainage.
060, 150 knots.
Three off the drop. Okay, I copy that. I have the 866 inbound, nothing outbound at this time. Okay, thanks.
Be the hard left out of the way, you get the gentle left. Hard Copter 863 on air to ground.
You're 11 o'clock, left.
2 Hotel Tango air attack, rotor Victor Winnable. Understand you're headed over to Alpha Whiskey. Give us assistance. Copy, you've got a Copter 8, guard 866, guard 863, working Perry Dip. Be working with them. Support Del Rosa.
2 Hotel Tango copy.
Guard 866, Del Rosa 3-1 or 3 Charlie had left the area because of the flare.
That's left 47. 12 miles from the IP.
That's 5, stand by. And up here closer to the dozers.
GFR.
2 Hotel Tango, headed your direction. Time with you, Perry Dip.
Okay, thanks. All right, that was beautiful, and I think that's going to help them there. That's the end of the dozer line right off your left wing there, so we're just going to be able to cool things down for them.
Perfect. All right, we'll be right back and get you another one as quick as we can.
All right, sounds good. Everything else now is just cooling treatment for them.
You got it.
Thanks again for the help.
You got it. See you back here in a little bit. Air to ground command.
Now cleared in 6,500, coming in and checking it out for you to see what we can get in here. And watch out for 911 coming your way. 32981, plan on your coverage level 8, full load.
8 full load, 6,500 cleared in, 2981, mass 5.
Mass 5 is going to be a heading of 230, drop altitude 5,700.
Sorry, copy 230, 57.
You have some retards available possibly, if that's point. Currently just have copters working. What do you think? If you got comms with him. Get a break up to the east. Bravo, take a look at that. Zoom.
Clear attack.
Yes, sir. Looking at this stuff over here. What's the priority?
Priority B stuff. South side of that drainage, Constance River, working with 863 and 866, supporting Del Rosa. That activity, staging aspect.
Do Hotel Tango copies.
Miles from Placerville and bound planning.
And 863's got the sky crane going on the fire.
From the South IP 7,500.
Tanker 82, you're number 2 behind Mass 5. Let's go ahead and plan 6,500 for you as well. 2981, coverage level 8, full load, left-hand pattern, and we're working further out to the east of where we were earlier.
6,500, 2981, Tanker 82.
Hey, we're just coming up on your area, so the big smoke towards the bottom of the canyon. Cooling action on here. You're going to see the dozer, the very first dozer that you see the dust kicking up. That's where we're going to go ahead and put it right on the half in, half out on the fire line. Okay. Rosa, do you have a loader water retardant on?
We've got water.
Okay. We're in the guard 60. We're going to go ahead and circle down the valley and let you drop.
Copy, we got you inside.
Okay.
Contact with Helibase. We'll close up.
Copy. Were you able to take a look at that spot?
We were. We couldn't get anybody. It didn't look like it progressed any farther up the hill, and looked like the edges were warm, but didn't look like super active.
Thanks, sir.
Going to work.
CFR.
5 Pop Tango off Placerville back to Whiskey Alpha.
Altimeter 2981. You're cleared at 4,500 below air tax at 8,500. Tankers working 7,500. Report ridge dip.
And we'll call you Ridge Dip 5 Pop Tango.
Have a 9866, left door, have you in sight.
And you got you back there, 866 5 Pop Tango.
check.
Tango. Bravo 79 Andrew.
6-3, air attack, rotor vector when able.
Okay, 863, go ahead.
Time left on station, sir.
We can go till 7 o'clock.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, almost to 130, how you looking? Good enough for Mrs. Pants. Perfect, and again, you'll be straight, and that'll be the hard left out of your way. Copy, we'll straighten gentle left fast.
Okay, nice. It's going to kind of slow down a little bit.
Starting right before him, right on the fire line. Right before the dozer on the line, mass 5.
The dozer's going to come back up on the main ridge here momentarily, and should be pretty easy pushing, looks like, when he gets up here.
5 Papa Tango, air attack, ship time.
Air attack, 5 Papa Tango.
Hit this stuff right here. Okay, we got the line.
The drainage.
Staying on with you or going to Elko?
Stay with me, sir.
Copy, thanks.
Keep building line. Fire's edge coming up to the northeast.
Good copy. And for your that day, you're going to be on site about 20 minutes. We'll head back and do a crew swap.
Elko copies.
Load and return? Yeah, load and return. You got time. We got time. We got gas. Mass 5. Load and return.
2's coming on scene. I'm about 2 to 3 miles to the south. No factor for the map.
Okay, right at that, 82, Bravo 79, but you're about 11 o'clock right now. I'll let you follow behind me. I'm doing 125, and I'll just slow it way down until you close the gap.
Ground command.
Attack, Heli Base.
I'd like to request 9 Romeo Hotel for Division Whiskey, Port Ridge Tip.
The dozers just want any type of cooling action to make it so it doesn't come up to them too fast.
All Division Whiskey Ridge Dip.
Straight then gentle left. That'll be the hard left out of your way as soon as you say you got the line.
Air attack, Placerville, Heli Base.
Placerville, Heli Base, air attack.
Hey, was there a need for relief for air attack at 1915?
20 will work, I'm in position.
Okay, pick up to 120 for you now.
Heli Base copies, thanks.
Both of you feel comfortable.
I'd like you to hit that stuff to your 11 o'clock in that clearing, active fire there if you get right on the edge.
Okay, yeah, we're just hitting that last mile there.
Roger.
The top of this lower ridge here.
Command, I could not copy. What's your identifier?
There's active fire there about your 2-3 o'clock.
Okay. And 2 Hotel Tango, 5 Papa Tango's over a ridge dip. I'll be going into a dip about a mile to the east.
2 Hotel Tango.
What's your location for your need?
Copy, thanks.
Okay,
Alpha air attack, we've got 5 Papa Tango, we'll send him, he's been working previous.
Where you drop? Good job. Thank you much.
Air attack, you're walked on go again.
Much time left?
Okay, 23 Alpha, thank you.
Okay, copy that, and you'll do a shift change for your night. That's affirmative, sir. Okay, thank you. Stop out, hang out a bit.
I was to Forest Patrol, or Forest Service units and fire, and no spot fires. But there's enough personnel in case something pops off. They'll be 1098.
10-4.
Del Rosa air attack, that's affirmative. It's coming up on Alden Road, the drainage below. I'll let you know.
Air attack, Bravo 79.
Bravo 79 air attack.
Yeah, with us having 1 hour left, I think what I'm going to do is just everybody comes out for the next drop, so I'm just going to go ahead and make that their last drop.
Copy, Bravo 79. Attack, air to ground command.
Information relay from Pacific MRB. They're unable to keep up with current demand. They'll probably need a half-hour break before any other aircraft.
Copy. Thank you.
Go air attack. TFR when able. Okay. Copy direct air to ground command. MRB. No, I didn't. MRB report, can't keep up with demand, we'll need a half-hour break. Okay, copy. Papa Tango, air attack, rotor Victor when able. Go ahead, sir. A new assignment for you. You got a ridge dip, you'll be working with Division Alpha, ground contact will be 23 Alpha. Section 19 near drop point 3. Okay, give me a second here in the dip. Sorry.
Bravo 79, Mass 4. Mass 4, Bravo 79. You're cleared in 6,500, 2981. Let's plan on your coverage level 8, full load, left-hand pattern, doing cooling treatments to load. Alright, 6,500, 2981, full load, Mass 4, and we're 13 west of the Southside T. Okay, we're right at that, and we're going to be half in, half out, and air tax at 8,500.
Go air attack. Okay, repeat please. That'll be Division Alpha, Section 19, contact will be 2-3 Alpha, and that dip site, we're going to be calling that Sweeney.
63's on the ferry dip.
Alright, air attack, sorry. We got Division Alpha, 19 dip site Sweeney. Do you have eyes on me? If you can give me some direction, I'm not sure where that drop point is. I'm looking for you, sir. 1 mile east of Ridge Dip. Continue east, and then hail 2-3 Alpha on the air-to-ground tactics. Should be able to pick you up and walk you in. Okay, 2-3 Alpha, thanks. 55 Helco.
2-3 Alpha, 5 Papa Tango, air to ground.
Helitanker 55 Helco. Are you guys coming out of the MRB?
Got the ears on, call me in.
For 47's on its way in, if they have another drop, they can just grab the rinse tank water and come out.
Coordinates.
3 Tango Hotel, zip.
Attack elevation.
Coordinates for new dip site when you're ready.
Yep, go.
It'll be Sweeney Dip, Division Alpha. Coordinates are 8 degrees 37 point by 1 degrees 306.
It's a good copy on coordinates, and you said Sweeney?
Affirmative.
Copy.
And that'd be 150 foot a long line.
150 or better, copy.
What's up, go out of the dip?
Mass for drop heading on this one's going to be sitting right about 230, drop altitude 5,500 on the exit. You'll be straight, then a gentle left whenever you want. I'll be the hard left out of your way when you say you got the line.
Okay, we copied heading about 230 and 5,500 mass for.
Trying to get you feel comfortable to the hot spot that's going to be basically towards the end of the fire line that we come up to.
Mass 4, copy.
Okay, I'm at your 10 o'clock. You can join me at 6.5 here.
Air taxi for Bravo 79, right seat.
Copy direct. One more drops for the tankers. We'll be shutting it off, and also likewise for yourself. No relief ordered for you.
Yeah, I think we can run it to the end, and what we got, I think we'll be right for your map. Papa November break, taking it through yesterday's existing, go and read back over all that stuff on the fire's edge.
Copy, thank you.
40, 30, 20, you got it.
And you want us down at lower than 6,500?
You can come to 6.4 with me if you want.
6,400 mass 4.
Picking it up to 140 for you.
We'll take that retardant to the fire's edge.
And air attack affirmative after this one, let's shut them down.
Break. Ground Resources and Division Alpha are trying to hail you on air-to-ground command, and they can't get you. They're in section 19. With your standby. Where are you guys trying to get us?
Division Alpha air attack, air ground command. 5 Papa Tango looking for
47, if you can pick up that lower active fire, that'd be great.
Okay, those radios. You said the lower portion of the fire, the down slope?
If you can get it. I know it's a little bit of a difficult drop.
Oh yeah, we could, we'll certainly try it.
Drop. A good drop.
first one just because it's starting to smoke in. So we'll just go ahead and hit the very first one, going half in, half out, immediate left turn. Right through here. Cleared out quick.
Guard 863 and Elevator 2 Hotel Tango, air taxi, time remaining.
863, got 20 more minutes. We're gonna, we still lost track of you, so we're gonna stay a little bit low here.
I'm hard left out of your way, not in your way at all.
Mass 4.
Alright, Mass 4, good working with you guys today, and you have a good one.
Mass 4, you too, appreciate all the help. We'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, sounds good. Have a good night.
9 air taxi, enable.
3 Tango Hotel's got 45 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to have you follow the Chinook in there. Tag on to where they're dropping the retardant. Lower part of the slope with your bucket. I want to hit that fire with water.
3 Tango Hotel, no worries.
Tango Elevator.
Tango Hotel, right at the end of the retardant line, close to the river, active fire. If you can pick that up, that'd be great.
3 Tango Hotel.
47, are you done for the night?
Okay, my apologies, friends.
Whiskey here.
I have my food in front of me.
81, cleared in out of low 4,500, air tac 8,500, Bravo 79, multiple tankers 7,500 below, no factor. You're cleared, tank check. We'll work you out of SAW dip in Division Whiskey.
Okay, I'm going to mute them for a second. Terribly sorry. Traffic was murder. It was a pretty bad wreck that backed things up, and all I can do is be grateful I wasn't in it. So I'm here now, and I'm looking at the flight radar, and I just heard, I was able to listen a little bit just in the last 10 minutes of what was going on with their attack. And it sounds like that they can't keep up with, was it retardant? And they were taking a 30-minute break. And that's pretty sad to hear. And Smitty says, welcome back. Hi, things running smoothly. Might want to find a PM briefing video. Yes, absolutely. Did the community meeting start at 6:30? So let's see. The Caldor community meeting is supposed to happen right about now, right? So let me take a look. Duplicating the tab. Right now, I'm still listening to that pilot chatter. Let's go to Cal Fire, Amador. If something important happens, of course I'll tell you. So here is what they were saying with the Cal Fire Amador El Dorado unit. There's no sound really, except they said they're actively constructing handline to keep the fire from extending past Highway 50. So that's the way it looks, the orange sky right now. And due to the complexity of the fire, persistent hazards, evacuation orders and warnings remain in place. Areas must be made safe before residents can come back. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so is this usually where we get the meeting? Community meeting, Placerville Base. That was yesterday's. Okay, 5 hours ago they had a operations briefing. Looking back at chat, the 5 p.m. 1700 p.m. briefing video is available. Okay, that says 5 hours ago. Smitty, do you have the quick link for me? Oh, Facebook page. Cal Fire AEU Facebook page. That's where we're at. So that can't be 5 hours ago, because that would have been 1 hour and 43 minutes ago. So there we go. Okay, so I'm going to mute the aircraft for a second. They're just okay. So let me update it for everybody who's just arrived. I have to update the issue thing here. Here's the watching Caldor community meeting from 5 p.m. or 5:45ish or something. Here we go. All right, I'll look back at chat. Here we go. I'm going to eat as this meeting happens.
Second. Good evening and welcome to the Caldor Incident Community Meeting for the evening of August 22nd, 2021, 5 p.m. Again, my name is Ryan Lubin, one of the Public Information Officers for Cal Fire Incident Management Team 6 here on the Caldor Fire. We're going to start our evening out with a quick update. As always, I'd like to remind everybody that's watching and listening that the information is coming out every 7 a.m., 7 p.m., along with other information that's pushed out throughout the day in between those times. So please continue visiting the social media sites, the information updates we're pushing out, sign up for the email updates to make sure you guys stay informed and get that information. So our current acreage of the fire is 98,149 acres, 0% contained, with 1,604 personnel assigned to this incident. That is going to change throughout the day and on those updates for you. So please make sure that you pay attention to what update you're looking at so you get the most up-to-date information. Our information line is on there, our media line. With this, we are getting questions prior to the community meeting, so that's a great thing. Keep sending those questions in and we'll answer all of them to the best we can for you. With that, I'd like to go ahead and bring up our Ops Section Chief, Will Harris, for a quick operational update.
Thank you. Will Harris, Day Operations with the current situation. We'll start down here in Branch 1, Division Alpha. Currently today, we had some fire in the middle fork of the Consumas River. Make a run up towards the Caldor Road to the north, and we're actively engaged in there, utilizing air tankers and fixed wing, rotor wing, and ground personnel to keep this fire south of Caldor Road at the moment, and that's currently going on as we speak. Going to the north, everything's holding fine along Alpha to the Alpha Delta break. Going north down into Jenkinson Lake, everything is holding along Mormon Immigrant Trail, and down into 50, not much movement in there. We did have some spots in there yesterday that we were actively engaged, and we're having some success in there to keep that put down into Highway 50. Currently, fire growth today has gone to the northeast, and still 50 along the 50 corridor. 50 is holding to the south. You guys might have heard yesterday we did get a spot fire above Kybers, and we have folks engaged in that as well attempting to get containment lines around that. There is a little bit of growth on that this afternoon. It's tough country, and we're utilizing all the resources we have available to try and wrangle that in. That's ongoing. Our intelligence today with some aircraft, infrared, there's no new spots over north of 50, so that's a good thing. Swinging around the horn into Division Juliet, we're currently engaged in some indirect hand line, dozer line, using a pack saddle pass off the 50 and getting it back into Silver Fork Road, and utilizing some control features down back to Mormon Immigrant Trail, and that's ongoing with the resources now. Down in the east side, southeast side, we used fixed wing aircraft and retardant today to paint this edge and keep that pinned down to buy some time for us to build some line out ahead of this, to get in place and prepare for action on that in the next 20.
I'm sorry, I just went across the room and realized the other speaker was really low, so terribly sorry. Let me crank his volume up. I already have it +8. +16 is as high as it can go. So let me try +16. Gosh. I have no idea what's wrong with their meetings. The ones with the National Forest Service are A-OK, but CAL FIRE is a little bit ugh.
We'll start down here in Branch 1, Division Alpha.
Sorry, that's too much. Okay, let's go to 14.
Currently today, we had some fire in the middle fork of the Consumers River, make a run up towards the Caldor Road to the north, and we're actively engaged in there, utilizing...
Hang on, I'm still using the Rogue mouse. It's doing random
air
stuff.
tankers and fixed wing, rotor wing, and...
All right. Sorry, guys. Here we go. For real.
Thank you. Will Harris, day operations with the current situation. We'll start down here in Branch 1, Division Alpha. Currently today, we had some fire in the middle fork of the Consumers River, make a run up towards the Caldor Road to the north, and we're actively engaged in there, utilizing air tankers and fixed wing, rotor wing, and ground personnel to keep this fire south of Caldor Road at the moment, and that's currently going on as we speak. Going to the north, everything's holding fine along Alpha to the Alpha Delta break. Going north down into Jenkinson Lake, everything is holding along Mormon Immigrant Trail, and down into 50, not much movement in there. We did have some spots in there yesterday that we were actively engaged, and we're having some success in there to keep that put down into Highway 50. Currently, fire growth today has gone to the northeast, and still 50 along the 50 corridor. 50 is holding to the south. You guys might have heard yesterday we did get a spot fire above Kybers, and we have folks engaged in that as well, attempting to get containment lines around that. There is a little bit of growth on that this afternoon. It's tough country, and we're utilizing all the resources we have available to try and wrangle that in. That's ongoing. Our intelligence today with some aircraft, infrared, there's no new spots over north of 50, so that's a good thing. Swinging around the horn into Division Juliet, we're currently engaged in some indirect hand line, dozer line, using a pack saddle pass off the 50 and getting it back into Silver Fork Road, and utilizing some control features down back to Mormon Immigrant Trail, and that's ongoing with the resources now. Down in the east side, southeast side, we used fixed wing aircraft and retardant today to paint this edge and keep that pinned down to buy some time for us to build some line out ahead of this, to get in place and prepare for action on that in the next 24, 48 hours. Everything's holding down here into Papa, Division Romeo, and as we go down into Tango, everything's been sitting there for the last few days. We've been mopping up, reinforcing that line on the south end, and things are holding well all the way into Whiskey, into the branch break. That's the current situation.
Behind the scenes, this is extremely difficult to adjust.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we do have some questions that have been submitted online, so we'll go ahead and we'll start moving into our question and answer portion, and I'll bring up our Unified IC, Chief Martin.
Yeah, good evening. So a couple of questions circling around our fire weather. And what is it looking like for tonight and tomorrow? So tonight we're going to expect to see the down canyon winds again. That means coming down from the east side and pushing down here. They are going to be light, no real gust winds. They're going to be downslope, down canyon at 2 to 6 miles per hour. For tomorrow, we're supposed to see temperatures around the 70s to 80s. The minimum humidity is going to be in the low to mid 20s, and then we're expecting to see those down canyon winds to switch back around to the southwest again. So right anywhere on the 9-10 o'clock hour, we should see that switch. They'll be coming southwest 4 to 9 with gusts to 13 miles per hour. And that's what we're looking at for tomorrow. And talking to our incident meteorologist, it sounds like we're going to stay in that consistent pattern for the next couple of days. Got a question about the timeline on reopening Highway 50. And as you can see where our fire is currently, where it's progressing up to here, we've got the spot fire here. It's starting to getting real close over here. I do not expect to have Highway 50 opened in the near future until we can mitigate the threats. As the fire comes through, we've got trees and we've got damage to the roadway surfaces, and so we need to make sure that that's all safe and that fire isn't going to impinge the highway as we got traffic flowing through there. We will keep you up to date. That is one of our priorities of Incident Management Team 6 is to reopen the highway, but we have to make sure that it is safe to do so and safe for the public to travel. There were some questions about air support. So we heard our operations section chief talk about we did have a fair amount of air support today. The question was on the northeast. So on this upper end up here, the smoke column was laying over this side of the fire, so we weren't able to get any air assets into that due to the way that the wind and smoke was going. But as he did say, we did have it down here. We did put retardant here with our fixed wing assets, and then had it working all the way back down on the bottom side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We did have some questions about our evacuation orders and warnings, so I'm going to go ahead and bring up our law enforcement liaison, Eric Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the law enforcement liaison for IMT 6. The question that came up had to talk about evacuation warnings and mandatory evacuation orders. So the areas that have previously been put into warnings are still in effect, as are the mandatory evacuation orders. We don't have a timeline in which those might be lifted. And so again, real quick for the definitions, if you're in a mandatory evacuation order area, you have to evacuate that area. You have to be out of that area. You're not allowed to be in there. The warning area is just so that residents and people in that area are aware to prepare. It's kind of like one of those things of keeping your head on a swivel and to be aware of what the fire's doing in case it starts moving in that direction and we have to put an order in. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We did get some additional questions that pertain to the operations, so I'll go ahead and bring our ops section chief, Will Harris, back up.
We had a question, current status of active fire in Grizzly Flat. I covered that on the current status, but this middle fork of the Consumnes River drainage is steep, very steep and nasty country, heavy fuels. And so when fire's backing in there, It's aligned with the wind and slope and up canyon there, so it's a tough piece of ground, and we can only engage when it comes up off the top into the flats where we can safely engage folks. So that's currently going on there in Grizzly. The fire that jumped Highway 50 at the one spot in Kybers has it jumped in other areas. I covered that just about 3 o'clock. We had a flight go over and no new spot fires on the north side of 50. A little bit of growth on this right shoulder of the current spot fire that we have. And we have folks engaged on that. And I think the IC covered smoke hampering air resources. It just depends on which ways the wind's blowing, where the convection column is leaning, and where it's safe to insert fixed wing, rotor wing. Fixed wing needs larger airspace to get in and work with the air tankers. So we did have some opportunity there today and on the back end here. So wherever there's clean air and where it's safe, the fixed wing helicopters can manipulate the terrain and access areas that the fixed wing aircraft can't get into. So all depending on where the smoke is at. And the smoke's been laying thick in Strawberry in the 50 corridor today. So very little opportunity to get stuff out on the head of the fire. And we have been successful in using aircraft on the rest of the perimeter.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to go ahead and bring up our Unified IC, Ben Newbern.
Good evening, folks. So a couple of questions. First one, will Tahoe lose power? We do have power currently shut off along the Highway 50 corridor where the fire is impacting the highway. As far as utilities being impacted in the Lake Tahoe area.
Okay, so that's blah 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 about utilities, but we need to go to the Dixie Fire. The Dixie Fire meeting is about to begin. So I can't remember if that's Zoom or what. Wasn't it last in Modoc? Here we go. Okay. We'll return to that if we need to, but.
My name is Rob Rosine, and I'm a Public Information Officer with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. Thank you for joining us this evening for this evening's Dixie Fire West Zone Community Briefing for August 22nd.
We'll look back at the Caldor in a second.
Them in the comments section below, and we will address them with our speakers after their presentations. Currently across California, firefighters continue to make progress on 13 large active wildfires burning across the state. Currently, we have 13,000 firefighters working on the front lines, and we remain prepared for more wildfires due to the current weather and drought conditions. This includes numerous air assets that have dropped more than 10 million gallons of retardant so far this year. Wildfires in the state have burned more than 1.5 million acres so far. It's an increase of nearly 600,000 acres versus the same time frame last year. Over the last 39 days, the Dixie Fire has consumed 724,110 acres. It's currently 38% contained. Currently deployed to the incident are 6,001 personnel, 429 fire engines, 211 dozers, 99 crews, and 19 helicopters. The Dixie Fire has impacted the lives of residents across 5 counties, including Butte, Tehama, Plumas, Lassen, and Shasta. The next news, I'm happy to report that the number of evacuated residents has been reduced to 5,195. That's a reduction of approximately 20,000 residents. Of those who are evacuated, 299 are currently staying in 5 temporary shelters established around the fire. Our first speaker this evening will be incident meteorologist Joseph Goutsworth.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Last time we talked, a couple of nights ago, we were talking about some increasing winds. Well, those increasing winds did occur, and I'm glad to say, for at least a few days, we're not going to have to worry about any strong winds. we're going into a rather quiet weather pattern over the next couple of days. We're still going to see that broad southwest flow of that broad southwest flow of air in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but it's not going to be overly crazy. We're just going to see generally light winds that are typically going up canyon and down canyon, that terrain-driven stuff that we've all been so accustomed to over the past couple of weeks. We're also going to see temperatures pretty close to where they're supposed to be for this time of the year, and not looking at anything really, really dry for our humidities, pretty much in the lower teens during the day. But, and there's always a but, as we progress towards the end of next week, we are going to see another upper level ridge of high pressure build in, and temperatures will be increasing towards the end of the week. But in the near term, the biggest limiting factor, once again, is going to be the amount of smoke. Where the smoke does clean out, even momentarily, we could see those winds pick up just a little bit, so we'll definitely be watching that over the next couple of days. But to summarize, we're not looking at any real major fire weather concerns over the next couple of days. Basically dry, warm conditions will continue. Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker will be fire behavioral analyst, Brian Newman.
Good evening. So let's start with the map here. It's our newest updated perimeter, and we'll talk about the fire behavior aspects that we saw today across the fire. So first off, we had quite a bit of smoke over the fire this morning, which really put a damper on the fire, really moderated fire behavior to begin the shift. Overall, as that southwest wind came over the fire today, we did see some increase in activity across the fire. Over on the far north and west portion of the fire near the park, we did see some uptick in activity, especially down in the Ice Cave Mountain area, Lost Creek Plateau. There's a pocket in here that's burning out, and so we saw some activity there. A couple columns come up in that area, but nothing threatened the lines. It just started moving north and westwards, more interior towards the fire, but that is an area that we're going to continue to see some activity on the fire as we come in the coming days. Going further north into the national park area, this part of the line still is burning out here in the heavy timber, heavy topography, lots of dead and down fuels out there. So lots of activity in regards to smoke columns. It's continuing to move to the north and to the east, not at a real high rate, but it is steadily marching to the north and working its way through the really heavy fuels up there. Coming around the Butte Lake area, we did have an uptick in activity first thing this morning in that area, and it did challenge the firefighters' lines in those areas. We had a column stand up and start burning more actively, making some short, intense runs up the slope in those heavy fuels and with a little bit of wind on it. We saw that for most of the day today. That's where we had most of the activity in the northern part of the fire, and they did have to readdress some of their strategies based on that fire activity they saw today. Coming down over near Silver Lake, the heat there is just well interior, nothing's threatening the lines. Activity is still on our infrared sensors, but it's well within the interior right now, and it's not challenging those lines up there, but you will continue to see smoke in that area of the fire. Coming further down A21 Road, down towards Westwood, things are looking really good. Interior pockets of heat, nothing threatening the lines, but you will see some residual smoke in there, and that's going to go on for the next few days. Coming across towards Westwood, down to Highway 36 corridor, Duffy Group, Hamilton Mountain area. Again, interior heat. There is some activity that's gone on in there, and you'll continue to see some smoke, and some of those trees and stumps really start to put up some smoke. Nothing's really making large runs, but there is activity in there, and expect to see that continuing over the next couple of days, especially those people who have just repopulated back into the certain areas, and that area is directly off to your east, and so you will expect to see that for the next couple of days. Further to the east of that, though, that area down in the Susan Creek drainage, Willard Creek, it is holding steady. No real heavy heat in there. No heat signatures that are going to threaten any lines in that area for the next few days at least. And then finally coming down into the far southeast here, Janesville area, there is quite a bit of heat left in here. This is an area that we typically get erratic winds, and therefore we usually get some erratic fire behavior as well. But again, because of that smoke was across the fire, it really dampened and moderated that fire activity. So we did see some activity in there, but nothing made any large runs, didn't threaten the lines, and they were able to get in there and do some good work in there. So we expect to see much of the same tomorrow under the same conditions, and you'll expect to see that kind of activity all through the fire tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Newman. Our next speaker will be Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Good evening. We had some good progress on the fire today. Past couple days with the weather, with the fact that we've been able to just get some of our troops getting the upper hand in certain parts of the fire. We've had a lot of success. So I'll just take you through some of the areas just really briefly. So through the Westwood sector, which is the middle of the fire, the west part of it's still looking really good. The West Shore, again, looking very good with the repopulation in play. And we're just getting a few calls for service for some smokes, non-issues as far as just more nuisance smokes. Over on the peninsula, Hamilton branch, and then Westwood. So Westwood saw repopulation recently, so we've got more folks coming in. The other communities have been repopulated, and so that's, we've seen more eyes out there, although we haven't really had any calls for service because we really haven't had any sort of fire activity within those areas. Our firing operation the other day on Highway 36 is, again, well mopped up, very good buffer. There you will see some smoke further deeper into that burn, which is just some interior fuels burning out, just pretty normal, but a very good buffer there to protect from any fires coming from the north. To the south, the Dyer Mountain area, working with our East Zone partners, we've been continuing to mop that up and render that even more safe and close the door there, so it really isolates those communities from any incursion of fire. Moving further to the east, the Duffy Group and this area that is just near Susanville, heavy mop up around a lot of this. Even though you see the red lines on there, it doesn't mean there's any sort of really active fire, flaming front, or anything like that that's threatening the community. It's basically until we have full mop up and good containment and control on it, will we turn the line black. So basically we're in just all around here, just a heavy mop up mode. They're just taking care of any of the hot spots and then improving any of the control lines and so forth. So that's at the point where within the next probably day or two, you'll see a lot more black on the actual map there because we are getting very close to having full extinguishment. Moving in to the east, we have our Janesville branch. That's looking very, very good. We've been working very closely with our partners in the East Zone where the zone split is, so that we've been surging them resources throughout most of the fire, but over here especially along the 395 corridor, a lot of the structures along the corridor, as the fires kind of continue to march across the escarpment. It's not burning down like it was a few nights ago, being pushed by the winds across the highway. It's basically just burning across the escarpment. And we're just monitoring that, and we're continuing to move with it, protect the structures, doing tactical patrol, mop up around there. And then partners in the East Zone have started to put and have very good line that they're punching in up from the bottom all the way to the top on that end. So that'll help stop the southern progression of fire. To the north, we've had a line in place for quite a bit of time, sealing off and isolating the community from any fire. And then on the top of the escarpment, a secondary line, very large one there. And then as we work down towards Antelope Lake, a good line being put in there. It's constantly being improved, being mopped up. And we're going to continue our operation working with them to just surround this whole part of the fire. And I think we're going to be seeing some really good success with that. We've seen quite a bit there. So as we get that start getting buttoned up, then we're getting another day closer to looking at eventual repopulation. But at this point in time, we're still just making sure it's fully rendered safe so that we don't have any sort of potential for fire, especially with the conditions we've seen, how dry it is and receptive the fuel bed is to any sort of slop overs or spot fire. So that's looking really good overall. Moving to the north of Highway 36 in our Lassen sector, the western part of the fire where we had some incursions of the fire moving out and slipping out a number of days ago, we've been able to put direct line directly on the line, put in a secondary containment line, and that's looking really good. Again, you're seeing a lot of red there, but a lot of that is going to end up being blacked out. Just heavy mop up in the heavy fuels, and so that's looking really good. Where a lot of the work's being concentrated right now is in Division Kilo in this big pocket. So we're in the process of putting line in there. Very difficult terrain to work in with our heavy equipment, and we're utilizing our hand crews in some of the areas where the dozers can't get, and we're starting to put in hose lines and so forth to mop it up. So this whole part of the fire is looking really, really good, and that's been one of our concerns with any westward movement of fire that would get into some very tricky country there. So as we get this more into the mop-up phase, we're starting to look at evaluating, working with our law enforcement partners, eventual repopulation area, but we're not there yet. We're still just making sure that that's really safe, and we're very comfortable before we even recommend that option. Moving into the park, as our fire analyst said, he kind of explained some of the movement of the fire there. It hasn't been as rapid or as large growth as we've seen other parts of the fire the past number of days or weeks. So we've got a lot of good line being put in. We did have one spot over the park highway. They were able to pick it up. It's about 6 acres, so that was good news. Division Papa here, they're looking at eventually doing a firing operation. Decided to hold off tonight on it because we were going to do another firing operation. We didn't want to have simultaneous operations going on in one place so close together. Moving outside the park, we have good line from the park boundary all the way down, continuing into our Division Romeo and Tango. And Division Quebec, we started a firing operation 2 nights ago, checked it up, waited for the winds to subside, for the south winds. Now that they're in our favor, the weather conditions are in our favor. We've already started a second phase of the burn operation. This is going to be a multi-day operation to put that burn in. Once that burns in, it puts a nice solid door so that it does not have any incursion of the fire north to affect Highway 44 and all the infrastructure, or to swing back around into Shasta County. So that's a very important operation for us there. Division Romeo and Tango are in a heavy mop-up mode right now, so we're seeing a lot of success. Tango's really looking solid, and Romeo we're just finishing up, and in coming days you'll see that with Blackline. Just above the park boundary, we've instituted a contingency branch in Shasta County and opening up the old fire lines from the Reading Fire. The people that we have leading that were folks that actually put in the original line from that fire when it occurred, so they're very familiar with that country, and we're using that to open up those lines just as a secondary, so that if by chance any fire got out of the park, that we have something to stop and catch that progression of the fire to the north. Overall, we've had some better weather that's been more conducive not only to our fire operations on the ground, but also for our aircraft. We've been able to fly our rotor wing quite a bit, and our fixed wing has been kind of hit and miss as the pockets of opportunity open up to get them up into the air. I think in the next few days with some of our weather that we're going to see some more of those opportunities present themselves, and we'll take full advantage of that to meet and achieve our priorities.
Thank you, Chief. Next, I'd like to introduce Lassen County Sheriff Dean Groudon.
Good evening, everyone. Dean Groudon, Sheriff of Lassen County. I want to start off by reviewing some evacuation orders and warnings and some changes that occurred today. The first one is related to Westwood, Clear Creek, and Pinetown. So at 11 a.m., that order for those areas was reduced to a warning. That means that people can return to those areas. We still want them to be diligent, be observant, be ready to leave if things were to change. As far as we've had a lot of questions today about which routes are open to people to return to Westwood. So right now, Highway 36 remains closed, but people can travel Highway 44 and then take A21 south into Westwood. People coming from Reading can travel Highway 44 and do the same, turn on A21. Highway 32 from Chico is open to Highway 36, and then 36 is open between Chester and Westwood. So you have a number of routes available for you depending on which way you left when the mandatory evacuation orders were issued. If you have questions about that, I would advise you to check with Caltrans and the California Highway Patrol related to highway changes. We have had some calls related to fire visible and smoke visible along A21, and that is going to be the case. That area is being patrolled by CAL FIRE. And we ask that you don't stop on A21. Just keep the highway open and keep traveling. If there is an issue out there, CAL FIRE will detect it and deal with it. A couple other things related to Westwood in that area. Seneca Hospital is open. It opened yesterday. And again, 36 is open between Westwood and Chester. And we did place some dumpsters at the visitor center at 3rd and Ash to help people to dispose of spoiled food. We ask that you double bag that and then take it to those dumpsters. In Westwood, when it appeared, fairly imminent that the fire might enter the town, we did work with the owners of animals, and we removed a lot of animals from Westwood. Those animals are at the Lassen County Animal Shelter at 472000 Johnsonville Road, and tomorrow they are open from 9 to 3:30. And the phone number there is 530-257-9200. So once again, if we coordinated with you to remove your animals from Westwood and we didn't bring them to you, they're going to be at the shelter. And that number is 257-9200. We reduced from an order to a warning in the area west of Susanville and south of Highway 36. The primary areas there are that Devil's Corral area into the city limits of Susanville along Highway 36, as well as Cheney Creek Road, Bower Road. The only road out in that area off of Highway 36 that still is under the mandatory evacuation order is Corver Road. So that Corver Road area, south of Devil's Corral is still in an order. We also reduced one area in Janesville. It's on the east side of Highway 395, and it's from A3 on the north end to that intersection of 395 and Thunder Mountain Road on the south end. That includes Lake Crest, Hemp Hill Road, and Bleckenstaff Road, and that vicinity there. But for full details, I ask that people log on to community.zonehaven.com. And right now, we're getting a number of calls at our dispatch center related to evacuation orders and warnings and questions if people can go home. I really recommend that people log on to that site. Our dispatch center, just because we're devoting a lot of time and effort to the fire doesn't mean that all the other law enforcement calls for service haven't stopped. So our dispatch center that already is short-staffed is just they're getting slammed with calls. I'd prefer and I'd appreciate if people look to those zone maps and use those for those answers. We change those maps when we make changes, either issuing orders, reducing orders, or eliminating orders altogether. So please don't call our dispatch center unless you have to. And as far as other areas, I know people are anxious to get home. We meet on a regular basis with the team, and we're going to continue to monitor, the fire's progress, monitor, the successes the team is seeing, and when it becomes safe to allow additional people home, we will. Now, based on my own observations the past couple of days, I want to bring up one topic, and that is travel. Right now I've been driving these routes myself, checking in with our law enforcement partners that are up here helping us, checking in with fire personnel. And one thing I've been seeing is a lot of people, in my opinion, are driving far too fast on our highways right now. The highways, it's smoky. Highway 395 is very smoky. Highway 36 is smoky. A lot of these areas, there's a lot of smoke, limited visibility. So if you're traveling in these areas, you should have your headlights on all the time. I ask that you slow down, just drive at a slower pace. And of course, yield to fire and other emergency traffic. If you get in an area like 395, we've had to close multiple times, or like that 821 area, or there are a variety of areas that could get very smoky at any point in time. If it gets very smoky, I recommend you slow down, make sure your headlights on, and turn your hazard lights on, just to increase your visibility and everyone's safety. I want to thank all the fire personnel and other first responders working to protect our communities. This morning, when we were able to change that order and let some people go back to Westwood, obviously they were very happy, and a lot of those people have been there, about 2.5 weeks, and they wanted to express their appreciation, for everyone helping work on this fire. So I think it's very important that we continue to focus on the positive and the positive things that are happening in our community right now as we face this fire. And lastly, I just want to thank the community for your continued support and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Next, I'd like to introduce a video from the Plumas National Forest, Kirsten Kaiser, Agency Administrator.
Good evening. This is Kirsten Kaiser, Agency Administrator for the Plumas National.
Oh, my ears. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. Okay, everybody knew. A hearing test. Okay, let me try it again.
Forest, Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor, and then also Agency Administrator, will be returning to our next public meeting. This message has been recorded earlier in the day. I want to begin tonight just expressing my sympathy for those who have lost so many in our communities. Also, I want to let you know that forest closure orders that will be discussed tonight are also in effect on the Plumas National Forest. However, we will work with people to provide an exemption to ensure that the 4 campgrounds that we have been talking about remain open to evacuees. Those 4 campgrounds are Meadow Camp, Rock Creek, Deans Valley Campground in the Meadow Valley area, and Red Bridge Campground. Again, we will work to provide exemptions to provide those to local people. Again, we do not have trash service, and of course, fires are not permitted. I want to thank you guys for your cooperation, and also to let you know that we continue to work really hard with our partners and our friends and our communities, and our primary objective of putting this fire out and to keep people safe. Thank you and have a good evening.
Our next speaker will be Federal Agency Representative Jay Lusher.
Of course. And now it's completely quiet. Hang on, let me fix it. Okay, let's try this.
Good evening.
Nope.
First of all, I want to thank all the firefighters for all the hard work that they've put in that allowed some more residents to go home today. Mark Brunton talked about the mop-up that's going on. It's the hard, grueling, not so glamorous work that the fire crews have to put in. It's the last piece of the puzzle in order to let folks go home. It means digging in the dirt, getting a lot of mud and grub on your face, and those folks get up every day and keep going out there to make sure that the fire is secured so everyone can go home. It's a lot of hard work and we really appreciate it. We want to remind folks as they go home that the federal lands in and around your housing areas are still closed. This is due to the fire conditions and fire crews continuing to put work in. All that mop-up work still continues. They're also working to protect those special places. As we heard from the fire behavior analysts, fire is still moving through Lassen National Park, and I'm sure that's a concern to folks, but the crews are working hard to find the best lines that they can in order to stop the fire progression to the north. Finally, we want to talk about the resilience of the community and thank everyone for their support, for all the crews, for each other, for your friends, families, and neighbors. This support is critical as we move forward. We still have a long road ahead, and we really appreciate all your compassion and empathy for each other and for all the crews on the line. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Chief. For our final speaker this evening, I'd like to introduce Incident Commander Billy C.
Hey, good evening. 40 days ago, the Dixie incident started July 13th down in the Feather River Canyon on Highway 70 in Butte County. Fast forward 40 days later, we're at 724,000 acres plus. We're at 38% containment as of today. Our firefighters have been working extremely hard trying to protect all your properties and your valuables that are out there, including all the natural resources. This incident's created significant damage to multiple communities. We've had multiple evacuations, currently with over 5,000 people still evacuated. The firefighters are working extremely hard to reduce that number each and every day. Obviously, today was a big success day for all our workforce that's been out on the line, being able to watch the people go back home in Westwood. We're going to continue to work hard. We're going to continue to improve our containment lines out on 395, getting the folks back into Janesville. We're going to continue to work hard in the mineral area, keeping that fire out of the Mill Creek drainage, and getting good containment lines so we can reopen Highway 36 and get all the folks back in the Tehama County area back in their homes safely. That's our goal, and that's our mission that we're working towards. I can't promise you when that's going to be, but over the next few days, we're working extremely hard to maintain what we have and include additional success each and every day to get you home sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And next, we'll move to the question and answer portion from your questions submitted on Facebook and YouTube. To handle our first round of questions, I'd like to invite back up Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Okay, I'll be able to answer a few of the questions regarding mainly it's this portion of the fire. So an update on the Childs Meadows, Highway 32, Mineral and Mill Creek area. So although you do see the red in this area, those communities are within that general area. This is, as I said earlier, heavy mop up. We've got resources all throughout. The Highway 89 corridor was firing operation a few days ago. That's well burned in, mop up stage. So the only really active fire is well deep into this pocket that I was explaining earlier that we're going direct on and taking action on. So if one were to look up and see from down below, yeah, they're going to see potentially occasional flame, not a flaming front. They're going to see smoke in that area, certainly. But as far as them direct threat to those communities, there are not. Those communities are protected. And once we get a good containment on that area, then we'll start looking at working with our law enforcement partners to go through the process for a repopulation. So we're not there yet until we get this secured and finish up our mop-up in this particular area. So those communities are looking very good, and they are safe. The next question is crews watching hotspots in the Warners Valley. So I personally was up there today going through that community. Yeah, there was quite a bit of devastation. There are a lot of structures that were saved by personnel when the fire went through there. It went through it was a tremendous wall of fire, active fire activity. We had crews engaged in the fight for that community and those structures. So there was quite a bit of devastation and heavy timber and fuels. They did a really good job. They saved a number of structures, did a fantastic job with that. So in surveying that area, again, there are, as there will be in this type of fuel type, a lot of areas that will smolder for many days and probably months to come until really heavy rain or snow comes. There's just a lot of large stump holes and so forth. But we've had heavy patrols throughout the past week or so since that occurred. Those folks have done a really good job of mopping up around the structures that remained, those that were destroyed. So I've found very few signs of any smokes in there. We do have some patrol that do go through there. However, we have a very large incident with very limited resources, and we've had to surge our resources to other parts of the fire, including the east zone. And by doing so, we just unfortunately cannot have a fire engine in every particular spot of this over 700,000 acres. So we take areas, we prioritize, especially when we even get it not only past the firefight, but into the mop-up stage. And when we're doing that, we have to do the same thing. We have to use our resources wisely. So they have been in there, and we will continue to patrol. After I came out of there, the few smokes that we saw, they're non-factor. They're not threatening the lines. They are, again, just the typical hotspots you're going to see in this type of fuel type, and we're seeing throughout the entire fire. But no, the Warners Valley, that is, as far as we're concerned, is safe. Now, as far as the repopulation effort, there still is work to be done. There's still a lot of hazards involved. And again, that's going to be one of those things that we will work with our law enforcement partners. And when we deem that it's fire safe from our standpoint, then it goes through the rest of the process of the repopulation. And then the third question I've got is there a fire line threatening Highway 32 at 36? And essentially, it's the same story as what I've just given here. It does, those intersections do come within this general area, the plateau there. And again, same story. If one were to be there on that intersection and look, they're going to see smoke up on a lot of the elevated areas, some flame, but for the most part, no, there's no threat. There's no push of fire extending in this direction or pushing towards those roadways. Really, the whole Highway 36 corridor, at best, there's no flaming front. There's no push of fire on there. It's just simply in a very heavy mop-up phase, but one we need to conduct and finish before we feel comfortable advising our law enforcement partners that it's safe enough to open those roadways.
Received obviously numerous law enforcement related questions, and to handle those, I'd like to invite back up Lassen County Sheriff Dean Brown.
All right, so I'm glad people asked a couple of these. These are things I should have covered, but power in Westwood. So Westwood, Pinetown, Clear Creek do have power. The primary transmission lines that service those communities were damaged with a fire north of Highway 36. There were some poles damaged. So that power coming from that route or that system had been shut off, but El Mud was able to work with PG&E and bring power in from the Hat Creek line by way of A21. So that is how Westwood, Clear Creek, and Pinetown are receiving power now. El Mud is going to be working on repairs over the next week or two and hope to have the primary transmission lines to Westwood and those communities repaired. But there is power. Another question that's come up is, the status of refrigerators and freezers. So far, the people have returned, have found, the first outage I think was about 24 to 26 hours. The second one was around 12 or 13. For those periods of time, if those freezers and things were kept closed, people are seeing, good outcomes when they've gone home. They're seeing that their freezers are still frozen. Of course, they're finding some food in their refrigerators has perished, and they're dumping that at those dumpsters we've provided at the visitor center. But the power, when it was turned off to Westwood, wasn't because the power burned across the lines and caused any kind of arcing or shut off. It was the utility companies were informed and in communication with the teams and were able to shut off the power, so it was a cleaner shut off. So up to this point, we've had no reports of damaged appliances. So the next question is the area of Janesville above the rest stop. So I'm guessing, above the rest stop on 395 off Hicks and Ponderosa, going to be downrated to an evacuation warning anytime soon. So like I said earlier, we meet with the team each day. We evaluate those areas, obviously based heavily on their input because they understand the fire much better than I do. But as soon as those areas are safe to repopulate, we will reduce that to a warning. I wish I could give you an estimate, but I really can't. Those decisions are made day to day. We are, unfortunately, those people that lost their homes out in that area, we are working with state OES to try to bring some personnel up to do hazardous materials removal. We want to start taking those steps as rapidly as we can so you can revisit your home site. The next question is about the participation of the other sheriff's offices, Tehama, Shasta, Plumas, Butte, and of course everyone understands that this is a 5-county fire. Butte County has been very involved from the beginning. They have someone working up here at our camp with us, participating in all those meetings. Plumas County obviously is super active in it. They have there's a camp in Quincy, and each day we have virtual meetings where we participate and communicate, both the two teams as well as the various sheriff's offices. And in those meetings, Shasta, Tehama also participate in those meetings. So every sheriff's office that has been touched by this fire, or the sheriffs from every county that's been touched this fire, is actively involved in planning and so on. So, and then just in closing, same on that topic, we have a number of mutual aid units in Lassen and Plumas counties right now from all over California. Today, I went out and met at our briefing station, our command post, deputies from Sonoma County. The city of Tiburon has officers up here, and of course our normal partners, Forest Service, BLM, CDCR, CHP. But just go out of your way, please. If you see those officers working in Lassen and Plumas counties as mutual aid officers, I'd appreciate if you just go out of the way to thank them for being in our area and helping us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. I would like to, we have one more question, it looks like. No, I was going to have that. Sorry. We do have one more question this evening, and I think it's a safety issue that we need to address. So I'll invite up Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton to handle this. The question is, how can citizens it's asking about putting out spot fires. Obviously, we don't advise folks to do so, but what do you advise folks who see spot fires to do?
So when we start repopulating an area, this is something we typically see when an area is burned through, no matter what type of fuel type it's in. This happens to be in a timber fuel type, which does hold the heat longer, and you're going to see these smokes, as I indicated earlier, for a longer period of time. What we advise is we do have resources available that are mopping up in various other areas that make the call in and just give the dispatch information regarding where it's located and so forth. We'd rather we take care of that issue for you because there's a lot of hazards, a lot of hidden hazards that the general public aren't aware of in mopping up or just simply putting water into a stump hole or something like that. It's things that we train our firefighters on and why they wear protective equipment, because there are things such as what we call ash pits that you don't see. It looks like it's stable ground. You step on it. It's actually a full pit full of ash that may have been from a stump that is just burned down, and they step into it and they can receive some very extensive, severe burns that would need to be treated at a burn center. And we don't want anybody to be in that kind of situation. So we're the best people to be able to mitigate that factor, and we're happy to do so. It is, again, very large fire. We do have some limited resources. It may take some time to do so. Unless you see active fire flames that are actually burning and burning towards a structure or something of that nature, then definitely that's one thing. But simply you are going to see some smoldering stumps, smoldering logs, that sort of thing. And that'll be something that's a painstaking, slow process that we are going to be going through, and we eventually will be plugging away and taking care of those issues. So the number one we take care of is if it's a direct threat to life or property are the ones, and that's how we prioritize and then work away. You will see stumps burning well deep into the interior in the black. Those typically are not going to be something that's going to reignite, throw embers that are going to cause greater fire, because those typically are nowhere near our fire line or the line between the burned and unburned. We work from that unburned into the burn in depth when we do mop up, and that's the reason why. So you will see some of that. You may be driving along the highway eventually as they reopen and see a burning stump well into the black. That's going to be unfortunately kind of what you'll be seeing for the next coming weeks and maybe even months until we can fully extinguish those. It's just, like I said, a very long process. But what we do suggest is that people not take action on that they rather call us for us to come out and take care of that issue.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. That's going to conclude our update for this evening. For those of you whose questions we weren't able to answer on the air, our public information staff is working diligently to answer those in the comments for you as well. Our next scheduled incident briefing will be Tuesday, August 24th at 7 p.m. It will be streamed live here on Facebook, the Lassen MODOC unit, as well as on YouTube. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Have a good night and be safe.
Okay.
Four 7. They would like to take you guys past the MRB up to Union Reservoir and Ice House for recon for night ops and approval. Whenever you're ready. Okay, understood. We'll bypass the MRB. We're headed to Union Dip.
Okay, so that was the end. That was the end of the Dixie Fire meeting for the West Zone. Hopefully the East Zone meeting talks more about what happened at Taylorsville and Genesee. But what I wanted to clarify was, I was just typing, is when they went to the lesser, more boring topics on the Dixie, I was listening to the Caldor fire, and so they do have a structure protection mode going on here. And
you can return to base for your guarding mission. That's approved if you're finished with your targets north of 50. We haven't dropped any water here yet north of 50, so was there ground contact there? And also 47, we get approved above 4 or 5 for the
yeah, this guy. So this should be where the structure threat is. Sheer bliss.
Okay, confirm you're north of Highway 50.
Thanks, Tracy and Doug.
Cleared up to 5,500.
So frustratingly, we can't really see.
Going down the hill there, right?
We can't really see in there because it's the closest cam. But
Helco, night Helco, on T4.
The one pilot said it was making a run, and the second one corrected him and said, I have better eyes on it, and it's slower than a run, but it is traveling uphill at the Whiskey Alpha break, which is in between the W and A. You know, if you think of this whole thing as a clock, that's like 6 o'clock in the southern area. It goes around the clock in alphabetical order in general, from like starting at 6 o'clock with Alpha, then like 7 o'clock would be B and Charlie, you know, and it goes. Whiskey comes around full circle. Things like Whiskey and Zulu. That's generally how it works. So the Omo Wrench.
2000, so one more bucket and I'll be heading back in.
Yeah, this is about the time they have to leave. It's almost dark.
And Davis 2 is also 97, the fire.
Okay, I'll read that in a second, Dusty.
David 926.
They're starting to release and send home a lot of the aircraft. There will be some night recon stuff, and I don't know if they'll be able to do night drops.
Intel's got positive comments for Caldor.
Hang on a sec.
Copper 9, Lily Hotel. Copy that. Have a good night, thanks.
Thank you. You too.
And 4776, just check this end as a pair of high tension lines just down from the dam.
Oh, yeah. Pilots reminding each other where high tension lines are. You don't want to run into those.
Copper 5, Papa Tango. Air attack on rotor Vic.
Bravo Sierra and CFR.
Copper 7, Bravo Sierra. I'm sure to have a good night. Thanks for your work.
Bravo Sierra, thanks. 7 Bravo Sierra.
Okay, so Dusty was saying air attack was telling the water birds to keep it below Grizzly Flats Road earlier. Okay.
So just checking on your status and time on station remaining.
I'm giving them my last bucket here, and I'll be heading back for the barn.
Copy that, thanks.
I hope they can do night jobs, but they haven't been able to so far, as much as I can tell. So, RJ, hey, welcome. Between 5 and 7,
Go ahead for 6-1 on rotor.
the Pyrocloud was...
Return to base, reset position. Transition to the west.
Yes.
All right, we'll depart the fire and head back to do our ignition.
Okay, RJ is saying that the Pyrocloud was huge between 5 and 7, and possibly bigger near 7 p.m. just as I restarted and went to the meeting. Okay. Yeah, we can do a longer time lapse, the 3 hour.
We're just along Delta here, right around the recharge line there now.
Of course, this is just the southwest corner. Yep. Right on schedule. It really flared up. So, I'm going to look for an East Zone Dixie meeting, but we need to...
Alright, that's it. You guys have a safe night.
kind of check out the situation for the moment. They were talking about a spot fire north of 50 that it was their priority for dropping on. And we could kind of figure out where that is by just looking at where they're going. I think that is the spot fire north of 50, the one by Kybers, correct? I think they're heading on over there. Yeah, we can do the 3D view, and well, we can't. Oh shoot, I forgot to turn on hardware acceleration. My fault, folks.
Air attack, flat bomb signal.
Yeah, let's go back. At least we can see where they're going.
Yeah, Alpha, head back to Placerville.
Transition approved. RTB, and just radio out when you have landing assured.
Okay, we'll go let you know when we're on with elevation.
Copy that. Just be advised there is 2 other helicopters heading in right now as well.
Copy, thanks.
Yeah, so Dusty says you're seeing some big fire surges on the east flank, but they've died down a lot since, hopefully. We'll look back at Windy in a second to see when things might really die down. Frosty says a good thing is that winds are low. Yeah, we continuously dodge bullets. They could be a lot worse. So starting about now, the sustained winds will start to really dampen down, especially by 8, from 9 to 10 miles an hour to around 4, according to Windy. And I planted the flag over by Strawberry. So we're still going to have 27-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so we'll see huge whoosh, and then it'll die down, and then whoosh, and it'll die down if it's following its typical pattern. And then by 11, the wind should be pointing almost due north, blowing it almost due north with 18-mile-an-hour wind
For
gusts.
myself, I have 5 Papa Tango headed in right now. 2 Hotel Tango is in, and 9 Romeo Hotel just landed at Placerville.
Let's see where these guys are going. We got twin Chinook actions here. Hey, don't collide. In different
You broke on the line.
altitudes, I hope.
Gentlemen, head back to the MRV, and we'll reset targets for structure defense. Copy, okay, 47, head back to the MRV.
Well, they're supposed to be going to a spot.
Copy, so confirming 3 Tango Hotel departed, 48 Yankee, and Contour 516. I have not been tracking those. That was Dave Helco, one of those guys out.
Okay. So going back here, yeah.
I still film out right now, but again, I wasn't tracking those ones too closely. I show a 7-3 uniform on actually RTB already.
Ascendor 81, I don't have a blue screen when I...
Yeah, copy. No, I show for you, the 3 Tango Hotel, 48 Yankee, and Copter 516. We're all working in that division, Delta Foxtrot area with you, or with Dave Helco. That's all I have on my list. And then I heard Helitender 47, 61, and 55 all check in with you. Correct. That's right, I do hear that.
Yeah, I don't have a blue screen when I have a hardware acceleration. I've got Windows 10 NVIDIA card AMD processor.
So return RTD at 2000 and be shut down by 20.
Yeah, it does sometimes, but it's also good to give people an idea of the terrain.
I can leave out a view. There's visibility over there on that section they're working on. We're over on the east side on the Tango side, so I don't have any visibility over there.
Yep, no visibility where the spot is on Tango, so they may leave that. That's where the spot is on over Highway 50, and they just.
Hey, I was thinking 47. That Helco loader. Let's get a load of mud and work with Helitanker 55 on the retardant line, and we're going to scout the structure protection area, and we'll have you guys rinse and come on over there. MRV working with 55. And other aircraft working Jenkins Dip, 3 Tango Hotel, 48 Yankee 516, and they should be departing shortly.
So they're getting. I just missed that. Are they getting night shift helicopters in to try to look at things, or they said somebody's departing shortly? So I don't know if that was for the nighttime surveillance with craft, like fixed wing or helicopters. I just kind of missed that.
Ockham Raid. Good guy, seat on.
X34924.
Central K9 110
K9 units. Yeah, when this shifts over to night vision, we'll see a lot more about where it might be going in the southwest corner here. So Wolford is under evacuation. Oh, great. Wolford, I mean, That's down there at the French Fire. Let's take a quick look at the French Fire as well, because we're waiting for the for these cameras to go into night vision mode. I forgot about the YouTube one. We'll take a look at that in a second, but let's get an eye too about what's going on with the French Fire. If Woodford's being evacuated, that's something a little alarming to me. So let's just at least have one of those cameras to switch to. I know it's hard to be trying to cover this all at once, but if we can have eyes about what's going on in the French Fire, that'd be a good thing. I think these cameras survived.
48 Yankee, Falco, rotor.
Air attack, 5 Papa Tango, CFR.
Now, if the smoke goes to this camera,
5 Papa Tango, disregard from Falco.
then Woodford's in trouble.
On with elevation, show us landing.
Copy that, thanks for rework, have a good night.
Yeah, it's coming a little bit close to this cam.
48 Yankee, Falco, rotor.
Okay. So they're not having fun down there in Woodford.
Code 4.
7277, copy, so far.
It seems like they still have power.
Rotor.
Let's look at the other cam. We'll be able to see right through the smoke as soon as they go into infrared at night. So we'll okay, Slope Mountain has a formation of a cloud.
Falco, Placerville. In on 3 Tango Hotel, 48 Yankee and 516.
There it is.
Yeah, Falco on the ground, 5 Papa Tango landing now.
Copy, confirm all 3 landing now.
Yep, affirm.
This last 15 minutes of the Caldor fire.
And I'll take a 47 and 55 from Helco. Believe on this retardant line, you guys are unrestricted with firm ground.
Wait, no, it's not. Where the heck is this one? Sorry. No, that's Dixie. I'm so sorry, guys. So that's actually so sorry, guys.
Mary Adam Boy 970.
That's looking towards Janesville. That's coming out of the kind of east of the Antelope Lake. So that's a long distance view. Shush, police. Hang on, I just muted that. They're running a plate on a Toyota 4Runner, and so I just muted that. So we'll be able to see a little bit more about what's going on in the Dixie too in a second, as soon as
put line around the house.
We're listening to Caldor. Line around what house? They said if there's a threat to it, put line around it, but we don't know which area. So yeah, you can see that little cloud beginning to form at North Portola as well. Off in the distance. Way off in the distance. So we'll continue to monitor all 3 situations going on. So this is back to the Caldor, which I just unmuted if they talk about it.
Hey, Del Rosa, Helco, Air to Ground Command.
Helco, Del Rosa.
The smoke behind Euro Mountain, east of Taylorsville. Okay. Try the leak one. Okay.
Just want to make sure I'm in the right area.
Yep, out your left door there.
Yikes.
Okay, we're going to reset the helitakers down here. You guys, is this your burnout, or is it you got structure defense going on down here?
The canyon, we don't have any fire up to the structures yet, and we're not putting any fire down right now.
Copy. Are you looking to, this is where Grizzly Flash goes up Blue Mountain, correct?
No, negative. You're looking more on the alpha side of things over there. We're not over there.
Yeah, let me get preset on my map, but we're over the area that you had requested, correct?
Or if you come back out probably 3 or 4 miles, we're in the area of Slug Gulch Road, if you're familiar with that.
Slug Gulch. Like I said, we passed over you. You did have a request for night ops over here, correct?
Yeah, firm. We do got some fire below some structures. Not doing a whole lot, but according to air attack, it will make its way up to the structures tonight.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Get back here. Stand by.
Okay, so in Slug Gulch.
Lincoln, first of Sean, Sam, Henry, Adam.
Okay, that's another license plate running. So we have confirmation it's over at Slug Gulch where they're requesting night helicopter, or at least eyes on it. They're going to structure production in Slug Gulch, and thankfully, he said it's not racing towards them right now. That it's making its way slowly towards them, but they want help from the air. So that'll be cool if they can do the night bucket drops. Apparently they've been called in, and we'll see if visibility holds. So we're waiting to look down at the French fire for the cameras to go into infrared. Same thing with all the other cameras by the Caldor.
That'll be the whiskey side. Out your right door low, you got my stroke.
Now you're coming over the stuff we're looking at now.
Okay, stuff out our left side.
A-frame out your left side low there.
I have that.
Yeah, it's the stuff we were looking at. It's below a bunch of homes there on Stinson Road and then the Slug Gulch area.
Yeah, I got quite a few structures out our left side low now.
A-frame, that's the area.
Okay, good copy. We'll start working that flank, the north aspect of Slug Gulch, correct?
A-frame.
We're lined out. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll continue to listen for that situation, and a lot of these cams will kind of be worthless until they switch on over to night vision. So we have an exciting evening ahead of us. So going back to the chat,
Trouble 524-83 is clear, showing current DL out of Texas.
Okay, they're just running license plates again. That's a lot to juggle. I really wish police was filtered out of this, ham radio feed that we have, but we work with what we got. So, I try not to have the cloud seeding discussion thing in the chat too much, because then what that opens, I'm not trying to mute people or anything, is it opens the door to the people that trample in and say that the government controls the weather and it's a conspiracy to make everybody suffer and they could be doing something about it. They're not. And that is such a hard thing to police and start. It's like that whole fine line thing, so I just try not to talk about that at all. It's in 1960s they were hyped about it, and for the most part it was fraudulent. There were all kind of companies that said we can make it rain, and they were just fleecing people who were desperate. It basically was completely abandoned as kind of a pseudoscience, completely unreliable, to the point of why bother. So if there's new technology about it sometime, we'll explore that sometime, but there's nothing they can do right now to make it rain. Nobody is trying to make us suffer. There's just a situation we got to deal with. So we can't really have that discussion. I'm sorry. Not at all trying to be rude. But a lot of people are pushing that narrative right now and just making people worried, and the idea is just to not have any extra stress on anybody. We'll just stick with what we can verify. So
just let them know we got the fire.
Copy that, will do. I tried to get a hold of ops, they did not come up. So.
Okay, we'll get a hold of ops and we'll advise that you are out and we've got it.
Copy that, have a good night.
One day I might have my own unicorn ranch, but right now isn't the time to talk about it. So we got to keep the chat so that I can come back and look at it, because if it goes by too fast with other comments and speculations and conversations, I'll probably miss critical questions. So I'm trying to catch up with this as much as you guys are. So we know that they're going to structure protection by Grizzly Flat Road up there, kind of by Sweeney. This is the hot spot of the last 3 nights, but they have slammed it with aircraft today, and it's looking better. We do have this very active. This is just the last 15 minutes, and on the leak Springs cam.
Or Hell going here, ground command.
Hang on.
And we'll show you where those structures are. We'll be still continuing the line up the west flank of the fire, about 200 yards east of those houses.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look and see if Daniel Kearns has got an update. We're going to see if there's an East Zone update while we wait for these cams. I hear that Woodford is being evacuated. If so, then I might want to put the ticker up. Was that just now that like Woodford is being evacuated, or is that an older thing, Josh? So yeah, there's plenty of conspiracy channels, you guys. Go ahead and check that out if you like, but there's only one channel that's the facts only stuff, and that's what I'm trying to provide here. So
yeah, we got you site there, 5-5, we're just coming your way. Just coming up on Jenkins.
That is one gnarly sun. Look at it, how it sets in between the clouds. Sorry, that's I should have said seizure light strobing warning, but look at that.
Be out with his vehicle near the boat ramp on Jagasini Pond. It's a mid-90s Jeep Cherokee.
Anyway, the police keep butting in and looking at things. So I think that's Plumas National Forest. Or was it Lassen Modoc? Yeah, Plumas National Forest. No, Lassen National Forest. Yeah, I forgot. It's in Lassen County. So, all right, 1 hour ago, resources have reported approaching fire along the Genesee Valley Road. Okay, the helicopter eye in the sky is waiting to show where the fire is to other helicopters. So I'll continue to monitor that as I have it muted for you guys. Resources have reported approaching fire along the Genesee Valley Road. This is 1 hour ago, 6:15 p.m.
So we're just going to continue with that.
So they posted this way too late. They posted this an hour ago when it was already an hour old. So at 6:15 p.m., they said resources have reported approaching fire along Genesee Valley Road from Bridge Creek all the way to Genesee Store. The fire is on the road, but everything is continuing to hold. There was some stopover on the western portion of the perimeter in the Genesee area. Dozers and engines were not able to pick it up and are now reevaluating and working on a plan to bring the fire slowly down the hill and tie it to the road. Air support was able to fly again this afternoon after being grounded for a few hours. That's cool. The Beckworth Hotshots worked at putting in fire line around the Grizzly Spot Fire, which is approximately 360 acres. Plumas Hotshots will assist them tomorrow as they begin to work on the west side of that spot. To the south of Grizzly Peak, work has begun building contingency lines on the ridge system in the area above Milford. Work continues to strengthen control lines, and hotshot crews are continuing to build direct line between the dozer lines coming from the top and the bottom. So that's over by Milford. Around the rest of the fire, engines and crews are continuing to mop up and patrol. Photos left to right. Engines doing... Hang on, let's listen to Caldor.
47's up for us.
Okay. Are they going to say more? Okay, I don't think so. All right, so photos left to right. Engines doing structure protection in Genesee Valley. A panoramic of Genesee Valley Road where the retardant was dropped to hold the fire from crossing it. And a bear doing fine on Huff Mountain. A bear. A helicopter helping hold the fire at Genesee Valley Road. Okay, let's look at the slideshow. So here we go. Eno Hotshots in the house. Here's your helicopter and the Bambi bucket. And there's some retardant. A nice red splash right there. And there's a bear. There once was a bear, all black and brown and covered with hair. And there is that bear. All right, so let's listen back. Caldor is chattering with police stuff. We've got a couple. This is them going to work, hiking in, laying down hose in the Genesee Valley area, and this is them doing probably a firing op or just patrolling. I don't know. That is unlabeled as a photo. This is them building dozer lines. I can't really make this bigger. It doesn't go bigger. Here's them spraying retardant with a deck gun. Woo! That's got to be the funnest thing. The deck gun has water pressure strong enough to break necks if somebody walked in front of it. So that's the serious thing. So there they are doing handwork. Look at these loaded dry fuels and dead branches and stuff. It's absolutely nightmarish to work with. And we got more slideshows. This is a 360 degree. A wannabe 360 degree pano. That doesn't work very well on Facebook. I think if you had virtual reality goggles on, it would probably do good.
For the MRV dip, identify.
All right, let's try to find. There's no video.
When you're there, just check to see how much they have left.
All right, let's look back at Caldor. I don't see anything except...
Okay, I think we're going to reset you guys to a new target, new division, be further south along the fire's edge.
Who? I didn't mute it. They just randomly started talking.
We'll bring retardant as long as they've got it. And just give me a size up on that area you're working before we pull off of that.
At this time, the big question about Pioneer was like, would it reach Pioneer? And I wanted to address that question. So sorry, Metal, that it's taken me this long if you're still with us. The fire progression usually, for the most part, goes with...
I think we're going to reset on an area where we got a good flank, open canopy, and a bunch of structures out in front of it. We'll be further south along the line. Just give us a call when you're out of the MRV.
And we're just hearing one half of a conversation. I'm a lot more feeling okay for stuff on the southwest of it. I'm feeling better about that situation than I am for anything to the north, the northwest, the east, and the northeast, like Tahoe. I mean, we see day after day, just like on the Dixie Fire, we have at least winds in general doing this, at least during the daytime hours, and fire will go in the direction of the wind unless something stops it. So what is there to stop it? I was hoping they would do a lot better explanation of their preparations for the area, and they should just sit there for 15 minutes and explain, here's how we plan to defend Tahoe. That is what we need. We just need them to just sit there, point at the map a bunch of times, and explain it. We are getting a little bit vague kind of nuances and gestures that are 5 seconds in duration, like, oh, we're over here doing things, and all right, we really would like to know more. Let's see if the cams are going to start going into, here we go. So we have the Shirley Peak cam. Here's the fire-threatening Woodford, and we can, down there in Kern County. I just want to take a look to see how much in danger that community is. Yeah, and by the way, California has a lot of like double, triple, quadruple names of places. There's like 16 Camp Creeks all over the place. There's more than one grizzly. There's the Plumas County Grizzly, which is over by Genesee, where we have a spot fire on the Dixie, and then we have Grizzly Flats down here, of course, which was devastated by the Caldor. But they're trying to hold the fire at Grizzly Flat Road, and for the most part, it's going to the north, from down there from Omo Ranch, which we should look at now to see. Oh, there's aircraft. There's aircraft on the Mount Danaher. Let's go look at the Omo Ranch. Where did I put it? Where did I put Omo Ranch? Okay, let me duplicate Leak Springs and go to Omo Ranch. Whoopsie, I always click the wrong one. Armstrong, no. There, okay. Elmo Ranch 2 versus 1. Let's do the last 15 minutes. I was hoping it would be infrared by now. But basically the opposite direction of the camera, you can see the smoke kind of going somewhat towards the north, somewhat towards the west. We still have that wind tunnel factor of uniquely.
Helicopter 5-5, Dorado. No, take a 5-5, Helco. We copy that there's a target service south. We were in MRB and we had to turn the radios down. Could you give us a description again? Yeah, affirmative. Proceed southbound along the fire's edge, south of your previous area of operation, and you'll see a pretty good prominent glow south along the fire's edge. We're going to be overhead. You'll see us. Okay, how far south of the previous stop was that? I think about 4 or 5 miles. Okay, copy. We do have your service sign. It's going to be in the area of the branch break, Alpha Whiskey.
Is this the nighttime drop? I mean, a Chinook is head following the leaf copter. That would be dang cool. Okay, so Dusty Smoke says along that smoke, it's coming from the Consumnes River, which is right behind the ridge. Yeah, we can see that it's going uphill, and that's where it's threatening structures and such. So we have the best view here. We kind of have a view on the, excuse me, the Outingdale. When this flips to night vision, we'll have something better. But I wanted to try to analyze the smoke direction to see if poor Wooford is going to get slammed by the French down here. So what we don't want to see at Rocky Point is the smoke going towards the lake or towards this cam, and we kind of do see it going that direction. So the French fire isn't going terribly well. I'm going to duplicate tab just so we can flip back and forth to monitoring that. Yeah, lots of houses where where the copter is working is Sly Park. Yeah, I imagine so. So down here at the French fire, let's see where is our live. Okay, where is our wind? Oh, blowing right to Wooford.
Del Rosa, Helco, Air Direct.
Wooford Heights, right here. In the crosshairs. So hopefully they can do something about that. Let's see if they have any craft looking at it. And we might get nighttime helidrops on the Caldor, which would be fantastic. They have a Beach King, so they've got an aircraft looking at it, but not doing anything else. So they're probably calling the shots on evacuations. So we can look at Windy down there too. Going back up, sorry, it's hard to keep up with chat and everybody's needs. The thing is such and such okay? Is such and such okay? Extremely hard to answer any of those questions.
Just in the right turn here, I got you visual. We'll come ahead and show you the spot here. Roger that, got you inside.
Okay, the fire's going to blow all night towards Wooford Heights with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, probably only dying down to 15 by 11 o'clock.
Rosa, Helco, air ground, tactical.
So the fire's going to be blowing almost due east, right to it. Coming down that slope-aligned canyon. So
5-5, you got, you should see a good, solid, obvious flank of fire, a line of fire, at our 11 o'clock low. Yep, the one that's furthest to the west. Yep, furthest, it's kind of south, so it's going to be the north aspect of this drainage, or if you're looking up drainage, the right side. And there's structures out in front of this. You can't really see them until you get overhead and look down with your goggles, but your discretion. We just want to try to pin this flank down and take it across the top, and that'll support structure defense that's out in front of this. Okay, and you want to drop on the northern side of that line, is that correct? Yeah, your discretion, you could start in the bottom or start at the top and take it down maybe maybe even start across the head of it and work it down the flank. What do you see there?
I see you guys are dancing your behinds off in chat. That's amusing and really cool, guys. You know, we do want to encourage humor. I mean, the correct kind of humor. So seeing active fire and outing down.
So it's across the drainage and stuff that's running uphill on the south side of that drainage.
Okay. That's what they're talking about right there.
Elko, air to ground command. Dorado, air to ground command.
Now, any moment now, black and white, we'll see.
Elko 36, Charlie Tinker, 47 is about 2 miles to the south-southwest of the Dickinson Lake, in route southbound along the fire's edge. Looking for you guys.
Okay, it'll be number 2 behind 5-5. 7-6 is just over the target area, and when you get a little closer, we'll line you out.
Alright, sounds good. Got 5-5, will be in sight.
Got 5-5 in sight, you'll be number 2 for the drop.
You can even see the little helicopter. You can even see the lights of the helicopters here. Yep, that is quite active. Look, they were talking about that pink
I'll
glow.
go 4,500. We'll stay here if this needs to climb.
There's that pink glow. So once again, I wanted to point out.
5-5. You want to stay along the line between the engines and the fire? So as you fly up drainage, it's going to be the flank that goes off to the right. There's structures up ahead of that. Okay, where that therapy? Out your right side, the south side of the drainage. Okay, I see that. We'll go around and try and get in there. Yeah, we can fire the laser out for you if that helps a little bit. Yes, sir, it would. Just give us a chance to turn around, yeah.
Okay. I hope that makes sense. The wind is kind of blowing north-northeast to the north-northeast, you know, above the fire, the higher elevations. But since that's a little canyon, it's kind of...
Okay, also, can you hit that target of the laser? Yeah, we're going to come around and make sure that we don't have any confusion between the front and back. We'll fire it for you guys. Roger that. So it's down in the bottom of the drainage on the south side, right? Yeah, you can start anchored into the bottom, whether you start there or work down towards the bottom, your discretion. And also if we could take it across the head of this fire that's on the south side of this drainage. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the south side of the drainage now, and we can work downhill. Okay, that makes sense.
And I hope that made sense. They just said fire on the south side of the drainage. And even if it's kind of going against the wind, fire goes uphill. So you're going to see it.
Can you show me out of that 1024 at 7802 Hermosa Vista? And I'm code 4.
Okay, the police are breaking in again. Oh, there's the helicopter right there. You can see him right there. And I think another one back there. Hang on.
Start at the top and work down, and then we'll come across the top. Roger that. That is the line. That's the fire, and line is clear. Copy.
Yeah, so
At 47, you have you got 5-5?
Yes, we do. I got 5-5 in sight. Just looking for this drop. And are we going how far in front of the flank, or you want to go direct?
I think stay direct on that flank, and then we'll come back across the top. There's structures out in the flats up on that knob.
All right, copy that. And I see the drop. Number 2.
Wow, nighttime dropping, guys.
Awesome. Sorry, Elka, I didn't realize you want to go direct. We try to plant that a little bit outside of it. You know, that'll work as well, but right now, why don't we just go like 50-50? Does that make sense to you? Yes, sir.
This is cool. Okay. So looking back up. Rocky Point Cam near Isabella now showing infrared fire moving towards Wolford. Okay. We'll keep looking back at that, and we're hearing it. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Okay, sorry guys. Oh, quite a bad allergy day. Alright. So, there's Somerset. Wow, that camera. See what I mean? How we suddenly can see in the dark? I'll check this, and we're going to go look at Woodford.
47, you copy. Let's go 50-50 and see if we can cool it down a little bit.
Okay.
Copy that, 50-50.
So there's Rocky Point 1, or Rocky Point 2. Woodford is over to the right. See a lot of vehicles converging on it, going to it, and that I would interpret that as them rallying over there.
That sounds good. I changed off my target there. Kind of messed up. Hey, no problem, guys. First pancake off the griddle. You've got the line. That's the line, and we want to just work that flank and then start taking it across the top when we can. Will do. Thank you.
Okay, that's
I
pretty.
want to know what Gary's buying with his $20. What do you think of buying?
There's the fire.
And I dropped some on the way. I dropped some at the MRB. Yeah, your shorts doesn't count. Yeah.
Okay, so if you just tuned in, we've got a little bit of a spot fire over on the south side of the Consumas, which they have two nighttime helicopters there working it on the Caldor in the southwest flank. So we had the community meeting, which was talking about the other sections, and this is where they're working, and you can even see the lights of the helicopters. We'll continue to check this one. We also have the breaking news kind of situation as the fire is approaching Woodford down there on the French fire. You can see the city lights and the fire in the distance. So we're going to be looking at both of those situations. We'll also, of course, keep looking back. This is the Caldor at Somerset. The Dixie is here at North Portola, but they've been painting pictures of roses for the most part on the Dixie. We know the fire is on both sides of the road by Genesee Valley, but they're patrolling. And they were talking about two different hotshot crews being over there. So what's the current status of Genesee and Taylorsville is, well, they're on it. You know, they're fighting it there. The Indian Ridge cam won't be able to show us too much. That's continuing to be police activity. So we can now see the pink glow on the Leak Springs cam for the Caldor fire as well. So looking back up, does anybody have any particular questions for me that I may have missed? Because we got a lot of things to cover here. The good news on the Dixie Fire is they're having pretty favorable weather for the next foreseeable future, the next couple of days. The situation on the Caldor is, it's still growing. It's still growing, even though it's not red flag conditions anymore. So the French and the Caldor are, big problems. The Dixie having migrated around, it's incredible how far it's come. Didn't it start on the 13th of July? And it's since moved into 5 different counties, because I think Siskiyou is officially spotted into it at one point. At least they closed the roads up there.
So it's Tinker 6-1, just Jackson. It's just outbound to first cutting right. All right, Tinker 6-1, altimeter 2981. Elko, you're cleared in 4,500 below. Elko is 3,500 over Alpha Whiskey break, and you're going to Tiger, correct? Yeah, we'd like to go to Tiger, and or we can go to Ridge Dip. Ridge Dip might be a little bit closer for us, and then we can just look to make a couple of drops, maybe on Alpha or something. Okay, what cleared you into Ridge Dip via the west route, and then direct to Ridge. Check it. Give us a call at cell check. And Hell Tanker 47 and 55 working MRB Alpha Whiskey break. All done. 6-1. Check that.
Thank you, Tracy and Doug P., for offering to answer questions about what's going on here. So there is I want to get the infrared camera going, the FLIR one for Mount Danaher. That's on YouTube. Let me bring it up in a different window real quick, because we have that color FLIR that I almost forgot about. and they are starting to put these on more and more of the landscape. So let me go to, here we go. It is, okay. Maybe this will give us some information about the Caldor fire by Mount Danaher, but we've got that situation down in Kern County, and I want to make sure that I put up evacuation information if it's new. I found it the most difficult to figure out information of all these fires, to find stuff going on about the French fire. So I'm going to try to look at their evacuation map and see what's going on there. So we do have fire zone evacuation map.
Oh, Tinker 6-1, Elko. We'll clear you direct to tank check at 3,500.
Clear direct to tank check, that was 5,300.
3,000, give us a call 3,500 at tank check.
3,500 tank check, Tinker 6-1.
Yeah, I don't know when the evacuation order went out for Woodford Heights. And here's the Sierra at Tahoe cam. You can see it's still in color. You can see the direction. The direction of the fire and smoke's progression on that east flank over by Tahoe is pretty much to the north. And we still have that spot fire, they're calling it, on Tango. So whenever they talk about Tango on the Caldor, that's where the spot fire went over 50. And they're trying to do things about it. They couldn't reach it with much aircraft today, but we can continue to monitor it from the air, this way. What we just don't want to see is new areas of a square. We don't want to see new ones of these pop up. Like, we don't want that. We don't want that. You don't want that or that. We don't want this. So this is pretty much in line with where it kind of has been going with its, we've got a lot of activity down here, and that pretty much aligns with wind in general. So they're continuing to run license plates. I'll turn that back on. But I don't know what they're doing to try to protect Strawberry and such, but we'll keep looking at all the cams to take a look at it. So we might, unfortunately, see this fire eat a town, or at least severely impact it down here at Woodford Heights. And this is not the kind of coverage I wanted to do tonight. I was hoping it would go to the north and spare it. I don't know what kind of defense they have. I'll be watching this as a line. I don't know if they have one, but if it doesn't get closer, that would be the best thing. I'm sure they've done something to try to protect the town from that area. But I want to go to both InstaWeb and see if there were any new evacuation orders that I don't know about. Looking back at the chat, my Ascendor 81, my parents are still in Pollock Pines. They didn't leave. Firefighters checking in on them once in a while. They are 10 miles from the fire right now. Yeah, we've got a live cam on Pollock Pines. Let's see, here's Mount Danaher, still not really showing us anything much. They still have electricity, I bet, because otherwise we wouldn't have our webcam. So this is live Pollock Pines, with ash kind of raining on the town from Z Group Real Estate. Well, if you want the link, here it is in the description. Isaiah says, all right, I'm going to go to bed. School tomorrow. Thanks for doing this. Can't stress that enough. Missed you yesterday. Hey, Isaiah, come back with your GoFundMe. Really, we need that. We want to send you to flight school. So, active fire and Armstrong lookout cam. Okay, let's take a look.
5-5 and 4-7 are MRB. Clear direct to the ridge tip, 6-1.
I'll be there in a second. I want to see Mount Danaher twirl around. Because here's the Mount...
6-1, I don't know if you have visual on Elko, out our nose, main drainage here, Slug Gulch, would be the north aspect of that. That's what's the line we're working.
Okay.
If you don't see it, we'll pick you guys up when you come out of the dip. Tiger 6-1, thanks.
I wonder if the helicopter pilots are using special vision like this. I mean, how else are they going to see what they're doing? How else are they going to see what they're doing? So we have that is Mount Danaher, and this is also Mount Danaher. So I was thinking that we would see the fire. So I'll go to the other cameras in a second. This is where we saw the Lucky Eagle. Hang on a second.
Ace, we commenced operations. I just wanted to give you the identifiers. We have Helitanker 47 and Helitanker 55, and we got Helitanker 61 coming. We're using retardant from 47 and 55, and we got water from 61.
I copy. Yeah, in that area where they were dropping, exactly the spot we're looking at.
We're going to work that looking uphill right flank, and then when that starts to look a little secure, we'll take it across the top.
That sounds good. And then nobody will be in there, and then I think we may even be heading in here in a bit.
Copy, thanks.
I think you're right, Dusty. I think this is looking the wrong direction. Like,
Helitanker
seriously.
61 from 76, you check, we'll follow in behind you there. We're taking 5-5, Helco. Other traffic now on station, Helitanker 61 working ridge dip, and he'll be working the same target. You are clear into the target. Get into the target, copy 61 out of ridge dip. Helitanker 55.
I would not want to be in Pollock Pines right now. Look how close the fire is to here. I mean, we're looking like right here. Watching it go. You know, if somebody's saying things are fine in Pollock Pines right now, that could change in a heartbeat. So I think it's very right that they evacuated it. We can look at the wind directions and such on Windy again here. And Isaiah says, thank you. My 4-H selling of pigs could cover most of the cost of flight school. Thanks for the support. Greatly appreciated. Come on. Don't turn down free money, Isaiah. You'll need some wham, some walking around money. Not just to cover flight school, but your meals and your whatnot. And, you know, it's there if you take it. It's there if you want to take it. You could also put it into funds. You can, you know, it can support you.
From 5-5, are you guys inbound to the ridge dip right now? Yeah, we're inbound for the ridge dip. We'll pass right to right. Right, thanks.
All right, we're checking Sierra at Tahoe. We'll check back on Woodford as well. So what we got is Somerset. That's a real good image. That is one heck of a crisp image. Okay, it was a second ago. So that's where these helicopters are working. Sort of. At least they were earlier today. Sorry, drew the wrong place here. The actual place they're working is down by Omo Ranch. So here is the Rocky Point cam, still keeping an eye on Woodford down there. But it's very actively burning.
Okay, take a 5-5. Go ahead. We'll probably only got one more drop in us. Do you want us to rinse out? Or just go get another load of retardant? Yeah, why don't you bring a load of rinse and then get that drop in and then RTB for fuel in return. Copy RTB, fuel in return off to the next drop. Take the rinse, that way you can be reset for the lake if needed. It does look like the seeding is coming down over this drop area, so we'll monitor that. Copy, thanks for that report. We'll also monitor. Gotcha. Yeah, they're currently staying 3300 at Placerville broken.
All right, we'll look at the Dixie in a second because I'm sure by now we've got infrared on there too. Now when it goes into infrared here in the black and white, remember a lot of that's heat. Like from one moment to the next, remember this is only 1 minute in between frames. It's not like it just exploded 1 minute to the next. It's just now you can visibly see the same heat in this image. See how it's pink? That's heat, and that's a reflection of the flames in the clouds.
Alpha, Caldor, air ground command.
Clouds are like a mirror, so you can see the reflection of the heat in both places. And this is actually full of heat rising, right? So from one moment to the next, just don't freak out. It's now we can just see as the cameras see heat. That's what the infrared is about. And that gives us a really much better view is what the heck's going on. And so I bet you these pilots have a couple of vision modes, at least like this, to be able to see what they're doing. So yeah, the smoke is hot too. It's a lot of people really freak out when they see this at night, thinking it's flaring up. Nighttime usually moderates fire behavior. It's some of it's a lot of it is an optical illusion, really.
55 is the drop band. 47, just be advised when you're coming down the top there, you're almost into that smoke layer.
Now, if you want to,
I've been watching you go there. Looking like it's sleeping in there, but I'll take a look and make a decision.
if you want to kind of judge how intense a fire is, it's not exactly just looking at the brightness, but look at the cloud formations, or the smoke formations. Now what you're seeing is the updrafts created by the heat are so great, and the amount of smoke pouring out so great that it's even breaking through the ceiling, so to speak.
Division Alpha, Helco Air Ground Command. They've reached up now, got the 61 down there, and we're only about 160 feet above the ground at the top there. We can't stay out of that smoke layer. Copy that, Gary. Division Alpha, Helco Air Ground Command.
An interesting change.
Hey, Del Rosa, Air Attack here, or Helco Air Ground Command.
Did you see the wind kind of going this way for a second, and then now it's just going almost due north?
Helco, Del Rosa.
Hey, the ceiling started to really smash down on that. Anyway, it might not be able to work that too much longer. If you have a good contact, that joining division Alpha.
Alright, it's going almost due north now.
I don't know who's over in Alpha then.
Okay, yeah, I've been trying to raise somebody over there. No comp.
I copy him. We're actually headed into, and I believe branch 30 is going to have our side over here. We need a contact over here.
You can, if you're coming up the drainage, be the right side, looking uphill, be the right flank, and there's a bunch of homes out in front of us, so we're trying to pull that flank down. The guys have been making left traffic and dropping downhill.
Nice and mild on the Dixie here at Milford.
Old Ross Valley over there.
And here's Indian Ridge.
Hey, Division Alpha, Helco. Just checking in with you. We're starting to lose our ceiling over here on Division Whiskey where we're working, and just wondering if you got an area where we can work. It's the south side. Copy that.
That's the best image we can possibly get over here by Taylorsville, Genesee. We got some decent winds picking up here, but that's at higher elevation and to be expected. But really, I wish we could see something better from this location. Hey, Ms. Music. Sorry, going back up at Tracy was trying to get my attention. Dixie Fire dropped a few days ago. Oh, cool.
And Hull Tanker 6-1, looks like you're downwind for the drop. You're on the line. It's that line out your left. That's the line. The line's clear. Copy, thanks.
They're continuing to work that same spot. We know that the fire got south over here at the Consumnes, and they're trying to hit that. And as long as we look at the Omo Ranch camera...
7 just on the south ridge here. Got you on site down the drainage.
As long as the Omo Ranch camera doesn't show flames...
6-1, you guys come back, we'll work you guys direct, and we're working the retard kind of 50-50. Okay, sounds good.
You're going to see a lot of heat from it. We just don't want to see these trees ignite, because then we would know it's making its way to the south here. But I think it's pretty mild progress, just going uphill and basically against the wind. So those 2 nighttime Chinook helicopter drops might make all the difference with stopping it down there to the south. That's got everything good going for it right now. They with nighttime drops, and then they've got crews in there, and they're doing structured defense. That for the situation is as good as it can get. We'll continue to listen to things down there, and I was hoping we'd have a kind of more clear view of what's going down at Woodford Heights on the French fire. We're going to look at Windy again. And first I'll put it over by what's going on at, near Tahoe and such. I want to make sure there isn't any new, different forecast. Now, supposedly the wind will start shifting a bit at one point to the opposite direction. It's supposed to be going northeast. That's the wind direction, pointing that way. And then by 11 p.m. it's supposed to. So here I'll just draw 8 p.m. But by 11, that's supposed to be the shift. So that would be a welcome shift in direction for a bit until about 6 or 7 in the morning. And that would be steering it away from Tahoe a bit. That would be very nice. And supposedly the sustained winds are going to calm down to 2 to 4 miles an hour. It's supposed to be what they are about now. So hopefully we can have another midnight miracle where they have long periods of calm in between the gusty wind moments. So just like we see night after night, I would expect big whoosh flare-ups, and then it'll die down, and whoosh flare-ups, and then it'll die down. So try not to have a yo-yo heart attack.
Division Alpha Helico back with you.
Response. That's just the nature of that.
Targets you have in case we have to come off that other side. Looking for targets in Alpha.
Okay, Blue Mountain Kern Cam. Let's go look.
We're doing some night retarding right now. We'll be switching to water here shortly.
Wow, Shirley Peak. These cams survive. Dusty.
Stand by for Helico.
Okay.
47, Helico, go ahead.
I wanted to see if you saw on the other side of the drainage there's some pretty good line of flame. It looks like it's very close to a home.
Yeah, on the north side of the drainage, no, I didn't see that. We're actually just kind of resetting. I'm getting that lined up with the division to swap sides.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, if you see anything that's threatening a home from your level, you're clear to operate on that. It shouldn't be anybody down on that, as long as you're not right on the house.
Okay, copy.
Charles, Henry, Ida, Lincoln, David, first of Tyler, middle of James. DOB is 814.
Sorry, the police keep butting in. Try not to flash people's identifiers. Alright, that's what we want. We want the smoke going towards the Tobias Peak 2 cam. That would draw the fire away from Woodford.
like to just work this north side of the gulch.
Said the fire's east of Saw Dip.
So far, just confirm your second subject was 1st of April.
Oh my god, the police breaking in again. Every time I click at the cams, I gotta go back and click that. This new mouse will really help. I haven't unpackaged it yet, but I had to go out and get it.
Do you want us to hit that next? Yeah, affirmative. If you see any fire by the house, go ahead and hit that. Okay, copy that.
Cool. So they said, we see fire by the house. Do you want us to hit that? He's like, yeah.
Alpha, go. I just, we know your priority area. We're just looking for the detail of where's your priority here, micro level. Where be?
We might see them on the Omo ranch cam, which I keep closing, sorry. It's a
Section 24, southwest of DP3. Hotspots in there, structure defense.
Alright, well, we'll continue clicking around and monitoring 10 of these cams. Okay, so we might see the Chinooks here working, doing structural
Might have
defense.
to reset for fuel, and when we come back out, we'll check in with you there, Alpha, Section 24, and do you have ground contact in there?
Who told you that, Mamsie Graham? They told us they burn a different timber in the Dixie Fire and those aircraft won't work. Aircraft will work at any time. I mean, they basically can even splash retardant or, drop water right next to a house to protect it, like they just talked about. And I'm talking over the police. There's nothing you guys are missing. It's whether or not they can see, through the smoke, because the high elevations and peaks in mountains, especially by Plumas County, is suicidal to fly in. They'll smack right into a mountain if they can't see what they're doing, and so that's what's limited aircraft.
Now, and then if we put the helicopters in there direct, they can come up on air ground tactical for direct with the copters.
Yeah, Breckenridge, let's look. There's a lot of cams to look at.
We'll just keep an eye out.
Oh shoot, is that Inland Empire? Hang on. Which batch of cams?
5547.
Sierra and Foothills, okay.
So you guys, left. I don't know if you heard the conversation on the other side of the drainage. There's a home that's pretty close to a flame edge that they started looking at. Just repeat that last about the color. On the north side of the drainage, there's a home that's really close to the fire edge. Worth taking a look at. 6-1's dropping on it. Okay, I'll speak to Hulka when we get this closer. Okay.
That's the south end of the Shirley Fire. Thanks for telling me about the cam. And I don't know that that's the one that's particularly threatening structures right now, unless you can tell me otherwise. I can't have too many of these open until I get a new video card. But we got the Shirley Peak cam, which is compelling. And I'm watching smoke direction as best I can. But see, we can't really tell which direction the winds are going because this is so close to the ground. I would want to see higher up to see the direction of the prevailing winds. And Rocky Point is looking, it should be looking to the right so we can see Wooford. We can't. There's the fire approaching Wooford. It's not even looking at it anymore. So there's fire, there's Wooford. Some of this is so frustrating. we'll continue to look back at it, and hopefully it won't eat the town tonight. There's Mount Danaher. Fire pretty blazing southwest of Pollock Pines. We might see hear the Chinooks working on the Omo Ranch Road here. And they're doing structure protection with a nighttime helicopter. That is absolutely lucky. That is absolutely lucky for them to have it tonight.
Probably about 4 miles out with that lift load. I understand you may want us to drop closer to that house. Yeah, we're taking a look at it right now. 6-1's on it. They do have dozer line there, and it looks like it's just kind of been burning on the edge. I think that was that big slash pile you might have been working. All right, now scratch that. It's not the slash pile. They do have dozer line. It's just kind of burning out along the line. Okay, copy that. Go ahead.
Oh, Patricia, thank you so much for your generous support. Thanks for another evening of education information.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, we'll come off that.
Information.
4-7, they've got that covered. They're burning that out along that dozer line, so we'll continue to work that previous target on the south side of the range. 5-5 copy, then this will be our final drop. We do have the 61 inside.
Final drop? No. There's the moon and the helicopters. What we want is this to go out. Die on the south side. I don't think it's small enough anymore to like...
One Helco, that was my fault. I thought you guys were still on the south side of the drainage.
Or at least for it to stop.
Yeah, no, we'll go back to that side on the other target.
Sierra Tahoe's got a good look. I think the wind shift tonight will really help them protect places like Strawberry and whatnot, because it'll blow it slightly towards the northwest. The wind will blow towards the northwest at a certain point tonight, and maybe they can corral it and get it up by the Desolation Wilderness and just get it to go past Tahoe rather than into Tahoe. That would be the best scenario if they could somehow manage that. And the odds of them being able to manage that
Tinker 4-7 Helco, if able,
increase with every night that goes by that they get more time. Oh, Tracy, Doug, and Pete, thank you. Equipment Fund Piggy Bank, thank you for all you do. No, thank you. At the top of the screen, guys, remember our donation links to the Dixie and Caldor fire afflicted. And please just leftover pocket change after donating to them.
6-1 from 5-5, we just tested behind you.
I did get a new mouse today. I just haven't plugged it in. I sat back down. Still have my food in front of me. In fact, let me go put that away. I think my sandwich is still good. I've got wireless headset, so I can still talk to you. I can still talk from the kitchen. And make sure my chicken sandwich, half number 2, is all right over here. And I wish I could answer questions like, is such and such place okay? I mean, the battle's ongoing tonight. It's looking the best at the Dixie as far as the weather and developments are concerned. Ouch. Definitely need some Tylenol. Looking at this screen, I hope you guys don't mind it going yellow a little bit, but I gotta turn on the night light on Windows 10 because... Oh, it is on. Oh, okay, no, it's not. This will help me with the whole blinding headache scenario. It'll just have to do. There we go. I hope this doesn't bother you guys too much. In fact, your eyes will get used to it.
Just on your 6 there.
You're making a steak, Pauline? Okay. I like mine medium rare. You're right, Braden. I need gamer glasses. I got a pair, and they were just... I don't wear glasses, so I didn't like that... Stop it, radio. I didn't like the fact that I saw the little, like they were rimless, but in front of my eyes was that little wire holding the
798.
two things together, and I could see it.
798.
Shut up, police. I every time I'm talking, they're like, run this license plate. Has the personal information that'll get your channel banned if you. So I have to run over and hit the mute button. So I could see that line in between my eyes, and it drove me insane. I'll need some other traditional type of glasses. So Grizzly Flats, the battle's ongoing right now, structure protection. And we're watching it. We're watching the helicopters work it. It went south of the Consumatives right here. They have 2 nighttime Chinooks.
Okay, clear, unrestricted RTB, no traffic inbound. Good, unrestricted, back to Jackson, base, 5-5.
Okay, Dusty, you're not just weird, you are mega weird. Sardines on crackers and steamed broccoli with ranch dressing. You're not talking about it being on the same cracker, right?
The MRB. At the MRB itself, it's fine. It's beyond that to the northern side is not very good at all. I think I can get into the MRB without a problem at this stage. And how about Jenkins? Jenkins is also good for now. Hey, thanks for that report. No problem. For me, the worst part was the drop itself. You're flying into quite a bit of smoke there that is difficult to see. Okay, understand. We can, once you fuel and hold, we can all reset and we'll be inbound. Roger, we'll fuel and hold. 5-5.
There's the helicopters.
47 just coming over Jenkinson Lake now, inbound for the drop. 6-1 just going into Richmond.
I'm not sure why he's saying fuel and hold. Is that because a different helicopter is rotating in and it's too dangerous for both of them to be there, or are they breaking off? I hope not.
Hey, Helitanker 47, Helco, you're number 1 for the drop. We just took a look across the head. Looks like you could come from east to west. You might be able to get across the head in good air. It's a little smoky on that flank. Okay, just 1 for the drop, east to west. We'll come have a look. Helitanker 47. Yeah, 47, how much time do you have? 20 more minutes on station. Okay, we may have you going a little bit early with Helco and 6-1 to reset for the next cycle. Copy that, let us know.
The next cycle? Does anybody know what that means? Here's a different view of them from the side. In the moon, and I want to strangle who doesn't understand how to put lock a camera to infinite focus mode. It's out of focus. You just press a button and it would be crystal clear every day, every night. Somebody said I should have my own cameras. Yes, I should. This is the you know, it's like the picture frame on the wall is crooked. I have to get up and adjust it. I must. Sorry, but this is not just a picture frame. This is critical fire information we need to know about. So that's double frustration here. But hopefully this will go into focus eventually. So I want to continually check the leak springs cam. But I think what we're going to see is hopefully the
6-1 out of Richmond.
Smoke will hopefully. I don't even know if we're going to be able to. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but the wind will be pushing the fire slightly away from taking direct aim at South Lake Tahoe. It should be going towards the northwest instead of the northeast sometime later tonight. Mario, we have no idea what's going on at Kybers other than they're trying to protect it now. So we would have to just figure out if it's still there in the morning. We're listening to the Caldor. They're not saying anything about it. We know that at Tango, which is up here, Tango, is the spot fire above it on 50, and they were monitoring it, but they couldn't get a whole lot of tanker action on it today. Too much smoke. So yeah, the camera is sponsored by PG&E.
And 47, you're action number 2 now. Health Taker 47, you're number 2 behind 6-1.
Copy number 2, we have 6-1 in set.
So I want to caution people against the roller coaster ride of it's still there. Oh, it's in danger. It's still there. Oh, it's in danger. Just try as best as you can.
6-1, we thought maybe you could come east to west across the head, a little bit better visibility. Your discretion.
East to west.
Try as best you can to just be in the center. That these places are critical.
At your discretion, we got you in there. You're number 1, clear to drop unrestricted.
You're in critical danger for the rest of this fire season.
We're kind of wide out here for you. Correct for your hazard drop.
Like, you can accept that the joy of every morning finding out a place is still there, but moderate it. Don't allow yourself to fly to new heights, saying, "Oh, my town made it," only to be crushed the next day, like we did with Greenville. This is a long fire season, and California's worst fire season is winter, with the high winds in Santa Ana's and Diablo winds, and so we're still in the critically dry drought.
Once you get a load of rents next time, and gather up a flight with 6-1, and then return to base.
Okay, copy that.
Helco needs to depart.
Yep. Alright, let's do that for Highway Tanker 47.
Or 6-1, maybe after this drop, if you're able, reset dip to the MRB rents. That way you guys will be working together as a flight.
Yeah, 6-1, okay, thanks.
I hate it when I'm making an important point, because...
What you need, unless you want to go back now. If you've met your objective, you're clear to return to base now, your discretion.
We can reset that there at the MLB then.
Okay, that way we'll get the flight going so you guys are buddy system out here.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, I hate it when I'm making... Okay, that's police activity. I'm muting it. I hate it when I'm making an important point. Oh, there you go, Danaher. There's a new spot over by Danaher. I don't know which direction the camera's facing. This is live. Listen. Let's listen if they say anything.
Yeah, we're just checking on the status of dip site monitor at Tiger.
Do they know about this?
Also, just verify dip site monitor at Jenkins as well. We're still using the MRB.
You have to think of it like a doctor does. You have a patient that's out of critical, now in serious condition, but not out of the woods. Every morning you check on the wounded bird or whatever you patched up, and it may not make it, but you just go, okay, every morning that you check on it that it does make it, you're like, good, okay. But don't do wild celebrations until fire season's over with like torrential rains or heavy snows, because winter is the worst. October, November, December, January, Santa Ana winds, and Diablo wind season.
Starting with last of keys, 11-4 of 78, clear 29, showing El Dorado County probation through 2023.
Oh, shut up. I hate the police channel bleeding into the fire channel, but this is a little bit of a concern right now. We don't hear them talking about whatever this is over by Mount Danaher. And so I'm going to check and see. All right, let's listen. See, I'm fresh.
Your second subject, last 30 of
I am frustrated because the police talk over the fire crews on this channel.
That's why that's out.
Okay. Okay now.
Division Alpha, Delco, Air Ground Command. Shasta, thanks.
Do they know about it yet? And where is this? Wait, Thomas is
Yeah,
going to bed?
we're going to fuel and return everybody, and then we'll be back out and work your area if able.
Good night, Thomas. Just stay strong. Yeah. Chris has been trying to tell me what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you guys are good. Just stay in there. We'll give you enough heads up time to get clear of the line.
No, nobody has a video card, Dana. And what I need is about $800, but because of the video card shortage with Bitcoin miners going nuts.
Jackson, Hell Base, Elko, Air Ground Command.
Yeah, we're here to support you, Thomas. If you haven't gone to bed.
Elko inbound for fuel and return. Helitanker 61 and Helitanker 47 are going to work a flight together out of the MRB for the rest of the fuel cycle.
Sly Park, okay. Thanks, Tracy and Doug P. Sly Park, okay. I mean, this one is, but the FLIR rotates. The FLIR rotates. So are we sure about this view? Yeah, no worries, Havoc. I know you got your hands full with the hurricane thing. Thank you so much for being here as much as you are. We can barely see the terrain out here. Yeah, you're unsure, Tracy. Yeah, it seemed to be completely looking the opposite direction than earlier. Here's Mount Danaher proper in the latest info, and there's that. And I'm hoping that they will notice it. I mean, somebody has, otherwise the camera would still be rotating. They're trying to train AI to detect fires, and they did that last year on the Bobcat. The Edison one. Chris says, Tiedemann, about the new spot, I've been seeing it now for 10 minutes. If you scroll up on the FLIR, it will show you where it was pointing. Okay. Sorry, but I didn't see.
Site yet, 61? Yeah, we got your visual there. We're about a mile behind you. Okay, I'm going to speed up a little bit then.
I didn't see that you had.
We're doing 95.
That you had flagged me. So.
Alright, roger that. We'll take a look. Visibility might have went away, but we'll give it a shot here, see what it looks like. To get to it, if we can't, we'll just turn around and head to Jackson. Copy that.
Okay. So, let's see. So, I guess what we could do is try to figure out where the heck is this cell phone tower and this little ranch farm thing. Like, what direction is that? And then see which way it's pointing. Do we recognize these buildings and such? Yeah, no worry. Thanks, Chris. I'm sorry I didn't read it. I got the first thing I became aware of is when you flagged me. That did flag me. I could see my name highlighted. So yeah, thank you for doing that. I didn't mean it to sound like a complaint or anything. Thanks very much. It's very hard for me to keep up with chat. That cell phone tower is disguised as a tree, and I find that hilarious. Were you able, Chris, to find out which direction it is pointing in? Because that would be alarming thing. But if you're going to have a spot fire happen, night's a good time. It's easy for them to find it with the infrared aircraft and these cams, and it's in the cool of the night, and they can get over to it without the mega spread of the heat and the winds during the day. So we're hoping for another midnight miracle tonight. Hopefully the winds will die down so the crews just get more time. It's north of Camino, okay. So let's go live then. North of Camino. Not a peep heard. Excuse me, from Air Command. Is it El Dorado County? North of Camino. That's the way it's looking? Up there? My blood is worth bottling? Oh, thank you. I got tigress blood. In fact, I should probably consider a new revenue stream. Let's see. I thought you were going to say bass.
I guess you guys are not going in there?
There's a private joke about that on the internet.
Say again? See you guys turning out to the left.
So far, they're not talking about it on the...
Yeah, I was just as a rebel, but we're turning that way now. We're going to follow 50 over to...
Yeah, that's where I thought. That's where the mountain is, not the spot fire. But which direction is it looking? That's the question. Because I would not think that would be over there. Right, okay. Just east of Ira's Court. So, do we know where it's looking? That's too small to be on the satellite, I think. Let's look at the wind. Could it be looking at this over here by the lake? I wonder. That's a total mystery. We should go back and look at Kern County as well. There's Indian Ridge, Dixie Fire. Now there's the chaos going on in Kern County down there. That's the Shirley Peak camera. It's to last 15 minutes. This is one of those nights where I want to go to bed right now, and there's too much going on. We're just hoping that Wooford's going to make it. And I don't have it muted. They're just not saying anything. I hope they didn't call off air for the night.
So we're passing over now, guys. There's antennas, just FYI. Thanks for that.
All of our blood is definitely worth bagging, Flying Toaster? Absolutely. So, the thing is there is no... We're watching YouTube for the Danaher one. I guess we could go to digitalpath.net or something to see. I don't see that we have an alternative.
61 from Coast 7 here. We're going to fly by it, left turn. We think that will just be hovering around. We don't need to go in there.
Oh, that's an ISP. Okay. So, Mount Danaher. Teledyne FLIR LLC is a subsidiary of Teledyne Tech, specializes in the design of blah 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 blah. Okay. But where can we see this outside of YouTube, which will have the guide? That must be the camera manufacturer. Is it on Twitch? Like the other one?
Before tonight.
I'm trying to Google it. FLIR.com, Discover California. Okay. Okay, are there links? What's going on over there? Here's Mount Danaher Live. Elmo Ranch Road. I'm looking for links. Outingdale. Out of focus, Outingdale. Whoa, it even flashed over to a daytime camera. It had such an amount of light hit the camera after that flare up. So just like I said, guys, with the flare up thing, that's the nature of the nighttime wind gusts, but then dead calm. Wind gust and dead calm. So this gives them a lot of time to work, the night crews. Let's go back and play this again. There. Whoops. Dang, look at the red blood moon and the spooky image there as it flared up. Real spooky. I want to look at Sierra Tahoe now, and I was hoping we could get a good idea of the wind direction, see if there's any change, but it's going to be real hard to detect as it just kind of it's going to keep blowing to the north, but more to the northwest at some point in the night instead of northeast. So I would think the best case scenario for like Tahoe would be, can they kind of corral the fire like so towards the Desolation Wilderness in that way? And then can they get ahead of it to the north to make a stand somewhere? Like, can they prep something like that? Or is there more favorable terrain to try to arrest the spread? I don't know. But worst case scenario is it just goes right through here as a wind tunnel and goes right to the valley, comes up in here too, and spots over, comes up this way and goes towards Carson City and goes up here. This is a possibility.
798 extra units, 10 advised.
And they would structure defend and let it go past. But we don't know any time frame about when that might happen. It would be most likely to happen on a day where it was like red flag and it happened real fast. Every day it'll march a little bit closer, or try to, but every night and day when the wind shifts, they can go back and, like say if it spots over or something like this, they can go and try to clean that up. Clean that up and beat it back to where it belongs in the lines, just like we see at Dixie. So it's really hard to say when, where, and how bad. The best thing that the fire could do is go back on itself, like go somewhere and then go back on itself with the wind, go somewhere and go back on itself. And I don't see that we're going to see a lot of that. On the east side, though, it could do that, like go back on itself, spread, go back on itself, and it'll exhaust more and more of its own fuel supply if it's kind of in one spot. But, you know, to live, fires have to move. But too many days in a row, it's just blowing the one direction in general, and that's just going to cause it to get bigger. But I wish they would just get up on camera and explain their strategy to defend Tahoe. Okay, they're still running vehicle license plates. Is this still animating? Is this stuck? Nope, it is animating. It's just nice and moderate, nice and quiet. Just where is this, and when are they going to respond to it? Okay, Bonnie says but they get so hungry. Going back up. Going back up. Satellite's tip of what? I don't see anything new to indicate that little thing. I wouldn't think something that small would even trigger the satellites. Now we're continuing to watch the situation down here at Rocky Point to see if down here at Kern County if Woodford's gonna make it. But these stupid cameras won't show it very well. Here we go. This one's better. Rocky Point 1. This is a little difficult to see smoke direction. We know it's kind of going north by northeast, drifting that way. But something's happening.
Yeah, we're going to try to go to the same area. See what the smoke is doing up there. And then we'll be departing for Jackson.
Okay, I'll just sit behind.
Okay, maybe they are talking about our new mystery spot. So far, I like that this isn't moving. I mean, that's the southern part. This might be the part that would move that way towards Woodford, but so far that's staying there and it's not flashing up and flaring. So fingers crossed they can get ahead of stuff. Let's see where they go. Let's see where they go. They're rubber banding. So the program. What did he say? Somebody just queued up and said something. Don't want to. Not what it is. So they're going back over towards Omo Ranch. Meanwhile, that thing is sitting there burning. So going back to the chat. There was a copter back on the digital path FLIR back here. Really? Okay, let's back it up 5 seconds at a time. Like here? I don't see one. Well, to be briefing, they did address their strategy for Tahoe, which is building multiple control lines between the fire head and Echo Summit, essentially. Right, they had a 5-second mention of it. What they needed was a 15-minute explanation, which is what I would want at the very least. They just, that was my criticism, is they gestured in that direction and said, yeah, we're going to put some control lines in. Okay, but you also at CAL FIRE keep saying again and again, the control lines mean very little when you have the long-range spotting we're seeing in these fires and the behavior that people have never seen in their entire careers before. So please address that issue. What happens if there's long-range spotting? What happens if the fire gets in the Desolation Wilderness? What happens if it gets south of South Lake Tahoe? What happens if it gets into Sierra at Tahoe? What do you do with these contingencies?
On the north side of the canyon here.
If it goes to the northwest of South Lake Tahoe, like if it's on the west shore, what is the plan? Okay, like at Carson Richards, scroll up on the FLIR and it shows the map where it is pointed. What do you mean scroll up on the map? It's YouTube. This is what they're showing us. It's YouTube. Scroll up to the top of YouTube. Yeah, this is different. Oh. I see what you guys are doing. You're on the wrong.
I'm gonna go with them all. Better.
Are you guys?
I turn it back off. It's way better. Okay.
Are you guys
lead?
looking at this one?
Okay, copy. We're number one. Head back to Jack.
Guys, this is the Dixie Fire. This one. I'm looking at Mount Danaher on the Caldor. If you're on the FLIR website, please tell me what that is. I've been looking for that for like 20 minutes. Yeah, weathernode.net FLIR. This is the Dixie Fire. Is there a weathernode link for the Caldor? I did look on the internet. Hammerhead, I've been asking you guys, is there a different site other than YouTube for the Caldor Fire's FLIR feed? There's a Caldor link at top where... Oh my god! Thank you! Finally! We found it! Thanks. That is what I've been asking. Okay. Alright. So. Aha. Looking here. Okay. Now we got it. Now we got it. The little section by Sierra Springs and Sly Park. I gotta mute the police again. Okay. All right. Remember, it's hard for me to go around looking up at chat, listening to what they're saying, unmuting it, looking at the different cameras, going back, looking at chat, Google searching that stuff, looking back at chat, looking at the cameras, updating them. So don't just tell me the thing that I'm already asking again and again. Answer the question that I asked in the first place. That could help me the most.
Yep, I'll call flight 2 on the CTAF.
What would be very helpful is saying, we found the other site you're looking for. And then I'd be like, okay, where is it? Don't just tell me to scroll up when I miss that part. So, no, I'm not being harsh on you. Thanks for taking care of me, but it's, we're all doing the best we can here. All right. Thanks, guys. So I will get off of that. And they rearrange this. And remember, I'm on the mini monitor here. I have a big monitor for looking at the screen, looking at the stream. And then this entire monitor, the second one, is the easiest way for me to show you guys what's going on. instead of doing like streaming just one of my browsers, streaming the entirety of the monitor. So it happens to be small, and I'm seated away from it, so I can't even see these little words unless I lean in. So if I look like a moron sometimes, that's why I can barely read this text. So if they change something about these websites, I much appreciate it if you can clue me in on that. So looking back here, this is what they were working on with the helicopters, and it's still going on the south side. But I think they have lines, of course, that they made on the south side of the Consumnes over here by the Omo Ranch. So whether or not that's alarming will depend on if we see these trees on fire on Omo Ranch Road 1, and if we hear them like alarmed on the radio. And looking back at what's going on. Is aircraft coming back? Got that Chinook going somewhere. Both of them are leaving. Are they coming back? Okay, looking back. And thank you guys ultimately for pointing that out. So, looking back, you've got 10 million tabs open on your poor old laptop. Yep, Chris, I understand. My old computer couldn't handle this. It started to fuzz out, and just zooming in and out on CalTopo and having all these tabs open was... I had a 63 open at one point, all the different sheriff's offices, because I was covering the fires of Southwest Washington, all of Oregon and the Cascades, Eastern Oregon, Northern California, and then Southern California at the same time last year. So I had even a crazier juggling act. So we're looking at, the LNU complex. We're looking at Clear Lake, and then all of a sudden the Zog fire shows up, then the Glass fire shows up. And they respond to that, and they drop everything at the LNU. And then the Bear fire blows up into the North complex, and then the Bobcat fire starts in Southern California. And then a new fire started in the pass, I think somewhere by Pasadena, next to the railroad tracks, and we saw that incredible tanker action just get a handle on it in the same afternoon. The tankers dove into a canyon and pulled up vertically. That was insane.
WFA, all verbal active Campbell, Charles, Adam, Mary, Paul, Boy, Edward, Lincoln.
Okay. So that's why I dropped $1,000 of my own money into the computer to be able to do that, plus, video edit whatever I can film when I get my camera. So, but I have 32 gigs of RAM. I have a Ryzen 5 3600. I've got some measly solid state drives that are SATA 3. I just bought a PCI Express 3 NVMe M2 drive, a Western Digital 750N black. And yeah, it's PCI Express 3, but, I don't know that there's a huge amount of difference, honestly, between that and 4 for what I'm doing here. I'll have those as twin drives once I can sort out the stupid Windows 10 problem I have with that. Okay, police are investigating a suspicious vehicle on the Caldor fire. And this is the current situation down here at Kern County. We're hoping Woodford's going to make it through the night, but so far so good, knock on wood. Yeah. Okay, we want winds to go the opposite direction, away from Woodford, at least for a little bit. Yeah, that's good. At least what's visible from this cam. I think we're seeing winds going off more to the north. They're supposed to be going east towards Woodford, and they might be doing so in the little canyon. But this is a lot more moderate activity than we could be seeing. I'm still listening. It's police chatter right now. All right, let's monitor what's going on. Wilfred, going back to the chat. I'm hearing you. Yeah, Chris. I can't imagine doing this on a laptop. In fact, I may have melted my laptop. There was a horrible burning plastic smell. It's a dang HP Envy 360. And from the moment I bought it, it was overheating. I didn't even take it out of the plastic wrap for 6 months. By the time I realized it was an overheater, warranty had basically expired. And that really sucks. That goes to show you should inspect your electronics the moment you buy them. I thought I had a 2-year warranty, and it was a 1-year warranty. I don't even know if it can be fixed. It was one fantastically expensive piece of crap. It has an i7 in it and a Radeon card, and I don't even know if it can be fixed or if it's even economical to do so. You turn it on, and I even underclocked it, and as much as I could. I couldn't even go into BIOS to underclock it to make it cool down. And just within moments, the fans are going full blast, and you put it on your lap, and all of a sudden you're like, ouch, my legs. And boy, did I make a mistake with that. So, going back up, Eric Underwood, Matt McKay, I watched the beginning of the campfire from my driveway and couldn't believe it. All those trees and the false sense of security. I feel for you, Eric. I took my horseback riding lessons in Paradise, and then I drove there in the aftermath and couldn't even find my way around the town. It's just, and Paradise had everything going for it with a very organized, compared to the rest of the country, evacuation plan and drills and community awareness. They had everything going for it. A good communication plan, a good reverse 911 system, for all of it to fail because the fire roared towards it without enough time. Destroying all the cell phone towers, power lines, and telephone wires on the way before they could even hit the button to do reverse 911. Just absolutely insanity. People getting antsy. Why is there more smoke? Why is there more traffic? And then looking down at their phones and seeing there's no service, and turning on a light switch and there's no lights, trying to turn the TV, there's no TV. And chaos. And that's what happened to a very well-organized town that had drills and meetings about the subject. Any containment on the Caldor? Hell no. No. And I don't consider containment on any other fire to mean anything. Much of anything, because they keep saying, it's not them saying it. I mean, it was my hunch, but they reiterated what I was already thinking. Long-range spotting with all these fires, the receptive fuels, the droughts, the incredible situation we're in. They're dealing with long-range spotting, past lines. It's not at all the moving wall of the fire, the moving seat of the fire that is the big threat. It's the little bitty brands that just fly through the air and cause a fire a couple miles away. Like we're seeing with Quincy has been sitting pretty for a long time. All of a sudden, the devil makes a slam dunk, a 3-pointer shot the other day over the top of Genesee Valley, like 3.4 miles distant, and hits the Devil's Punch Bowl at the Grizzly area. Not Grizzly Flats in Caldor, but the Plumas. All of a sudden, it's on Quincy's doorstep and above Genesee and Taylorsville, when those places have been seemingly okay for quite a while. It's just, everything changes. You have to look at all the towns here. Don't celebrate too hard that all of them survive, but don't despair too much that they won't. Let's just have a medium, kind of a in-between emotional state. Just like you have to be a surgeon, you have a patient and you don't know what's gonna, I mean like a veterinarian, you're repaired the broken wings of a bird, but is it gonna make it? Just every morning you check and it's still alive, right? Don't watch these all night. I'm monitoring the situation because I'm trying to answer questions, but you will drive yourself mad. It's really hard to watch these all night. You really, I mean, it really can help with getting a sense of awareness, but really turn to people and be with people. And distract yourself a lot of the time. Do something with your hands. Take up a handicraft. Get a coloring book out or whatever. It's no longer just for kids. And yeah, it's totally silent. We're not hearing the pilots right now. I don't know if they're off the line for the night or what. Bugs, let's not bring that up. You're making a valid point, but goodness gracious. And by the way, hi Bugs. Sorry guys, I have the hiccups almost. What I'm trying to do is look at smoke direction. That's what these cams tell us the best at night is, you know, I'm not even looking at flare-ups too much. You just get used to it. It's wind gusts. Wind gusts at night make a flare-up, then it dies down. Flare-up, and then it dies down.
36.
I'm looking at smoke direction.
Yeah, I was one on a dirt bike, Grace Corner.
Okay, the police are talking again. So, there's Indian Ridge. Let's check it. Going back to Indian Ridge. A quiet evening at the most part for most of the situations. Much more quiet than it could be. Let's see if Daniel Kern's had an update for today, because I missed it. Sorry if you guys already saw it, but I want to see. Daniel Kern's the cosmic being. Okay. 9 hours ago, he had some sort of an update. Let's see what he's doing.
Sunday the 22nd.
Oh, he's saying third segment. Okay, he lost connection. Alright, let's start with the first one.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's noon on Sunday, August 22nd. Go ahead and give you guys the fire update. Got some trucks moving around here. Hopefully you all can hear me all right. Okay, we'll start. Taylorsville.
I don't mean it to be correction. I mean it to be a gentle reminder that I mean that's a good factoid, but I'm trying to get people into a better state of thinking about things, a mental preparedness state. So that's just what I'm trying to go for.
It's right here at Mount Huff, continuing to cool off, all black behind Crescent Mills. They're planning on getting Greenville and all of Ketty Ridge, everything behind Greenville. All of this should be called black by tomorrow, including a lot of North Arm. I think right up to about Peters Creek. Here, things are. There was a lot of fire. Some of it lit. Some of it part of the main fire around Peters Creek. The last few days, but Peters Creek has cooled off quite a bit. This whole piece from Peters Creek all along the road here, along these dozer line, hand line combinations, and then into Foreman's Ravine. They have dozer line at the back of Foreman's Ravine. This is all secured, holding, and it's starting to cool off.
Heather, sorry, I just read what Heather said. I don't think it was just called the mandatory evacuation of Woodford Heights. We were seeing we were looking at it earlier. It was already there several hours ago. So I don't know if your information is old or whatnot, but we checked on it earlier. Sorry, I hate to interrupt, Daniel. Just want to point that out, but thank you for the reminder.
Now, as we work, this is Mount Jura here. Here's Jura Peak. Again, this is just for reference. Here's Taylorsville. All right. their next thing that they're working right now is they're using that Mount Jura road that comes up back behind Mike Hanley's house, comes up and comes along the top. They're using this Mount Jura road to hold this fire line here. They're working options to tie this dozer line in back to the south of Foreman's Ravine up here to this road, and then to hold the fire right here. They're working those options. Again, they got hand crews and dozers. They're going to try to get some line in there. Coming up onto Jura, small slop up here towards the top. They have hand line around that. They're getting that contained. They're calling it a slop. I think it's more like fire progression because there's not really any major containment lines up here. Dozer line or anything, a little right here. They're working hand crews and trying to get line. Those of you who know this part of Jura, it's pretty steep, pretty rocky. So they're trying to get it some sort of line down here. They're going to try to run this ridge down to that spot, that really sharp corner past Stokel's Ponds and my mom's house. They might not be able, just because of the terrain. They're not sure if they can hold that. So they might bring it down here to kind of that ridge that comes down to Trapper's Cabin there. So those are the options they're looking at to keep the fire up here, to keep it from spreading west towards Taylorsville. Everybody seems, as long as we continue to have these southwest winds, which is generally the forecast for today, a little less wind than yesterday. I'm just starting to feel the wind kind of stir around here in Taylorsville right now. So we'll see. Those of you who are familiar with this area, most mountain areas, right, just because we have southwest winds prevailing over the top, you can still get all kinds of crazy little eddies and swirls and back currents and everything, especially through this Genesee Canyon. But for the most part, the column and all the ember wash is being pushed to the northeast or to the east, which for Taylorsville is very good news. Our biggest concern in Taylorsville would be embers. If the fire were to back down Jura and come to Taylorsville with a southwest wind, it would be backing very calmly, very slowly, very gently down here, and that would be perfectly controllable for us, especially when it comes down to the road. The problem is if we get a shift in the winds that blow embers, right, then you can essentially get all kinds of ground catching on fire simultaneously. But show you, we have our...
Sorry, what? Okay, I'm sorry, I was typing and I missed what you just said.
Come to Taylorsville with a southwest wind.
Oh, well.
It is very good news. Our biggest concern in Taylorsville would be embers. If the fire were to back down Jura and come to Taylorsville with a southwest wind, it would be backing very calmly, very slowly, very gently down here, and that would be perfectly controllable for us, especially when it comes down to the road. The problem is if we get a shift in the winds that blow embers, right, then you can essentially get all kinds of ground catching on fire simultaneously.
Yeah. Okay.
But show you, we have our Taylorsville structure protection here, bunch of good engines, Fountain Valley from down south. They've got these hose lays. Every block of Taylorsville is now plumbed. They can pump a whole block from a corner. We got good citizens here to man nozzles. So Taylorsville itself is looking really good. Just to put everybody's mind at ease, right? We're very confident with our plan and the team that we're as well situated as we can be to defend this thing. Again, if we have ember wash coming in, that's going to cause all kinds of problems. But just the natural progression of the fire with these opposing winds should work out well for us. Now we'll move out into Genesee. The fire is down to the road west of Genesee Woods. It's holding along the road. They have the Foscheck trucks that are just spraying the side of the road, and that's doing a good job not letting the fire actually reach the road proper, but just kind of keeping it up, keeping heat away from the road so they can keep the road open. No structures been lost in and around Genesee Woods. It came real close. I didn't see it, but I heard it was crowning out, over Bill Badigan's house, but the crews hung in there and stuck with it, and good saves in there. And so Genesee Woods is looking good. No fire, to my knowledge. Nothing that I heard this morning, nothing that I saw yesterday has not crossed the road to the south, so all the fire is still north of Genesee Road. Same thing coming down into Shims Flats. I think this fire has progressed a little bit farther down. It's not quite, it's closer to the road now. But the wind, we had that pretty, we had up canyon winds yesterday in Genesee. So that was just kind of, it wasn't driving the fire down. It was just kind of pushing it parallel to the road. Fires now come quite a ways into the field out here in Hasselkuss. Same, and on the hillside, it's still not too Genesee proper yet. Have good dozer line around here that you can see is containing the fire on that hillside back behind the Genesee store. Here's Genesee, here's the store. So things are progressing here. They're very confident with the current conditions and with the crews they have in place, that they can keep the fire up above this road. So we progress out Genesee Road, still kind of backing down here by Kingdon's house and Nani's trailer over there. Still continuing to back down there. It came across Walking G is all good. And the house up on the hill there, just east of Walking G, that house was saved. Some of the outbuildings were lost. The house is saved. So again, no structure loss coming in through here as we continue up. Again, this fire is just kind of pushing along the road. So around these structures, they're just kind of easing it around. All that has been working so far. Out to the Hart K Ranch, there's crews and pumpkins and hose lays. They're ready to defend that. So far, the fire hasn't quite made it down there to that yet. But again, good plans. They should be able to push the fire around there, just kind of ease it up. The fire where it's run into the Walker scar here. So this is old. This dozer line here is Walker Fire dozer line, historical dozer line from 2 years ago. The fire is burning up into the Walker Fire scar, but it's losing a lot of heat, slowing down. So they're hoping that once they can continue to hold all these structures and get everything cooled off down here, and then we should take the heat out of itself up here in this Walker Fire scar, is the hope. Coming back around to this slop, whatever, that made it across the valley proper. All saves on all these homes over here.
Man, that sounds
where
great.
the Johnsons and Julie and Abby live. It's working its way into that, but it is not. They're saving all the homes. They've got hand crews out there. These guys are pretty amazing. They're kind of babysitting this fire as it comes through. They want it to burn, as long as it's doing a nice, good cleaning underburn, because then that reduces the amount of fuels that are around these homes, so that we don't get reignition there. So everything's looking good on this western side of that. As we go out to the east, the barn with the cold cellar saved. The old Cunningham residence saved. Fire was all along there. The corrals that are out there, those were saved. So again, this is all looking really good. There was fire out there. There is fire out there, but all the structures are doing well. Before we get into some other stuff, we'll talk about the spot on Grizzly. This is really causing them a lot of problems, right? And I know people down. Let me see if I can get back far enough where you can see. So Quincy is down in here. That spot, the Grizzly spot, is up here. This thing has been spreading out quite a bit, and it's growing downhill very quickly, and that is due to the incredibly steep terrain that's up there. We're having rollout, things that are on fire start rolling down the mountain and then get hung up and then relight it. and then it burns back up into itself. And so this thing, even without being wind driven, is growing quite significantly, but it's growing downhill more than uphill. So when we talk about the prevailing winds, there is a threat from this spot to Genesee and all this area. You know, if the wind were to drive the fire that way, it could potentially spread that way. They had helicopters working this yesterday afternoon. They're just having a really hard time getting crews in here because of the terrain. And it's not so much that the crews can't handle the terrain. It's that if this thing were to blow up, if the winds were really to pick up, there's no safe way to get the crews out of there. And so that's the issue that they're having with that. They do have this dozer line that they're working along the back of Grizzly Ridge here. There's some old historic dozer line and proposed dozer line and some existing dozer line using the Argentine road. So that's where they're hoping to be able to make a stand if it does push its way up to the top of the ridge. And that's where they're hoping to hold it so it doesn't get closer down towards Quincy.
Wait. Sorry, I spaced out.
Okay.
Which ridge? Sorry, guys.
So that's where they're hoping to be able to make a stand. There's no safe way to get the crews out of there. And so that's the issue that they're having with that. They do have this dozer line that they're working along the back of Grizzly Ridge here. There's some old historic dozer line. And
a reminder, this is the Dixie Fire, Grizzly Ridge. It has nothing to do with Grizzly Flats. This is Plumas County.
Proposed dozer line and some existing dozer line using the Argentine road. So that's where they're hoping to be able to make a stand if it does push its way up to the top of the ridge. And that's where they're hoping to hold it so it doesn't get closer down towards Quincy. Okay, so I do want to talk about so over here you'll notice these cross-hatched X's, right? This is the dozer line that held the Walker fire 2 years ago, okay? So this is the dozer line that they made that they were able to successfully contain the Walker fire with. But you'll notice right here there's a slop that has come over that dozer line and made it past and is continuing to push south here along this foot of this little spur of Mount Angles. I just want to talk about, so one of the things, this goes along with how we've noticed the Forest Service closing down roads and then screaming that they don't have access to fires when they start, and that's why they can't put them out early.
Okay, here his video stops here. So let's
on roads and then screaming that they don't have access to fires when they start, and that's why they can't put them out early.
Wait. And then it abruptly ends. We'll go to the next video.
This little spur of Mount Angles. I just want to talk about, so one of the things, this goes along with how we've noticed the Forest Service closing down roads and then screaming that they don't have access to fires when they start, and that's why they can't put them out early.
Ooh, taking shots at the Forest Service. Yeah, so apparently the Forest Service closing down roads is how they're not maintaining fire access roads. That's how I'm interpreting that. The whole roadless wilderness craze, which is complete nonsense. I mean, why would you want to save a forest by not having a road in it, which doesn't actually hurt the forest? And then once there's a fire that starts, you can't go in there with apparatus to fight it. When it's small and little bitty, you have to have rapid response. So he was just criticizing them for not maintaining the fire roads and shutting them down, and then screaming, "Hey, we need to get up there. Where's our roads?" So that's part of the broader conflict between the locals and the feds. This is Plumas National Forest. National. They have very different ideas and strategies, and they're at each other's throats. And that's a lot of the behind-the-scenes politics that I look at. I can only see the tip of the iceberg above the surface, what people are telling me. I'm not in it. I don't have any special connections. Just some of the people will give me a little bit of a clue about how they are almost hating each other. There's been a lot of local animosity towards feds, and not just Forest Service, but BLM and others. There's a bunch of conflicting agencies. And this is part of the problem. We have to identify it in order to get past the problem. Rather than doing blame, just blame the problem. And that is these agencies don't even have the same goals as each other, let alone want to work with each other sometimes. And they have very different ideas about what should happen. And with the feds, a lot of the times, as I was explaining, a fire chief was explaining this to me, the feds get their instructions from Washington, and the East Coast has no idea what the heck goes out over here. That's a completely different climate, a completely different part of the continent, and they're making a lot of decisions based on weird political pressure from random interest groups, right? So what the needs are out here should be dictating the rules out here, but Washington and senators and stuff are driving some of those things. And a lot of times city people back east or in San Francisco or where else just have no idea what it takes to react to these fires and do something quickly. And they hear something like, oh, roadless wilderness, that's going to keep an area from being developed, and therefore that's the best thing for the environment. No, it just means that eventually, whenever a fire starts, you can't get to it, and the entire old-growth forest will be erased, just like in the Beachy Creek fire and the loss of the Opal Creek wilderness, which I toured in March, and by September was erased off the map. One of Oregon's last old-growth sections of forest was erased off the map because they didn't allow Forest Service roads, fire access roads in there, because we want it to be roadless. In fact, when it first started with lightning, they scolded the fire crews for wanting to get in there and put out the lightning strike fire. They said, fire is a natural part of the environment. You should just let them burn sometimes. And it's like, no, not in 2020, bro. No, that was a different kind of a beast year, you know. So time and time again, we see that that's just one heck of a bad idea. It's laws that protect a place from being developed. Laws, not the fact that there's a road or not. And so as soon as we get past that wrong-headed thinking, you know, roads can benefit animals. There's actually a lot of research that shows that they use less calories to get from place to place. And you can put gates on things, you can keep people out and only have the keys for fire service. There's a middle ground here. And if you don't want roads, maybe we could put in helicopter pads in many different peaks so that they could helicopter in crews safely and get them out by helicopter safely. There's a middle ground here to be found, but for the most part, it is not working. So he just took shots at the feds, and that was a little subtle, but that's exactly the situation I'm explaining. So here's his next video.
Back again, technical difficulties. I'm not sure how long that thing was cutting out, so we'll just go back. To where we were talking about. So we were talking about historical dozer line out here.
And by the way, it's not like environmentalists are bad or loggers are bad. It's just there are bad ideas on both sides and good ideas on both sides. We have to cherry pick the good from each side. You know, that's the idea here. Come together for problems. We can't blame other people and say this side was right or that one wasn't. Sorry, I'm sitting here in the middle and seeing that there's wrong-headed thinking on both, you know. So, like, clear-cut bad, forest thinning generally good, you know. Sanity's in the center, right? No extreme views. Don't totally develop the forest, but don't have a lack of fire access road either. You know, sanity's in the center. Compromise, that generally works. We just come together for the solutions. Identify the problems, blame the problems, fix them, not each other. Because people don't have a solution. You can't solve people, but you can solve the problem. So that's the idea. That's the idea. We are all learning from our mistakes. You know, maturity is recognizing which ones didn't work and changing our opinions and then modifying and adapting quickly to this escalating crisis situation, and just stop the blame game and all the pointing finger crap and just listen to experts and what they say and then believe them. So here's the rest of his video.
And from the Walker fire and the fact that it was rehabbed by the Forest Service, rehabbing dozer line means that they take pre-existing dozer line like this one from the Walker fire, and they destroy it by dragging brush and the fuel back into the dozer line to essentially make it null and void. And that's what was able that's how this fire was able to slop over right here, is because this perfectly good dozer line that was able to contain the Walker fire 2 years ago was quote unquote fixed or rehabbed so that it was no longer a dozer line, and the fire was very easily able, which is very unfortunate, because had this dozer line remained intact, the fire would have been contained there, and it's losing heat in this Walker fire scar over here. So this is now very
one of the common sense things is why do they abandon dozer lines after making them? Why don't we just maintain them? Because time and time again, here's the positive. The ones that are maintained, or just from last year's fire or the year before, they oftentimes stop fires even unmanned. They just sort of speed bump them. Like we saw that with the, as bad as the savage raging inferno of last year's North Complex fire was, the fire lines from the Paradise Fire, November 2018, were still intact, and they just manned those lines and they beat it back, and they protected the area of Paradise and Concal from that inferno. So, like, very, very cheaply, we could just sort of maintain existing lines, you know. So there are really good solutions here. There we could save money and save the environment. So he was just explaining how they didn't hold, and they're a little bit on the old side. So this is a positive.
Contained there, and it's losing heat in this Walker fire scar over here. So this is now very much a threat. It's burning in virgin, unburned, unmaintained fuels. So we'll just have to keep our eye on that and see what happens with that piece there. I want to get to my list of thank yous and acknowledgments and some local information here for y'all as well.
Okay, before he goes in local information, remember, we only report on things which we can verify. Like in the channel, we don't go doing the conspiracy stuff. So no more conspiracy stuff. These are timeouts. They're going to be bans if you mention them again. Things like the government can control the weather and stuff like that. Read the chat rules. You know, just what we can verify. It helps reduce stress here.
Just making a note. Something I need to remember. Okay, so I'd really like to thank, first off, Cody Pierce and his army of water tenders that have been shuttling water around and keeping town wetted down at night. Several days ago, Cody told me they'd gone through 800 gallons of fuel running his trucks. You guys are working that GoFundMe for him. That's really appreciated. Such is the situation that other than your donations to that for Cody, this is essentially he's funding this work out of his own pocket. But I would also like to acknowledge...
What is Cody doing? Maybe we should feature that GoFundMe. Is that like a private or volunteer fighting force?
Some local information here for y'all as well. Just making a note. Something I need to remember. Okay, so I'd really like to...
Yeah, you got to go to bed, Bulldog 7. Yeah, I mean, the smoke is going to move around, but mostly the wind is supposed to situate away from Tahoe towards the northwest a little bit. But stay safe and have a good night. Yeah.
First off, Cody Pierce and his army of water tenders that have been shuttling water around and keeping town wetted down at night. Several days ago, Cody told me they'd gone through 800 gallons of fuel running his trucks. You guys are working that GoFundMe for him. That's really appreciated. Such is the situation that other than your donations to that for Cody, this is essentially he's funding this work out of his own pocket. But I would also like to acknowledge Dylan Tenney, who's been driving one of Cody's water trucks. He's out here every day filling pumpkins, watering downtown, sometimes dragging hose off his fire truck and spraying down the parts of town that they can't reach. Dylan's the same thing. He's a volunteer. He's just doing this out of the goodness of his heart and out of his love for Taylorsville and the community. So want to thank him. Also, Chance Beeson has been here from the beginning. Chance is not even from here. I'm drawing a blank. But he just wanted to come help. And he's been out here on those water trucks helping drag hose and helping do everything that they need to do, keeping an eye on things. He's just here out of the goodness of his heart because he wants to help. It's really incredible. Travis Bloxham has been helping out a lot. He comes and goes, but when he's here, he's on the trucks. And we just really appreciate these guys. I want you to hear about some of the good things that are going on, right? So I'd like to, never thought I'd do this, but I would like for a second just to I want to thank Facebook. I want to thank Facebook first and foremost, because if it wasn't for Facebook, I would not have this platform to reach you all. And so for better or for worse, thank you, Facebook, for giving me this tool and giving you guys this opportunity to stay informed. I would also like to thank Facebook for censoring me because, it's just a great example of how Facebook is at times a puppet for the cabal and does their work and tries to keep good information from getting out. So we appreciate them being honest and giving us the example of how I got to remember for coming up here and taking good care of it. To fight wildland fire, it's not what they were hired to do. It's not what everyone aware that these engines, they're not qualified to fight wildland fire. It's not what they were hired to do. It's not what they were brought here for. They don't have engines that are equipped to be mobbing around in the woods. They are here for structure protection. So they are doing and structure protection. The nature of that beast is waiting for the fire to come to the structures. And so we're appreciative of them. It might be frustrating for some of you all to know that fire is actively burning out there in the woods and to see firefighters taking breaks or not actively out there fighting the fire. These are how the tools are set up. We get a lot of help here, but the help has qualifications and purposes. And they are very good at what they're here to do, but they're not here to do everything also, right? So just keep that in mind when you're seeing around in. So here's Genesee following the road. Here's Kingdon's coming around. This is Hart K out in here, right? So right in here we had fire coming across the valley, coming through a field, through the grass. A hotshot crew stopped. Taylor and I and the water tender stopped, and they started putting hand line in. We followed in with hose and got the first 200 feet of fire out. Hand crews were continuing up. It was all going really good. It was sand. They were able to really stomp on it and get it contained. They had 2 bulldozers showed up and started pushing in line up ahead of them. It was all looking really good that we were going to be able to stop this thing here. And we had a property owner come out and tell us the bulldozers weren't welcome on his property and made him leave. So we had to abandon that whole line and go try to reestablish it somewhere else. Very frustrating for firefighters, for the neighbors, right? Whose houses will then be at risk because the fire wasn't able to be stopped opportunely. Similarly, the next day, we had a resident out there that was very upset that there wasn't dozer line around their property. And so these are the sort of challenges on top of being short on resources and dealing with a very difficult fire, dealing with the improperly managed forest and all the conditions that are creating intense fire behavior. We have this human element too, right? So I just want to make people aware of the challenges that these firefighters are facing. And imagine how frustrating that is. You finally get to fight some fire. You finally have a spot where you can go attack it. You're not allowed to because a property owner doesn't want you to. And then the next day, a property owner is screaming and hollering because they're not satisfied with the protection they're getting. Pretty frustrating. We carry on to, I just want to acknowledge and thank Don Silva and Tashiana Towers. They have been dealing with all they're taking care of Greenville. They are here, boots on the ground. They've been working on the water systems, getting it back up and running, doing check.
Oh, and that's when he got cut off the second time. So he has 3 videos. Here we go.
This would probably be working a little
By
better
the way,
if I
I'm
didn't
still
use
listening
words like
to Caldor Fire from my phone, and it's mostly police activity. Like, there is not a peep coming out of the Caldor Fire, so fingers crossed. I mean, no news is good news. That's why we're watching Daniel to get his opinion on what might happen with the Dixie.
Ball, but I'm kind of over censoring myself right now. So I would also like to acknowledge, so below the videos that I'm just posting this afternoon, I put the link out there to the thermal imaging map that I use. As long as that hasn't been censored as false information also, that should be below these videos. And I just want to point out, if you look at the fire around Westwood there, it seems it was impending, but there's a lot of heat coming out of it. And those of you that are familiar with the Westwood area know the amount of thinning and forest maintenance that has been done around that town. I haven't been up there to see it, but I'd be willing to bet that the reason the heat is coming out of that and that it hasn't made a push right into Westwood proper, certainly should have. There was very hot fire both to the south and the north of Westwood, but it didn't happen, and I'm guessing that probably has a lot to do with the fuel reduction that they've done around there. So good on them for being prepared. Their town and citizens are reaping the benefits of that good, intelligent, effective work that they did. I got to that. I'd also like to, yesterday we had some good citizens. Mike Catacamo, some of you Quincy people might know him as Mr. C. Sean Johnson, Daryl McAllister, they've been out here manning some hoses and spreading water around town. We noticed some of the structures in Greenville that made it were structures that should not have made it, but people were running sprinklers, and the area around the house was wet. So we're learning from that lesson. It's a pretty obvious lesson, right? But we're keeping things wet around here in Taylorsville too, just in case the winds switch on us. The Myers, Andy Myers, and Chris Myers.
Remember, that's extremely high risk stuff, and you can't just leave sprinklers on and leave the area, because when they pull up to your house to defend it, they have to have a water source where they go away. So you could be evacuated for 2 weeks and run your well completely dry doing that. And so the problem with the whole sprinkler idea is, in order for that to be effective, you'd have to have it mounted on the roof and such, right? And you'd have to have some sort of maybe a remote control or an automatic triggering. Whoops, I kind of had unflattering. There we go. You'd have to have a way for it to auto-detect like heat to turn on at appropriate moments. Otherwise, you just run your well dry. Or if you're on city water, you would make it so they have no water pressure to defend your house. So that was an extremely high-risk thing. Even being in Greenville at the time, that was an inferno where they even lost fire engines. They melted down. They couldn't even defend their own fire trucks in Greenville. So please, nobody get any wild ideas of, oh yeah, sprinklers will help my home. And when he's talking about that, that could be one of the really remote properties away from the downtown. There was nothing that was going to save the downtown when all the embers rained down from above, starting thousands of fires at once on rooftops and yards and in other places. That was like a blizzard, with every snowflake being a hot ember that started a fire. You can't survive in that. And everybody ran for their lives. When he's talking about Greenville, Greenville is a huge area of Indian Valley. If you click on the structures button, see how dense it is down there, and technically Greenville addresses are like up in here, but the wall of flames that roared through here and up, and the embers raining down from above, there wasn't saving stuff in here that is going to be possible with any sprinklers. not at all. I think what he should have pointed out was sometimes it's like periphery things, you know. This whole thing is Greenville. He's not specifying exactly what he's meaning. But what I do believe, and I am gravitating to his message, is in the future we'll have automatic sprinklers that come on in the moment of need, because there's no sense in soaking your house every day for 2 months during this fire season. Remember, July 13th was when the Dixie Fire began. You know, it's not feasible or a good idea to leave sprinklers on, especially if they're just your yard. I mean, that doesn't work. I went through Paradise and saw plenty of perfectly green lawns and houses burned to the foundations right next to them. You know, my brother just did his normal watering before the fire came at like 6 in the morning, and his rose bushes survived, but his boat didn't, his house didn't. His rose bush was at the end of the driveway, and that was the only thing that survived. So I just want to caution people about the sprinkler thing.
Yeah, around the house was wet, so we're learning from that lesson. It's a pretty obvious lesson, right? But we're keeping things wet around here in Taylorsville too, just in case the winds switch on us. The Myers, Andy Myers and Chris Myers, they have set up, they purchased and used their own equipment to set up a water pump station here right off of Thompson Street here in Taylorsville. This water pump runs off a tractor, which they're letting us use off the PTO. You can drive a water truck under there, and our 4,000-gallon water truck can get filled in less than 2 minutes with these things. So that's a huge asset. Wetter is better, as Cody Pierce would say.
Sorry, I was just listening to the Caldor fire out of my left ear, and that's just more police. What did he say about this asset?
Keeping things wet around here in Taylorsville too, just in case the winds switch on us. The Myers, Andy Myers and Chris Myers, they have set up, they purchased and used their own equipment to set up a water pump station here off of right off of Thompson Street here in Taylorsville. This water pump runs off a tractor, which they're letting us use off the PTO. You can drive a water truck under there, and our 4,000-gallon water truck can get filled in less than 2 minutes.
Sick. Now that's what we had over by my dad's rural property. There was some old train boiler or train tank, water tank for a train. And for some reason, some old timer put it up in the middle of nowhere. We were scratching our heads at that thing at the end of the street going, what is that exactly? And the fire, we had a banquet for a barbecue for the local fire department, the volunteers. And the idea was to pick their brains and say, how can we groom our property to be good and fire safe? And they said, you should have water tanks around the place for us. And so we bought some of those and put them near the shop and near the house. And they said, fix that train boiler or whatever that is at the end of the road. And we kind of went, what? What? And they said, no, really. The more water we have up here, the better. And also dig 2 ponds. One for your own safety, close to the house so you can retreat to it. And that's where we first learned the lesson, don't try to drive away from our property. Our shelter in place would have always been our best option because we were at the end of a top of the hill, dead-end road, right? And so he goes, one down the hill, so if a fire starts at the base of your hill, we can go down there and look at it. So we had a well down there as well. But it turns out that fixing the stupid old rusty water tank thing was a huge asset. And they said, now we feel very confident that we could very quickly fill. We went, oh. So part of the 35-point plan for preventing wildfires and mega fires in the future will be strategically putting these places around the landscape. And so the water tenders don't have to drive the whole way. They can do a bucket chain kind of a deal. So I'm glad that he's exemplifying, showing some of the stuff at work.
With these things. So that's a huge asset. Wetter is better, as Cody Pierce would say. And these guys, that's a really huge, helpful tool for keeping things wet and keeping these. A big challenge with the water tenders is the turnaround times. Takes sometimes 10 minutes to a half an hour, depending on the truck, to fill it up. So being able to do that in less than 2 minutes is pretty huge. So just really like to thank the Myers family for their help and their donation and getting that set up. And Young's Market is open. Kelly's got food and making burgers, sandwiches, and she's got,
Those are local heroes. I wanted to read a couple comments. Jeannie Webb says they drained the wells in Crescent Mills, running them too much. Yeah, exactly. It's a bad idea that a couple weeks, you keep weighing your house down, and we see people doing that at Taylorsville with these garden hose things, the people who remained behind once it went red for evacuation zone. And then all of a sudden, when you need the water, where the heck is it? It's going to be a future defense thing that should be automatically activated. And as Dusty was saying, your house surviving is more about it being sealed externally against embers and flame impact, not how green the lawn is. Absolutely. You might want to build a retaining wall around your property so that rolling logs and branches and flaming debris doesn't roll up against the structure. Put iron shutters on the windows. And then later, things like rock wool blankets or mineral wool, I guess, those sorts of things will become available. And then perhaps a little bit of weighing down kind of an automatically triggered system with some sort of a sensor. But in reality, I mean, the little bit of retaining walls could be so good for this. There's so many little things you can do that'll help. I don't know if he's going to just talk about the local heroes. He goes back to his map. All right, let's look the rest of this.
That's there. Oh, just so I understand, just from my understanding now, show you on here about the roadblock situation. Understand, double check, as always. I understand that Diamond Mountain Road is now open. The way you get in there now is you come through the T, through Crescent Mills, and you can take Stampley Lane down and get into Diamond Mountain Road that way. Taylorsville is still under mandatory evacuation, so there's a roadblock right in between my house and the Ruffners, and there's a roadblock over here on Deadfall, at the end of Deadfall Lane, somewhere, I believe. So I'm not sure where the roadblock is out here, probably around Peters somewhere, if you come from coming back in that way. But that is what I know about roadblocks and evacuations. Moment of silence for our natural relations. We'll do an extra long one because technically this is the third video that I've done this morning. Great Spirit, Source, Future.
Okay, sorry, I don't mean
get through this. Thin out your property. You want to thin out the national forest because they won't do it? Well, I bet we can probably put together enough of us that'll make that happen. Hopefully we can go to the leadership of our forest and demand that they stop rehabbing Dozer Line and tearing out roads and denying logging permits except for the companies that are going to clear cut. And
yeah, bing, 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 bing.
And hopefully we can get our, if it wasn't for such opposition against sane, logical, practical solutions for our forest would be in great shape. So we need to find these points of opposition and encourage them to move out of the way.
Yep, he makes a good point. For some reason, forest thinning is vetoed all the time because that would be beneficial, but that's not what is maximum profit, right? So for some reason, clear cutting still gets the go-ahead, which scars the landscape. I mean, occasionally you can make an artificial meadow that way and benefit the environment, but in general, no, it just scars the landscape. They replant monoculture. So all the trees are genetically the same and suffer the same illnesses and then all die at once. And you get this repeating problem of them all burning at once. And they typically replant the fire-promoting trees, the pines, and not the endangered species like the Pacific yew and the others. How does that get approved, but sane forest thinning doesn't? There's a lot of things here that are interesting. And big money, big money. But the cool thing is that we can change laws. We can change laws. Why would you let the forest grow too thick and dangerously thick and unhealthy, where all the trees compete for light, and all of them are unhealthy because none of them get enough light, growing next to each other. Why would you have that next to a clear-cut, scarred up, devastation? It doesn't make sense. Sanity's in the center, and he brings up a good point. So that's Daniel Kern's update. He is the man, and I should have listened to him sooner. I didn't know who he was, and I will always regret not warning people on my channel that Greenville wasn't safe. He was the one who said, here, Round Valley Reservoir, these lines are not in good shape. This is where it all fell apart for Greenville. He says they're not holding. My friends who are there telling me they're not in good shape. And then they said, everybody come back to Greenville and this whole area. They had thousands of people coming back to the area. Now people are saying, but Greenville's population is 800. Well, they opened up the entire area around the lake too. And they're allowing people to go all the way around back here and back here. And so there's many thousands of people coming back. And the people still evacuated from other places said, well, at least I can go as close as Greenville. And so they had a whole swarm of people flooding, unpacking their suitcases when they said, run for your life. So much so, with a critical, I don't know how people didn't die. They had to run away from their own fire engines, which were on fire. And I don't want to show devastation photos, but the melted fire trucks on the streets of Greenville tell you something about how the decision-making process has been utterly just, I don't know where things have gone wrong, but you have to think for yourself. Listen to people like Daniel and Zeke Lunder, who call the shots like prophets before things happen, because they just know. And I really wish I saw that. Somebody told me about his stream the whole night before, and I looked at it. I said, I don't want to scare people. The officials wouldn't be repopulating this place unless it was safe. And God, he was right. And so I've changed my whole philosophy at that point. Listen to the volunteer firefighters and the experts on the ground. There's something wrong with the decision-making process where they're telling people to get out way too late and putting people in danger, frankly, with the official advice. And so the best thing we can do is learn about fire behavior and danger for ourselves. Listen to your gut. Everybody in Paradise in my channel will tell you, don't wait till you're told to get out. If you get a bad feeling, if there's a fire coming towards you, if you're downwind of the fire as it slowly expands that way every single day, just make all your preps. Don't be scared, be prepared. But don't wait until the authorities get around to telling you. They may not be able to. We've seen a complete failure of reverse 911 systems. Time and time again. They may want to reach you and tell you, but maybe they can't. So I'm going to look here, and I'm seeing a much quieter night than we could be having. Maybe it's our midnight miracle happening, or maybe it's flaring up here. I don't know. This is Rocky Point 1 down at Lake Isabella. I just don't see it moving, which is fingers crossed. Can they hold this presumed line that they have down here and save Wilford Heights? I hope so. Tracy and Doug P. Outingdale camera on the south side of Caldor. Shows a flare. Possible fire tornado you mentioned on Grizzly Flat Road. Do a 1-hour time lapse. No, I meant the night that Grizzly Flats was erased. The town being erased. That was a firestorm. Like the pyrocumulus, the pyrocumulus cloud, like the day it erupted, the red flag conditions. So exactly, Master MP3, be in harmony with nature, don't try to control it. Exactly. We get good results when we treat nature right, and we're good caretakers of the land. It's in the center. We're not supposed to destroy the land, and we're not supposed to abandon it either to nature. We're supposed to guide it. Most cultures have that as the role of human beings, is being the shepherds. We're the only species who can think consciously about how to help nature along and improve things. We can turn a weed-filled environment into a lush garden. We can be beneficial. When we choose that, we get good results. And when we ignore our duties, we get bad results. And when we abuse nature, we get incredibly bad results. It's just sanity's in the center. we can repair a lot of the damage if it's not too late. I'm not sure that I'm seeing a big flare. I'm supposed to be seeing. Is this Outingdale that we're supposed to be looking at? Looking back here. Russian YouTube is where to get info on the fires over there. Yeah, it's like Russia Today probably. But a warning, there is no such thing as Russian independent media anymore. So, Outingdale camera on the south side of the Caldor shows a flare. A 1 hour time lapse of this. Oh yeah, we've seen flares. And that's what I was trying to prepare people for. That's the nature of the nighttime wind gust, dead calm. Wind gust, dead calm. You'll see flares and they'll go back down. You'll see flares, they'll go back down. Don't have heart attacks when you watch the night cams. That's the way it goes at night. When you see gust potential like we have, 17 miles an hour, and then dead calms. That's what we've been seeing time and time and time again. Not only this year but the last year. So yeah, we are the stewards, and when we neglect our duties, we get to. Yeah, the Siberian fires are larger than all the other world's fires combined. It's just raging out of control. I've heard they've given up, and there's nothing else to be done about it. Mega fires cannot be controlled by humans. You have to get out of the way, and as soon as weather gets better, come in from the sides, flanks, and the heels, and then eventually try to ring it. Eventually try to ring it if you can. But human beings are not all powerful, and that's where a lot of the conspiracy stuff comes from. Is there's a lot of people that cannot handle the idea that nobody is in control. That takes a lot of emotional fortitude, a sort of strength, an inner strength. And a lot of vulnerable people, especially if they have a lot of stress in their lives already, or touch of mental illness or insecurity in their general lives, there comes a point in time where it's too much and they reject. They reject reality of the situation for the fantasy that somebody's in control. It's either God or it is, for the religious, or it is humans for the non-religious. And that's where we get the horrible, mentally ill, evil kind of people that come around that say this is God's punishment. Because they believe, oh, well, God's good, and if God's in control and causes this to happen, then obviously somebody sinned, and that's why this happens. And so time and time again, it's medieval thinking. Oh, this town just was destroyed by an earthquake, they must have been sinners. Oh, this town destroyed by fire, they must have been sinners. This is God's wrath, and I just want to say, shut up. Don't taunt victims, you jerk. And I don't allow them to show their faces around here. But you can't reason with them, because no matter how much you do, they're not motivated by facts. It's an emotional need they have from an inner weakness, where they can't handle the fact that sometimes chaos is what happens. We're not all powerful beings. There is no gigantic worldwide government that knows how to control the weather. It lives underground and causes these fires with space lasers. I'm sorry, it's just not there. There are no lizard people. But they think, okay, since somebody's in control and bad things happen, it must be evil people in control. Same kind of medieval, that's the way they thought in the year 600 AD. But facts don't reach them. The only way you could reach them is make their life better, make them feel more secure, and then they'd wean themselves away from those thoughts. They're also the ones that believe that there's hidden cures for cancer out there being suppressed and all that stuff, because they can't handle the thought that cancer is so prevalent they'll probably be afflicted by it one day. I mean, a great many of us are. But, you try to rationalize with them and say, well, if they have the cure for cancer and they are elite, extremely wealthy white men, they're supposed to run the world, why do extremely wealthy white men, why is their number one cause of death cancer? It's just, you can't reason with them. So that's why that kind of crap isn't allowed here. Taunting the victims is not allowed. And it's just, those arguments and stuff, they go nowhere. We don't do the topics that go nowhere. So I'm still warily looking down here at Rocky Point. There's not a peep coming out. I'm going to turn it back on for you guys. The Caldor fire, it's mostly just a bunch of police chatter right now. Does anybody have a specific question for me? Let's see here. Yeah, the no politics rule is pretty important. You can only take shots at the governor because he's screwed the people of Paradise over out of their what they should have gotten as settlements from their loss from the power company fires, and he signed a law limiting their liability and allowed them to rate hike the victims in order to pay the victims. It's just absolutely evil. So go ahead and take shots at him, but we don't blame individual political figures or parties because we don't want division. We have to come together, left and right, or we don't have a solution to this situation. Anybody yelling at me saying fire coverage, question mark? This is Kathryn's world. Not only is there fire coverage, but I'm talking about a variety of topics that are related. I've put aside everything to do fire coverage to help educate people. But this is like Oprah. I'm not a damn reporter. And if you want me to just like stick to facts and only tell you about what you need to know about the fire coverage, that's not my job. I'm not here doing this as a job. I'm volunteering to give people the information, and one little I don't allow myself to be ordered around on my own show, and I don't owe you a damn thing, frankly. If you request fire information, you do that politely, and I will oblige you. But if you start whining, you can leave. You know, that's just the brass tacks here. I'm not here to report on the fires. I'm here to help develop a plan to prevent them. I don't want to see
Tiger Zip or Division Foxtrot Trinity.
I don't want to see more of this crap happening. I'm not here to look at it. I'm here to brainstorm to find solutions. That's what the channel's about. Let's listen to, maybe they'll have more aircraft out here. But you don't go on Oprah and tell her how to run her show. If there's an alternative to me, woo, I'll breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe I can have a break, but for the most part, I don't think there is. So if you want something from me, you're going to address me with respect. Come on, guys. I want to have more aircraft here. Constructive feedback has to be in the tone of voice that I will be willing to listen to, and I will be willing to listen to it. I'm going back up here to the chat. Not only have I been volunteering my time, it's every single day, and I don't even know how long I've been doing this. I think several weeks have gone by. Have I been doing this for 3 weeks? I've stopped my life, and to do this, YouTube does not allow the monetization, so there will be no ads on the video, even if I wanted them to be, which I don't. Last year I did this for 31 days straight during the crisis, leading people through it when there was just nobody else. Like, the crisis of the century was going on. All 3 western states towns were being erased and swallowed by fires, and the media went back to showing Leave It to Beaver.
Division Tango, Helco, air ground command.
I accept donations because I lost 31 days of my income, which is 1/12 of my income last year. Refusing donations, and so I'm totally grateful for people helping me out now, but I am not, this isn't my job. I've stopped my life to do this every single day, so being addressed with respect is what I deserve. I'm not here to take anybody's crap. Back up and start your life now? What? Good night, go back up and start your life now? Okay. Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think a lot of people would like these fires to be over so we could start our lives.
Division Tango, Helco on air ground command.
so we could start our lives now, but here we are. Let's see, this is the least that I can do, you know, for the people affected way worse than me. That's a passenger jet. I wonder what they see out the window right now with the Caldor fire. Is this still live? Okay, we still have... I'm glad to see that's reduced in footprint. It was blazing up good earlier. But the nature of these, once again, if you are going to cover, look at these all night. If you're going to look at these for yourselves, remember, it'll die back down, it'll roar back up. And don't be too alarmed by that situation. We still got eyes in the sky. You're still looking at stuff. There's still ground crews going to work through the night. They'll do what they can for the Caldor. So let's look back here at our our ghost. Okay, looking okay at the Dixie. We still got the hot spot.
Scales westbound 50. California Commercial 81011 Charles 3, the red Dodge pickup.
Okay, so they just that's the police, and they are constantly patrolling, and every single parked car that they find in the Caldor is run the plates. They run background checks, and they've been actually pouncing on looters and catching them, from what I can tell, which is awesome. Really awesome. Okay, going back up here. Mark Scheinfeld says, I don't know why, but fire engines lined up at every casino in Reno. GSR, Nugget, Atlantis, and downtown. Really?
Tiger Dip looking at Division Tango.
Okay, this is him talking. This helicopter.
You know, now that guy at the scales is occupied by one. He's got nowhere else to go, he said.
Oh.
Did you guys get confirmation that somebody was en route?
Somebody stuck?
Okay, check with Elevation and see if they're okay with us using Tiger with aerial supervision and all three aircraft if we get targets. The dip site monitor on order.
Hitting the buffet instead of the fire chow? Wow. Well, they could be converging in Reno and just I don't know why they'd be at different casinos, but usually they meet up in the same parking lot, right? Yeah, maybe they're finally on break and hitting the craps tables before they leave. Those crews rotate in and out. I mean, on the Dixie and others, they have pulled in crews from Marin County, like Orange County, like Seattle, San Francisco. Portland has responded to the Dixie Fire. Carson City. I mean, we're starting to pull in crews from a lot of other states. When they finally are released, I wouldn't blame them to go shoot a little bit of the craps and let off some steam before they went back home. And they're probably stuck in Reno trying to figure out if 50 is going to be open in the morning to get back to...
Division Tango, Elko Air Ground Command.
I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I'm just trying to make light of the situation. So, yeah, they have restaurants, hotels, pools. Maybe that's their first bath in a week, you know? Yeah. If anybody deserves to have a good time after their work is over, it's firefighters, that's for sure. Robin Banks, thank you for the real fire news. You're very welcome. I try to present it as much as I can. But I'm not alone. I've got a whole team of...
Elko Air Ground Command.
Got a whole team behind me here, volunteer mods and firefighters in chat and experts. I really can't do this alone. I'm not taking credit for it. We're going back up. I'm trying to go up. True Herbsman, I've been following you for a while now. You give us a good, honest report and carrying wisdom. Bless you. Bless you guys. And thank you for being here. And thanks for the pat on the head. Yeah, Romlingsdorf, too often have I observed a line could have been put in early in the fire, and then the wind shifted and the area got burned up. Absolutely. It's rapid response, and that's where I wanted to tell people we're going to have a great future. In the future, we will have extremely rapid response, probably from push-button drone launches. So when we have these FLIR cameras, in the future, we're going to have detected lightning strike. And what I would propose is to reopen all of the fire lookouts that have ever existed, because they're generally within visual range of each other across the mountaintops. Because they used to do it with binoculars, remember? And so when the human visual range ended, they put another fire lookout on another mountaintop. Well, that's pretty perfect with about how far drones can currently fly. And when they're weaned away from battery power more towards, say, an alternative like hydrogen fuel cells or something that's more efficient and lightweight, they'll have even further to fly. Or if they get a fixed wing drone with helicopter, kind of like the Osprey airplane, if you ever seen those. Excuse me. Some of them are starting to come out like that. They'll have this kind of vision. They'll have the FLIR vision. Lightning strike detected. The nearest weather tower would get an alarm, and he or she would launch, push the button. The drones go look at every place where lightning was just struck. Right? Daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter. Bad weather. No human pilot at risk, so the drone can go over there and examine it. And it can look up and down the tree trunk, go up and down, testing it for heat. And it'll say yes or no, the lightning started a fire. If we know sooner, we can respond sooner, know exactly where it is. And deeper into the future, behind the scout drone might be a fleet of, say, 60 smaller zones with some fire suppression, either chemicals, water, you name it. Maybe even it'll drop off a robot dog that can...
okay, copy that. We're just trying to get a hold of somebody out here on the ground, and once we have targets in Tango, we'll start everybody up.
That can look at the situation. I think in the future, the robot dogs that are shown... for the military, what if our hotshots had those carrying their gear? That's going to be the future here. We'll have rapid response. And I think instead of having too many roads, in some places roads are not feasible, we could clear on the tops of mountains some landing pads to get crews closer and closer to the situation. And sky's the limit with firefighting drones. If you haven't seen robot dogs, you gotta Google that. They're the cutest things, also terrifying in a way. Imagine if they were weaponized. But they can tumble down a hill and walk, and you see them on treadmills. They're kind of scary, but kind of cute at the same time. Now let's look back at what's going on with Kern County. I'm really hoping that Woodford Heights will be okay. I'm so happy to see this pretty mild action, at least from what we could see across the lake. And Midnight Miracle, guys. Water on the lens. What have we got for cams? Knowing about fires early is the key. Knowing and a quick response.
Helco, Branch 30.
Yeah, Branch 30, we're just having had Division Tango as an alternate for night operations. We're smoked out over at Alpha Whiskey Delta. So we're looking for targets out here, or to support you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, I copy. All those divisions are on staff tonight. Any targets of opportunity or anything over the line, obviously.
Okay, understand. Uniform Tango Romeo unstaffed.
That's affirmative.
Hey, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
I have to unhide the troll in order to report the harassment. But with a name like that, it's probably a temp account anyway. Why isn't that button even working? You know what they said about Tango? Tango is where the spot fire spotted over 50. That may be where he's circling, if I zoom out. Is that 50? No, that's not 50. But since they got smoked out of the southern area by Omo Ranch and such, looking for new targets on Tango means the nighttime helidrop, isn't it? The two Chinooks, maybe they're standing by. So if this Sikorsky goes up towards 50, then we know that that might be what they're going to do. That would be exciting, because they haven't been able to reach with ground crews. Bob S., I love your information. Can you tell us a background in fire? Oh, sorry, I missed that, Bob S. So, I hate fire.
Jackson elevation, Elko, Arizona.
Just a moment.
Okay, we'll start all three QRS helitakers for Tiger Dip Division, Uniform Whiskey Break. Contact will be Helco.
Struggling with chat here. Yeah, it won't let me report for harassment. So when somebody does straight up harassment, like says, "Shut up, lady, and make me a sandwich," don't hide the user. Report bullying and harassment, because they're doing it to other people. I don't give a damn. I'd definitely make that guy a sandwich. It just wouldn't be completely sanitary, you know. But anyway, the actual flag report button, if you guys can help me weed out the trolls, that's a really good one to do. So Bob S., so I hate fire. I never wanted to look at it, let alone do a show like this. The Backdraft movie that I watched as a kid sort of traumatized me for good, and I always give my dad a crap about that for letting me watch that. He thought the Terminator was a little bit too intense for me, but Backdraft was a good choice. But no, I don't think they understood it was going to be quite that intense. So, but we went and moved down to the city and lived rurally for a bit, and yeah, Dad was real smart, and I look up to him that way. Invited the rural fire department out there to. We held a big barbecue for them, and that's what you guys should do. Always hold a big banquet. Yep, exactly. Exactly, real fan. You said it for me. That's the thing. I would have just smiled sweetly and been like, "You're right. Gosh, in the kitchen's where I should be." But that's a trophy comment right there. That's one of my trophies. That was the beginning of fire education. Back then, as a kid, I thought wildfires and massive fires was something that happened in the 30s. You know, Grandma talked about them erasing towns, and that's before we had aircraft and modern satellite stuff and, you know, fire hydrants. And, oh man, that's some 1800s stuff back when they used to be bad, right? But, you know, Dad, he remembered the past and had no illusions, and we listened carefully to what the volunteer rural fire department had to say, and so we did all their advice. Okay, that was spooky. I don't know if you guys heard that, but there was a crazy popping sound. I don't know if that came from outside. Yeah, I'm in the dark here. There's a weird popping sound, and I don't know if it came from within my dwelling or if it was outside. All right. Okay. Spooked out. Run, cat. He's upstairs. Yeah. I dial emergency services. The call came from within the house. Oh no. Okay. That was weird. I'm sure it's nothing. But you know what? The refrigerator sometimes does that. Some of them do, and some people. It's like a cap gun sound, and people have captured it on their security cams. But new refrigerators have been made in a way so that their insulation expands and pops with different temperature, and it's like a popping out of plastic thing. Ghost, yeah, paranormal confirmed. I have a haunted refrigerator apparently. But anyway, going back to the subject, you know, as a kid, I was completely unaware of a lot of real dangers.
Information, we're transferring over to fire hazard, Mount Ockham and Elmo Ranch, and anonymous RP advising there's an open fire pit at a residence behind 8032 Mount Ockham Road.
Huh. That person is in trouble.
Division Whiskey, Elko, air to ground command.
Like they're not monitoring things from above.
Go for branch 30. Branch 30, we're looking at starting up over here again at the kind of whiskey as the branch break a little bit clockwise along the fire's edge, where it looks like you guys got quite a bit of dozer line and the fire's holding on the rim of the middle fork of the consummate. And maybe we can just anchor it at the top of this heat here at the branch break and start working from west to east.
Nice.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, if we could keep that in check, that would help us out a bunch.
That'll still, won't really be anchored too much. We got an open flank, but we can start working at this heat across the head that's coming up onto the, coming up out of Slug Gulch, and start wetting this whole line down along Division Whiskey.
Copy. Sounds good.
Is the line generally clear down there? Do you have personnel along the road mopping up or anything?
Let me know if I'm there so far.
Yeah,
Good copy on that, thank you.
I'm not even sure that troll was particularly serious. Like, could have been completely facetious, as in on my side from the get-go, but it's hard to tell with the way some people would word stuff. You know, like, you know how you get chided, like your best friend goes, I tell my friend, like, oh man, Larry, I just can't get my stuff together today. I feel like I'm losing my mind. And he goes, madness confirmed. Hand over your sanity card. And that's actually a show of support with a sarcastic, thing. And then you smile, It could have been something like that, but it's so hard to tell. That's why I get amused by some of those comments. That's a trophy. But yeah, it's hard to tell. So that's what you want to hear, though, what they just said, the whole anchoring thing. And so if one of their tactics is anchor and flank, and so an anchor, if they can make it, is a solid point of like that's holding, right? And so if the fire is all around here or something, if they can hold it at a point, this is a random drawing, by the way, not telling you what's happening. You can kind of approach it from the sides. You come around it. You come around it, and you can get it to hold there and corral it to go the way that it's going with the wind or something. And if ever the wind dies down enough, you could encircle. This is like military tactics. That's the anchor and flank. So when they're talking about perhaps establishing an anchor, that's basically watching the backs of the ground crews. If they feel confident that they don't have to watch their back, they can go to work and go direct. and direct is like going for the fire, you know. So anyway, to finish my story about why I do this. So,
we show me 10-8 DC.
Ash raining down. Ash and Pollock pines. So, the fire's not something I ever wanted to think about. Just didn't want to, especially after seeing the Backdraft movie. And the beginning of my education was in childhood, where we groomed our property to be fire safe, and it was the good thinking of Dad that we bought a really vulnerable property. Top of a hill, one way out, very, very, I mean, it would take like an hour sometimes to get all the way back down to a main highway, to a main paved road. You know, even in a pickup or a motorcycle or something, just with gravel, you just can't breakneck speed barrel yourself down a road. And so, are winds supposed to pick up later tonight? No. There's they die down during the night, and there's still some wind gusts, 17 mile an hour on the Caldor and probably around the Dixie as well. But the sustained winds go down to almost a dead calm, but then you'll see a 17 mile an hour gust for like, you know, a couple minutes, and then it'll die down. So that's what you'll see on the cams. Pick up, die down, pick up, die down. And I'll go with it. I'll do a quick summary right after I explain what Bob's question was. And we continue to listen. They're just not talking. The Caldor right now. So, you know, it was the wake-up call. City Girl has her wake-up call by the adults, you know, explaining wildland fire danger. And, you know, you think you could call 911.
For the RP at 8032 Mount Malcolm Road, the residence behind that is either on Jessica Court or Bertone.
That's the person in trouble.
Alright, I'll take her 6-1, 29er 83, your number 1 for Tiger Dip. You're cleared in 4,500 and below. Helco is over the target at 4,500. We do have a different target for you. Contact us when you're out of the dip. I'll take her 6-1, okay.
Hey.
Can you change my location to Wild Rose Drive in Grizzly? Code 4.
Hey. It's alive. It's alive. The Hamilton Mountain camera's back. Nice. We have eyes again over by Westwood. So, as per request, the quickest look ever at the Dixie. I think everything's peachy. For the moment, peachy. Over by Janesville, I mean, as far as the cameras can tell us. I mean, you should probably listen to the radio all night for Dixie if you're, you know, around Janesville or worried for it. But, yeah, pretty much lighter winds. Hang on, I'm going to sneeze. Yeah, okay. Okay, I try to mute that. So, right, back to the eternal story where I'm always interrupted. We're more worried about Woodford Heights. But I'm glad to see the fire's not going down there at the moment. You just keep checking. So, yeah, City Girl wake-up call when I was little about what you need to do to survive fires in the wilderness. And, you know, just back then, you just didn't hear about a lot of wilderness wildfire deaths. It just, you know, was a wetter, different kind of an era. And so I was kind of naive about it, for sure, until we had some wildfires around the area, and that were a bit of a scary thing. Never quite reached us. And so I had the good fortune, a privilege to, you know, personally be able to talk and interact with from childhood some actual fire chiefs and such, and kind of learn basics. And then I began studying disasters when I took an interest in, as a career, I went to study ghost towns and start that as a kind of a branch of a historical science. And I don't mean paranormal crap. I mean history. Why do towns become settled, abandoned, and then settled again, or a repeating cycle? History is my thing. So,
Halco with whiskey on tack.
But fire destroys a lot of those towns. So, I began researching the Tillamook burn fire the last 10 years, and going out.
Copy, we're code 4.
What is code 4?
I copy now.
Anyway, so I already had that education fresh in my mind.
Halco, Division whiskey on underground tack.
You know, Chad, earlier today we had the Dixie Fire meeting, and they explained all of that. This is the current Dixie Fire evacuation map. They have no time frame for Janesville. They've even opened up a little bit more.
Dixie Fire need to respond.
But maybe this is the evacuation map.
Self-confirm that was negative.
Link is in the description of the video.
David 286, affirm native.
10-4, I'll show you Tony.
We have nighttime drops on the Caldor, which is exciting. I don't want to quite go to bed yet.
At 2929 Alder.
David 810, 10-4.
Bob Dead says already I'll be back on a quieter night to see what Kathryn thinks about prospective UAV my aunt is grant writing for. Sweet. Looks to be very releasable to me and effective. Sweet. Yeah, Bob, I'd love to hear about that. And I'm going to finish that story, then go to the quick roundup. I want to see what's going on here at Lilo Ranch before I do the roundup of quick summary. Anyway, long story short, I had just been learning everything I could about the Tillamook Burn 1933 fire, which was the big mega fire of the 30s that repeated every 3 years, called the 3-year jinx, where we learned what mega fires do, how they formed, how to react to them. That was a fire that could not be controlled, and it inspired the scene in Bambi. You know?
Victor Idaho.
Anyway, that's more police chatter crap. And so here I was learning all about that stuff and learning about how towns can be erased by fires, just like the Tillamook Burn. It got rid of like 16 small communities and raged out of control. Nothing stopped it west of Portland except it reached the ocean. It reached the coast, and then it rampaged around until the rains in November stopped it. And a lot of those towns never came back. They're ghost towns today, and you walk out into the woods and there's concrete ruins sticking out of the trees. That is why I speak with authority when I'm explaining to people you have to support a lot of the people with charity. Go to these places when they reopen. Just spend money just somehow at some store. Recreate in these areas, even though they look all screwed up. Otherwise, these towns just won't survive. With COVID not having income from tourism last year, this tourist season will wash too. They will need as much support as possible. And many of these places will never really be the same. So, going back to this, here I am ready to start a career video journalism, not really journalism, but making documentaries. I wanted to be a writer, study ghost towns, create the world's largest database concerning them, start that branch of science, so to speak. Make it a serious thing, because it's very important to know why humans move to places, and why it's not just for interest. It's I think it should be something government study, because like in California, we had most of the mountain towns died in one day with a stroke of a pen. Boom, executive order to stop all gold mining when Pearl Harbor happened. Most of the mountain towns of California died and never returned. They were mostly gold mining based. You would think they'd open the mines back up, but it was too expensive. Long story. They all flooded when the pumps got shut off, and well, that was that. So the towns that you see that are still around here are the surviving ones from that era for the most part. And a lot of them are getting erased, and there has to be an economic reason to have a town, not just, oh, I love living here. I mean, there are towns that have disappeared from the Sierras that we're not even sure exactly where they were. And archaeologists are looking for their remnants. Like, you have no idea how many ghost towns are out there. But going back to the story here, all of a sudden, a phone call, 2017, I call my dad. Hey, Dad, how are you? It was Friday the 13th in October, I believe. Not very good. Bangor and Loma Rica were erased off the map last night, and chunks of Santa Rosa. 3 fires broke out at the same time in the red flag conditions.
We just passed over the flats area east of drop point 3. We're going to check Jenkins and Dip for operations. So that you're still good with us working in there?
Yay.
So we're pretty good just to work any open line that's in there that you're. We got your burnout area, but anything that's up towards Grizzly Flat, northbound on the fire's edge.
Yeah, the helicopter's gonna come back? I hope so. Omo Ranch Road 1 showing helicopters, really?
Yes, and we're clearing the residence, negative code 33.
Okay. Why are they not?
Copy, contact Task Force 5808 is the contact in there.
Are they military? Is that why they have no transponder here that we can see? Oh. Oh.
Okay, we'll see if we can get in there. We have an alternate dip site in good air south of the fire. So long term, we'll see what we do.
Huh. All right. Are those just the looky drones? I mean, when I mean drones, I mean like huge unmanned aerial aircraft. The kind that I saw at the Paradise. Those you can't see on Flight Radar 24. And they would just be taking images, I suppose. But yeah, that's very neat. Okay, finishing my dang story. So here I am with all this fire information. How does fire affect towns? How do they not come back? How do they come back sometimes?
Dip site monitor, Helco, air-to-ground tactical.
I mean, there's plenty of disaster ghost towns, which is a huge chapter of the book. And I'm trying to write here, nuclear, fire, catastrophic dam collapse, flood. I mean, there's a lot of disasters that can erase a town. But the fire ones are one of the bigger reasons. And so here I am, fresh all that information. I called Dad, what's up? And he goes, yeah, we lost Bangor and Loma Rica last night. And I thought he was joking. I'm sorry, what? And he goes, did you hear about Santa Rosa? And I was like, well, yeah, that's all over the news. He goes, well, Bangor and Loma Rica had power lines down over there, and our family friend's dead. Oh, okay. What? And dozens of people are dead that we may have, known as acquaintances. Oh. Okay. And I woke up. And I couldn't believe it. And that's when I found out that PG&E's electrical lines went down that night, and they never had a warning. They never had a chance. The fire's just on their doorstep. And then I found out that a lot of people lived by getting in the culverts at the end of their driveways and other things I had never thought of before. That's the point I made it my business to study how to survive this. What went wrong? How can people live? Because I then began studying things. And 2017 was a bad year. That's when I found out that the power company had a policy with their internal memos and emails finally coming to light with the investigative journalism and criminal investigation, that they had a policy of letting their lines fail before replacement for maximum profit. And that's when I really woke up, like, holy crap. They've neglected things, maintenance for like 35, 40 years, and their lines fall over with a sneeze. And their rationale was that, well, our lines will fall over, but the possibility of fire is minimal because rain comes with storms, and rain will put the fires out. So Santa Ana wind conditions. Usually fires cannot start. I mean, like, it would blow out a campfire. Those 75, 95 mile an hour winds will blow out the fire. That's why historically they didn't really happen. All the power lines were new back in the day, and they were strong enough to withstand them. And they aren't anymore. This is, 45 years later after decades of neglect, and they're falling over. And they're pleading guilty to manslaughter. They're not even denying it. So here, let's listen to them real quick. Then I'll do my quick summary.
Just coming up on the area, I believe that you want some support at walk down on the map, section 19, DP, east of DP3.
Yeah, so I don't know how often I can talk in between here, but it could have been me. We didn't live terribly too far away from where our friend moved to before. Maybe I wouldn't be here to talk to you today if we still lived rurally. That hit home the very next almost a year to the day, the 8th of November the next year, 2018. Paradise is erased and my brother's a missing person.
For you, it's over near DP3. It is north of your last area of operation when you were working out a ridge. Okay, copy that. I think I see you off in the distance then. Yep, target area is actually just a little bit east of Ridge. Okay, copy that, east of Ridge. Okay, detector 55 on Dorado Victim. Tanker 55, 2983. You're cleared in 4,500 and below, direct to Tiger. And you're number 2 behind 6-1. They're out of the dip, inbound for the fire.
There they are.
So we'll be number 2 behind 6-1. And are you expecting us to also go up to DP3? Yeah, affirmative. We'll work everybody over here, DP3 area. Okay. So we evaluate that and see if Jenkinson allows us to work out of there once we've got a load? Yeah, we just checked Jenkinson. It's pretty smoked in, so we'll have to use Tiger. Okay, thanks. 5-5 copy. 808, Elko. Our left side, 9 o'clock if you got a vision on us. So you want us to work all this stuff out our left side? We can do that. I'll give you the line of the aircraft so you'll have the identifiers. And if otherwise the line's clear, I'll just keep working them, but I'll give you the IDs in case you need to get them.
They're coming back.
Okay, you're going to have Heller Tanker 6-1 to S61. You're going to have Heller Tanker 4-7 and Heller Tanker 5-5, both Chinooks.
Yes.
Elko, Heller Tanker 4-7, rotor vector.
Nice. This is exciting. Nighttime drops. Almost unheard of. They are adapting to overcome. Pretty cool. We have some bright lights here. So looking back at Elmo Ranch Road.
Elko, Heller Tanker 4-7, rotor vector. Heller Tanker 4-7, Elko 2983.
You're cleared in 4,500 below. You're number 3 for Tiger, and Helco's over the DP3 area at 5,000. That will be the target.
Okay, Hell Tanker 47, January 345 below, and we'll be number 3. We're following Hell Tanker 55. Thank you.
Traffic for Helco identifying. Go ahead. Branch 1, Helco, go ahead.
Yep, so there's a lot of Tracy Doug pieces. There's a lot of drops on the Caldor at nighttime. Wish I was there to cover it. Yeah, sounds cool.
Yeah, Branch 1, Helco, you're a little bit broken, but were you talking about the fire activity in the upper end of Camp Creek?
Dusty, my dad was one of those on the Tillamook burns during the Depression. They hauled all the unemployment bums off the street of Portland and gave them shovels. Hey, you know.
Okay, let us get the Hell Tankers lined out here. Some activity we have in Division Alpha, and then we'll get back with you and come and check it out.
Yeah, Nicole, I hope things are safe too. We got Pollock Pines
Copy,
camera.
Division Foxtrot.
There's some insects going by. Alright. Since that's an open mic, I'm muting it for you guys. So, long story short, it brought it home when the very next year, power lines down again, nearly killed my brother. And he goes to missing person status in Paradise. And it erases the town that I didn't really grow up in, but took, twice weekly horseback riding lessons in, and
you're lined up on it. It's at our 9 o'clock low. Just take some bite out of this heavy heat here, and then try to pick up a line and work it back down towards the road. The line is clear. Personnel are out of the way.
Subject insisting he's an equipment operator. No ID, and they can't confirm with CAL FIRE who he is.
Uh-oh.
About your 10 o'clock. That's it.
Okay, you want us to start at the top and work down on that line?
Yeah, your discretion on the pattern, but starting at the top and working down makes sense.
Okay.
And there's a road system and some structures down there in that gulch, so that's the objective.
Gotcha.
Gosh, guys, look how quiet it's looking on satellite.
277, show me the rest of that call on Slide Park and 50. We're from Diamond Drive to Slide Park.
Helco, go ahead.
Anyway, the Tillamook burn is another good example of how people think that loggers profit off of fires and that, they can't wait to rub their hands together and harvest the dead trees. You can't harvest them fast enough. They rot in 2 years. And most of the logging towns affected by fire never come back. Never. I mean, you have 40 years to wait for the trees to grow back, and you can't salvage all of them. And it doesn't work. They hate it. Almost all loggers are volunteer firefighters. That's like their second job. They drop everything to fight fires. There are some of the first responders to it. So it's just one of those weird conspiracy things where education combats hate. If we knew more about each other on both sides, we wouldn't hate each other. Imagining the motivations of others is wrong thinking, and so they're talking about dropping on the target. But to finish the whole thing and get to my quick summary now, is that once our family friend died, once my brother nearly died in Paradise, that these fires broke up our family. My brother couldn't stand the fire danger of California, and he moved out of state. People are like, why do you talk about PG&E so much? I don't know, because they broke up my family and nearly killed several family members and killed my friend. they destroyed the towns that I grew up in and my entire landscape. We most of my childhood, half of it was spent in Plumas County, and that's PG&E again. How much are you going to take before you get a little angry about that situation? So, listen.
Big smokes. Head down towards Grizzly Flat Road.
So from then on, I made it my business to try to figure out how can people survive these wildfires? How can we mitigate them? How can we prevent them from being mega fires? Because I had just read all the books about the Tillamook burn and all the lessons from the 30s, and seeing that they weren't being applied anymore. We can reapply them. And then I realized, as I did more research, that there's a lot of good things to look forward to, new technology, and most people can survive. I then started going around learning everything I could, talking to firefighters as I could, and then I went finally to the areas of fatalities and toured the aftermath of what was going on, because I had all these plans to get a camera and go film all these historic places of California, and the majority of my plans, like most of them, have already burned up in the last couple of years since 2017. I can't even believe that. So thus, thank you everybody for helping me reach my camera goal. It's more important than ever that I go film things at least before we lose them, and I just couldn't stand it. So instead of just sitting there and being bitter or angry, I went toward where the fatalities occurred and realized that most victims could have survived if they knew about safe shelters nearby that they were just unaware of. And I decided that maybe I should tell people that. That's what firefighters want people to know. And I first went live covering the Paradise Fire, but I couldn't get any viewers. YouTube, just unless you have a trending channel and you're viral and all this crap, you don't get seen by anybody. Even people who looked for information at the time couldn't find it. People did come into my channel and helped educate me on a bunch of the situations, and I networked and spoke with people there, and then eventually toured the aftermath and spoke with more people. And then as the fire season wore on, then all of a sudden my family members one by one start getting evacuated in the region. I got a huge family in the region, an extended family. And I realized that a lot of them dodged the bullet, that they could have died in wildfire too. And so then I really had a super focus, and I just couldn't stand the media, and the government wasn't giving people the information they needed. I had already had all these tools for researching ghost towns up my sleeve. This is the way I used to research, where I don't show all of my methods because I don't want looters to take a free class from me. But I have different mapping software where you can go and see the ancient maps. Placerville's quite an old place. Here's the 1885 to 1915 maps, and you can slide it around and kind of line it up. And I've got other more advanced methods, of course. But it was a no-brainer that you could track fires with the satellite overlay as well, and got a few more pointers and tips from taking actual classes at school. And I realized, holy mackerel, the average citizen can just study the basics of fire behaviors. It's not rocket science, and once you get it, you can make decisions for yourself about whether or not you can be safe. And you can look at the satellite maps to find swimming pools and ponds you're not aware of and make a really good escape plan. And live, as I was doing this last year, I didn't want to do this last year either. I just looked out the window during Labor Day and went, holy crap. And I filmed a little outside my window, and then I went live finally as I found out fires are breaking out all across the western states. And I just rolled up my sleeves and I said, that's it. I'm going to do it now, spread the word. I had all kinds of emotional blocks, self-doubt, and should I really be doing this? Am I qualified? I'm just a fire-educated citizen. I'm not somebody who became a fire person, firefighter. My body's too frail for that. I would have liked to, but then I had real firefighters come in the chat and say, I said, guys, am I doing a good job? And they said, you're saving lives. Oh, okay. And then the confidence kept growing, and as I kept saying, this is what I think will happen, this is what I think will happen, and the firefighters in chat nodding along like, yep, and then making minor corrections to my assumptions and education, and then educating me a lot more. I realized, it's fire isn't rocket science for when it comes to your personal health and safety, like making your own plans. You can't fight fire without being an expert. That's for dang sure. Don't try it. You can, if you want to volunteer, go be a volunteer and get your education. And then you can run around and augment them. That's what I encourage people to do. Augment what the fire crews want you to do during a crisis. But don't drive around by yourself, thinking I'll save the day here, or because it's dangerous. You possibly could, but you need to do that safely and have the training. But I make it very clear that I am not a fire expert, but I hope that gives you guys confidence that you can learn just like I did. Just a little bit of know-how, and you can be 300% more safe than you used to be. Now, as far as a quick summary, as we have been monitoring the cams, I wanted to make sure that situation on Omo Ranch was, a little bit more secure before making the summary of the night. Dixie Fire, they're still running around chasing after the spot fires around Genesee, and our satellites showing that there's still battles going on over there, just as Daniel Kern was describing. And so is Genesee okay? Is Taylorsville okay? I don't see any heat detections around it. I'm still listening to the pilots. They're just basically talking about orientation, not anything important right now. I'm so pleased to see it's moderated and there's not too many flare-ups recently. So we'll know by morning how that went. I would only be terrified for Taylorsville and such as if they had the high winds blowing off the top of that ridge, blowing the embers on it from the northeast of Taylorsville, up the top of Mount Ura and such. But tonight's Midnight Miracle, the reports of a vehicle.
Do you have a visual? Yeah, just out our left door low. Left over. Got the laser on now.
They were trying to help evacuate somebody.
Yeah. It's hard to see sometimes.
They were trying to help somebody who was stuck. And so the aircraft was converging on there, and that's the next I've heard about it. There's some vehicle that's stuck, and they're trying to get somebody to safety, but I don't know where. They just kind of were saying this and that.
Which one do you have it? You got your left side low, heavy fire? Yeah, I'm picking it up now.
Heavy fire.
Yeah, just again, I talked to the ground guys. This is an area they can't get any hose line on. They got hose on most of the other stuff, so they're just wanting us to keep this in check. All right.
Cool. It seems to be northeast of Buckhorn they're talking about. So anyway,
okay, 5-5 is out of target at 4 DP3. Okay, 5-5, you're number 2 for DP3 area. Held tanker 6-1 on final for drop. Number 2 beyond 6-1. Hit tanker 5-5. And you're cleared in 4,500 to here. Helco's at 5,000 over the target. Getting 4-5. Copy, Helco at 5,000. Hit tanker 5-5.
We know that they, at Division Tango, if you hear them say Tango, that's where the spot fire is north of 50, but I have heard of no other breaches over 50 today. They have that as a target of opportunity, like if the smoke clears, they'll go try to handle it with the aircraft, but ground crews generally can't reach it very well. So we don't know what'll happen tonight, how much it'll spread, but we're seeing probably more Midnight Miracle of it dying down a lot more than they expect. It could be way worse. Can't believe we don't see any red. I mean, there will be some little spots of red coming back, which is new heat detections, of course, but I would expect it to be solid.
Tanker 5-5, you have a 7-6 is left traffic over the target.
I would expect there to be red everywhere for the entire night, so this is looking pretty favorable, at least for the moment, on the Caldor. It'll expand tonight. They'll probably lose structures tonight. It can't be everywhere at once, but I am very happy. We haven't seen anything go past this way, and so the questions of Kivers and others like Strawberry is how will it go through the night? The night's not over. We just every morning have to figure out what survived, you know.
It's about 5 acres of heavy fire. It's uphill from a road system where they do have some hose line and access. They just can't get hose in on this. It's too hot right now. It's other objectives is structure. It keeps it off the structures here. And again, it's just about I don't know, acre or two of heavy fire.
Okay. Any suggestion on a coverage level that you think would work on that?
I think I may start out on an 8 and see how that goes.
Roger, we'll start an 8.
Now, this camera is
At your discretion on your pattern, 6-1's been coming upwind and dropping downhill.
We'll wait for 6-1 to come out of the ridge tip, and we'll follow him just to see what he's doing, if you don't mind.
That makes good sense.
Okay, Wilford Heights is still there. Fingers crossed for that. So anyway, real quick summary. We were hoping that Wilford Heights would not be erased tonight, and thank goodness. It doesn't look like the fire's approaching it too much. It's been evacuated, so I think that was from way earlier today or even yesterday. I think they did that. There's nighttime helicopter drops on the Caldor. Awesome. We don't see that the Caldor moved too much as a moving thing. It seems to have expanded to the east. Of course, it burned up pockets of fuel that it missed before in the center, and we have no idea, honestly, what's going in there because they're not flying over it because they can't, and they're not in the middle of it because they can't be. But over here, they're still doing a good job on the southern and northwest edges of it. Pullet Pines is, knock on wood, still there. It's getting close in some places like Sly Park and Sierra Springs, and we can Happy Valley. Hope that things are going okay, but we lost like 245 structures, most of them last night. I think we lost more than 120 last night. So.
I'll take 47 Helco.
So are we coming over to Division Whiskey there?
We're actually going to bring you up to Division Alpha. It's west of the ridge dip, adjacent to DP3.
Okay, yeah, we got you on the fish finder here. We'll head that way.
Right, so
east of ridge dip.
The question on the cell phone, are they going to send you an evacuation alert? That's a big question mark. You know, a lot of times they try, but if you don't have a cell phone service, of course you can't get any. And these fires can chew through the cell phone towers before anything happens. But if you either have Code Red or Nixle apps, that's what you should get, depending.
Yeah, affirmative. We'll fire the laser on it if that helps. Yeah, please.
Oh, the conspiracy theorists are going to go nuts with that. So they have a laser pointer to tell
I'll
the
take a 5-5. Looks like you're lined up on it. There's a lot of scattered heat in here, which is kind of the line, but this heavy stuff is what they're concerned with. Okay, we'll make a left hand turn and drop across that to staying above the smoke.
Yeah, the conspiracy theorists are going to go nuts. They keep saying...
That looks like a fleet 6-1's coming out of the dip. Affirmative, we're out of the dip.
They keep saying... They keep coming in my chat and saying stuff like...
You mind if we go ahead of you? Go ahead there, Karen.
They keep saying... Oh man, I saw it with my own eyes. I was near the wildfire, and then, you know, there was a helicopter, and there were some lasers coming out of the bottom of it, and then the fire whooshed up.
That is the target at your 12. Thank you.
And it's the LiDAR mapping. It's like a laser pointer. And they're And now they're trying to guide the other nighttime helidrops on it, but mostly at night it's the LiDAR mapping. They're making live 3-dimensional maps with infrared and LiDAR to assist in firefighting.
That was a line, maybe just a little early. Okay, copy, thanks. Firefighting, check 47 inbound there. We got you inside, right. Okay, right.
Yeah, hopefully Tracy and Doug, they've got this lovely night of quiet, relative quiet, to really do structure protection and make their defenses. Oh, hey, Floods. Hey, Ms. Music, by the way. Yeah, evidence, absolutely evidence. Yeah, laser tag, you know, laser pointers. But that's one of the jokes of this stream is lasers confirmed, guys. Oh, this is the auto refresher.
We'll tanker 470, did you get 6-1 off the drop?
Yeah, we got general location there. We'll head that way.
Thank you, True Herbsman. The consistency of my reporting sets me apart. Thank you. I am not a consistent person. This is out of character for me. I'm a scatterbrained, nutty professor type, you know. So, high praise, and I'm doing my best. Let's see here. But sorry, back to the cell phone thing. You guys have to keep me on topic sometimes. There's a way to turn on emergency alerts in your cell phone. I want to walk you guys through this. I have Android, but it's got to be similar for iPhone. And I was shocked to find out that you could even turn it off, or it may come turned off. Am I a Gemini by chance? I'm not going to explain that. You know, I don't want people doing the matchmaking thing, you know, with me. So let's see here.
From heli tanker 47, just getting up here where they were at. Just so you can line me in, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll do. It's we can get visual on you. We'll get you in.
What in the name of cars?
If you have a Elko in sight, it's at our 9 low. It's the heaviest glow of fire out in front. There's a lot of other scattered heat, but this one's pretty obvious when you get overhead.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Yeah, objective here is the guys have some hose line along the road system and have most of it contained, but they can't get up into this, so they're looking for us to take some heat out of it.
Wow, guys. I can't believe this.
Down there, correct?
That line is clear. The guys are downslope on the roads.
Okay, I'll come over here and if I can see it's obvious, I'll go for it. If not, I'll do a dry run and then circle around and make sure you light me out.
My favorite quote about astrology is, "Do I believe in astrology? Well, no. I'm a Sagittarius, and we're skeptical. That's not my quote. Okay, guys, I can't believe this.
Like 12 o'clock?
1 o'clock or so, that bigger heat.
And they're just talking about where they want to do drops. On my own phone, the emergency alerts are disabled, and I did not do that. I cannot believe this. I can't believe you can even turn them off. I don't know how this occurred. I don't allow my phone to auto-update. This really disturbs me. Absolutely disturbs me. So if you go in the settings of your phone, like Android settings, at the top should be a search bar. Type in the word emergency, and it should show you where the emergency alert portion is. Yes, it's disabled. And I flipped the switch to enable all of them.
For first on C, it'll be the Figueroa IC on CDF TAC 2, check back to 104416.
The heck was that?
4416.
I think that's more their police stuff. Cannot believe it. That was the first thing I did when I got my phone, was enable all that stuff. And the fact that it comes disabled is another, like, what the hell? You know, the Amazon shopping app and Facebook comes enabled, but not emergency alerts. So anyway, if you're following along, go ahead and go to the settings of your phone. It should be in your app drawer. If you swipe up from the bottom, you should see all your apps, or press the button that looks like a bunch of dice or something, and that will be your app drawer. And then you should see under S, settings. And I long press that, and I drag the settings button. You just long press it and kind of move it, kind of drag it, like press firmly with your finger on that and drag it to your home screen. Just press it with your finger, move it. Now you have a quick link to settings.
Requested by branch. 47 copies.
Okay, they said move up to Division Foxtrot and scout an area requested by that branch. He goes, okay. So I just wanted to let you know they said that. Anyway, type in emergencies, and it'll say emergency alert, and then flip the switch to turn them on.
10583.
So here's the disturbing thing. I got the Amber Alert a couple of days ago on my phone. That is a type of emergency alert. So it was working. Why, when I look back at it now, was it all turned off? So under emergency alerts, I have allow alerts as a master switch, and underneath it, you have Amber Alerts, extreme threats, severe threats, public safety messages, required monthly testing, state and local tests. Allow it to vibrate. Yes, I say. And then alert reminder sound, I click that. Put it on every 2 minutes, not just once. Because what if you're in the shower and it goes blur? You know, you want it to do every 2 minutes until it gets your attention. And then under developer options with my phone, which unless you've enabled that, use full volume is there, and speak the alert message using text to speech. So what I want to walk you guys through on your phone is how to turn on developer options so you get the full volume dialogue, right? And so I'm just going to link you guys how to enable Android developer options. And let's see if this is a good... Here you guys go. I mean, it's for Samsung, but if you have any Android, this is going to be a good example. I'm going to link this in chat. There's a couple of reasons why you would want developer options. It's just extra advanced settings. There's nothing fancy about it. You just want it. So when you go to settings and about your phone, you'll scroll down to where it says software information. And I'm going to enlarge that for you. Okay. When you click you touch there on About Phone, and you get to the build number, status.
David.
Okay, they have a broken down vehicle. Okay, you find build number. You can just follow along on that link that I put in chat. Build number. You tap that 8 times. Just with your finger. Just tap, 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 tap. And then it'll say you are a developer. So now you'll have extra options on your phone that are hidden normally, such as under emergency alerts, such as blasted at full volume and speak the alert message. That's pretty dang critical. And why you have to do this in 20 steps instead of it coming default on the phone, don't ask me. Oh, holy crap.
Engine 751 at scene advising fully involved vehicle, minor extension into wildland. You'll be the Figueroa IC on CDF TAC 2, break battalion 4416, copy.
4416. Additional roadways completely blocked.
The roadway blocked 2356.
San Andreas, engine 583 is responding.
Engine 583 2357.
Nazir 6 at scene.
Kildee 906 2357.
Camp Creek, and a little bit smoked out for us.
That's too long to be an address. Oh, 2357 is the...
You're burning down Creek from the dam, downstream from the dam, correct?
2357 is the time. Okay. I forgot dispatch does that. So they time the response like
SR04, I'll show you tonight.
like when did they first inform fire crews? And I think it was on the scales. They said there was a broken down vehicle on the scales, and all of a sudden they were like, there's a fully engulfed vehicle. I don't know if that was two separate calls.
The firing is to the dam and down Sly Park. That's what you guys would like progress to recon.
Firing at Sly Park. Oh, that's good. That means they have the opportunity to do it. That's cool. So, first of all, to answer the question, are you going to get these alerts if you're not signed up for Nixle or Code Red? Maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't count on it. I would get Nixle and Code Red on my phone.
I got, looks like you're firing along Immigrant MET, and then you're going to take it south on Sly Park. I got Dozer Line, Sly Park Creek. Does that sound correct?
Cyclone is out of the ridge.
Sure, Tiernan.
You know, it looks like I don't see anything outside of what you've lit, and it looks like everything is inside those lines that we've just identified.
Good night, Crosswave. Yeah, I'll take a look tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you've got about, I'd say you got about 1,000 feet off of your line.
Yeah. I know Race to 2002. What the heck?
We're about on 3 miles out. Okay, yeah, I think I have you.
Now the lights are the helicopters.
Knockdown, working on the vehicle for now. Continue one more B engine. Cancel the valve.
San Andreas, copy. Break battalion 4416, copy.
Yeah, I did go.
4416, copy.
Just responding to vehicle fire, Figueroa, Highway 49, you can cancel with the exception of engine 4479. Engine 4479, copy. Your discretion.
Man, 4416, I'll cancel.
D4426.
Cap Creek.
4426.
Engine 4479, copy. Continuing.
Engine 4479, copy.
Engine 513, you can cancel. Engine 513.
Engine 513, copy, cancel available.
Engine 583.
Engine 583.
Baseline 1.
Baseline 1, copy, cancel.
Baseline 1, you're Charlie 1, baseline 5.
Baseline 5.
Baseline 5, Charlie 2, water tender 618, copy, cancel.
Water tender 618 to available.
And midnight 1 on incident 10,914.
Merced dispatch. Oh. Okay. I assumed that had something with the Caldor. That's what I don't like about the police bleeding into the Caldor fire feed. Aren't they on different frequencies? So why would the ham radio operator have both? Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Alright, so going back crosswave, yeah, what I can do is just make you a little separate video to share. Picture, brief information. I don't know that I would call that a full documentary, but doing what I can so you can just share instead of a huge 8-hour video. Actually, we're at 10 hours and 25 minutes now. Instead of sharing that, you could share a little bit, and I'll be happy to do that for you. Let's see. Oh, they're talking about suspects and stuff. Okay. So the emergency apps I would have is Red Cross and FEMA. Emergency ! By the Red Cross. I'm sure that's for iPhone too. Now, the weird thing about that is it doesn't really usually tell you about wildfires, but it will tell you about red flag and high wind warnings and that kind of thing.
Outside. That's just a bit of the previous time.
Okay, yeah, we were kind of uphill on that last one. We were going to switch to downhill.
Yeah,
correct. There's a chicane in the creek drainage. It's right about there.
Bugs, you are irreplaceable. You're my original gangsters. Okay. Does anybody have a specific question?
Visible downstream from there.
There's a drop checkpoint. There is a cell tower there as well, or a tower, just for FYI.
Okay, thanks. 5 times.
Spokojnej noche.
Transition 761. Transition command to 761.
Lieutenant copies midnight 4.
Yeah, Bluetooth, yeah.
Then we have about an hour and a half left out of our nighttime flight, a limit of 6 hours.
Пожалуйста.
Yeah, affirm.
Okay, so let's look at the cams. Any specific questions? Good night, Kim. Yeah, you can't stay awake anymore. I'm reaching that point too. So yeah, you'll try to find it on your phone. If I can guide you right now, I have no idea what iPhones do. I can't stand them. Compared to using Android, they just frustrated the living daylights out of me. I'll probably have to get one eventually for flying my drone to get shots of historic structures and stuff from the air. But I wanted to answer any questions that I may have forgotten about or specific things. Nice quiet night. The Midnight Miracle is here. They have more. It's not going to be peachy for everyone. There's going to be structure loss just because of how dang huge this is and how bad.
Just heading up for a job right now.
This is a lot less bad than it could have been. The last 9 nights in a row have been
We'll be a right turn after.
Pretty fantastic compared to what the forecast was. Buying them valuable time at night.
Get over into Division Foxtrot due to the disability.
Hey Bugs, maybe I can show you sometime. It's like playing a video game. Now, people think they want to buy a toy drone, and then the first thing they do is crash it into the trash can after launching it in the boardroom of the office, thinking that it would be easy, and having it fly out of control, hitting the trash can and knocking the trash can over, and nearly shattering some very expensive TVs on the wall.
They came out from 6298 Fly Park, and they went directly down Davenport. I lost visual right away, and so from ETL.
That's some police stuff. Okay, so like I did. No, don't buy the cheap ones, Buzz. Don't buy the cheap one as your first one. You have to buy the $450 to $500 one because that's the easy one to learn with. The small cheap ones are harder to fly, like really hard. You have to self-trim them. Whereas, the older DJI or something, maybe you can get for a couple $100 that's used or something. They use satellites to and a whole bunch of sophisticated things to keep them level and stable in the flight. So you're going to have a better time and an easier learning time. You just bite the bullet and get the expensive one if you want to do it. And then you could go to the smaller ones and do racing and trick flying and cartwheels or whatever you want to do. But if you start with the hard ones, you're going to get demoralized and be like, I can't do this. Heck, I'm an expert video game player and I couldn't keep that thing in the air. And they have like a 4-minute flight times and it takes 2 to 3 hours to charge the battery. The little ones suck in general. Vehicle fires contained, wherever the heck that was. So, just, you can get a used one as people upgrade to get your feet wet. Let's go back here and look at this. Let's see, 15 minutes, see if the crafter in front of it. I doubt we'll see like the silhouette of a chopper and a Bambi bucket. We'll just see lights and stuff. Or just, buddy up with a friend. But you got to get your little license, and that's easy as pie online for your recreational. Your dog munched 4 or 5 of your toy drones. Rip drones. Hey, Nick Van Sickle, welcome back. Have you been okay? Warhawk 05, hey, welcome. I agree, I fly drones for the CDCR Unmanned Aerial Unit. Ooh, do tell me about that. And what is CDCR, by the way? Yeah, Oregon was bad. I was out in front of the wildfires in Oregon last year. Holy, that was bad. That was bad. But yeah, do not launch a drone indoors the first time you fly them indoor. You're gonna wreck your TV, You're gonna break your lights and shatter your windows and have it end up in the sink, and there goes the vase, and oh gosh, the grandfather clock. Why is it going down the hallway? Stop it, it's on the floor upside down. Somebody put a bag on it. Ouch, I just cut my finger trying to grab it. You know, don't try to fly him indoors. You know.
Okay, Lincoln, Adam, Henry, Adam, Yellow, Edward, versus Adam.
Okay, that's more,
Adam, Mary.
that's more police crap. Okay. So, yeah, I was humbled in a moment. I'm pro. I'm a video game player. This thing looks like an Xbox 360 thingy. I'm gonna crash, bang. Oh my God. And I'm looking around. Did anybody see that? You know, I'm in the conference room. Yeah, you don't want to do that indoors. And if you do it indoors, make an obstacle course with like carpeted cat stuff. Okay, pick that road up by the dozer line. Okay. Mind you, most of this is heat. We're not looking at solid flames. But did anybody have a question, like a serious fire question before this story time stuff? You haven't played video games since 1981, Bugs? Well, you're a classical gamer. Hats off. Did you like Joust? Joust is really cool. Yeah, Morris, awesome. I'll talk to you a little bit later. Did I miss some questions? Going back up. Yeah, and thank you, Genesis, for your kind help with the tech assistance. Today, I just kind of try to take care of some personal business, and I'll try to catch up on my emails. I am super behind the emails. So sorry if people have been trying to reach me with them. Tierra and Dial or Deal. My dad was retired in Grants Pass. Didn't get to enjoy it long enough. Oh. Wagon Train? Was that a game? I love the Oregon Trail. I got dysentery on the Oregon Trail. I don't think I made it. You know, we did the thing where we named in the classroom ourselves after the Oregon Trail game. After a while, I just learned, you know, you shouldn't get attached to the people on the Oregon Trail or name them after yourself or friends, because half of us don't make it. We get dysentery and cholera. Yeah. My children kept getting cholera and dying on me, and I stopped naming them. It was like child 1, 2, and 3. I understand why the ancient Romans did that. There's a lot of ancient Romans with the name of Primus and Secundus. Primus means the first kid born. Secundus was the second one.
6-1 is out of Ridgedale.
I need food. Okay. Be right back, guys. I'm going to go get a snacky.
Hey, just flying the line. We're kind of center line to drainage into Jenkins. I don't really see the line, but it looks like scattered heat sources along your dozer line. Nothing that appears to be anywhere off of that. It's a pretty consistent line of heat and smoke. So I think you guys have everything inside your line.
In the vehicle fire, Highway 26 and North Weimer Road. The first on scene will be the Weimer IC on CDF TAC 8 and check back training 4425.
Be out at 8191 Streetboard Lane on a 1024. Will be code 4.
3494.
2684. Responding engine 52 from Lyndon Peters at midnight 16.
5-5. I think we got you inside.
Star 474.
Central David 926.
David 926.
926. I'm on Homestead Drive now, which is south of Davenport. See if they came out this way. Still UTL.
Okay, as I go in the kitchen and make my snack, do you guys want to know something funny? I've muted that for a second since it's all, police oriented right now. As I go in the kitchen and get my snacky here, I got a copyright claim on a video. And that occasionally happens. When we had fun with masticators, video time, which was our last year's meme, when we got silly in the middle of the night because I was staying up way too late covering the fires, we had a funny night shift crew where just to blow off steam, we started looking at silly stuff. And I was explaining masticators. These are the things of the future. And I was trying to show a serious example of them. And what I came up with, that I clicked on it, turned out to be this hilarious, really silly advertisement for a company that sold masticators, which are the tractors of the future. It's a tractor with a buzzsaw, a wood chipper, and a claw at the end that will grab logs or trees that are unfortunately marked and cut them at the base. The claw grabs the top and then it pivots it and then feeds it into the wood chipper, and a bunch of wood chips come out the other side. Faster than using bulldozers, it will just revolutionize making lines and making clearing vegetation under power lines. A quick, rental, and the expensive rental of these things is one of the big reasons that a landowner might not, even if they want to, clear their property of debris. Same thing with states and local governments and counties. Rental is expensive. So the faster these things work, the fewer hours of rental and the fewer hours you have to pay an operator. So all in all, it'll mean that more lines could be made for cheap, better. And they're amazing to watch. They're kind of mesmerizing. The way that a tree goes in and wood chips come out. And it mulches the soil, fertilizes it, and any fire that's down on the ground there will be like a bark dust fire, really low key. And basically it speeds up the Mother Nature process for creating soil. I mean, the rot process and termites and all that stuff takes a while to turn wood into soil and debris. And oh boy, it's kind of helping the situation. Anyway, so on our masticator video, that company had this goofy song that was hilarious. We started just laughing our heads off, which we needed after this horrible stress, People walking in are like, "Why are you laughing during a wildfire?" Yeah. Well, we have to, or we're going to go insane. But anyway, you know what? I'm going to make marshmallows. Let's get out some marshmallows and graham crackers. I am actually going to make s'mores in the microwave, yeah. And that is just my favorite snack. It's just, I eat that year round. Anyway, so the Goofy Masticator video had a song that was copyrighted, and that's okay. I hit the button since I was talking over it and explaining what a masticator was. That I was disputing that claim because it was for the educational commentary fair use, right? And I never really heard the end of that. I don't know how that played out. It's not like I monetize these videos anyway. So I get another one. For showing the Werner Herzog movie, part of it, documenting the life of the crafts, because I tried to explain to people that volcanoes are not starting these fires, Like, lava can be right next to trees and the trees are fine. If you see it march around Hawaii, it really has to, get right up to vegetation to kill it and burn it. And the crafts, which were a husband and wife team that walked way too close to fountaining lava in the 80s and early 90s, basically, the lava was underneath their feet, and it was cool enough for them to walk on it. Like 3 feet of cool lava beneath you, and it's okay. So I had a copyright claim with that one, which kind of bothers me because I'm pretty sure Werner Herzog's footage that I'm looking at as a clip was in the public domain in the first place as a work of a government, of a geological survey. Anyway, so I had that. I don't know what to do about that one. I go to the next one, and it says, okay, if children are listening, you may want to mute me for 5 minutes or something. Okay. I had to blink. It says I used copyrighted music, and I should turn on revenue sharing in order to be fair to the copyright holder. And I'm blinking like that was the other night where we were listening to the Dixie Fire all night long, and that was just firefighter chatter on the radio, and it said the title of the song that I was using in my content was Sex on the Beach. I'm like, is that a joke? Is that a joke? And then it has my video, and it says from this minute to this minute, we've identified your song as Sex on the Beach. I'm like, what the heck is that? So I Google it, and it says that title, acapella. And it's like a hip-hop thing without any music to it. It truly is acapella version. And it's like, throw your hands in the air, let's party. And I look back at my video, and they're saying stuff like, okay, we have a flare-up over there over Division Whiskey. Could you get somebody out there with some dozers and masticators? Oh, yeah, we could respond. What? So I go and hit the button. Yeah, and there's these options that YouTube gives me to dispute this copyright claim. And, this is one of the nicer things, like if I had used music that says there's a revenue sharing option, like they won't make you take your video down, but they have to get some of the ad revenue. And that's for like videos where you want to have ads on them. And I couldn't find the button for irrelevant because it's a mistake of whatever computer matched this song to regular talk. But there was nothing at all similar. You know, hang on.
Flats, south side of Slug Gulch, I believe.
It's starting to climb up.
Whiskey, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, can you confirm south side of Slug Gulch or north side?
Something else, a potential target of opportunity here if it works. Okay, we're just looking to see where you're at. We're back about your 4 o'clock.
Good night, Terry.
Active or?
Starting to come off the slope. It was made a pretty good run, but it's starting to get into the flats a little bit. And the rest of the edge that's along that rim of the fork of the consumes. We thought we could just try to pin this down on, and then just kind of try to cool the head down, and hopefully it holds on the rim.
Yeah, I copy. Thank you.
There's the copters.
Just off, see, I'll point at it and see if I'm talking about the right stuff. Yeah, so the fire's creeping up the steep slope there where it's starting to crest and flatten out. I'd like you guys to try and cool that down if it works, and you're comfortable with it. And it's just off like 12 o'clock now, right? I can't see it, but it's right out our left door. Okay, yeah, we're talking about the same area. Yeah, that'll be easy to work, so we'll be right back for that. Okay, sounds good.
It's over here by Slug Gulch, so this is the area they're talking about. But yeah, I would be on maybe Twitch too. I hear that's quite a lot better. It's made for streaming. However, there's no way in heck that I would reach a big audience because most boomers would be like, "What's Twitch?" Where at least most of them have heard of YouTube and have that even pre-installed on their phone. Twitch also is like some sort of you would have to be the sorcerer of chaos.
And that area is clear as well for ground personnel? Yeah, Verner's line is clear, and this is in Division Whiskey. That's Whiskey. Okay, copy that. We'll be right back.
You know, the incredible amount of spam and immaturity and crazy emojis and giant toucans that people put with ASCII.
On incident 10,915.
Okay, the police are talking over the pilots again.
6-1, contact Helco off the drop.
Yeah, I could multi-stream to all platforms at once, A, if I had like a super video card, but B, how would I manage?
Alpha, Helco, air ground command.
How would I manage the chats of all those?
Air attack, Helco, air ground command.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen
it looks like the guys have cooled that down a little bit. It's not going to put it out, but we're going to reset and start working some heat over here in Division Whiskey. If you're good with that.
Twitch is too entertainment oriented, and I've seen women kind of get in kiddie pools in a bikini, and in order to get donations, they write in a permanent marker the names of men on their bodies. And that's the kind of audience you can expect to attend.
6, we're south of you. Be visual. Alright, right below us, this fire is starting to make it up into these flats. There's some cabins and stuff out here south of this heat. We want to shift over and work this. You'll be working with 47 and 55 on this new target. And 55, 47 gets to right, we're a little further out this time. We got you, rock rod.
Helco, air ground command. Good. Want to make sure, double check that the line is clear here.
We have personnel on Stinson Road up here at the top of the hill. Other than that, you're correct. The line is clear.
Got personnel and vehicles. I think you had 2 engines, correct?
5-5 Helco. Roger, we copied. You're sending us a little bit further to the south. Yeah, affirmative. It's pretty much the area where you guys worked this afternoon in the daytime. It's get cut off. It's that the north aspect, south side of Slug Gulch, and we're overhead. We can line you out when you get in the area. We'll pick you up as you're heading into your last target. Okay, we got you inside. Thanks.
Anytime,
on our
Ventura.
left side, it's 2 fingers running up into the flats. If you were heel of the slope, it'll be the left finger looking up. Okay, we've got to get a bit closer before we can see that, and we'll fly overhead just to see what it looks like before we find our line.
You know, I think Carol was here before, and I trying to say fire information only. Okay.
Helco, I was off channel. Go ahead.
Wrong place.
Yeah, I have my code 3's on. Wonder if you could see me.
Now, I want to say a word about PLC bugs. There's some other things you may not have known about. Bugs. First of all, inconsistent story. All of a sudden, he's burned out of Greenville. All of a sudden, no, I'm not. My property's not affected. Oh, really? Like I didn't catch that? I wasn't born yesterday, so I was kind of observing him, and then he would be like in some portions of the day totally fine and supportive, and in other portions of the day super disruptive, angry, yelling at me, whining, arguing with other mods, arguing with people in chat.
Red, it's working against the wind. It aligned with slope, and we're going to start working it out. Should just slow down a little bit. I copy, thank you.
You know, I was a complete mistake to give him any mod powers, but he was seemingly like with the program, and you know, not intoxicated or whatever at the time, volunteering his help, and he was on his good behavior. I turned my back, and boy, he wasn't. So eventually I had my final talk with him, and I was like, are you going to get with the program and like be supportive and stay positive and you know the rules?
Okay, 5-5 is coming up at your 5 o'clock now, and just looking at the area. Okay, Chris will put the laser on the head of it, and I'll show you the finger that we're talking about. Roger.
He goes, ban me then, and I said, as you wish. Like, oh, you were teasing him. I thought you were attacking. I'm sorry.
6-1 is out of order.
I thought you were mad at Nick. I just was trying to make you not mad by explaining what he did. It was pretty out of line stuff, and that's when I realized I had to be really selective with mods, and I take full responsibility for that chaos. Yeah, it was pretty out of line stuff, and I wish some of the other people would come back. I think he permanently drove some people away, and I just was asleep. So I would.
Yep, it's right at your 12. Maybe you'll turn a little bit right, and it's that finger, the highest up finger, that's coming up onto the flats.
Hey, D. Thomas, it's Caldor, and there's a
we're gonna make an orbit. We're a little bit too high to get in there, but I think we know where we've got to go.
Yeah, it's an escalating situation where it jumped over the Consumnes River and got on the south side sometime this evening. And even though they have lines in place, they're trying to cool it down so that the ground crews can.
5-5 again. The line is clear. You should be number 1 for the drop. Ellis Anchor 6-1 is up behind you, coming out of a ridge. Roger that. 5-5.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad, Bugs. I thought you just weren't aware about how he was. Yeah, and sorry I doubted you. But, you know, if you didn't know what he did, then you would have had a right to be kind of angry and be like, what's going on, you know? But, so I do apologize, you know, about this. I'm glad you guys are on good terms. And I apologize to all the viewers. You know, I kind of left it in chaos those nights with best of intentions. People were putting a nice face on when they talked to me. I'd wake up and look at the chat, and it would only scroll up for the last an hour and a half, maybe. And so, like 5 hours ago, there had been chaos, and people flooded me with, so-and-so did this and did that, and I'm like, okay, I can't even verify that. I have to mod my mods? Oh my god. Yeah. But it's necessary, you know, I can't do it without you guys, especially if I do this when I go to sleep. So you guys are totally wonderful. I appreciate you dealing with that chaos.
5-5, that's the target, that's the line.
So sorry. And welcome back, D-Thomas. Yeah, and it's even people who are normally really awesome, we can be tearing each other apart for a moment because of the stress. It's just the stress of this is massive. Well, so
6-1's lining up on the same field.
It's quiet on most fronts except right here by Omo Ranch. It jumped the Consumas around sometime in the evening, and it wasn't a huge deal. They've been slamming it with aircraft, and there's nighttime aircraft. There's 2 Chinooks, which is incredible, working the scene. That's incredibly rare for wildfires. It's a somewhat new thing. And so there's a ground crew trying to hold lines and protect structures from this on each side of the Consumas, the north and the south. It's climbing up onto the flats where they've been having a 3-night battle. Just west of Grizzly Flats, like in between Grizzly and Sweeney. And there's crews on either side. And now it's really flaring up on the south side and the north too. And they're trying to watch the backs of the crews so that they can do their work and not feel like they might be surrounded, of course. Yeah, much
good with the visibility coming out of ridge into this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
It is another miracle night of mostly died down wind. We've seen on all these fires, most of these fires the last 10 nights in a row, where it could have been worse.
4755, got you in slash well past roger.
Because it was forecast.
Right, we got you as well.
Forecast to be worse.
Yeah, well, tankers all here on the Caldor. Helco's just about to fuel out, so you guys keep working this target, and probably just return as a flight, rather than leave somebody out here by themselves, even if it meant going in early. And we're going to be departing. This is the target. Contact is Division Whiskey. He's up on air-to-ground command.
4-7 copy. Thanks, sir.
Ventura says I met a railroad worker today, not a fire train guy, but a repairman. He said there are 2 bridges burned at Greenville and broke his heart. He's been through it twice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. These old majestic...
I've got about maybe 30 minutes based on space.
Majestic bridges are hit hard.
Yeah, 47's a little more, but obviously when you're done, we're done.
Roger.
And they're the things that literally bridge the community. How the community come back? There's a lot of devastation. Communities can only come back if the infrastructure is there. Okay. I was hoping that they'd keep talking so I could just eat my s'mores here. But they ain't talking. Curse you. You guys are always talking over me when I don't have food. Arg. A lot quieter on the cams. Now I'm hoping that down here in Kern County at the French fire, that they'll be able to save the town of Wofford Heights. Or Wofford Heights, or however I'm saying that wrong. I'm sure I am. How do I make my s'mores? Okay. You need honey made. They have to be honey made. Except no generic imitations with the graham crackers. Honey made. Fresh. I mean, you can get the Costco packs of it, but you really should distribute them before they get stale, because that's a travesty. If you have too many to eat, you should share the love. And then it's okay to use the generic marshmallows. I think they're all the same anyway. You can get those. But freshness, of course, is key. Now, the funny thing about that is you can buy them in industrial bulk size marshmallow, by the pallet. It's totally fine. What's that you say? My marshmallows always go stale? No. You get the vacuum sealer. Those marshmallows will be good for 5 years.
Okay, 47, we're just about a minute out from the drop. We'll be looking for you. Are you guys doing that same drop, the stuff moving up the hill?
Yeah, Roger, we're on the same one.
Okay, we'll be looking for you.
You'll be number one.
Sounds good, we'll be number one.
Butter on a graham cracker? Are you insane? That's too many good things. Next thing you know, you're going to want to put chocolate chips on it or something. No. It's already sweet. It already has a lot of honey. It doesn't need that butter. No. Just no. That is a heart attack in the making. Just no. That should be banned. So, back to the perfect s'more. You lay down on the paper plate. It's got to be real flat, and that's why I prefer a paper plate. Break the graham cracker in half. So you got two on the bottom. Okay, let's listen. Frosting might be good.
47 is just lining up for the drop.
We're departing the fire. Give you the lineup of the heli tankers there. It's heli tanker 55, 47, and 61, and they'll be working until they seal out, and they'll all return all together.
I copy, thank you. 55, 47, and 61. Have a good night.
EVAC. Break in branch 1, Helico Air Ground Command.
Copy that.
Branch 30, Helico Air Ground Command.
The heck is that? Okay, don't yell at me though. Okay, back to the s'mores. Hopefully they'll get us handle on this situation. That's one of the helicopters, I believe, right over there. Is that the Chinook? Or the Scout helicopter, probably. So, yes, exactly, paper plates. Because you have to have a pretty robust dishwasher to get the marshmallow goo off of it. You know, if you don't have that, it can be a bad situation. So you break that graham cracker in half, place it there. Now you want to reach for the Hershey's. I suggest no almonds, because that's weird. Take 2 of the little Hershey squares, just 2. Some prefer 1. I mean, that is a lot of melted chocolate to have 2, so you go 2.5 of the little squares in the thin bars, not the big chunks, because the marshmallow will topple right off the big bars, the thick ones, So you want the multi-pack, the multi-pack thin bar Hershey's, like Costco or something. And then, your discretion, how much chocolate you like. Place the marshmallow on top, on each one, because you're making 2 at a time here. Put that in the microwave, and then you hit the 30-second button, right? Or just hit 10 seconds. But you're going to be looking at it. You're eyeballing it, and this is the key. You can't under or overcook it. You gotta eyeball it. It's gonna.
That was a bicycle, Slide Park, and Diablo View.
Okay, there is a bicycle in Sly Park. Apparently, they had to talk over the firefighters to announce that. Thank you, police. I just get frustrated with the police chatter, talking over the top of fire. So it looks like the helicopters are going to come back This is the area they're working on by Oma Ranch. Yeah, it depends on your microwave and stuff, but you're going to eyeball it. It doesn't matter really which temperature setting. You can use max, whatever you want. But they're going to expand. And there's a certain point where you want to just immediately open that door to stop it. You know, and you'll find out how much that is, but it's usually like 7 to 8 seconds, really. And you pull it out, immediately squish down the top graham crackers on it. Eat it while it's hot. Lots and lots of paper towels. Maybe get some wet ones, because that mess on your face is going to be pretty serious. You don't want to, say, open the door to your new girlfriend and have her just frown at you. And second thought, I totally have to go. After like be somewhere.
California 4, Henry Sam.
And you're like, why, huh? And you look in the mirror in the bathroom and say, oh my God. Because she thought that you were some sort of a clown fetish, you know, but you use brown makeup around your mouth. Or perhaps she thought you had rabies because of the marshmallow goo on either side, the corners of your mouth. You know, it's a hazard. You know, maybe.
Can you go again?
Perhaps best enjoyed alone. Yeah, you're watching it from the UK. Hey, welcome, Tracy, by the way. So I just talked about this to my friend in Australia, and she says they don't have graham crackers in Australia. I think we should perhaps invade. I mean, Australia is really rich in minerals and gemstones and gold. I mean, they need freedom. And they need choice, you know, and they need to have their graham crackers. So perhaps we could, you know, provide them with such a thing. You know, there are upsides to empire, you know. It's not all exploitation. There's benefits both ways, and, you know. But a world without graham crackers is not. It's not one we want to live in. You don't have them in the UK either? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why not? Were they introduced and did they like fail as a product? Was it like introducing Starbucks and they're like, we hate this? Only Americans are weird enough to like this? Is that kind of thing? I mean, they are kind of weird with their Vegemite. I mean, considering that a food, it's kind of questionable. Yeah, you know, most people would call that some sort of an industrial waste product or something. But you know, delicacy, to each their own. To each their own. But you guys need to get the graham crackers. Just try it. Just try it. You never tried WTX rail fat? Really? No, Vegemite? If somebody wants to buy me some Vegemite, I'll try it. I honestly haven't. But I'm not going to pay for it. You know, that'll be one of those things where somebody dares me and I have to do it for the stream. I hear that's all the rage. He's like eating hot pepper challenges and eating weird food challenges. I'll do it. If somebody wants me to send me some. Supposedly there's a hugely cringe video. A hugely cringe video where some people... what was this? The slathering of Vegemite on a piece of toast, and one of the celebrities pretended to like it, and you're supposed to apparently apply it like a really fine It's like you apply caviar on a cracker, like in little tabs. You don't mound it up. Supposedly Vegemites like green olives, and you learn to like them. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I developed a taste for smoked oysters. I like smoked oysters now on water crackers. I tried them and hated them and went, this is gross. How could you? Actually, I'm going to try another one. God, I need oysters. I forgot to get oysters. Now, the thing about oysters is you need to chase them. And that's how you can tolerate it, the smoked ones. I can't do pan fried. I can't. That is beyond what I'm capable of handling. But Pepsi, the real sugar Pepsi, is so full of sugar and that sweet taste that you take a water cracker and put the smallest smoked oyster you can on it with a toothpick. Not Bumblebee, those are gross. But get geisha or, God, you know what? Napoleon. That's the best kind of oyster. Napoleon, tiny oysters. Put the smallest one on the water cracker, and you put the whole thing in your mouth and roll it to the back of your mouth so you don't have too much at the front. It'll overwhelm your taste buds, right? Chew, chew, chew back there. And then chase it with that real sugar Pepsi. It's freaking great. Raw oysters chase themselves. Yeah, those are pretty good. In the half shell, that's pretty good. As long as you don't harvest them in a month that has R in it. Or is it that you have to harvest them in a month with R? What is the month name rule for shellfish? So you don't get paralytic shellfish poisoning, because that would be a bummer. Certain months of the year, the water temperature is too warm, and bacteria that'll paralyze you is in shellfish. British Marmite is like Vegemite, but something Vegemite is better. Okay, that is like what they scrape at the bottom of the beer brewing barrels, right? Some sort of a yeast byproduct. Yeah. No, you don't understand. Black Cat Nighttime is for stress relief. This is totally warranted. It is totally warranted. We interrupt story time and stress relief time.
4755, got you inside. Right,
for breaking news. But the idea was this. I lost viewers last year.
This will be our last drop. Last step coming up.
I lost viewers when I stopped talking, when there was no sound. And at night, there's a lot less chatter. So I had this pressure on me to fill in the gaps with something. And there's only so much you can say about fire, and it began to kind of depress me, especially after covering it for 8.5 hours I've been at it. I didn't take any breaks every single day I was at it. And so I began to get kind of super affected in a negative way. And some firefighters suggested that we have silly topics at the end of the night to discuss in between the developments as we kind of monitored the situation throughout the night. Oh, you're talking about mods fighting being distracting? Were they fighting again? Do I have to lay down something? Oh, they were play fighting earlier. They were teasing each other. I don't know if that's what that was, or is there something actually have to go at here? Okay, so back to the play. Yeah, but that's the idea. Is do something that you like at least 1 hour a day. And sometimes I don't do that, and that was one of the bad choices that I made for as far as mental health is concerned, and it made me pretty anxious. But I fear I should explain that every once in a while. So the sillier the stuff, usually the better for that sort of deal. So I should really be going to bed, actually. But I wanted to do my 15 minutes or half hour or hour or something I liked. So when somebody explains, best way to make food or something, cool. So going back to, I don't think that they were fighting. I think they were playing each other. Yeah, but if anybody has fire info, we stopped to provide it. But I would have situations where during night monitoring, I wouldn't talk, try to save my voice or whatever. And then the radio wouldn't talk, and people just came in here saying, guys, I'm leaving. Tell her radio doesn't work. I'd be like, turning on my headphone and microphone, wait, dude. And then I began to write down, there will be long periods of silence. And that helped a little bit, like right on the screen. But for the most part, people just left if there was nobody talking.
47, it's short final load drop.
Okay, is this your last drop?
No, we got a couple more, I think.
It's 9 in the morning where you are? Then it's too late for me, Tracy. Everybody should learn to knit, yeah. Tracy and Doug P., I appreciate the break time. Been a week of stress and PTSD for me. Thank you for the coverage and sanity breaks. You're very welcome. I got terribly apologetic. I came back after the first night of seriousness, and in the morning I was like, I'm sorry, guys, because some people came in and said, I'm glad you find the fire so amusing. I went, oh. And so I was like apologizing next morning. Everybody goes, no, it's good. It's good. And most people who come in here, we just explain it and they get it. I understand now how firefighters have to have dark humor. Have you guys seen the Fire Department Chronicles on YouTube? I can't, show you too much about it, but this guy is a comedian. I just want to show you his stream, and it's first responder dark humor, almost with, I don't want to say Jim Carrey, but he's got that intensity. He's way better than Jim Carrey to me. He green screens himself into TV shows and role plays victims in an ambulance and stuff, and just completely super sarcastic British style, but almost Jim Carrey delivery kind of. So, I was watching a TV show today about what to do when you're going into a structure, and I found that information was going to get you killed, that kind of thing. And you guys have to look at this. If you like that dark humor, good stuff. I did show a clip about idiots. There was a rash of idiots.
Hey, when I hit my landing lights, the drop button.
That.
Press the right button.
That's the one I like to use all the time.
Well, that's funny. Why did you just do that? Press the wrong button. That's the button I like to use all the time. These pilots are funny. The other day, one of the pilots said, oh, yeah, I forgot about you over there. And the other pilot goes, you did? He goes, yeah, I totally spaced out. And they just laughed at each other. What the heck? So, Flappin' Wings has info on the Dixie. Knock on wood. Things are pretty quiet on the Dixie. Remarkably quiet. It's another midnight miracle. There's something going on where they're just trying to deal with Genesee. Daniel Kern's, check him out. I already did his videos for the day, and he was explaining very well threats to Taylorsville, what it would look like. They would come off of Euro Mountain, the embers. And so it's going to depend on what the wind does, whether or not there's any threats. They had a remarkable bunch of volunteers that volunteered and donated water tenders and pumps and tanks. And they were doing great structure defense. And I think the situation is resolved with the crazy person. He wasn't allowing the firefighters in his property or something, but anyway, go check him out if you want to know about the Dixie. All the cams show moderate line activity. Midnight Miracles. Yeah, yeah, and us firefighters don't think it's dark, that it's just humor. Yeah, you get until you shock the public and they go, oh. Right. So what I was showing you guys that I did before was, I may have to, stop this, but he had a hilarious video on. He critiques real fires sometimes, like real fire videos. Sometimes he critiques television shows. Like, I have to see this. It's called something like Lone Star, and it's a meme, sort of making fun of first responder TV shows. They do everything on that TV show wrong on purpose for entertainment, and then he makes fun of it, which is like double sarcasm, really cool. But he loves to critique real videos, and a rash of idiots went around. I don't know if they watched Breaking Bad or something, or got the idea that plastic can hold gasoline safely, like a gas can. And so when that gasoline shortage hit the East Coast, then everybody went, they started filling up gasoline in garbage bags and putting them in their cars. He critiqued that and was like, don't do that.
How many more do you guys think you got? Stand by one. I think it was going to be our final one. Okay, copy.
I do not at all
6-1 is out of the Richmond.
think the Dixie and Caldor are in mop-up. Are you, talking about now, Max Smith? Somebody wanted me to kill a mod with the blood sport thing? Wow. Because my exile isn't good enough? You think I'm a monster? You think that I would actually have a gladiator arena in which I would throw hapless victims to beasts? Hey, that sounds kind of cool. Great idea. Yeah, that sounds really nice. I could sit in the Emperor's throne area. And the thing about being the Empress is you have to judge the reaction of the crowd. It was never the Emperor or the Empress who decided the fate. They went off the crowd's reaction. You basically ask the crowd with a hand gesture and look around like, so, and then they call for blood and then you off with their heads. Yeah. We should arrange this. Where do you get a Coliseum? Where do you get lions? I'm kidding, but wow, blood sport, jeez. No, exile is civil, you know. We gotta be examples of beacons of civilization in this newfound world of savagery. So Max Smith, just wondering, are you familiar with the area where the Caldor fire is? Yeah, Rome, Africa. Okay. No, I think there's no stopping the Caldor. As I read from Wildfire today, That fire expert, that was what I began the stream with.
6-1 is off the drum.
Very respected here is Bill Gabbert. Wildfire Today. Here's the article. Read it for yourself. Can the fire be stopped? If it has not happened already, by the end of Sunday, the fire will reach the 100,000 acre threshold to be called a mega fire, a status that until a decade ago was also rare. Under these conditions, with the predicted weather, the heavy fuel loads, and historically low fuel moisture, there is no possibility of stopping the forward spread. There is no number of 747 air tankers or firefighters on the ground that could be effective against the flaming front of this raging inferno. The best they can hope for is to find areas on the heels and flanks where the topography and vegetation are conducive to constructing indirect or direct fire lines and firing out when appropriate, perhaps at night, when weather conditions are more likely to lead to success. So I had to elaborate on that it doesn't mean that it's going to rage out of control and erase towns. It just means that since they may not be able to stop the front when it's wind-driven and raging out of control, they can attack the sides and back, which is what they're doing right now. The heels of the fire mean the very back. That's what they're doing right now with the tankers. And they still can protect individual structures and individual communities as it goes past. They can try to steer it away from Tahoe, or they can structure protect Tahoe, or they can light fires around the landscape of Tahoe before it gets there to help with their structure protection around Tahoe. Or we could get lucky and the wind will blow it west of Tahoe past it, with the Desolation Wilderness as a nice speed bump buffer zone like Belgium. Where they can try to put spot fires out in between Tahoe and the west on the Desolation Wilderness area. Okay, that's the best case scenario, Maxfit, that they've turned a corner on the Dixie. But we saw that happen right before Greenville and the Fly Fire erupt. They were turning a corner on Dixie. They had a high percentage containment number. It was at like 39%. That night that expanded 100,000 acres in 24 hours, racing ahead at a rate of spread of 50 acres per hour, 1,000 acres. Sorry, 50 acres per minute, 1,000 acres per hour. Cool. Your confidence is 95%. Cool. But it's a duty to tell people the best, worst,
and... 5 is off the dump, and heading back to Jackson, heading back.
And middle ground scenario, and not just
we'll be waiting for you.
Hope for the best scenario.
Yeah, we'll be heading your way now. That we're the only one at the dip. I think they got a, well, I guess 261, but they have a manager, right?
Yeah, we tried to speak to him, but we weren't picking him up.
Okay, break. 6-1, how much time do you have left?
1, maybe 2 more. We can go in whenever you're ready.
Okay, we'll just make this our last one and go in and as a group.
6-1, copy.
Yeah, they thought they were turning that corner. Did you know the 2 days before that rapid expansion, they said, we're just going to do the community meetings every other night now. And everybody can go back to Greenville and all around the lake. And then we saw 300-foot tall flames erase Canyon Dam. And it ran all the way to the lake, breached 4 solid black containment lines, almost erased Chester. It was saved by a wind gust that marched at 19 miles north of Chester instead. No ability to stop it. We're going to have good 1 week of forecast, but who knows what the next week after that is.
Coming in for you, drop there. Sheriff.
We're still about maybe 5 minutes from the drop. Here, right there. Go for it.
Copy that. We're lining up.
Yeah, I got you inside. Definitely your number 1.
August 13th was their estimated containment date for the Dixie when I started this.
Drop and then straight out, climbing. Jumping.
So I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I don't trust a dang thing that they have for estimates, because when the little spot fire blew over the canyon over by Crescent Mills right before the fly fire erupted, they got up and said, we're handling that. And the next day they said, wow, that got bigger. We're not going to be able to contain that, actually. It's just going to merge with the Dixie. And they said, but we thought we could because of our modeling, our computer models. And that's when I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that, really? They're relying and trusting computer models, which are in their infancy? No. Go back to the tried and true common sense stuff, please. Computer models are cool. They'll be very useful for us one day, but to trust them right now? Okay. And then I saw Daniel Kern saying Greenville was in danger, and I was like, and I was like, should we trust him? I don't know who that guy is.
6-1 is off the go.
They keep saying this fire has surprised us, but me? Everybody who lives around Butte County, who has seen what the fires did in the last 3 years since 2017, that's no damn surprise to us. I leaned forward in my chair and said live on stream, surprise? Did you guys not study the fires that happened in the same region in the last 3 years? And this is one of the world's most challenging locations to work in, and one of the world's in a mega drought and heat dome. And a lot of these forests haven't burned in 95 years with that amount of mega fuel load. You know, it's this fire went from being, it has changed ecosystems. I mean, it's so big now. And it went from being in a little canyon down by foothills, racing up the canyon and went into mountains. Then it went into mountain valleys. Then it went to high alpine mountains. Then it went to the lake. Then it went on into a desert. Then it went and climbed on the top of a volcano. And then it tried to reach over past Mineral to get over towards Red Bluff. And there's different ecosystems for the fire on the Dixie. Like it's unbelievable. Tracy, off to start my day. It's raining here. I wish you could send it here. Yeah, thanks so much. We could use some of your UK rain. That would be awesome. Stay strong and have a good night. Much love to everybody. Yes, much love. Yep. The river fire is do you mean the river fire or the river complex? Tracy and Doug P., I've been dreading the Caldor for decades. It's just been a matter of time. My opinions, the locals have known this. Yeah. Yeah, backfires are the best way to get a handle on the situation as best they can until the next wind event, which will blow embers 5 miles. That is what's possible. Did you expect what was going to happen? Did you? I mean, this is not a challenge to you or like picking on you, but did you or anybody else expect the ember to fly 3.2 miles off of the top of the Mount Ura area and make a slam dunk towards Quincy? Like, holy crap. I was predicting it could do stuff like that because I know I've been on the top of that mountain. I was saying it would be a nightmare. That if it got past Indian Valley, it would definitely be able to reach Susanville and Janesville. But I mean, I've been there. I mean, we haven't worried about Quincy in a long time. But now suddenly we are. You know? Oh, well, let's not attack Max. I mean, Max has got good solid info. I mean, he's got valid opinions and stuff. We don't need to be attacking him or anything, but I think we should present the three things: the best case scenario, the middle ground, and the worst. Sure, Randy. No worries. This is our hotspot thing from CalTopo, and you can always check it too. Links in the description of the channel. This has been a very nice and quiet night. Much more nicer than expected. Yeah, we can agree, disagree. No attacking. No telling people to leave or anything. It's okay. We're all under stress here, but people are allowed to have different. Max has an educated opinion, and he's been pretty good. When I was describing how far the embers could fly, that was before firestorms and such. And now we're starting to realize that when they go up, the center of the firestorm are these tornadoes, basically. Many of them are seemingly reaching F1 status. So these embers are going higher into the smoke column than they've ever noticed before. And in the past, they cooled off or whatnot before reaching the ground. Very few of them reached the ground. But these are lifting giant pieces of burning material, like with tornadic force, higher into the atmosphere, and they're at the tops of the rugged Sierras and Cascade Mountains, which are some of the highest, most rugged peaks outside of the Rockies. The potential for extreme long-range spotting, especially if the winds went pointing towards the valley, with a downslope going down the hill, down the wind tunnel canyons. Do you know last year's firestorm began in Labor Day? Those 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts that for days on end happened day after day, driving the fires to the valley. That spotting and such with the bear and what became the North Complex fire, it was spotting ahead of itself like more than 8 miles. And we saw on the river complex of Clackamas County last year, Clackamas County, Oregon, Estacada was affected by fire long before the stuff 15 miles in between it was. So down the wind tunnel of the river, is that the Sandy River? We saw spots hit Estacada from the main river fire. And I thought surely those were firing ops, and we listened to the radio, and it was spot fires coming 15 miles away down the canyon. If there isn't a heavy rain on all of these before our next giant wind event, and the clock's ticking down to it, it could arrive as early as Labor Day. I mean, that's what happened last year. That early arrival of the winds, the seasonal. Every year they arrive in October, November, December, January winds. We are going to be so screwed. We have to prepare. Everybody in the entire state has got to prepare for that, because the fire can happen anywhere in this drought. We'll survive it. The more people who are educated, of course, will survive it better. You have to just be able to have your evacuation plans and your shelter-in-place plan, and then relax, because a lot of this is completely out of our hands. But just looking at what the capability is of fire in this region, we have already been taught the lessons the last couple of years, and that was not with the mega drought. So we are really, there's a reason I'm doing this day after day. It's that important to stop my life and do this, to help people prepare for this, to tell people we don't need extra fire starts because the stupid power company, we were stretched thin. Last year we saw California's biggest wildfire grow that big, partially because PG&E kept their lines energized during red flag Santa Ana wind type events, the Diablo wind events, starting things like the Zog fire, and they would run off and leave the lightning fires to themselves in the Coast Range, and till they all merged together. What causes mega droughts? Well, that can be getting too much of a crazy debate thing, but the geological history of California and the Southwest in general has this huge cycle. It seems to occur at least every 750 years. They took some core samples. They try to figure out, here, ghost towns are my thing. Why do people abandon settlements and such? So studying the Anasazi and such, not that I've done that in great depth, they had enjoyed a wet period. There's just cycles of extreme wet periods, lush periods in the Southwest and the West. And you have corn growing, in Arizona, like without irrigation, just because it rained that much. Hard to believe even today. And they took core samples of lake sediment, which contains the pollen, which tells you which plants grow. They require a certain wet environment or a dry. And even 15 years ago, they announced the results of that study that, well, when the pioneers came out here, it was sort of on the tail end of a wet period, and we will experience the mega drought cycle. That seemed to have been coming down the pipe, industrialization or no. And this doesn't mean that mankind didn't help this along faster. It's more of a tipping the scales to make climate change faster is my take on it. Mankind's, we do a lot to the planet that we don't know what the consequences will be. Everything from nuclear testing and massive amounts of NO2 pollution to destroying the ozone layer in portions. Aerosols, CFCs. I think CO2 is a little bit blamed for too much, but just a lot of the things that we've done, we kind of probably accelerate the situation, especially deforestation. But anyway, I don't want to start the debate. Whatever the reason, I think we've intensified the natural drought cycle, and the natural one was enough to kill civilizations, like the Anasazi and others. There was this massive collapse, and it seems that their civilization died to fire. Every one of their kivas, yeah, exactly. We caused a mini climate change event called the Dust Bowl by not even understanding plowing very well, right? That may have in turn changed the wind patterns that sent hot, dry, dusty winds instead of cool ones down the Columbia River, which dried out like a hairdryer the Tillamook Forest west of Portland, which caused the Tillamook burn. That seems to be my best analysis of that situation. But either way, we would be in a mega drought at some point, but here it is. The Anasazi had the civilization destroyed by fire and never rebuilt. Probably had to disperse because their crops wouldn't grow anyway. They seem to have been the last holdouts where they had decent areas for crops to grow. It seems like the pre-Aztecs may have gone north and raided them and perhaps even cannibalized them, because civilizations are collapsing all over the place at that time. It was a tough room to play in. There's a reason why all the Anasazi cliff houses are a big fortress. They didn't think that was cool architecture. The Anasazi retreated to high elevations, cliffs, with one way in that was, one person deep, so they could defend all the water and food they stored up there from the other crazy people trying to take it. Kind of like a mirror of the Bronze Age civilization collapse when there was a climate event that all the crops failed at once, probably from the volcanic eruption of Thera, or perhaps Campi Fleury, some other mega eruption, where everybody stopped agriculture except for the Egyptians and went nomadic to survive, and every single Bronze Age civ collapsed except Egypt. Egypt, of course, had the Nile, so they could still irrigate, but rainfall didn't flood the Tigris and Euphrates anymore, and it dried up And then marauding sea peoples, probably because they were fishermen and the fish, changed patterns, couldn't make a living off of that, or maybe they did and they saw everybody else vulnerable and said, hey, ripe for the picking, and they arrived and invaded people. When you see civilizations collapse, you can rub your hands together as a pirate and go, let's take their stuff. They have gold, right? That seems to have been what happened back then, and a miniature version of that happened with the Anasazi collapse and the Mayans and such. With the Mayans, it's now tied closer and closer to a mega volcanic eruption that may have also affected the Byzantine Empire, because it's a global thing. So, exactly, Dusty Smoke, they were cliff swallows building their nest up there so human coyotes wouldn't get them, but eventually they got. And it's a pretty sad state of affairs. But there's two types of cannibalism, ritual and desperation. And it was probably desperation to the point where one civilization or tribe attacks another because you don't want their food. They don't have any food. You want them. It was some pretty serious stuff. Sometimes the study of ghost towns is really dang dark. Disaster ghosts are the worst. But people think, oh, what a neat little civilization. They had this neat architecture. Oh, it was desperate times. Desperate times. And that happened because of climate change, which is what collapses most civilizations. All the organisms of the earth are fine with adapting to climate change if it's slow enough. But when it's quick, look out. So same thing with the Ice Age and stuff. Mammoths and stuff walking around. Younger Dryas period seems to have been a comet or an asteroid strike. Boom. But we have to adapt, and blaming each other and pointing fingers, no matter how the heck we got here. Whatever the solution is, if we wanted things to be more normal, it will take centuries. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. We have to try to help nature, help as many creatures survive in ourselves as best we can to whatever happens. But I don't believe we can control the climate. It's just, I don't think we're powerful enough. Can't even control a wildfire right now. So looking back, there's nobody talking on the radio. There was just some police chatter. We're still listening and trying to figure out what's going on with Caldor. I think they've gone to refuel. Yeah, same thing, Morris Saltkoff. Why did people move underground like in Cappadocia? Now, those are some interesting ghost towns. People would carve this very flaky rock in Cappadocia in Turkey. There's these entire underground cities. And, one, it's really good air conditioning down there, right? And it's really soft and you can kind of carve tunnels like chalk, but it's a place of refuge for time and time again as thousands of years go by for, retreating, taking your food and water down there and booby trapping stuff Viet Cong style. And, everything from the Crusaders coming by to the Hittites to Muslim invasion, Christians retreating underground. The problem with Cappadocia and all that was aerionite, which I want to make a mini documentary about. It's this new killer, not really new. It's the new asbestos. Worse than asbestos, aerionite. And it's all over portions of the United States West, apparently specifically central and southeastern Oregon, where they have been mining it willy-nilly without protective gear. It's way more likely to give you cancer than asbestos is. And they've been studying it in the people who still live in the underground, cities of Cappadocia, getting these rare cancers. And it's the little fibrous rock. And they open quarried it and paved a bunch of roads with it, graded them at least. Some of the gravel roads. I was going to go out there and film some of the ghost towns out there. And I heard that, and I don't know that I want to. I could drive down dusty roads, get out of my car, take pictures, get back inside, and then 30 years later die from cancer. Because it's so much worse than asbestos. Some scary stuff. Wow, Dusty says under extreme conditions, a fire can give off 10,000 kilowatts or more per meter of fire front. This would mean flame heights of 50 meters or more and flame temperatures exceeding 2,192 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a campfire is absolute madness in the extreme. It was one of the most heartbreaking things to ever listen to. Like we were listening to the scanner now. I'll never forget some of the stuff said on the radio. I want to. We're not going to talk about it here. The best thing we can do, though, is tell people what honestly can happen. This isn't to scare anybody or cause a panic. Get prepared instead of scared. Because as bad as Paradise was, look at all the survivors in the channel who just sat in their car in a parking lot and lived through one of the world's worst infernos. They lived. That's why I'm doing this. It's positive. A positive thing that you can live through no matter what the heck this stuff throws at you, just with a little bit of fire education. You can't survive all situations, and sometimes there's no way to escape them, but, well, then why worry about that? For the most part, you can. Being prepped, being aware,